Ancient 1 Chapter 1866 to Chapter 1918. Li Yunxiao saw through his thoughts at a glance and snickered inwardly. Looks tell from the heart. Looking at your silly appearance, I can tell you're not a good person. Who knows what wicked ideas you're thinking now? Xingchen's eyes flickered. He pondered for a while before coming back to his senses. Looking at Li Yunxiao, his expression became amiable as he asked, "What's your name?" Li Yunxiao said, "This lowly one is called Cheiyu." Cheiyu? This name sucks. Go to the Divine Arts Hall to deliver the pill first. When you come back, go to my residence to find me. I need you to do something. As a reward, this seat is willing to spend some time to help you come up with a nicer name. Xingchen took out a coordinate imprint and gave it to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was speechless for a while and said, "This name indeed sucks. I agree on this point, but forget about giving me a new name." Xingchen's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "What? Do you think this reward isn't good or not enough?" Li Yunxiao, he only felt that this person in front of him was a complete idiot. He really wanted to slap him to death, but he still held back and said, "No, humph. This seat is well read. Many people beg me to give them, but I can't be bothered to pay attention." Xingchen seemed to feel that the other party was not very satisfied with the benefit of giving a name. After thinking for a while, he took out a white pill and handed it over, saying, "Eat it." Li Yunxiao jumped in fright and covered his mouth, saying, "How can you eat a pill randomly?" He could tell with a glance that the pill contained a trace of demonic qi. There was no problem with the pill itself. It was a rank 8 pill that could increase one's power. Xingchen sneered and said, "You really don't know what's good for you. This seed is giving you a benefit. To think that you're Elder Zirwei's disciple. You don't even recognize a rank 8 pill?" Li Yunxiao took the pill and swallowed it. That trace of demonic qi was like a drop of water entering a great river, instantly absorbed by his body without any reaction. When Xingchen saw him eat it, he immediately revealed an evil smile. He patted his shoulder and said, "Not bad. Hurry up and deliver the pills. If you're late, I'm afraid Lord Yuchen won't be happy." Haha. Li Yunxiao also chuckled twice, then headed in the direction of the Divine Arts Palace. Xingchen pondered for a moment, then revealed a malevolent expression. He suddenly turned into a ball of demonic energy and flew away in the direction he came from. Li Yunxiao walked for a while and saw the spell god's palace from afar. Yu Chen, as the vice president, also lived in a side hall not far from the spell god's palace. He had only wanted to play a prank, but seeing that the Divine Arts Hall was right in front of him, since he was already here, he might as well play it to the end. Thinking to this point, he took out a large amount of materials from his storage space, threw them out of the mountain and river cauldron, and started refining. Very quickly, 300 pills with extremely powerful effects were produced. After storing them, he walked towards Yu Chen's side hall. "Who are you?" "Stop." The guard at the side hall immediately stopped Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao hurriedly took out a pill and handed it over. He said, "I am Elder Xingchen's disciple. I'm here to deliver pills to Lord Yu Chen." "Elder Xingchen? Delivering pills?" The guard's gaze froze. He stared at the white jade bottle for a while and said, "What pill?" "This," Li Yunxiao revealed a troubled expression. He said, this, stuttering, "Do you have a guilty conscience?" The guard became alert. He directly snatched the pill from Li Yunxiao's hand and opened the lid to examine it. "Ah?" Li Yunxiao panicked and said, This pill is top secret. It can't be shown to outsiders." The guard also had a certain foundation and formula. He placed it next to his nose and sniffed it a few times. He instantly revealed a shocked expression. He said, This pill, got discovered by you." Li Yunxiao said anxiously, "Anyway, it's the kind that will be very powerful after eating it. Lord Yuchen requested Elder Xingchen to get it. You guys must keep it a secret. I beg the two of you. Otherwise, I'll be skinned by Elder Yuchen." The two guards were both stunned. After a brief daze, they exchanged glances and saw the strange expression in the other party's eyes. One of the guards said, "Relax, we won't tell others about this matter. You mustn't go around talking about it either. Especially regarding this kind of matter. This is considered Lord Yuchen's private illness. Talking about it will kill someone. Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, definitely, definitely. The other guard nodded and said, Lord Yuchen isn't in the hall right now. We'll accept this pill on his behalf. We'll return and hand it to Lord later. Li Yunxiao clasped his hands and said, then I'll have to trouble you. He turned into a flowing light and headed for Xingchen's residence. Originally, he didn't have much interest in Xingchen himself. It was just that the demonic arts all over his body aroused his curiosity. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he appeared in front of a small courtyard. He knocked on the door and entered. Li Yunxiao swept out with his divine sense. The entire courtyard was actually quiet. There was only Xingchen's aura. He couldn't help but frown. Every elder in the divine transformation sea would be allocated a certain number of servants and maids. Although there were some elders who liked to be alone, they would at least bring 1 or 2 servants to tidy up the room and courtyard. However, Xingchen's place was completely empty. You came back? A black shadow flashed and Xingchen instantly appeared in front of him. He stared at him and was somewhat surprised that his speed was too fast. In fact, Li Yunxiao had already deliberately stalled for time. He said, Lord had something to do, so I had no choice but to run back as fast as I could. Xingchen chuckled and said, not bad, you're very clever. Come on in. Li Yunxiao followed him into the courtyard and discovered that it was a bit shabby. It seemed that no one had taken care of it for a long time. Lord, why isn't there a servant here? Xingchen turned around and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He grinned hideously and said, you want to know the reason? Li Yunxiao pretended to be afraid and said, he couldn't have been killed by Lord, right? Ha, you're pretty smart, brat. Xingchen chuckled and instantly flicked his sleeves. The entire surrounding environment changed. The two of them were actually in a martial arena. There were many corpses and broken bones scattered on the ground. Li Yunxiao said in shock, Lord, what are you doing? Xingchen snorted coldly and said, I'll tell you honestly. This seat's cultivation of demonic arts isn't going smoothly. I need you to be the medicinal primer to resolve the evil aura in my body. When his voice fell, a layer of white smoke surged out from his body and slowly transformed into a ferocious beast in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Xingchen's face also instantly contorted and was no different from that ferocious beast. Large amounts of demonic energy bubbled on the surface of his skin like boiling water. This is qi deviation? Li Yunxiao was stunned. He could tell at a glance that the other party had qi deviation and lost his nature. That was why he became so savage and ruthless. Since demonic arts are so dangerous and hard to cultivate, why does Lord have to take the risk out of desperation? Li Yunxiao sighed and looked at the dried bones all over the ground. These are all your servants and maids, right? They're all used by you to vent your evil aura. Xingchen smiled sinisterly and said, haha, you're indeed clever and brave enough. Death is at hand, yet you're still so calm. That's right, these people are precisely used by this seat to vent my evil aura. These lowly lives, being able to die for me, can be considered to have died a worthy death. Their deaths have value. Li Yunxiao said, then Lord, next, you want me to become valuable as well? Even though Xingchen had completely fallen into a demonic state, he wasn't stupid. Looking at Li Yunxiao's calm appearance, he finally sensed that something was wrong. He shouted sternly, who the hell are you? Li Yunxiao said, who I am isn't important. If Lord wants to vent your evil aura, I have a good way. I just happen to have over a dozen puppets on me. I can accompany Lord to play. Puppets? Xingchen hesitated again. In the entire deification sea, only Zirwei and his disciples played with puppets. Could this person really be Zirwei's disciple? It was just that he appeared to be too calm. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and formed a hand seal with one hand. Instantly, 12 rays of golden light flew out and landed around the fighting arena. They formed a circle and surrounded Xingchen. After he came out from Zirwei's place, he originally wanted to find a fighting arena to practice his Luding and Liujia. Now, he just so happened to have a live target. Xingchen's gaze darkened. Those 12 puppets themselves weren't even the size of a fist. After they landed, under Li Yunxiao's hand seals, they directly transformed into the height of a human. However, their gazes were still lifeless and their faces were simply molded, as if they were inferior products made by an apprentice. Ha ha ha. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh wildly. This time, he basically confirmed that Xianxia was Zirwei's disciple. If they were puppets made by your master, perhaps they could accompany this seat to play. As for the trash you made, you don't even know how to do art. You've really thrown away your master's face. Roar. The layer of white fog that resembled a beast around Xianxia suddenly let out a loud roar. Just like the boundless hostility in his heart, it surged out along with that roar. Xianxia rapidly formed hand seals, and the 12 puppets seemed to have some changes. They each stretched out their hands and formed hand seals. Instantly, a barrier of light appeared on the puppets' bodies and connected the 12 people's hand seals. It was like a ring of stars shining on the fighting arena, and it actually blocked the impact of that roar. What? Xianxia was shocked and somewhat didn't dare to believe it. However, he wasn't worried. He only sneered and said, "No wonder you're so calm. As expected, you have some ability. You can accompany this seat to play well." His figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the puppet closest to Xianxia and fiercely slapped down with his large hand. Demonic chi and that hostility surged unceasingly in the center of his palm. It was like layers upon layers of dark clouds pressing down, wanting to directly slap the puppet into meat paste. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and the speed of his hand seals became faster and faster. He could already feel that these puppets contained power, but it was like a teapot pouring dumplings. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't use it. Xianxia's enormous pressure descended, and the puppet seemed to be unable to withstand it. Cracks began to appear on its face, and then it peeled off. What? Xianxia was shocked. He opened his eyes in shock and saw that the peeling part was pure white, and it slowly revealed a peerlessly beautiful face. As the surface of the body completely peeled off, an extraordinary and absolutely beautiful man was revealed. He had an imposing appearance, and his eyes were embedded with gems that twinkled like stars. There was a cold light in his eyes, and there seemed to be a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. His hands formed hand seals in front of him. Not only did Xianxia jump in fright, but Xianxia also sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt a power that made one's heart tremble rush towards him like a ferocious beast. The beautiful puppet's eyes emitted a soul-intimidating power that directly shot into his heart. That feeling was like being stared at by a ferocious beast, and he already had half a foot in the gates of hell. The fear of death assaulted his heart, causing Xianxia to instantly recover from his chi deviation state. His mind was clear, and the essence in his dantian frantically surged out. His hands rapidly formed hand seals and slapped towards the puppet's body. The puppet's hand seals were very simple. It only changed 3 times before it drew a circle of light that faced Xianxia head-on. Bang! A huge power exploded, but it didn't seem to be as terrifying as Xianxia thought it would be. It was as if he had struck an impenetrable wall. The entire arena was surrounded by a huge circle of light, and he was knocked back. Xianxia saw the entire process clearly with his wondrous magic spiritual eye. The puppet's hand seals were only for defense, and it didn't make any offensive movements. Xianxia was knocked back by his own power. And the instant the puppet seal appeared, the other 11 puppets also changed their hand seals at the same time. The entire barrier's power instantly condensed and surged into the beautiful man's hands, firmly blocking that attack. Xianxia was secretly shocked. These 12 puppets had a tacit understanding with each other, and they could use the smallest amount of power to produce the greatest effect. When Xianxia attacked one point, the entire barrier's power converged, and the other areas were abnormally weak. The entire barrier's power wasn't evenly distributed, but distributed according to the point of attack. This conjecture made his heart jump in fright. This kind of ideal formation couldn't be done so accurately even if it was set up by 12 real people, let alone puppets. He patiently continued to observe, constantly confirming his conjecture. After Xianxia was knocked back by the attack, although he suffered a small injury, he escaped from that terrifying feeling of death. That chi deviation state was also scared back. At this moment, his eyes were much clearer, and the evil aura was also reduced by a lot. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Elder Xingchen, how do you feel? I see that your condition isn't bad. These 12 puppets were used as a medicinal catalyst. The effect is alright, right? Humph. Xingchen snorted angrily and sized up Li Yunxiao again. He had always believed that Li Yunxiao's strength was suppressed to that of a martial saint. Only now did he feel that something was wrong. However, he wasn't too worried. Although Zirui was proficient in the silent puppetry technique, he wasn't famous, and he hadn't heard that he had researched anything powerful. These 12 puppets were most likely Zirui's masterpieces, so it shouldn't be difficult to break them. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just by relying on a few puppets. If that's the case, then who in the world would still practice martial arts? Who wouldn't get a few puppets to play with? Today, I'll tell you that no matter how powerful a puppet is, it's still created by humans. No matter what, it can never compare to the strength of humans themselves. Xingchen lectured for a while, then leaped up. His palms continuously struck out in the air, and a ball of light rapidly enlarged. Like a millstone, it fiercely pressed down on the puppet from the sky. A thought flashed through Li Yunxiao's mind. From the beginning, he had only been in a defensive state, suppressing Xingchen. He didn't know what the attacks of these 12 puppets would be like. After all, they were the legendary 3 great murderous formations. He was also very curious, and his hand seals changed. The puppet received instructions, and its gem-like eyes shot out a murderous aura. It raised its hand and made a grabbing motion. All the revolving rings of light in the arena gathered together and gathered in the puppet's hand, transforming into an essence chi sword. Li Yunxiao was shocked. That essence chi sword gave him an abnormally sharp and terrifying feeling. With Xingchen's strength, he couldn't withstand it at all. Killing an elder in the deity transformation C was a big matter. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, he didn't want to provoke any trouble for no reason. After all, the deity transformation C itself was already troublesome enough. He hurriedly formed hand seals with both hands, dispelling that essence chi sword. The body of the sword continued to expand, transforming into a ring again. However, it could no longer keep up with the speed of the puppet's downward slash. The essence chi sword, which had dispelled more than half of its power, was already somewhat transparent. However, it still slashed downwards, directly slicing that millstone-like ball of light into two. The remaining force of the sword chi pierced downwards, piercing through Xingchen's right shoulder. His entire arm, along with a large piece of flesh, was sliced off. Ah! Xingchen let out a blood-curdling scream, and the aura of his entire body instantly fell to rock bottom. That vicious aura that covered his entire body disappeared without a trace, and the demonic aura also concealed itself in his body, completely returning to normal. Li Yunxiao was shocked at the power of that sword. If he hadn't stopped in time, Xingchen would have already been sliced into two. After losing the command, that gorgeous male puppet regained its ice-cold expression. It stood there motionlessly, its face constantly turning sluggish, looking silly. The other 11 puppets were the same, but Li Yunxiao was sure that under that coarse face, there was definitely a masterful artist. Xingchen's power was too weak. He was only a 9-star intermediate stage Emperor Wu, and simply couldn't test out the power of Lu Ding Lu Jia. Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and the 12 puppets instantly transformed into rays of light, flying back into his storage profound artifact. You, who exactly are you? You definitely can't be Zirui's disciple. Xingchen wailed as he struggled to get up from the ground. He looked at Li Yunxiao in pain and fear. He stopped the bleeding on his body, and swallowed a large amount of medicinal pills. Only then did his complexion slightly recover. Li Yunxiao said, who I am isn't important. Right now, I just want to have a good chat with Lord Xingchen. Where did you learn that demonic art? Right now, who are the elders in the deification sea who mainly cultivate demonic arts, and who refine using demonic aura? Xingchen was startled, and said, why are you asking this? Could it be that you're not someone from the deification sea? Li Yunxiao frowned, and said, I don't like people asking me questions. The shock in Xingchen's heart was even greater. At this moment, the other party's temperament was completely different from before. There was a feeling of standing in the wind, floating in the air, and it made him feel a desire to look up to him. The moment this feeling appeared, Xianxia's heart was filled with panic, and he hurriedly said, demonic arts have always existed in the deification sea, and this kind of cultivation technique can advance extremely quickly. In a very short period of time, one can obtain great power. The disadvantage is that demonic aura is scarce, and very few people have this kind of resources. Furthermore, it's easy to go berserk and lose your mind. Speaking up to here, his face paled once again. He was in this kind of state. When he went berserk, he especially wanted to kill people, but when he was sober, he hated everything he had done. He had always been in this muddle-headed contradictory state. Li Yinxiao frowned, and said, then why are there so many people cultivating it now? Xianxia said, as expected, you're not someone from the deification sea. You don't even know about the ancient demon well. Ancient demon well? What's that? Li Yinxiao was shocked. When he heard this name, he seemed to have a bad premonition. Xianxia was a little hesitant, but he still said, since you have the ability to sneak into the deification sea, and your strength is unfathomable, even if I don't say it, you will have a way to find out. He first said something to absolve himself, and then said, the ancient demon well is an abyss that appeared in the deification sea, and it directly leads to the heaven-shaking mountain range. From time to time, it will spew out a large amount of demonic aura. What? Li Yinxiao was shocked, and he almost couldn't believe it. He said, it leads to the heaven-shaking mountain range, and it spits out demonic aura? Xianxia said, that's right. Although the scene inside the heaven-shaking mountain range is not known to humans, it is certain that in ancient times, there were a large number of demonic cultivators and even demons. After their deaths, the demonic aura did not dissipate, and it hoarded inside. And this ancient well in the deification sea leads to the inside of the mountain range, which is why it can spit out demonic aura, allowing demonic cultivators and Formula Dao research to go to a whole new world. Li Yinxiao's expression was abnormally serious. Although he didn't know what was going on, the demonic aura was abnormally spiritual. The heaven-shaking mountain range had stood there for countless years. If it was the remaining demonic aura after the death of the demonic cultivators, it should have condensed into a form long ago and become a demonic creature. It would not have spouted out from the passage. Does Master know about this? Of course, how could Master not know about such a big matter? What a joke. Xianxia snorted and said, you'd better leave quickly. Sneaking into the deification sea is not a fun thing. Although you have a great treasure with you, you don't have to be so naive to think that you can fight against the entire deification sea. Li Yinxiao said in a serious voice, where is the ancient demon well? Xianxia said in shock, you want to go to the ancient demon well? Haha, you, an outsider, want to go to the ancient demon well? You're crazy. He smiled, but his smile instantly froze because he realized that Li Yinxiao was not joking. Moreover, the more sinister the expression on his face, the more he felt, the more pressure he felt. Xianxia hurriedly said, it's at the end of the sea, at the heavenly abyss. He didn't know why he was so obedient, but it seemed that he couldn't resist the orders of the person in front of him. Li Yinxiao turned around and was about to leave. He took a step forward, and the illusion of the arena instantly collapsed. He returned to Xianxia's small courtyard. Xianxia's heart trembled. Only then did he realize in horror that the other party didn't just rely on puppets. Instead, the other party's strength was so strong that it was difficult for him to reach or even touch it. That was why he couldn't feel the slightest bit of depth, he said in horror. The ancient demon well is guarded by Vice President Yuanda personally. No one dares to approach it. If you need demonic aura, you have to apply for it. Yuanda? Li Yinxiao frowned. Yuanda had been the vice president of the Soul Formation Sea 20 years ago. He was in charge of the Soul Formation Sea's cultivation path. He was so strong that he had already transcended mortality and entered the divine realm 20 years ago. Many people privately believed that Yuanda was already the strongest in the Soul Formation Sea and was far stronger than Lu Xongzi. Li Yinxiao turned into a ray of green light and disappeared from the small courtyard in a flash. Only a few electric arcs remained in the courtyard and flashed a few times before completely disappearing. Xianxia felt like he was in a dream. He realized in despair that he couldn't even catch the other party's escape light. If it wasn't for the fact that one of his arms was still on the ground, he really would have thought that it was a dream. He hurriedly picked up the severed arm and turned into a ray of light that flew away to find a friend in the Formula Tao to treat him. In a place like the Soul Formation Sea, treating severed arms was like eating a meal. As long as the neck wasn't broken, there was no problem. Even if the neck was broken, as long as the person wasn't dead, there was no problem. The sea area where the Divine Transformation Sea was located wasn't in the Four Seas, nor was it in the realm of heaven martial arts. It was an independent space. It was like a sea floating in the universe, but it was restricted by the realm of heaven martial arts and was suspended in the Tianwu continent. The end of the sea was the place where the transformed sea and the Tianwu continent met. It was a boundless space, which was also called the heavenly abyss by the people of the transformed sea. It wasn't strange for a space channel to appear in the heavenly abyss, but Li Yunxiao didn't believe there was such a coincidence. That channel led to the Tiandang Mountains. Other people might not know much about the Tiandang Mountains, but he had experienced it himself. After listening to the descriptions of Mudi and the others, he basically knew the structure of the Tiandang Mountains. It was a space crack, which opened the place where the realm of heaven martial arts and the demon realm met. Since ancient times, demon masters hadn't appeared only 100,000 years ago. Demons had appeared on the continent constantly, but they were restricted by the realm's power, so it was very difficult for powerful demons to appear. Even so, the experts of the past had attached great importance to the crack in the heaven-shaking mountain range. For countless years, there had been experts who had continuously added seals to the crack. The heaven-shaking mountain range was a marvel that had been formed by the combination of those complicated energies. Until 100,000 years ago, the Monogatari somehow managed to break through the suppression of the realm of heaven martial arts power. He tore the crack open and arrived in the Tiandang Mountains with his powerful body, which led to the demon calamity 100,000 years ago and the demon sealing war that affected the whole world. After the demon sealing war, the surviving experts began to seal the heaven-shaking mountain range once again, completely blocking the spatial crack. Now that an ancient demon well had appeared in the Soul Formation Sea, there was a problem. If this ancient demon well really led to the heaven-shaking mountain range, then there would be a spatial crack in the heaven-shaking mountain range. Secondly, according to his speculation, even if there were remnants of demonic chi in the Tiandang Mountains, it must have formed something with a spirit. It couldn't have been the chaotic demonic chi itself, and it couldn't have crossed such a long space crack. He immediately transmitted this information and his speculation to Mudi. After all, Mudi was one of the leaders of the demon sealing war. Mudi's expression changed. He thought for a while and said, if it really leads to the Tiandang Mountains, then we're in big trouble. The only possibility is that a large number of seals set up in the past failed, and cracks appeared not only in the heavenly martial arts realm, but also in the demon realm, which connected the two realms. That's why a large amount of demonic energy came through the channel. Li Yunxiao asked, do you think that's possible? Listening, Mudi analyzed and said, the possibility is still very high. As you said, there is a large amount of remnant devil chi in the heaven-shaking mountain range, and most of them have already materialized. Some of these things are strong and some are weak. If they continue to devour the devil chi, they can produce existences like the black flame ferocious soul, which can forcefully break through the seal and open up a passageway. After all, the devil chi in the heaven-shaking mountain range is limited. Mudi Li of Li Yunxiao, Sea Realm Martial Demonic Demons. Martial demonic realm demons in the demonic crack is Tiof Martial. Mudi said, this is just an analysis. The premise is that the so-called ancient demon well leads to the heaven-shaking mountain range. This is the worst-case scenario. Li Yunxiao said, what about the best-case scenario? Mudi said, the best-case scenario is that this ancient demon well is a crack that leads directly to the demon realm. What? Directly to the demon world? Isn't that even worse? Li Yunxiao was shocked. Ling Mudi smiled calmly and said, do you think that the heavenly martial arts realm is as muddy as a chicken and that there are no cracks? As a matter of fact, the heavenly shaking mountain range wasn't the only crack connecting the realm of heaven martial arts and the realm of demons. It existed in many other places, but the demonic energy that seeped out was limited, and it was difficult for high-level demons to form here. The heaven-shaking mountain range was just one of them. However, the Monogatari broke through it and turned it into a passageway for powerful monsters to pass through. He made an analogy, it's like a wall. Although there are many cracks, only a few flies and mosquitoes can enter. Then, one day, someone forcefully opened a huge crack, and the tiger and the wolf can enter smoothly. Even if you mend the crack, it won't be as strong as before. In the end, the crack became the weakest part of the wall. Li Yunjiao said, I understand. The heaven-shaking mountain range is the crack of the heavenly martial arts realm. If the ancient demon well leads directly to the demon realm, it will only be a small crack that only flies and mosquitoes can enter. Stronger monsters can't pass through. Ling Mudi said, that's right. The existence of the demon realm will always be a hidden danger. I'm afraid that the cracks between the two realms will increase and they will merge into one realm in the future. Li Yunjiao said in surprise, is that possible? Ling Mudi said with a smile, the way turns into one. One gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. The demon realm is derived from one of the three qi created by the way. In terms of level, it's much higher than the heavenly martial arts realm. My guess is that even if that day comes, the heavenly martial arts realm will be devoured by the demon realm. But that's not something we can see. So, we don't need to worry about it. Li Yunxiao was speechless. He said with a smile, Your Excellency, you're really imaginative. Ling Mudi said with a smile, let's go and see where the ancient demon well leads first. While they were talking, Li Yunxiao flew to the end of the sea. Thousands of feet ahead of him, he could see the boundless universe. Countless stars were twinkling in it. It was a vast universe. Who is it? Stop. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front. Following that, a beam of golden light shot over from afar, forming a huge golden figure on the surface of the sea. His expression was cold and his eyes were like stars as he stared at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao showed up and said, I'm the new honorary elder of the spirit sea realm, Li Yunxiao. I'm here to see Lord Yuanda. The golden figure extended his hand and said, Where's your elder token? Li Yunxiao said, I've just been appointed. I don't have the token yet. The golden figure waved his hand and shouted, Go back if you don't have the token. Come back when you can prove your identity. Li Yunxiao said awkwardly, I can't get the token in a short time. I hope you can make an exception. The golden figure stretched out his hand and said, I didn't make an exception. Li Yunxiao said, I see. Then tell me where the ancient demon well is and I'll go there myself. The golden figure shouted, Don't say such reckless words. Leave quickly, or I'll be merciless. Li Yunxiao regretted not inviting Xianxia, but he couldn't care less at this moment. After all, the matter of the ancient demon well was very important, and he had to figure it out as soon as possible. Moreover, the spread of a large number of demonic arts and demonic elixirs was also very risky. Since Yuanda was in charge of the ancient demon well, he had to find Yuanda to understand the details. Li Yunxiao made a gesture with one hand, and a monstrous demonic aura surged out of his body. His skin was covered with black demonic patterns. His eyes turned black as he looked at the heavenly abyss. Ah? You? The golden figure was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. The demonic aura on Li Yunxiao's body surged, and he soon sensed the demonic aura in front of him. With a crackling sound, he turned into lightning and passed through the golden figure. Stop. Don't go. The golden figure was shocked. He quickly turned around, grabbed a light sword in the air, and slashed at Li Yunxiao. Splash. The seawater below was split open by the sword qi, but there was no sign of Li Yunxiao. The golden figure made a gesture with one hand and disappeared in the air. At the end of the sea and the heavenly abyss, a white palace floated in the air. A golden figure suddenly flew out of it, holding a halberd and on guard. Stop. The golden figure waved the halberd with both hands, shouted, and slashed at Li Yunxiao. A white light flew across the sky and directly slashed at Li Yunxiao. Haha. Li Yunxiao let out a loud laugh. His body turned into lightning, and he actually stepped on that slash. He used the force to leap forward, and with a flash of lightning, he disappeared. What? The golden figure's eyes bulged. Then, he felt a weak electric current passing through his right side. He suddenly swung the halberd, but it missed. Thanks for letting me win. Li Yunxiao's hearty laughter came from behind him. When he turned around, he only saw a flash of green disappear into the distance. The golden figure panicked and did not chase. Instead, he raised his halberd, and a light shot into the sky and exploded. After sending out the emergency signal, he immediately turned into golden light and chased after Li Yunxiao. Then, dozens of figures rushed out of the White Palace. Most of them were possessed by demonic aura, and they chased after him. After Li Yunxiao bypassed the golden figure, he immediately locked on to an area dozens of miles ahead. The demonic aura was coming from there. Lightning streaked across the empty space of the universe. A moment later, Li Yunxiao flew into that region and incarnated. Looking ahead, there was a pitch-black nebula rotating. It was bottomless, as if there was no end to it. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn. He asked Ling Mudi and Bei Chunnan to come out of the universe god steel. Both of them frowned and were deep in thought. Li Yunxiao said, "What do you think?" Ling Mudi shook his head and said, "The area is too big. It's hard to investigate. I'm afraid we have to go in to find out." "But our power," Bei Chunnan said, "this kind of space crack is too dangerous. Moreover, the other side might be the demonic world. Without the cultivation of the void realm, we can't take the risk to enter." The cultivation of the void realm, Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "There are only a few people in the world who can stay in this realm for a short period of time." Ling Mudi said, "That's not necessarily true. Li Yunxiao has the power of demonic aura, which is much stronger than normal demonic aura. As long as nothing happens to the crack, there won't be any real danger." Li Yunxiao said, "So you mean that I should go in and take a look?" Ling Mudi said, "Yes." "Alright, I'll give it a try." Li Yunxiao did not hesitate. He put the two of them back into the universe god steel and turned into a ball of demonic aura. With a flash of black light, he rushed into the nebula. The ancient demon well was pitch black. It was a spatial tunnel that extended into the distance. Even though Li Yunxiao had the amazing magic spirit eyes, the area he could see was very limited. Moreover, the surrounding demonic qi was not gushing out like Xing Chen had said. It was very sparse, like a trickle of water flowing in the tunnel. There was nothing unusual along the way. Li Yunxiao was very fast. After flying for a few hours, he felt that the surrounding demonic qi had changed. It was much thicker than before. Li Yunxiao said, "It is definitely not the Tianshao mountain range ahead. This crack is so long, and the demonic qi can still leak through. It is most likely a crack that connects to the demon world." Ling Mudi said, "This crack must have existed for a long time and has changed shape. That is why it can extend for such a long time. Continue forward. I want to see how big this crack is. You should be more vigilant about deformed cracks." The crack in the Tianshao mountain range was very distorted in the past. In the end, it was torn apart by the demon lord. Deformed meant that there had been a change. It could have strengthened the crack or weakened it. Li Yunxiao flew for a few more hours. The amount of demonic energy was no longer small. As he passed through it, he had a strange feeling. It was as if the cells in his body were expanding and contracting, reacting to the demonic energy by devouring it. The bit of demonic qi that was swallowed into his body flowed along his meridians and deposited in his dantian. He could clearly feel that his strength was increasing. Li Yunxiao was surprised and happy. If he continued forward and cultivated in this spatial crack, his demonic qi would definitely be greatly enhanced. Then, he would be more confident in controlling the Six Paths demonic weapon. Suddenly, Ling Mudi's anxious voice was heard. "Stop." Li Yunxiao had been cultivating silently and did not pay attention to what was ahead. He was so scared that he stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" He looked ahead and saw a hazy chaotic scene in front of him. It was dark and different from the empty universe. It was like a boundary formed by endless demonic qi, blocking his way. The demonic qi that filled the sky was coming from the boundary. Demon world? Li Yunxiao was astonished. He looked at the boundless boundary power in shock. It was as muddy as a chicken's egg, dark and gloomy. Ling Mudi said, "It's a spatial domain formed by the realm power of the demon world. If we go any further, we'll be suppressed by the realm power. If we're unlucky, we'll be annihilated at any time." Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy. Now we can be sure that the ancient demon well doesn't lead to the Xianxia mountain range. We can rest assured. Mu came out from the Universe God Monument and walked toward the space domain. He stopped in front of it and extended his hand into it. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and he almost cried out in alarm. There was no sound at all. Listening, Mudi's hand pierced directly into that dark world force, and instantly turned into powder. It wasn't extremely corrosive. It spread like poison, and the part of his arm that hadn't entered the world power instantly disappeared. Mudi frowned, but he did not panic. Instead, he decisively took out the soul-defying sword and chopped off one of his arms to avoid greater harm. Xianxia said in surprise, "Your Excellency, this power." Mudi's body was made of godly tempered steel, which was the hardest metal in the realm of heaven martial arts. Yet, it was so fragile. Mudi smiled and said, "It's normal. This is the power of a world. If it couldn't crush the godly tempered steel so easily, I would be worried." Xianxia said, "Your Excellency, do you mean that the stronger the power, the better?" Mudi nodded and said, "That's right. It means that the fissure here doesn't affect the power of the two realms. Even if there's a powerful demon on the other side, it'll be extremely difficult for it to tear through the power of the two realms." Xianxia frowned and said, "But I still don't understand. This is only the power of the demon world. Why isn't the power of the realm of heaven martial arts here?" Mudi smiled and said, "The effects of power are mutual. This is the intersection of two realms. The stronger the power of the demon world is, the stronger the power of the realm of heaven martial arts is. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a balance. Since we were born in the realm of heaven martial arts, we're innately accustomed to it. But if a foreign object crosses over, it will be suppressed by the power of the realm, and it will take some time to adapt. In the past, the Monogatari split into two, the Great Emperor and the Ordinary Emperor, and it was also influenced by the power of the realm." Xianxia said, "I understand. If we enter the demon world, we will also be suppressed." Mudi said, "That's right. But as time elapses, we will get used to the power of the realm, and we won't be suppressed anymore. The space we are in now is still protected by the power of the realm of heaven martial arts. That's why demons can't break through." Xianxia sighed and said, "A human's strength is limited, but the power of creation is endless." Sadness flickered in Mudi's eyes. He said, "We cultivate to pursue the supreme path. If we can understand the path in the morning, we can die in the evening. There's nothing to regret. The demonic energy in this place is too strong. Even if you have the Emperor's demonic origin and are cultivating a demon body, you shouldn't stay here for too long. Otherwise, it will affect your temperament." Xianxia was startled. He quickly told Mudi about how he had been absorbing demonic energy on his way here. Mudi frowned and said, "The level of your demonic technique is still too low. You have the Southern Territory's King Dawn Wind Remnant's light glaze body, so you can temporarily preserve your mind. But if you stay here for too long, it will affect you imperceptibly. You should control yourself well. Once you find something wrong, you should leave this place immediately." "Okay." Xianxia agreed. He hadn't felt anything strange yet. Instead, he felt a strong desire in his heart. He wanted to absorb the demonic energy to strengthen himself. He was like a starving person who wanted to eat. Mudi didn't say anything else. He returned to the Universe God Monument to repair his broken arm. Xianxia sat cross-legged in front of the space of the demon world. He felt the demonic energy surging toward him and flowing into his body. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly sensed a large mass of demonic energy surging out of the space. It seemed different from before. That mass of demonic energy was very concentrated. It wasn't like those small streams. Instead, it was as sticky as paste. Moreover, it kept rolling. What surprised Xianxia even more was that this mass of demonic energy was absorbing the scattered demonic energy around it. It was like a whirlpool that was sucking in the surrounding demonic energy. He was shocked. He saw that mass of demonic energy had started to take the shape of a human face. It was like a ghost's face. It was extremely ferocious. However, it seemed to be dull and didn't have any intelligence. Demonic aura. Xianxia was startled. He had heard from Ling Mudi that the demonic energy that had been floating in the demon world for countless years could absorb the essence of the world's power. Then, it could take the shape of a living thing. It was the foundation of all living things in the demon world. It was called demonic aura. Ling Mudi's voice came from the universe god monument. He said, "It's just an ordinary demonic aura. Don't panic. There are thousands of such beings in the demon world. They are like the ordinary people in the realm of heaven." Martial arts. Li Yunxiao was taken aback. He said, "Sir, you seem to know the situation in the demon world. Have you been to the demon world before?" Ling Mudi didn't reply. Li Yunxiao looked at the demonic aura that was gradually taking shape. After that, it seemed to have noticed him. It slowly flew over and opened its mouth to bite him. The instinct of these demonic auras was to devour. They continued floating in the demon world and devoured demonic energy. They also devoured other demonic auras. After many years, they would evolve into a higher level, a 10th grade existence, black flame evil soul evil spirit. When the demonic aura on Li Yunxiao's body was extremely strong, the demonic aura seemed to have smelled blood. It opened its mouth to bite him. Li Yunxiao was speechless. He wanted to observe it more carefully. He clasped his fingers together like a blade and slashed at it. With a hiss, the demonic aura was slashed in half. It seemed to be in great pain. Its humanoid face couldn't be maintained any longer. It twisted continuously. The two masses of demonic energy were trying hard to absorb the demonic energy around them. It seemed like they wanted to condense into two demonic auras. However, after several breaths, they obviously failed. They turned into two masses of pure demonic energy and floated quietly in front of Li Yunxiao. F***CK. It's really fun. Li Yunxiao found it interesting. He grabbed one of the masses of demonic energy. He could feel that it was no different from ordinary demonic energy. The only difference was that it was denser. He absorbed it into his body. Then he grabbed the other mass and absorbed it. He felt refreshed. The effect was even better than if he had sat here and absorbed it for several hours. Good stuff. Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up. He thought that if he could have millions of demonic auras, he might be able to break through the divine transcendence realm with demonic energy and reach the peak. All of a sudden, a loud shout echoed. "Who is it?" Then, a black shadow flashed in front of Li Yunxiao. Without saying a word, he blasted a palm over. The palm was very powerful. It instantly absorbed all the demonic energy in the surroundings. It turned into an area of half a hectare and enveloped the area. Li Yunxiao was taken aback. This person's strength was extremely strong. It was not inferior to him at all. He took out the sword decapitation red and immediately slashed out a sword chi. It was like a scorching white flame. With a chi sound, it cut a hole in the big hand. Then, his body turned into lightning. With a crack in the air, he disappeared on the spot. Bang! The huge hand missed and directly exploded in the crack. A powerful force rushed out in all directions. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The demonic energy that came at him was refined by the other party. In a flash, he flew back hundreds of feet. Then, he flipped his right hand. The great sorrow dusk cloud mirror shone with light. The mirror formed in front of him and blocked the aftershock. Bang! 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 Just the aftershock alone was enough to shatter the mirror knot. Li Yunxiao shook the treasure mirror. A beam of light shone over. It suddenly enlarged in front of him. It was like the splendor of the moon. It lit up the surrounding space. That person's figure was revealed. A cold and snow-white face flashed under the mirror light. It was as if it had not seen sunlight for decades. When the mirror light shone on that person, anger appeared on his forehead. He also felt that it was dazzling. He used his arm to cover his eyes. However, Li Yunxiao had already seen that person's face. He exclaimed, "Lord Yuenda." When the man heard Li Yunxiao's voice, he was surprised and asked, "Who are you?" Li Yunxiao put away the twilight cloud mirror and said, "Li Yunxiao." The devil chi around Yuanda's body was also completely withdrawn. Li Yunxiao's mystic spell spirit eyes were unable to see through the devil chi that enveloped Yuanda earlier, so he couldn't help but be shocked. Li Yunxiao? I think I've heard of you. Yuanda frowned and his eyes were cold. How did you get in? Li Yunxiao said, I was just appointed as an honorary elder of the Soul Formation Sea Realm. Yuanda said coldly, even if you're an honorary elder, you can't enter the ancient demon well without my permission. He pointed at Li Yunxiao and shouted, you broke in. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, you can say that. I was just very curious and came in to study it. Don't be angry, Your Excellency. Haha, don't be angry. Yuanda smiled coldly as a haze flashed across his eyes, then let's kill. With a loud roar, he transformed into a demonic shadow and charged at Li Yunxiao. 5 demonic auras descended from above like giant claws. Halfway down, they suddenly disappeared. Not good. Li Yunxiao exclaimed in his heart. He turned into lightning and was about to escape when 5 strands of demonic chi suddenly appeared on the body of the green lightning. They were like iron chains that bound him. The 5 strands of demonic chi were like the claws of a ferocious beast, directly imprisoning him. Even his lightning body could not escape, and he could not break free. Then Yuanda appeared in front of him, raised his hand, and condensed a demonic chi, which turned into a slash. Li Yunxiao made a seal with one hand and a true demon giant spirit appeared behind him. He shouted and pressed down with his palm. The sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. What? This is... Yuanda shuddered and looked at the giant spirit in horror. His eyes suddenly burst with a bright light, and he roared, True demon body. It's the true demon body. Boom. That palm pressed down like a mountain, suppressing the chop. His entire arm instantly exploded, but the chop's power was also shattered. Li Yunxiao's body ignited with a ting sound, and the 5 devilish restraints were burned away by the power of the heart flame, turning into ordinary devilish chi and dissipating. That is, Yuanda was shocked once again, and looked at the white flames on Li Yunxiao's body in disbelief. His eyes were filled with contemplation as he stood there, not attacking again. Who are you? He asked. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I've said it before, Li Yunxiao. Yuanda was thinking hard in his memory when his expression suddenly changed. You're Gu Feiyong. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, My lord, you finally remembered me. Yuanda's face was full of shock. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, Why didn't you say so earlier? I just remembered that the name Li Yunxiao sounded familiar. Now that I think about it, it is your current identity. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, You used the true devil body just now? Li Yunxiao nodded. Yuanda was overjoyed and said excitedly, Can you teach me this technique? I'm willing to pay any price. He said resolutely. Li Yunxiao hesitated and said, Let's talk about it later. This technique was left behind by Bei Chunan's elder brother, the owner of the 1000 Autumn Overlord Saber, at the Dragon Transformation Pool. Although it wasn't said that it couldn't be taught, he didn't want to teach it so easily. Yuanda's face was full of disappointment, and he begged, Feiyong, this technique is the Devil Lord's technique from back then. We, the cultivators of demonic techniques, are all eager to learn it, please teach it to us. Li Yunxiao said with a straight face, This is what I'm worried about. Now that demonic techniques are being spread, even elixirs and artifacts are being infused with devilish chi, is it really safe? My lord Yuanda, have you thought about the consequences? Consequences? Yuanda smiled and said, You've filtered it. Any cultivation technique or formula path is controversial at the beginning, and it's extremely dangerous. As long as we continue to delve deeper, we'll be able to find the method to remove the false and retain the essence, and develop it. What we're doing is the pioneer of the research on devilish chi. Li Yunxiao said, Pioneer? Devilish chi has been in the continent for a long time, and it's already unknown how long it's been, but why hasn't it appeared on a large scale? Don't tell me that there isn't enough devilish chi, there are indeed restrictions on this, but there should be quite a number of cracks between the two worlds over the countless years. As long as one has the heart, it's still enough for cultivation. Even a sect like the Soul Devourer clan that takes souls can develop, but the cultivators of demonic techniques are still not successful, so it's obvious that the disadvantages are far greater than the advantages. Yuanda was a little unhappy, and he snorted, but he still held it in and said, Even if the predecessors didn't take the road, how do you know that we can't? The road is made by people, so why can't we create a new situation? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, even if we can create a new situation, it's not suitable to expand on such a large scale if we can't guarantee that there won't be any problems with demonic techniques. Humph, a large scale? Yuanda said coldly, isn't it limited to the spirit transformation sea? If I want to expand, I'm afraid half of the people in the realm of heaven martial arts are demonic cultivators. Li Yunxiao was surprised, and he looked at Yuanda with a fierce look in his eyes. Although it was difficult to detect, it couldn't escape his magic spirit eyes. It seemed that the person in front of him really had such an idea. Your Excellency, I think you've already become a demon. Li Yunxiao said coldly. From Yuanda's current behavior, he had already realized how serious the problem was. Although Yuanda used to be dull and quiet, he wasn't a bad person, or a crazy person, but now he had obviously become crazy. Become a demon? Humph, in this world, who doesn't become a demon? Yuanda's face suddenly became ferocious, and the demonic energy around him crazily rushed into his body. Give me the body of true magic. A great pressure fell on Li Yunxiao. I'm sorry, I've already decided that I won't give it to you. Li Yunxiao withstood the pressure, and his whole body was also covered with demonic tattoos. The sword decapitation red in his hand emitted hot air, and he didn't give up. In that case, I can only take you down and search your soul directly. Yuanda didn't waste any more words. He grabbed the air, and the demonic energy condensed into a giant spear, which disappeared instantly. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. The giant spear didn't really disappear, but it was too fast, and it directly pierced through the void. In this crack full of demonic energy, his magic spirit eyes could only catch some shadows. But it was enough. Bang, the sword decapitation red cut the void, and an ear-piercing explosion sound came. The giant spear had just pierced through the void, but it was cut in half by the sword decapitation red. Yuanda was shocked, and he said, your strength. Even if Li Yunxiao had the strength of the past, Yuanda was confident that he could take him down, because the environment here was surrounded by demonic energy. Even if Gu Feiyang was here, it would still be a different story. But at this moment, Li Yunxiao gave him a hazy and unfathomable feeling. Although it wasn't bottomless, at least he didn't have any confidence. Demonic aura flash. Yuanda waved his hands, and instantly, a wave of demonic aura shot out. It crackled like lightning, and continuously exploded. Li Yunxiao's figure flashed in the void, and he dodged several attacks. He suddenly slashed out with his sword, and the sword light was like a rainbow, hitting the demonic aura flash, as if it was cutting a river in the sky. Then, the thunder escape flashed, and he directly appeared in front of Yuanda, slashing at his neck. Arrogant. Yuanda was furious. It was fine if the other party didn't escape, but he dared to close in, turning from defense to offense. This made him so angry that he laughed, and he shouted, die. Bang. The sound of Xian weapons clashing resounded. Yuanda held a pitch-black spear in his hand, which was covered with demonic patterns, and blocked the sword decapitation red slash. He then raised his leg, and kicked at Li Yunxiao's heart. Li Yunxiao sneered, and grabbed the heaven hammer. Immediately, it brought along a large amount of lightning, and the sky was filled with lightning, and it directly smashed down. Bang! Yuanda kicked the heaven hammer, and the demonic aura and lightning intertwined. Suddenly, a purple light flew out from the hammer, and shot into Yuanda's leg. Bang! Ah! One of Yuanda's legs instantly exploded, and countless pieces of flesh burst out. Under the shock and pain, he still couldn't understand what had happened. He clearly had the upper hand in terms of strength, so how could his leg explode? There was no time to think. How could Li Yunxiao let go of this opportunity? The sword decapitation red slash made a clanging sound, and 7 lotus flowers appeared, blooming one by one. Yuanda immediately felt that something was wrong. He shook his spear, and knocked the sword decapitation red slash away, and flew back. The 7 lotus flowers had already flown out, and they circled in front of Yuanda, and suddenly exploded. Bang! 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 The whole passage exploded with dazzling light. Yuanda roared a few times, and then he was engulfed by the flames. However, Li Yunxiao knew that Yuanda's strength was not limited to this. He had only used the purple lightning to injure Yuanda, and that was how he got the upper hand. He suddenly condensed his sword momentum, and 36 northern sky cold star swords flew out. Countless sword talismans condensed in the sky, turned into the million sword diagram, and fell like a torrential rain. Bang! 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 There was a burst of sound, and the aimless and crazy sword rain swept through the passage. Following that, the northern sky cold star sword flew back into his body. The ice baleful heart flame also gradually extinguished. A demonic aura rushed out from within and retreated several hundred zhang away. It was Yuanda, who was in a sorry state and covered in blood. Ah! Damn it! Gu Feiyang, I will definitely kill you. Yuanda roared a few times, and then he turned around and disappeared into the endless darkness. Even Yuanda, who controls the ancient demon well, was trapped in it, and almost lost his mind. This is really troublesome. The research and refining of demonic qi must be stopped immediately, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Li Yunxiao's face was serious, and he turned around and flew back. Although there was some luck in the battle with Yuanda, Yuanda was a master who had reached the peak. He was very satisfied to be able to seriously injure him and force him to retreat. He thought to himself that if he had used the looting and liujia at that time, he might have been able to capture Yuanda. However, he was not proficient in controlling the looting and liujia, and the demonic qi was too corrosive. If he was injured in this battle, no one in the world could cultivate it, and it would be really not worth it. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and he immediately increased his escape technique to the limit. After a few hours, he finally flew to the exit. He saw a group of people surrounding the entrance of the ancient demon well, and he didn't know what they were doing. He's coming out. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and it caused an uproar. Dozens of people looked over. Li Yunxiao rushed out of the entrance of the ancient demon well. No one stopped him. His incarnation appeared in midair, and he turned to look at the crowd. One of them was a familiar figure, All Heaven. Mr. Yunxiao, we finally meet again. Luo Tian heaved a long sigh, but his eyes were full of joy. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I was wondering why these people didn't stop me. It turns out that you're here. Luo Tian smiled bitterly and said, I was in the Divine Arts Hall when Master Wu Yi came and said that someone had broken into the ancient demon well. He said that his name was Li Yunxiao. Master Wu Yi was afraid that there would be a conflict, so he sent me here. You were in there for more than 20 hours. Everyone thought that something had happened to you. Wu Yi was the man in golden armor. He stared at Li Yunxiao with fear in his eyes. Although his face was full of dissatisfaction, his eyes were still full of shock. Li Yunxiao said, I just heard that there was an ancient demon well in the Divine Transformation Sea, so I came here to study it. Oh? How's the research going? Luo Tian's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly. Li Yunxiao said, it's nothing special. It's just a crack. The people around them began to discuss in low voices. There were many discussions about the ancient demon well, but very few people dared to go deep into it. The Divine Transformation Sea was also strictly forbidden to enter. Only now did they understand that it was a crack. Luo Tian's expression changed drastically and he said hurriedly, is it really a spatial crack that leads to the heaven-shaking mountain range? Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. Li Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, it's not appropriate to talk about this in public. Let's find a place and I'll tell you in detail. The group of people was disappointed and even dissatisfied. They shouted at Li Yunxiao to tell them quickly. Luo Tian said, okay, let's go now. I'll ask someone to steam wine and make tea. The two of them ignored the resentful gazes of the crowd and turned into streams of light. Li Yunxiao said, Luo Tian, what do you think about the spread of demonic arts? Luo Tian's pupils shrank. Why do you ask? His serious expression fell into Li Yunxiao's eyes. Li Yunxiao said lightly, it seems that you are also very worried. Luo Tian was silent, but his expression became more and more serious. He said, I didn't oppose it too much before. The research and popularization of demonic arts, demonic pills, and demonic artifacts has indeed increased the overall strength of the deity transformation sea by several levels. Many elders have broken through one after another, and even those who originally had no hope of advancing have broken through one after another. The speed at which their strength has increased is abnormally shocking. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows and said, "Is this the reason why the headmaster left it alone?" "What happened next?" Luo Tian said, "Later, I discovered that many people in the Soul Formation Sea had disappeared." "Missing?" Li Yunxiao stared blankly for a moment. Then, he recalled Xing Chen and said, "Could it be that he was killed by a demonic cultivator?" Luo Tian was taken aback and said in a daze, "How did you know?" Li Yunxiao said, "I observed some demonic cultivators. This kind of hostility is very strong. This kind of hostility must be found to be vented. If it is suppressed in the heart, it is very easy to cause qi deviation." Luo Tian said bitterly, "If only you could have come to the deity transformation sea earlier. The situation is exactly as you guessed. At the beginning, many demonic cultivators often needed to replenish servants and maids. Later, even some low-level disciples would mysteriously disappear. This matter even caused some panic." Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. He said, "Even so, the headmaster still doesn't care?" Luo Tian said, "The headmaster should know about this matter, but the supply of demonic energy and the research are both under the control of Lord Yuanda. I'm afraid that the headmaster is powerless." Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and looked at Luo Tian. "Do you really think so?" "What do you mean?" Luo Tian was stunned and did not understand. Li Yunxiao said, "Yuanda has always been in charge of martial arts. Lu Congzi is in charge of skills. The ancient demonic well is also too important, so Yuanda is in charge of guarding it. Even if Yuanda wants to promote demonic arts, what about demonic pills and demonic artifacts? Without Lu Congzi's support, how can it be spread?" Luo Tian was taken aback. Li Yunxiao's words were like a ray of light that flashed across his mind. Many thoughts suddenly appeared in his mind, and he seemed to have figured something out, revealing an astonished expression. "If that's the case, what does the headmaster want to do? This is also what I want to know." Li Yunxiao looked at him and said indifferently. Luo Tian felt cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave and fallen into a huge chess game, and he was just an insignificant chess piece. Li Yunxiao said, "Let's wait and see. I also want to know where Lu Congzi is going to take the deity transformation sea." Luo Tian swallowed with difficulty and said, "Could it be that you are thinking too much?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I'm not thinking at all. I'm just asking the question. You think about it yourself." His smile disappeared, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. He said, "Since I stepped into the deity transformation sea, he hasn't mentioned a word about Yongdi. I'm afraid that my disciple has already become a hindrance to him to keep me in check." Yongdi, Luo Tian's expression was ugly. He said, "I really haven't seen him for a while. Why didn't you tell the headmaster about this?" Li Yunxiao said, "If I make a request, he can easily find a reason to avoid me. This will instead make him wary of me. I'll put this matter aside for now. When he needs me, he will naturally mention it." Luo Tian shook his head and said, "I don't believe your guess. I'll help you find out about Yongdi." "Maybe you are thinking too much." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Maybe." The two of them didn't say anything else along the way. Soon, they arrived at Luo Tian's residence. Inside the Divine Technique Temple, Lu Congzi stood in the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. In front of him, a crystal ball emitted colorful light and appeared in the space in front of him. In that light and shadow, there was an earth-shattering battle. Xianxia and Lu Fian joined hands to fight against Chu Hongyan, and they fought to their heart's content. Lu Congzi's face was calm. From beginning to end, there was no expression on his face. He was completely like an outsider. Suddenly, a black light flashed and directly tore through the space and landed in the center of the hall. Lu Congzi's water-like face rippled like a stone thrown into a lake. His eyes flashed with surprise. He said, "You're injured?" It was Yuanda who slowly climbed up from the ground. One of his legs was broken and his body was covered in blood. Ah! Ah! Yuanda's whole body was surging with demonic qi. A large amount of flesh and blood gushed out from the broken part. Blood vessels and muscles continued to extend, and soon a new leg grew out. However, his aura suddenly fell to the extreme. Under grief and indignation, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became pale. Lu Congzi was no longer in the mood to watch the battle. She waved her hand and interrupted the projection. She said in a serious voice, "How did you get injured?" Gu Feiyang just returned to divine transcendence, and it seems that it only happened a few days ago. Yuanda let out a low growl like a wild beast. His aura fluctuated and his eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Congzi frowned and said, "I heard that he broke into the ancient demon well. I was worried that you would kill him, but it seems that my worries were completely unnecessary." Her tone was full of sarcasm, coldness, and even anger. Yuanda's face became even more ugly. He clenched his fists and said, "Where is he now? I'm going to kill him." "Forget it. You couldn't kill him in the ancient demon well, and you even had to escape. Aren't you courting death if you go? Now?" Lu Congzi's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. She said sternly, "Tell me what happened in detail. Don't leave out any details." Yuanda was unwilling to be reprimanded, but he didn't dare to resist. He angrily told her everything that happened in the ancient demon well, including how he escaped in the end. His face was full of grief and indignation. Lu Congzi didn't say anything and let him finish, but her eyebrows were full of wrinkles. After a long time, she said, "The move that injured you should have been Purple Thunder. I heard that he had a trace of Purple Thunder. It seems that it is true." Yuanda was shocked. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of water on him. His anger disappeared and he cried out in horror, "Prime clear purple mansion world-destroying thunder?" Lu Congzi looked at him indifferently and said, "You don't have to be so afraid. He just got a trace of it from somewhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be your leg that exploded, but your whole body." Yuanda felt a burst of fear. Even so, he couldn't help but shiver when he thought about how the purple thunder had entered his body. Lu Congzi continued, "As for the demonic arts, he once obtained part of the Monogatari's demonic aura, so it is not surprising that he has some divine powers. What I am most concerned about is..." His cloudy eyes suddenly became clear, as if two hot rays of light were shooting out. He stared into the distance and said word by word, "Can Gu Feiyang touch the demonic weapon of the six realms?" Yuanda shivered again and said in horror, "How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. If he could draw the demonic weapon of the six realms, I would have been turned into ashes long ago. I wouldn't be standing in front of you now." Lu Congzi looked at him with disgust and scolded, "No matter what, you are a peerless cultivator. Look at what you have become. I was counting on you to deal with Qi Xingfeng, but now you can't even take down Gu Feiyang." Yuanda's face was full of shame and anger, but he couldn't refute it. He could only say, "I was too careless." Lu Congzi said, "You must not be careless when dealing with this person. Back then, he dominated the world and few could match him. Now, he is even stronger than before, and he has the help of Divine Cloud Palace's Palace Lord. It is said that there are a few extraordinary beings in his divine items. In the world today, there are only 9 people that I am afraid of." Yuanda was shocked. "With your strength, there are 9 people? Who are they?" Lu Congzi sneered and said, "You really underestimate the heroes of the world. One was the Lord of the Four Seas, one was the monarch of all demons, one was my master, one was the master of heaven's moat, Nanqiu Yu, one was the ruler of the sacred region, Wei Qing, one was the perfected Lord Meng Ling of the fairies' capital, one was the demon Lord Pu who was suppressed in an unknown place, and one was the sinkhole who had escaped from the ancient tomb. The last person was Gu Feiyang of the past, Li Yunxiao of the present. In the future, those who can stir up the world will be these 9 people, including me." Yuanda was shocked. These 8 people, together with Lu Congzi in front of him, were all powerful figures in the world. Lu Congzi waved his hand and said, "Go back to the ancient demon well to recuperate. Heal your injuries as soon as possible and come with me to welcome your master in a few days." Yuanda said, "In the divine transformation sea, many elders seem to have a good impression of Qi Xingfeng. Do you want to?" Lu Congzi's face darkened and he said coldly, "If it was necessary, would I have waited until today? It's just a small misunderstanding between me and your master. I believe it can be easily solved." Yuanda was stunned and frowned. But he had never been able to keep up with Lu Congzi's IQ, so he stamped his feet and said, "Everything is arranged by you." Then he tore open the space and left. Lu Congzi looked at the empty hall and his eyes were a little blurred. He seemed to have returned to 100 years ago and remembered the days when Qi Xingfeng and Bo Yuqing were cultivating together. Master, my dear junior brother, Lu Congzi welcomes you back. Ha ha ha. Laughter rang out and the hall suddenly became empty. Li Yinxiao and Luo Tian talked for a day and then they said goodbye to each other and left. Luo Tian pondered for a long time and immediately left to inquire about Yongdi's whereabouts. When Li Yinxiao returned to his courtyard, Chu Hongyan had also returned. He scanned the courtyard with his divine sense and walked into his secret chamber. Suddenly, a figure flashed by and Chu Hongyan appeared in front of him. She looked at him and said, "You're back." "Yes." Li Yinxiao responded softly, and then briefly explained what had happened and his speculation. Chu Hongyan frowned, but even with a frown on her face, she was still beautiful. Chu Hongyan was a little angry and said, "Is Lu Congzi really so unbearable?" Li Yinxiao shook his head and said, "This is just my speculation. Even if it is true, we can't do anything to him. Don't be impulsive." Chu Hongyan suddenly thought of something and said, "Do Xianxia and Lu Fian know about this?" Li Yinxiao pondered and said, "The two of them have lived in the deity transformation sea for a long time. Even if they don't know, they should have some thoughts. Don't tell them about this for now." Chu Hongyan said, "Yes, I will listen to you." Li Yinxiao felt his heart skip a beat. These words coming from the mouth of such a stunning beauty caused his heart to run wild. He immediately felt the atmosphere become a little awkward and tense. Is there anything else?" Chu Hongyan blushed slightly and said sullenly, "When we were in Mount Pentacloud, you and I worked together to develop the Million Sword Array. You were not strong enough at that time, but now that you have reached divine transcendence, we should be more compatible with each other." Li Yinxiao came to a sudden realization. So she wanted him to practice the sword diagram, so he said, "Just as well, I'm also planning to go into seclusion to practice the sword. Over the years, I've gained some new insights into swordsmanship, and I can share them with you." Chu Hongyan was overjoyed and said, "Me too." The two of them looked at each other, their hearts throbbing. Then, they heard Li Yinxiao swallow with difficulty, and Chu Hongyan lowered her head. "Cough, cough, cough, let's go. Hurry up." Li Yinxiao suddenly broke the warm and slightly awkward silence. Chu Hongyan still lowered her head, caressed her hair, and followed him into the secret room. Then, Li Yinxiao set up a barrier, and the two of them entered the world god steel. After all, this was the deity transformation sea. Since they were vigilant, they didn't want to give Lu Congzi a chance to peep. 10 days later, at the peak of the cloud sea, above the floating clouds, colorful light shone down, and it was a picturesque scene. Rays of light flew up from the Technique God Island, riding on the clouds and coming over. Hundreds of people gathered on the clouds, all of them had extraordinary temperaments, and their expressions were solemn. Although not everyone knew about the half-year agreement with Qi Xingfeng, almost all the higher-ups of the deity transformation sea had heard about it. When the time came, they all gathered on the clouds, waiting for something big to happen. In the teleportation area of the Mirage City, everyone was on guard, as if they were facing a great enemy. Xianxia personally guarded the entrance of the array, standing there without saying a word for several hours. Zhu Bai only knew that an important person was coming. However, he had never seen someone who could be personally received by a titled martial emperor in his many years of being in charge of this place. He had asked once before, but Xianxia only said that he was an old friend, so he didn't dare to ask any more. He could only stand with a few small leaders. Moreover, all the security forces in the teleportation area were mobilized, strictly inspecting every person who entered and left. Xianxia suddenly laughed and said, "Withdraw these guards. Don't make it so tense, it will make people suspicious and think that something has happened." Zhu Bai hurriedly transferred those martial artists away, returning them to their usual relaxed state. With his experience and observation, he knew that the people coming were definitely not old friends. He carefully asked, "Lord Xianxia, will this really be okay?" Xianxia smiled and said, "I don't know, but I only know that if something really happens, these minions will be useless." Zhu Bai thought about it and agreed. Titled Emperor Wu was here, so what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, this was the deity transformation sea, who would dare to mess around. He took out a record and flipped through it a few times, saying, "My lord, so far, there are 3 teleportation formations that have not been sent to the Mirage City. The one from the northern region will arrive in about 10 minutes. The northern region, Xianxia pondered for a moment, then didn't say anything and continued to watch the people coming and going in the distance. Sure enough, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, one of the teleportation arrays began to spin, attracting everyone's attention. Xianhua's pupils shrank as he immediately felt the powerful aura being emitted from it. In a flash, he disappeared and directly appeared in front of the teleportation formation. When the 3 figures appeared, he smiled and cupped his fists, saying, "Xianhua respectfully welcomes the 3 lords to the deity transformation sea." Zhu Bai was shocked. The faces of the 3 people were very unfamiliar, and one of them was still hidden in a black robe, making it impossible to see his face clearly. But to be able to make Xianhua respectfully greet them, they must be important figures that he didn't even dare to think about. 2 of them were Qi Xingfeng and Bo Yuqing. Qi Xingfeng's face was handsome and slightly pale. His eyes flashed as he looked around and sighed, "Let's go directly to the deity transformation sea." Xianhua pointed at the black-robed man and said, "Forgive me for being nosy, but may I ask who this friend is?" Qi Xingfeng said, "My friend." Xianhua stared at that person for a while. It was like an endless abyss, all of his divine senses were swallowed, and he couldn't see through him at all. He said, "My lord's friend must also be an earth-shattering figure, right?" Qi Xingfeng stared at him coldly and sneered, "What, making friends is none of your business?" TSK, titled Emperor Wu, "I'm really scared." Xianhua's face was full of black lines as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "My lord has misunderstood. Please follow me, master has been waiting for a long time." The 4 of them directly walked into another teleportation formation. Zhu Bai hurriedly ordered people to activate the formation and directly send the 4 of them into the deity transformation sea. Above the clouds, Lu Congzi had been waiting there for a long time with his hands behind his back like a statue. He faced the distant sky and seemed to be in deep thought. None of the elders dared to go forward and disturb him. They were all discussing various matters in groups of 2 or 3. Although they were all on the Technique God Island, they didn't have many opportunities to meet each other. They were all talking about some recent research, as if they had forgotten about what was about to happen. Only the elders of the martial cultivation sect were standing. Some were resting with their eyes closed, and some were sitting cross-legged to cultivate. Luo Tian also quickly came to the clouds. He glanced around and saw Li Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan. After all, Chu Hongyan was too conspicuous. Even though she covered her face with a veil, she still attracted all kinds of gazes. When Luo Tian saw Li Yunxiao, his expression immediately became extremely ugly. He shook his head slightly. Li Yunxiao knew that he was referring to the matter with Yang Di. Although he had already expected it, he still couldn't help but show a sullen expression when he heard the news. He snorted heavily. Luo Tian walked over in a few flashes and said in a low voice, "Yang Di received a mission half a year ago and went to the northern region." "Half a year ago, northern region." Hee. Li Yunxiao's anger dissipated. He smiled faintly. Luo Tian's expression was ugly. He looked at Lu Congzi in the distance angrily. He didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. Chu Hongyan said, "Fei Yang, are you saying that Yang Di is still in the Divine Transformation Sea?" Li Yunxiao said, "I don't know if he is still in the Divine Transformation Sea, but he is definitely under Lu Congzi's control. I'm not worried though. Lu Congzi is a smart man. He won't make an enemy of me for no reason, especially at this time." While they were talking, a ray of light suddenly flew over and landed on the clouds. Everyone immediately quieted down. The newcomer was wearing a gray robe and had a cold expression. It was the vice chairman, Yuanda. All the elders hurriedly bowed to him from afar to show their respect. Yuanda was extremely prestigious. He was the leader of the martial cultivation sect. It was said that he was even stronger than Lu Congzi. He kept nodding in response. At the same time, his eyes swept across the crowd and landed on Li Yunxiao. His originally calm eyes suddenly exploded with a cold murderous intent. The murderous intent was almost tangible. Almost all the elders felt it in an instant. They felt a chill down their spine and were startled. They followed Yuanda's gaze and saw Li Yunxiao. They were all curious. There weren't many people who knew Li Yunxiao's identity. Although the honorary elder's procedures had been completed, it was only registered in the Divine Arts Temple. It wasn't announced to the public. Luo Tian was also shocked. He whispered, "What, did you offend Lord Yuanda?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I don't know if I offended him. But judging from his gaze, I think I did." Luo Tian's face was full of worry. He said with some blame, "Now in the Divine Transformation Sea, the only power that can fight against the Arcane Master is Lord Yuanda. Now you have offended him again." Sigh. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said, "Fight against Lu Xongzi." Yuanda stared venomously at him, but Qin Wendian did not fear him in the slightest. He stared back coldly, and his eyes were filled with mockery. This caused Yuanda to be even more enraged, and a faint demonic qi surged around his body. Clearly, his emotions were greatly fluctuating. Yuanda's prestige in everyone's hearts was extremely high, second only to Lu Xongzi. However, it was unknown why he was so angry at a young man. Only a few people knew of Li Yunxiao's identity and revealed ruminating expressions. Xingchen was also on the clouds and was extremely shocked. He was still at a loss about Li Yunxiao's identity, but it was clear that he was definitely not Zirwei's disciple. Yuanda slowly calmed his emotions and retracted his gaze. He walked behind Lu Xongzi and sat down cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes to adjust his breathing. Luo Tian's face was full of worry as he asked in a low voice, "What exactly happened?" Li Yunxiao said, "Do you still remember that ancient devil well? I met Yuanda inside and we had a conflict." Luo Tian was shocked and his eyes flickered as if he had thought of something. He said, "You're saying that Elder Yuanda and Arcane Master?" Li Yunxiao nodded lightly and said, "They're most likely jackals of the same tribe." Luo Tian was stunned and felt that this person wasn't feeling good. Suddenly, another huge ray of light flew over. It was very ostentatious and landed on the clouds. Everyone's expressions became strange. There were still many people who saluted from afar, but they didn't have the respect for Yuanda. Instead, their gazes were filled with rumination. That person was Yu Chen. Feeling the fiery gazes from all around, as well as the gossip and ridicule, he immediately flew into a rage and stared at Xingchen with eyes full of anger. Xingchen jumped in fright and covered his mouth from afar. He hurriedly said, "Sir, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't say anything." There were still some elders who didn't know and felt it was strange. Why were the two vice presidents so angry when they arrived? The people in the know revealed the inside story with a low laugh. Instantly, countless astonished and strange expressions appeared on their faces. Everyone immediately knew what was going on. Yu Chen's divine sense had already heard everything clearly and he almost fainted. This kind of thing couldn't be explained, and the more he explained, the more troublesome it would be. His face was ashen and his eyes were spitting fire as he stared at Xingchen. He said coldly, "You didn't say anything? You didn't say anything?" Xingchen covered his mouth and was almost crying. He shook his head desperately and said, "I really didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." Yu Chen's figure suddenly flashed, and he charged forward, roaring, "I'll kill you." Although he was enraged, his attack was not careless at all. A golden light chopped down, and it was actually a huge saber with 9 rings hanging on it, emitting a quang-quang sound. Xingchen was greatly shocked. That saber chi was incomparably tyrannical, and the fear of death surged in his heart. It was as if he already had one foot in the gates of hell. The other party actually really wanted to kill him. Everyone was shocked. Even the vice president did not have the authority to kill an elder, not to mention killing someone in front of so many people. "You're crazy." Xingchen was also enraged. He clasped his hands together, and with 1,000 kilograms of strength, he clamped the saber between his palms. A surge of energy rippled out from the blade and struck his chest, instantly dyeing it red. Xingchen's meridians were injured and he was sent flying. Yu Chen was not going to let him go. He changed his movement technique in the air and caught up with him in a few steps. He slashed down with his saber again, determined to take his life. "Stop." The other 2 devil cultivator elders who were on good terms with Xingchen were enraged, and they rushed over one after the other. One of them flicked his finger, and a wave of devil chi struck the saber, causing its direction to change. The other person teleported to Xianxia's side and rescued him. Bang! Yu Chen's saber struck empty air, and those devil cultivator elders immediately surrounded him, glaring at him. Yu Chen's face was gloomy. He knew that he could not kill Xianxia, but his killing intent did not dissipate. Instead, it became even stronger. Everyone was whispering, and all of them had a look of displeasure on their faces. Xianxia was astonished. He could also guess what had happened. It was definitely because the news of Yu Chen's personal illness had spread out, and the culprit was the person who delivered the elixir, Xianxia. Xianxia thought that Yu Chen was blaming him for leaking the secret, so he wanted to explain himself. However, he did not expect Yu Chen to be so enraged that he actually wanted to kill him. It seemed that Yu Chen had indeed lost his mind from anger. But what was strange was that Lu Congzi and Yuanda seemed to turn a deaf ear to Xianxia's words. They continued to stand in the distance, as if they were aloof from the world. The several devil cultivator elders saw that Lu Congzi did not care, so they could only speak up. They coldly said, "Lord Yu Chen, you dare to openly kill a divine transformation sea elder? Even if you are the vice president, you do not have such great authority, right?" Yu Chen coldly said, "Such a lowly person. Even if I cannot kill him today, I will definitely kill him in the future." "Lord Yu Chen, just what has happened to make you so angry? If Elder Xianxia committed a capital crime, then there is no need for you to be angry. The divine transformation sea naturally cannot tolerate him, but if he has not committed a capital crime, then you do not have the authority to kill him." A soft voice sounded out. Everyone only felt a flash in front of them. Lu Fian held her sword in front of her chest. It was unknown when she had appeared, but there was a faint trace of anger on her face. Yu Chen coldly said, "He slandered this king, that is a capital crime." Lu Fian frowned. "Slandered? How did he slander you?" "The crime of slandering doesn't warrant death." Yu Chen was stunned and did not say anything. This kind of slander, no matter how thick his skin was, he did not have the face to say it in front of Lu Fian. At this moment, Xianxia adjusted his breathing and said with a sneer, "Everyone in the divine transformation sea knows. Lord Yu Chen, what are you still hiding? You have a private illness, that means you do not have the functions of a man." He shouted loudly, his voice spreading through the clouds. Pfft! Lu Fian spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, her face flushed red. Xianxia could not help but laugh, saying, "Haha." This laugh immediately caused everyone to roar with laughter. All kinds of ridiculing gazes looked towards Yu Chen. Yu Chen felt the world spin around him, almost falling from the clouds. Countless ridiculing expressions flashed in front of his eyes. As an arcane refiner, his divine sense was extremely strong. He was able to perceive everyone's expressions and smiles. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood surged up in his heart. Pfft! Yu Chen directly spat out a mouthful of blood several zhang high. His entire aura weakened as he roared, "Bastard! You slandered me out of nothing, I'm going to kill you." His mournful voice cut through the sky, tearing people's hearts and lungs. Chu Hongyan was also slightly shy as she said, "I didn't expect Lord Yu Chen's strength to be so extraordinary, and he is also an outstanding talent in the art of arts. Unexpectedly, a healer cannot heal himself. Truly lamentable, truly lamentable." After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yu Chen's mood eased a little. Hearing Chu Hongyan's words, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His true essence was completely injured, and he fell from the clouds. "Lord!" An arcane refiner hurriedly flew down, lifted Yu Chen up, and gently placed him on the clouds. Another arcane refiner also said, "Lord, there is no need to be like this. This private illness should not be difficult to treat. With the power of the many lords in the divine transformation sea, I believe there is no illness that cannot be treated in this world." Pfft! Yu Chen spat out a third mouthful of blood, and fainted on the spot, completely unconscious. "Oh no, Lord fainted." The arcane refiner who was supporting Yu Chen panicked. "Don't be afraid, all the strongest arcane refiners in the world are here. As long as Lord is not dead, he can be saved. Help Lord back to the house." A few arcane refiners hurriedly supported Yu Chen, and they flew away from the sea of clouds, toward the Art God Island. Sigh, to think that Lord Yu Chen is a person of virtue and prestige, and also an outstanding talent in the art of arts, but he did not want to suffer from such a chronic illness. The heavenly Tao is really unfair. A healer cannot heal himself. Is this the heavenly Tao that envies the heroic talent? Pfft, what heavenly Tao? I don't believe that with the power of the entire divine transformation sea, we still can't cure Lord Yuchen. Lord Yuchen would pick a few beautiful girls every month. I originally thought that Lord Yuchen was a lecher, but I didn't expect that he was just trying to deceive people. Lu Fian's expression relaxed after a while, and she shouted, "All right, all of you stop talking." As she shouted, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and the clouds instantly fell silent. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "No one wanted something like this to happen. It's really too shocking. It's inevitable that it would cause a reaction from the public. It's normal." "Yeah, it's very normal." Everyone started to make a ruckus again, saying, "If it were us, we wouldn't be able to take it either. I didn't expect Lord Yuchen to be so strong, working all day even though he's sick. With this illness, other than studying art all day, there's nothing else to look forward to. No wonder he could achieve so much and become the vice president. There's a reason behind it. Yeah, with no distractions, his achievements will naturally be high." Lu Fian glared at Li Yunxiao angrily. Luo Tian frowned and said, "Strange, I feel that this matter is a little strange. I can't tell what's wrong." Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "How strange?" Luo Tian said, "That private illness is not a big problem. With Yuchen's art of arts, there's no way he can't cure it. Furthermore, his lecherousness is no secret in the entire divine transformation sea. Those girls that he took away all lost their virginity later on." "Oh, you know this too?" Li Yunxiao said with a smile that was not a smile, "Looks like you're very concerned." Luo Tian's face reddened, and he rebuked, "Don't drag me into this. Yuchen changes a batch of beautiful girls every month. I've met them a few times in the transportation area. I can tell with a glance whether they've lost their virginity or not. Is there a need to be so concerned?" Chu Hongyan snorted coldly and said, "What a shameless person. In order to cover up his incompetence, he sacrifices a batch of innocent girls every month. I really should have gone up and cut him down with my sword just now." Li Yunxiao said loudly, "It's precisely because he has this private illness that he's especially sensitive. That's why he hides it so perversely. However, the truth will eventually be revealed one day, because since ancient times, evil has never triumphed over good." After saying so, he began to clap first. Very soon, a group of people followed suit and clapped, especially those demonic cultivators and martial artists, applauding happily. The entire cloud was instantly filled with applause, lasting for a long time. Xing Chen frowned, also feeling that something was wrong, but he had already formed a death feud with Yu Chen, so he naturally hoped that Yu Chen would be as miserable as possible, so he loudly applauded and cheered. At this time, Lu Congzi finally opened his eyes slowly, a sharp light shooting out from his eyes. He stared ahead, and indifferently spat out 2 words, "He's here." His voice was very soft, but it reached everyone's ears, and the applause immediately stopped. Everyone became vigilant, and followed his gaze to look into the distance. Several rays of light flew over and appeared in the sky above the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye, revealing Xianxia and the other 3. Xianxia smiled slightly and said to Qi Xingfeng, "Sir, welcome to the deity transformation sea." The thunderous applause just now was to express our welcome to Sir. Everyone. Qi Xingfeng snorted heavily, clearly not appreciating the gesture. Instead, his gaze fell on Lu Congzi, his eyes cold. Lu Congzi also looked at him. The entire cloud was silent. Everyone stared at Qi Xingfeng with wide eyes. The former master of the deity transformation sea, Lu Congzi's master, a legendary figure. He was young, handsome, and brimming with vitality, a stark contrast to Lu Congzi's aged appearance. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Lu Congzi finally moved. He took 3 steps forward and directly knelt down, kowtowing 3 times. Tears streamed down his old face as he said, "Disciple Lu Congzi greets Master." Qi Xingfeng sneered and said, "Master? I dare not accept that title, Lord Lu Congzi." Lu Congzi rose from his kneeling position and said, "I heard that Master did not pass away." Disciple was sad and happy at the same time, unable to sleep all night. I hoped that Master would come to the deity transformation sea so that Disciple could return to Master's side and listen to his teachings. "Oh, so you want to listen to my teachings?" Qi Xingfeng said lightly, his eyes still cold. Lu Congzi said solemnly, exactly. The days when I followed Master were the most carefree and happy days of disciple's life. Qi Xingfeng nodded and said, it's rare for you to have such thoughts. Master is very pleased. From today onwards, Master will take control of the deity transformation. See again. After all, Master's physical body is now complete and undying, while you are old. You should rest in peace to prolong your life. An uproar broke out above the clouds. The other party stated his objective the moment he arrived, directly aiming for the position of deity transformation. See technique elder. Moreover, his great success physical body, undying and indestructible, also gave everyone a great shock. Li Yunxiao's eyes widened as well. He activated his mystical spirit eyes and looked over. At this moment, Qi Xingfeng gave off the feeling that he was a perfect, flawless jade. Could it be that he really refined Yu Yixian's remnant soul and took over his body? Not only Qi Xingfeng, but Bo Yuqing also had a gloomy look on his face. He seemed to have controlled the power of Agarine. His whole body gave off an extremely cold and gloomy feeling. His strength was not what it used to be. As for the black-robed man, his expression didn't change. He just stood there quietly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that there was someone there. He sent out his divine sense, and it was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. Oh? Undying and indestructible? Lu Congzi stood up from his kneeling position. His expression was calm as he said, congratulations, Master, for stepping into the great success of the physical body. At the same time, I'm also happy that I can get rid of the position of technique elder and have a carefree life. Qi Xingfeng frowned. He didn't believe that Lu Congzi would give up his position so easily. All the elders above the clouds were also shocked. If Lu Congzi gave up his position and Qi Xingfeng took over, it didn't seem inappropriate, but it was actually a world-shaking event. Although Qi Xingfeng was once a technique elder, his era had already passed. All the current refinement masters had risen from Lu Congzi's hands. If Qi Xingfeng was in charge of them, it would probably be difficult to convince the masses. However, among the many elders, there were also a few people of virtue and prestige. They were the remnants of Qi Xingfeng's era. They were crying and extremely emotional. Lord Technique Elder, you mustn't. Yuanda stood up and said in a deep voice, this person's identity is still in doubt. How can he prove that he is Qi Xingfeng? Even if we take 10,000 steps back, even if he really is Qi Xingfeng, how can he make Lord Technique Elder abdicate? We can all understand that Lord Technique Elder respects him as his master, but the deification sea is the deification sea of all the refinement masters in the world. It's not something that Lord Technique Elder can decide alone. Everyone has to say who is Lord Technique Elder. Yes, why should he give up his position to this unknown person? I can't accept this. I can't accept this either. If Lord Technique Elder doesn't want to be Lord Technique Elder, I'll leave the deification sea. Well said, we'll leave together. All the people above the clouds were instantly shouting. The crowd was agitated. Everyone was clamoring to leave, and it was out of control. Qi Xingfeng's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect Lu Congzi to have such a trick up his sleeve. Originally, he had guessed that Lu Congzi would definitely not give up his position, so he would expose the fact that Lu Congzi had deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. He would ruin Lu Congzi's reputation, and then he would naturally take over the deification sea. But now, Lu Congzi had knelt down and kowtowed as soon as he arrived, showing respect for his master and respect for him. At the same time, he also showed that he had no reluctance to leave the position of Lord Technique Elder, making it seem like he was fighting for power. In terms of bearing, it was obvious who was superior. If he were to flip out and talk about what happened in the past, as long as Lu Congzi denied it and accused him of framing him, with his current reputation, no one would believe him, and it would be even more difficult for him to take over the deification sea. Li Yunxiao was also surprised and said, Lu Congzi is indeed powerful. Without making a sound, he has unknowingly made Qi Xingfeng fall into his trap. Now that he has the upper hand, it's hard for Qi Xingfeng to get off the back of the tiger. Chu Hongyan was also an extremely smart person. Although she didn't see it as clearly as Li Yunxiao, she had roughly guessed it. Lu Congzi was stunned. He raised his hands and shouted, everyone, listen to me. The clouds instantly quieted down, not a single sound could be heard. Qi Xingfeng's heart sank. This kind of rallying power was probably hard to get rid of. Lu Congzi said, I have been the deification C technique elder for 100 years. I have been mediocre and have not been able to carry forward the technique path. I have always felt guilty. Now that my master is still here, I should remove my position and focus on the technique path from now on. Yuanda said sorrowfully, no. If Master Technique Elder takes over, I will leave and never step into the deification sea again. The demonic cultivators all followed Yuanda's lead and shouted at the same time, we will also follow Master Technique Elder, follow Master Yuanda, and never step into the deification sea again. Many of the technique elders also stood firm and their attitudes were clear. Although the remaining people didn't say anything, they were all shocked. What should we do? Lu Congzi was stunned. He shook his head and sighed, what should we do? Qi Xingfeng was about to explode from anger. His eyes were spitting fire. This brat knelt down as soon as he came up. He didn't have the chance to blow up what happened in the past. In the end, he lost the initiative and couldn't turn the situation around. Yuanda said, in my opinion, the position of technique elder can't be changed. Master Qi Xingfeng's return to the deification sea is a great thing. Master was also the technique elder in the past. Why don't we create the position of Grand Elder and let Master Qi Xingfeng take it? What does everyone think? Everyone shouted in unison, good, this is a good idea. Lu Congzi asked, Master, this method, Qi Xingfeng's face was green. If he said that this method was bad now, he wouldn't be able to get everyone's support. If he forcefully took over the position by force, these elders would really all leave. Then what was the point of the deification sea? Qi Xingfeng's face darkened. In the end, his eyes focused and he stared at Lu Congzi. He said coldly, good. As expected of my, Qi Xingfeng's, disciple. Your wisdom and bravery are better than before. Lu Congzi smiled and cupped his fists, I won't forget Master's teachings. Qi Xingfeng was already full from anger. He humphed, since you have such prestige and the whole world's technique path is loyal to you, I am very happy to see this. Then I will temporarily take the position of Grand Elder. However, you must continue to do your best for the world's technique path. Don't slack off or I won't forgive you. Li Yunxiao suddenly smiled and said softly, this pair of master and disciple are really alike. They are both cautious and scheming. Luo Tian frowned, what do you mean? Li Yunxiao smiled, there are two meanings in Qi Xingfeng's words. First, he is temporarily taking the position of Grand Elder. This position is only temporary, which means he has not given up on being the technique leader. Second, if Lu Congzi slacks off, he will definitely make a move. As for slacking off, it's hard to say. There is no standard to judge, so it's all up to him. Everyone present had sharp ears and eyes. They all heard Li Yunxiao's words clearly. They couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, they all frowned. Qi Xingfeng casually glanced at Li Yunxiao, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Lu Congzi naturally understood the key. He cursed under his breath and said, I don't dare to slack off. Please have all the elders come and supervise me. He immediately pushed the supervision to all the elders. Most of these elders were his people. Let's see what Qi Xingfeng can do. You say I'm slacking off, as long as everyone says I'm not slacking off, you have no reason to seize power. Qi Xingfeng was also stunned. He did not expect Lu Congzi to have such a trick up his sleeve. He sneered, don't worry. I will bring many elders to supervise you. Just be at ease as the technique leader and do your best for the public. Since I am the Grand Elder, I should also do my best for the Divine Transformation Sea. I will help you take care of the Elders' Council. Lu Congzi was shocked. All the elders were also in an uproar. The Elders' Council had always been a loose organization. Although the technique leader had the power to control everything, many important matters would be discussed by the Elders' Council. If Qi Xingfeng took control of the Elders' Council, it would be no different from strangling Lu Congzi. Lu Congzi sneered and said, many matters of the Elder Council are now handled by Vice President Yu Qin. Master has been away from the Soul Formation Sea for a long time, so I'll let Yu Qin help you. Yu Qin? Qi Xingfeng glanced around. He did not know who it was. Everyone had a playful smile on their faces. This made Qi Xingfeng frown even more, as if he felt that it was not a good thing. Lu Congzi said, Vice President Yu Chen was here just now. He went back because he was not feeling well. He is in charge of all the matters of the Elders' Council. He is very good at preparing for all kinds of meetings, sending and delivering all kinds of information, cleaning, and so on. After all, the elders are usually very busy. It is not easy to gather them together. Someone needs to do these basic tasks. Qi Xingfeng snorted. He understood what Lu Congzi meant. He was saying that managing the Elders' Council was just doing things like sending information and cleaning. He wanted to make him a mere figurehead. Qi Xingfeng sneered, stretched, and said that Yu Chen let him come. He didn't believe that he couldn't even train a vice president. Even if it was a tiger lion, it would still be a three-legged cat. Everyone had a feeling that Yu Chen was going to be out of luck. However, they thought that it would turn the divine transformation sea upside down. They didn't expect it to be solved so easily. However, the price was that they had to pay for it. They didn't know when it would erupt. Everyone was well aware of this point. However, arcane masters did not have much desire for power. All they wanted was to live in peace. For Lu Congzi and Qi Xingfeng, although this situation was a bit unexpected, they were still satisfied. It was acceptable. After all, they didn't want to see the divine transformation sea split. The price of fighting couldn't let the divine transformation sea fall apart. Lu Congzi said, Master, junior brother, and this friend came from afar. It's been a long journey. I have already prepared a banquet to welcome you. Qi Xingfeng raised his hand and interrupted, No need. We are a little tired. Let's arrange a place to stay. Everyone should also go back. Don't delay your cultivation. The heavenly martial world is in turmoil. You are the cornerstone to stabilize the world. You don't need to accompany us here. As soon as he spoke, there was a kind of majesty. No one could refute him. Moreover, many people really didn't want to accompany them here. They cupped their fists and left. Dozens of lights flew in all directions, and half of the people left in an instant. Lu Congzi frowned imperceptibly. He realized that he had underestimated Qi Xingfeng. In just a few words, he revealed the aura of a superior. The aura of the highest grade elder was vividly displayed, but it didn't make people feel disgusted. And most importantly, with one sentence, he clearly saw everyone's position. Those who flew away were people who had no interest in the power struggle. They were neutral. They didn't care who was the master. Those who were left behind were either people who were concerned about this matter or people from their own faction. Qi Xingfeng was able to distinguish them with a single sentence. It was likely that Qi Xingfeng had already remembered these people who were left behind. Lu Congzi said, Since Master is tired, go and rest first. I've already ordered people to prepare a residence. It's in a small courtyard not far from the Divine Hall of Arts. Qi Xingfeng thought for a moment and roughly figured out the location. It was not far from the Spell God Palace. Everything that happened inside could be clearly monitored by the Spell God Palace. He sneered and said, What a good disciple of mine. Let's go now. Lu Congzi then said to everyone, All of you can go back. I will take your master to his residence. Only then did the elders disperse. Li Yunxiao waved his hand at Luo Tian, signaling him to stay. Luo Tian let out a long sigh before shaking his head and flying away. In an instant, only Li Yunxiao, Chu Hongyan, and Lu Fian were left in the clouds. Only then did Qi Xingfeng take a closer look at Li Yunxiao, a strange look in his eyes. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, We haven't seen each other for a long time. How are you, my lord? Qi Xingfeng nodded and said, I'm very happy to see you here. Can we talk in detail? Li Yunxiao said, Of course. Lu Congzi did not say anything, but politely made a gesture of invitation. He flew down from the clouds with several people and went to a small courtyard near the Spell God Palace. Qi Xingfeng walked in and did not find any prohibition spells. In fact, at their level, any prohibition spells or traps were useless and could only make people laugh. Lu Congzi said, Everything inside is arranged according to disciples' memory and master's preferences. I hope master will like it. Qi Xingfeng scanned the place with his divine sense and immediately sighed with emotion. Although the current situation was a bit sad, he still said sincerely, "Thank you for your trouble." Lu Congzi also seemed to be a little emotional, and said, "This is what a disciple should do." Qi Xingfeng stared at him for a while before saying, "You're the smartest person I've ever met in my life. I'm very happy to have a disciple like you. I'm not lying when I say this, but I truly mean it." Lu Congzi said, "Thank you for your recognition, master." Qi Xingfeng smiled and said, "I can't deny your wisdom and talent. Bo Yuqing is also a rare genius in 1,000 years, but compared with you, he is like a candle flame competing with the moon." Lu Congzi hurriedly said, "Junior brother is 100 times more talented than me, master is too serious." A cold light flashed in Bo Yuqing's eyes, and he seemed to be excited. His emotions kept changing on his face. Finally, he said, "Senior brother is too modest." Qi Xingfeng said, "I, Qi Xingfeng, am also a talented person. Over the past hundreds of years, I have seen countless people, but there are only 3 people that I fear and admire, and you are one of them." Lu Congzi said in surprise, "Master is too kind. Who are the 3 people that master is talking about?" Although his attitude was humble, the look in his eyes, whether intentional or unintentional, still revealed his unwillingness to accept the other 2, as if no one could compare to him. Qi Xingfeng also sneered and said, "Lu Congzi, do you know what I hate about you? You are obviously a bad person, so why are you pretending to be a gentleman? I admire your talent and wisdom, but I find it shameful that you are a gentleman and a villain." Lu Fian and Xianhua's faces changed dramatically, and anger shot out of their eyes. Lu Congzi's expression did not change, and he still said respectfully, "Thank you, master, for your teachings. Disciple will definitely change." "Humph." Qi Xingfeng snorted contemptuously, and then said, "This old man is also a person who stands at the peak of this continent. In my life, only you, Lu Congzi, Li Yunxiao, and old man Meng of the sanctuary can enter my eyes." "Fei Yang and immortal Meng Ling?" Lu Congzi looked surprised, and he glanced at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao also had a strange look on his face. He did not know why he was targeted by Qi Xingfeng, and looked at so highly. Chu Hongyan smiled slightly. Hearing a legendary figure like Qi Xingfeng praise Li Yunxiao, she felt indescribably happy, as if she had eaten honey, and her favorable impression of Qi Xingfeng doubled. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, and said, "This time, master is really flattering me." Qi Xingfeng's eyes flashed, and he said, "Don't pretend to be innocent in front of me, boy. In terms of talent and intelligence, you are not below Lu Congzi, and I am confident that my eyes can see clearly." Lu Congzi said indifferently, "Fei Yang is the 3rd Emperor Wu, and his swordsmanship is superb. This time, he succeeded in seizing the innate fetus, and obtained a flawless body, so his future achievements will be limitless. Immortal Meng Ling is one of the 3 elders of Shendu, highly respected and respected by the world. Compared to these 2, I am not as good as them, master, you are giving me too much credit." Qi Xingfeng's face was full of contempt, and he waved his hand and scolded, "Hypocritical villain, humph. Master is going to rest, you can leave." Xianhua finally could not bear it any more, and scolded, "Don't pretend to be a master here. If not for the master's respect for your identity, how could you be so arrogant in front of us, and even speak rudely now? If you have the guts, get lost, the deity transformation sea does not welcome people like you. Brat, you're courting death." Qi Xingfeng's face darkened, and an extremely powerful pressure immediately burst out, like a chariot driving through the sky, emitting the sound of wind and thunder. Xianhua sneered, and although he was vigilant, he did not retreat, and suddenly punched out. The air was compressed to the extreme under the wind of the punch, and it collided with Qi Xingfeng's pressure, immediately exploding, turning into a huge force that spread in all directions. Yuanda's expression did not change, and he only soared into the sky, his hands forming a circle, and a ball of demonic qi gathered in his hands, as if it had infinite power, suppressing the exploding force. At this moment, the space seemed to freeze, and then Yuanda scolded, a few demonic marks flashed on his forehead, and he said, "Absorb." The force that had just dispersed was immediately distorted, and like water, it was sucked into the demonic qi, disappearing without a trace. The surrounding buildings were not damaged at all. Yuanda waved his hand, dispersing the demonic qi in his hands, and returned to the ground. He said indifferently, the deity transformation sea cannot withstand your torment. If you want to cause trouble, then go to the end of the sea. At the end of the sea was the abyss of heaven, a place of endless void. No matter how much they fought, it would not affect the deity transformation sea. Good. Xianxia coldly shouted, staring at Qi Xingfeng, and said disdainfully, if you have the ability, then follow me to the abyss of heaven to play. Qi Xingfeng looked at him and sneered, you're not qualified, be careful not to lose your life. Haha, if you don't dare, just say it. Xianxia sneered, raised his middle finger, and said, coward. Impudent. Two voices shouted at the same time, it was Lu Congzi and Bo Yuqing. The two of them looked at each other, and Bo Yuqing snorted heavily. Lu Congzi looked at Xianxia and shouted, don't be rude, quickly apologize to master. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, forgive me for not being able to comply, he is Master Chief's master, not my master, why should I apologize? I only respect virtuous people and capable people, unfortunately, he doesn't have either. Bo Yuqing said coldly, senior brother, is this how you teach your subordinates? Maybe I, your junior brother, will have to discipline them for you. Lu Congzi sighed, this. Sigh. What should I do? Qi Xingfeng looked on with a mocking expression, waved his hand, and said, all of you go down, wait for me in the abyss of heaven. I will have a chat with Lianxiao first. Lu Congzi said anxiously, master, this is not good, right? Don't lower yourself to Xianhua's level. Qi Xingfeng looked at him coldly, and said in a cold voice, I really want to flatten your hypocritical face. Isn't it your idea to let this hothead constantly provoke me? Scram. Lu Congzi's expression finally changed. Although he didn't look angry, being told to scram still made his face covered in a haze. Haha, good, you have backbone. I will wait for you in the abyss of heaven, if you don't come, then get out of the deity transformation sea yourself. Xianxia laughed a few times, turned around, and flew to the end of the sea in a flash. Li Yunxiao frowned as he watched. Xianhua's provocation was too obvious. It was clearly arranged by Lu Congzi, wanting to test Qi Xingfeng's strength. After all, the rumors of the corporeal body sanctification were too terrifying, it was equivalent to reaching the peak, and grasping the physical strength of the heavenly deity realm. No matter how confident Lu Congzi was, he couldn't help but be afraid. Xianxia, Lu Fian, or even Yuanda would be the best touchstone to test the waters. Moreover, Li Yunxiao believed that if Qi Xingfeng could not pass this test, Lu Congzi would not hesitate to mobilize his strength and directly obliterate Qi Xingfeng in the abyss of heaven. Lu Congzi said, since master has made up his mind, this disciple will not say anything more. This disciple will take his leave now. After the few people left, Li Yunxiao said, my lord, are you really going to show your skills? Qi Xingfeng laughed and said, haha, I know Lu Congzi very well. If I do not show strength that can make him wary, he will not let it go, and there will be endless trouble. It is better to let me make a show of strength, beating a dog to bully its master, so that he will not dare to act rashly in the future. Li Yunxiao was somewhat displeased. Xianxia had a very good relationship with him, and being compared to a dog like this made him very unhappy. He said, no matter what, I hope my lord will be lenient and not hurt Xianxia. Qi Xingfeng said, don't worry, although that boy is reckless, he is also a divine transcendence expert, not simple. Moreover, talents are hard to come by, and I still want to take him under my command in the future. This time, take it as a lesson to him. Bo Yuqing said, there is no need for master to personally take action, just leave that Xianxia to me. Qi Xingfeng nodded and said, don't stick to one pattern, act according to the circumstances. Li Yunxiao asked, my lord has really refined Yu Yixian's remnant soul and become a divine fleshly body? Qi Xingfeng's eyes flickered with a smile. Looking at Li Yunxiao, he said, what do you think? Runes constantly flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, changing unpredictably, giving people a feeling of being completely seen through. Even Qi Xingfeng was secretly shocked. Li Yunxiao withdrew his eye technique and said with a smile, complete as one. My physical body has reached great accomplishment. In fact, apart from the observation of the wondrous spell Spirit Eyes, he himself had opened the 7 gates and was only one step away from attaining the sanctification of the mortal body. However, in front of Qi Xingfeng's body, he could clearly feel a faint suppression. Haha. Qi Xingfeng laughed heartily. He seemed to be very pleased. Obviously, he had already refined Yu Yixian's remnant soul. Li Yunxiao said, "Congratulations, Your Excellency. Moreover, I can see that Brother Yuqing's cultivation is also unfathomable. He seems to have completely controlled Agarin and broken through the shackles of martial arts." Only then did Bo Yuqing's gloomy expression turn for the better. "It's not completely under control, but it's basically stabilized. This is all thanks to Master's efforts." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Congratulations too." His gaze turned and landed on the black-robed man. "May I know who this friend is?" Qi Xingfeng smiled and said, "Don't you have Tsutsumi's eye? Can't you see through his disguise?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "Your Excellency's friend is indeed extraordinary. There are indeed not many things in this world that I can't see through, but I can't see through Your Excellency's disguise at all." The black-robed man was still unmoved. He stood there quietly as if he didn't exist. Qi Xingfeng said, "Since he doesn't want to show himself, then you should put away your curiosity. Li Yunxiao, it's time to fulfill the promise we made back then." Back then, Qi Xingfeng helped him analyze the secret of Gu Qingqing's 9-yang divine physique and deduced that Luo Yunsheng was in trouble. Her condition was to give him the rainbow stone. But now, of the 2 rainbow stones, one was still in Luo Yunsheng's body and was now under Gu Qingqing's control. The other one was in his heart, replacing the damaged heart function. Although he could take it out now, it was too dangerous. Secondly, without the rainbow stone, his strength would drop by a lot. So it was indeed very difficult for him to take it out. Li Yunxiao wasn't afraid of anything and directly explained the matter of these 2 rainbow stones in a simple manner. Qi Xingfeng was dumbstruck. He stared at his heart for a while before finally asking, "How did you resist the corrosion of the rainbow stone?" Bo Yuqing also pricked up his ears to listen. He seemed to be a little excited. Li Yunxiao said, "This is related to one of my mystical abilities. Forgive me for not being able to answer you." Bo Yuqing was disappointed. Qi Xingfeng frowned. He pondered for a while and said, "You owe me a rainbow stone. Are you willing to use this mystical ability to repay me?" Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, "Is there any other way to repay me?" Qi Xingfeng smiled and said, "Of course. Give me your puppet with the ice fiend heart flame." Li Yunxiao knew he was talking about the calabash's little King Kong. The ice fiend heart flame was left behind by Lil Red. The calabash's little King Kong could use the power of the rainbow stone. Now that the rainbow stone was implanted in his heart, the ice fiend heart flame was still in his body. Qi Xingfeng was the descendant of the demon servants. He knew about the demon lord like the back of his hand. He didn't have any scruples and told him about Di and Lil Red. He even mentioned that Lil Red was the leader of the Heaven Alliance. Qi Xingfeng and Bo Yuqing were dumbfounded again. Even Chu Hongyan was shocked. Li Yunxiao realized that the black-robed man seemed to have been moved as well. He had inadvertently caught some fluctuations in his emotions. Qi Xingfeng recovered after a long time. He said in a daze, "The demon lord's doppelganger has merged with the rainbow stones." This, Li Yunxiao said, the demon lord was split into 5 paths. They were suppressed in Mount Meru, the Outer Realm, the Dragon Transformation Pool, the Eye of the East Sea, and the Sacred Region. Now, except for the land of sealed demons in the Sacred Region, the other 4 have been opened. Di Jun died in the Outer Realm, and the devil essence was divided among everyone. Milord also received many benefits. The Eye of the East Sea seal was opened long ago. The demon lord's power was drained, and Di obtained it. The whereabouts of the twin rainbow stones are still unknown. Di has 1, Sir and Brother Yuqing have the Aegis, and Yin Shang and I have the rainbow stones. There are still 2 sets of Aegis that we don't know where. Milord, as the descendant of the demon servants, do you know their whereabouts? Actually, he had another set with him. It was the red slash of the sword, but it was refined from the rainbow origin stone. It wasn't one of the 5 sets that the demon lord had. Qi Xingfeng said, "Back then, the demon lord was dismembered by 5 horses. It was done by that group of experts. The place where he was suppressed was also very mysterious. How could my ancestors know? We've only found these few pieces over the years." Li Yunxiao forgot that he could ask Mu Di about this. Although it was tantamount to him coveting the rainbow stones, it was better to collect these things first than to let them fall into the hands of others. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to ask Mu Di to collect the other 2 sets of rainbow stones. Chu Hongyan said, to prevent the demon lord from recovering his full strength, the key lies in the seal in the sacred region and the remaining rainbow stones. Li Yinxiao shook his head and said, it's impossible for the Monogatari to recover his full strength. With Di and Dijia's current strength, they can only gather the remaining items if they combine as one. Otherwise, as long as they keep each other in check, it's impossible for them to recover their full strength. So I think the key is to prevent one of them from being devoured. Qi Xingfeng said, you're right. Although these clones are very dangerous, the chances of them becoming stronger are not high. At least, we don't have to worry too much about them now. Since you can't give me the divine art or the rainbow stones, what about the divine weapon in your hands? Li Yinxiao smiled bitterly and said, my lord, you're joking. Don't tell me you want my divine weapon? Do you think I'll give it to you? Qi Xingfeng said, of course not. Besides, the divine weapon has a spirit of choosing its master. It's useless for me to give it to you. So, there's only one thing left for me to accept, which is to take me to the sealed land. He stared at Li Yunxiao, his eyes shining brightly. It seemed as if he could see through Li Yunxiao's heart. Li Yunxiao's expression changed greatly. The sealed land was obviously the place where the demon lord was sealed. He was a complete great demon, an existence as strong as a great emperor. If the Monogatari hadn't split from him, the result of the demon sealing battle would have been unpredictable. The realm of heaven martial arts would have been demonized, and history would have been completely rewritten. Hee, my lord, I can't agree to your request. Li Yunxiao wiped his cold sweat and said with a mischievous smile. Qi Xingfeng's face was filled with anger as he shouted, Li Yunxiao, are you going to go back on your words? Li Yunxiao said, even if I take out the rainbow stones in my heart and give them to you, I can't take you to the demon sealing land. You should give up on this idea. Chu Hongyan also said gravely, the demon sealing land is a serious matter. It's not a joke. Although the demon lord didn't do anything evil in the past, he was sealed for 100,000 years. Anyone would have a grudge against him. If he breaks out of the seal, who can bear the responsibility? Qi Xingfeng sneered and said, you said so much just to find an excuse for not fulfilling your promise. Since you are willing to take out the rainbow stones, then take them out. Don't say that I'm heartless. This is your choice. Chu Hongyan was furious. Her killing intent condensed into ice in the air and said, if you want to take someone's heart, I'm afraid you won't have the life to do it. Li Yunxiao stopped her. Afraid that she would act impulsively, he said, I can give you the rainbow stones, but it's not the one in my body. I will find the next one and give it to you at that time. At that time? Who knows when? Don't tell me I have to wait for 100 or 200 years? How about this, 3 years? Give me 3 years and I will definitely find a rainbow stone for you. 3 years is too long. 3 months is more like it. 3 months? You think it's a cobblestone? My lord, you're playing with me on purpose. Fine. Since you want to find it, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I will give you half a year at most. If you can find a rainbow stone and give it to me within half a year, my promise will be written off. If you can't find it, then take me to the demon sealing land. Qi Xingfeng finally threw out his bottom line. He stared at Li Yunxiao. Although he also wanted the rainbow stone, it was nothing compared to the demon sealing land. Li Yunxiao naturally knew what he was thinking. Although half a year was a little short, with the listening shepherd flute, as long as he knew the whereabouts of the rainbow stone, it shouldn't be difficult to find it. If it really didn't work, he could go to Gu Qingqing and ask for the rainbow stone. Or he could take it out from his body. Exposing the demon sealing land of the southern territory was something he would never do. The consequences were too severe. Alright, then half a year it is. Li Yunxiao agreed. Chu Hongyan's eyes flashed with coldness. She didn't know about the whereabouts of the other 2 rainbow stones. She thought to herself that she must find Luo Yunsheng within this half a year and retrieve the rainbow stones. Qi Xingfeng sneered, I hope Mr. Yunxiao can keep his word and don't disappoint this old man again. Li Yunxiao said, don't worry, if I can't find another rainbow stone in half a year, I will take out the one in my body and give it to you. Qi Xingfeng said, that's good. This is an agreement between you and me, I didn't mean to force you to do anything. I hope you won't hold a grudge because of this. Li Yunxiao said, of course. He revealed a playful smile and said, my lord, you seem to be afraid that I will hold a grudge? Qi Xingfeng looked at him deeply and said, this old man has nothing to hide. I really don't want to become enemies with you, especially at this point in time. Li Yunxiao smiled playfully and said, at this point in time? Are you referring to my lord not having a stable footing in the deity transformation sea? What about in the future? Qi Xingfeng said bluntly, I will definitely find the demon lord's sealed place. Maybe there will be conflicts in the future. After all, my physique is now complete. It's too difficult to improve further. Only the sealed place will give me a chance. But Lu Congzi is not a kind person. I'm afraid I won't have the energy to think about the demon lord for a long time. Moreover, you will change your mind in the future. The corner of Qi Xingfeng's mouth raised into a smile, as if he was very confident. Li Yunxiao asked curiously, change my mind? How come I don't know? Where does my lord get such confidence from? Qi Xingfeng said, I already know everything about what happened on Five Cloud Mountain. If you want to kill Tianxi and save Ning Qiue, it's impossible without an even stronger power. I don't know how strong the ultimate is, but it's the first generation of Tsutsumi. It had quite a reputation in the era when ancient beasts ran rampant and the true spirits dominated. With your mere power of transcendence, can you deal with it? Li Yunxiao's heart twitched violently. Tsutsumi was someone he didn't want to think about, but he couldn't avoid it. This seemed to be fate. He said, under the sky, it's impossible for the sinkhole to recover his peak strength. It's not impossible to kill him. Qi Xingfeng smiled and said, there is indeed hope, but the chances are slim. You know this better than anyone else. Li Yunxiao's expression turned ugly. In the battle on Five Cloud Mountain, Ning Qiue once told Xu Hongyan that the ultimate didn't fall in the battle with the true dragons in ancient times. It was obvious how strong it was. Xu Hongyan sensed his mood and gently grasped his hand, holding it tightly. She was telling him that no matter how difficult the road ahead was, she was willing to walk with him. Li Yunxiao's heart warmed. He smiled warmly and thanked her. The two looked at each other and smiled. Although the worry was still there, the pressure in their hearts was greatly reduced. Qi Xingfeng stared at him and said, and the only way to defeat the ultimate is to go to the sealed land to find the 10th level rule and truly break through to the 10 directions divine state. Li Yunxiao said coldly, my lord, you don't have to encourage me. This method isn't brilliant. Even if I obtain the 10 directions rule, the difficulty of killing the ultimate won't be reduced. I'm free to consider this matter. Qi Xingfeng knew that he was also a man with a firm heart. He wouldn't change his mind in a short time. Qi Xingfeng was a little disappointed and said, then think about it yourself. Remember what you promised me that day. If you go to the sealed area, you must bring me with you. Li Yunxiao said, of course I remember, but that day might never come. Qi Xingfeng smiled lightly and said, this old man has lived for so long and experienced everything. My greatest feeling is that nothing is absolute in this world. Change is too common. Li Yunxiao frowned and did not know what to say. The matter of the ultimate was indeed like a huge rock pressing on his heart. At this moment, he had already stepped into divine transcendence. When Ning Qiue fell asleep again and his body was controlled by the ultimate, he would come to find him. Although he did not know when, he could predict that it would not be too long. Did he really have a way to deal with it? Seeing his silence, Qi Xingfeng smiled and said, if you need help to deal with the ultimate, this old man will be happy to lend you a hand. Li Yunxiao revealed a strange expression and said, my lord doesn't seem like the kind of good person who loves to help others. Qi Xingfeng laughed and said, haha, this seed indeed does not rise early without benefits. I promise to help you deal with the ultimate, so you must help me deal with Lu Congzi. Of course, whether it is you or me, the premise is that we do not harm our lives. If our lives are in danger, we will naturally leave. Deal with the arcane master? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, this matter is not only too difficult, but I also have no reason or position to deal with him. Qi Xingfeng said, only seek benefits when doing things, and benefits are the reason. Although there are countless experts in the world today, there are really not many who can help you deal with the ultimate. Besides, you don't want to see a chaotic divine transformation, right? Li Yunxiao fell silent. With Qi Xingfeng's phenomenal physical strength, it was equivalent to having another expert who had reached the peak of perfection. The chances of dealing with the ultimate would be much higher. Moreover, Qi Xingfeng was not just a physical sage, his cultivation level and strength were also unfathomable. He asked, a chaotic divine transformation? What does that mean? Qi Xingfeng said seriously, who do you think is stronger between me and Lu Congzi with my current strength? Li Yunxiao said without hesitation, of course Lu Congzi is stronger and my lord is weaker. He suddenly paused and his mind raced as if he understood something. Qi Xingfeng also saw it and said with a smile, haha, it's so easy to talk to smart people. You should understand now, right? Li Yunxiao said seriously, what you mean is that Lu Congzi might take a risk and try to kill my lord with all his strength, thus causing a disturbance in the divine transformation. If I'm willing to stand on my lord's side, Lu Congzi will be even more afraid and won't dare to act on his own. Qi Xingfeng praised, that's exactly what I mean. Li Yunxiao's expression turned ugly. He suddenly thought of Yang Di, the chess piece that Lu Congzi used to keep him in check. Could it be that Lu Congzi had already thought of today's situation? If that was really the case, then this deity transformation elder's schemes and calculations were profound to an unimaginable extent. Qi Xingfeng was also an intelligent person. He frowned and said, why, could it be that you have a weakness that he is keeping in check? Li Yunxiao thought to himself that this master and disciple were indeed the same kind of people, extremely intelligent. He nodded and said, I have a disciple in his hands, but I don't know where he is right now. Qi Xingfeng thought for a while and said, that's fine. You don't need to make a clear statement. You just need to show that you're on the same side as me at the critical moment. As for your disciple, I'll find a way to find out for you. Li Yunxiao said, I can only agree to this for now. If my disciple's life is in danger, then I'll have to make another choice. Qi Xingfeng said, all right, then I'll say this first. If you can't help me, then I'll forget about the ultimate ruins. He was naturally unwilling to suffer the slightest loss. Li Yunxiao also understood that this was a fair deal, so he agreed. Qi Xingfeng laughed a few times, seemingly very happy, and said, now, come with me to the abyss of heaven. We'll teach that arrogant thing a lesson. Li Yunxiao was not in the mood to watch him fight with Xianxia, but Qi Xingfeng was very enthusiastic. Moreover, he also wanted to see the power of the extreme body, so they immediately went to the end of the sea together. In a pitch-black space of nothingness, Lu Congzi and the other three stood there quietly. Xianxia sneered, I've been waiting for a long time. I thought you were afraid and ran away. Qi Xingfeng frowned and said, although you were ordered to provoke me, your words were very disrespectful. You're the one who's courting death. Li Yunxiao was slightly shocked. He felt the murderous intent on Qi Xingfeng's body and immediately sent a sound transmission, telling him not to kill. Only then did Qi Xingfeng snort coldly. Bo Yuqing said, Master, there's no need for you to take action. Let me take care of this trash. Qi Xingfeng said, if you take action, your senior brother will definitely be unwilling. In the end, he will still force Master to take action. It's better to make things simpler. Everyone knew that this battle was actually Lu Congzi forcing Qi Xingfeng to display his strength, so that Qi Xingfeng would show that he had the qualifications to compete with him. If he didn't have enough strength, forget about the position of Grand Elder, this abyss would be Qi Xingfeng's burial ground. Xianxia also became vigilant. He raised his star-shattering bow, knocked a golden arrow, and pulled it into a full moon. His divine sense and murderous intent directly locked onto Qi Xingfeng. Rings of murderous intent spiraled out from the tip of the arrow. The surrounding space became somewhat dazzled. All the power gathered on the long arrow. The arrow was so strong that it actually let out a buzzing sound, rippling with the power of an artifact. At the same time, Xianxia also adjusted the frequency of his surroundings. When all the rhythms converged, whoosh! The golden arrow let out an ear-piercing whistling sound. In an instant, it pierced through the air, drawing a golden trajectory. Runes were constantly being destroyed along the trajectory. This arrow, Qi Xingfeng's pupils suddenly shrank. He laughed and said, "Haha, Lu Congzi, you've really put in a bit of effort to get a half-finished devil-slaying arrow." I'm laughing my head off. His body swayed, and a cold light broke through the air, like the brilliance of the cold moon. Then, his figure instantly moved several feet forward to meet the devil-slaying arrow. He raised his greatsword, Ancient Dust. A dragon's roar roared out from the sword. Countless dragons flew around the sword as it slashed out. Bang! The greatsword directly slashed at the devil-slaying arrow, issuing an ear-piercing screech. The arrow was cut vertically in two. A sneer appeared in Qi Xingfeng's eyes. With a turn of the greatsword in his hand, he and his sword disappeared at the same time. Not good. Xianhua's expression changed greatly. A huge sense of danger surged in his heart. The star-shattering bow instantly turned into a saber and fiercely slashed to his side. Bang! Ancient Dust's greatsword slashed out from the void. It was like a mountain pressing down on the star-shattering saber. Countless colorful lights rippled, and the star-like gemstones on it instantly lost their splendor. The entire space was pressed down along with the sword. Xianhua only felt that he hurriedly gripped the saber with both hands, but he still couldn't withstand the huge force. His whole body trembled violently. Bang! The sword's momentum finally pressed down like a hot knife through butter. The star-shattering saber was directly sent flying. Xianhua suffered a huge impact, and his chest was pierced by the sword Qi. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Qi Xingfeng won in one move. His figure flashed and he chased after Xianhua, raising the ancient Qin sword and slashing at Xianhua. Suddenly, a red light pierced in. Lu Fian grabbed Xianhua, and at the same time, her long sword shook, transforming into countless sword shadows, which instantly converged into a sword aura, blocking in front of her. Bang! But it still could not block the sword momentum that was like the sky pressing down. Although Lu Fian's sword aura had a moment of opportunity, it was shattered by Gu Chen, and countless fragments of the sword aura shot in all directions. The two were instantly exposed to the sword momentum of the big sword. A dragon roar rose to the sky, and Gu Chen's sword momentum turned into a dragon, flying down and circling around the two. Wherever the sword dragon passed, the void was crushed to pieces. Lu Fian pointed her long sword and shouted, "Heavenly record of no splendor." Countless sword laws turned into talismans, circling around the sword and floating in all directions. The sword dragon was immediately hindered, as if separated by a barrier, but it angered the dragon. With a roar, it constantly crushed the talismans, destroying them one by one. Lu Fian did not dare to be careless. She once again condensed her sword and shook it. All kinds of sword auras scattered to the side, forming a sword formation that was like water, like a waterfall sprinkling down from Jiutian, floating in front of her, like a sword shield. Huh? Qi Xingfeng's eyelids twitched, and he exerted more force in his hand, pressing down hard. Bang! The sword shield could not withstand Gu Chen's huge force, and suddenly exploded, turning into specks of starlight and dissipating. But Lu Fian seized enough time to escape with Xianhua, and with a few flashes, she returned behind Lu Congzi. Qi Xingfeng did not pursue, but praised, "You have already practiced this move to the heavenly record of no splendor. You can use it as you please, very rare." Lu Fian frowned. This move was taught to her by Lu Congzi, and it seemed that it was most likely taught by Qi Xingfeng. She said indifferently, "My lord is too kind." Then she began to care about Xianhua's injury. Blood continuously seeped out of Xianhua's chest. The sword Qi had cut into his body, severing a large number of his meridians and injuring his internal organs. Even though his strength was extraordinary and saintly, he couldn't withstand such injuries and kept vomiting blood. "I'm fine." Xianhua forcefully endured it. After swallowing a few pills, he stopped his injuries from spreading and stood there to regulate his breathing. Qi Xingfeng put away Gu Chen and placed his hands behind his back. His face was cold and arrogant. He looked at Lu Congzi and said, "My disciple, you sent a little kid to play with your master. Is this a great disrespect to your master? Should I teach you how to be a person again?" Lu Congzi cupped his fists and respectfully said, "It is Xianhua who is insensible. This disciple did not discipline him well." I will certainly teach him well when I return. Humph, do you think you can settle this with just a word of teach? Qi Xingfeng's face was full of sarcasm and coldness, as if he was trying to force Lu Congzi to compromise. Lu Congzi naturally would not give in. He chuckled and said, Xianxia is insensible and has already received the lesson he deserves. Master should not be calculated with him. Moreover, this disciple has seen Master's divine might. As expected, your fleshly body has become a sage. I am extremely happy. Qi Xingfeng coldly said, Your master's strength makes you happy. Then can your disciple's progress in these years also surprise me? We haven't seen each other for many years. As his master, it is time for me to test my disciple's achievements. Lu Congzi felt Qi Xingfeng's murderous aura coming head-on. As if he had already calculated it, he chuckled and took 3 steps back. Then, he took 2 small steps to the left, and the murderous aura immediately disappeared. Qi Xingfeng's pupils suddenly shrank, shooting out 2 cold beams. Lu Congzi's steps seemed very casual, but in fact, they contained an extremely high comprehension of the heavenly Tao. He coldly snorted and took a step forward, pressing forward again. Lu Congzi, however, took a step forward and took another 3 steps to the side, avoiding the sharp light. He smiled and said, If Master feels that Xianxia is not enough to warm up, then how about letting Lord Yuanda accompany Master to practice? Lord Yuanda is also a demonic cultivator. Speaking of which, he can be considered to be of the same lineage as Master. Yuanda's face was ice-cold. His gaze had never left Qi Xingfeng. Hearing Lu Congzi's words, a black light flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Qi Xingfeng. Without saying a word, he formed a seal with both hands and slapped towards Qi Xingfeng's head. Impudent brat! Qi Xingfeng was enraged. Directly attacking his head was too impudent. Gu Chen's sword light rose up, and like a rainbow, it cut through the seal with a boom. The sword light followed the momentum and directly split Yuanda into 2, however, Yuanda's split figure slowly faded, and it was only an afterimage. Qi Xingfeng sneered disdainfully. He backhanded his sword and swept it to the left, instantly splitting the void. A mass of demonic aura surged out and turned into Yuanda's true body. With a cold expression, he turned into a palm and slapped down. Pung! Qi Xingfeng turned around and placed his sword horizontally in front of him. The demonic palm slapped on the sword, causing a tremor and a circle of demonic aura to spread out. Humph, a demonic cultivator dares to be impudent in front of me. Gu Chen's sword trembled, and the sword sound became mournful. Countless jade dragons flew out and rushed towards Yuanda. What? Yuanda was shocked. The distance was too close, and there was no time to dodge. He could only shout and form a seal with one hand. A layer of demonic aura surged out from his body, turning into a hazy light shield. His entire body was placed inside, and he became absent-minded. Boom! The sword chi dragons were like war chariots as they rushed into the light shield. They were actually swallowed by the demonic aura. Then, the light shield flashed and condensed into a small ball that appeared in Yuanda's palm. With a flip of his hand, he slammed it down and shouted, Demonic explosion! A fluctuation spread out from the ball of light. Qi Xingfeng immediately cursed in his heart. His right foot stepped diagonally behind him, and the power of heaven and earth actually changed. The space between the two of them was compressed, forming a natural barrier. But as the black ball of light exploded, the entire void instantly shattered. Boundless demonic aura surged out and rushed towards Qi Xingfeng, forcing him back several steps. At the same time, the demonic aura in the sky howled and turned into a demonic mist that swallowed him. A black light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he directly saw through the demonic mist. Qi Xingfeng was inside, holding a sword in one hand and forming a seal with the other. The demonic mist that filled the sky transformed into countless ferocious beasts, and with strange sounds, they bit down. Qi Xingfeng sneered. His left hand grabbed at the void and the Maliang divine brush fell down. The demonic aura in the sky was sucked into the brush. Drops of ink fell from the brush, and the image of a magnificent army galloping forward was drawn. Suddenly, a murderous aura filled the air. The army trampled over the ferocious figures and killed their way out of the demonic mist. After the demonic explosion, Yuanda quickly formed a seal with both hands, and countless demonic runes flickered on his body. Suddenly, a loud roar came from within his body. His body continuously expanded, growing several times in the air. He was like a giant spirit of the true devil. A demonic horn grew on his head, and an ominous glint burst from his eyes. With a flip of his hand, he formed a seal and slammed it down. Boom! The magnificent army scattered along with the demonic mist, and Qi Xingfeng's figure flashed out. He raised his right hand high, and a pitch-black iron chain shuttled out of his palm. It formed a formation in the air, covering a radius of several hundred meters. Retract. Qi Xingfeng formed a seal with one hand, his eyes filled with ridicule. The pitch-black iron chain shuttled back and forth, and in the blink of an eye, it contracted and bound Yuanda's huge body tightly. The huge aura around Yuanda's body dissipated completely. It was as if the void had calmed down, and even more than half of his murderous aura had dissipated. Xianxia was startled, and asked, "What's going on?" Lu Fian's eyes also revealed deep worry. At this moment, Yuanda was glaring angrily. He seemed to struggle a few times, but was very powerless, unable to break free from the chains. Lu Zongzi exclaimed, "Demonic origin lock?" A sharp light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. This demonic origin lock was originally obtained by him, and in the last battle, it was snatched back by Qi Xingfeng. It was indeed an extremely powerful weapon against demonic cultivators, and it could directly seal the power of demonic origin. Qi Xingfeng sneered, "My good disciple, do you have a bad memory, or did you deliberately send this idiot to his death? Playing demonic arts in front of your master, isn't that courting death?" A blue light appeared in Qi Xingfeng's hand, transforming into a nether wheel above his head. It directly projected a large formation in the void, and the runes on the formation tumbled like a rotating wheel. Li Yunxiao was startled. It was the small capital nether wheel formation, the sharpest formation rule in the myriad of laws of heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this formation that the blue nether wheel could cut through everything. "Die!" Qi Xingfeng shouted coldly. The nether wheel in his hand flashed with blue light, and the vast formation in the sky flew down, making a hissing sound as it cut through the vast sky. "Ah!" Lu Fian couldn't help but cry out, covering her red lips in shock. Yuanda's giant spirit body was directly cut in two under the small capital nether wheel formation. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and saw that the two halves of his body that had been cut in two continuously turned back into demonic energy, dissipating like fireworks. Qi Xingfeng also instantly felt that something was wrong, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. He quickly saw Yuanda's body dissipate, and the demonic origin lock fell from the sky. After the giant spirit dissipated, Yuanda's real body emerged, and the iron chain fell into his left hand. His right hand was constantly forming seals, faster and faster. Walala! The demonic origin lock flew out from his hand, and unexpectedly bound Qi Xingfeng's body. Qi Xingfeng was so shocked that he seemed to forget to dodge, and was directly tied up like a dumpling by the iron chain. This unforeseen event made everyone dumbfounded. "Hee, master was careless." Lu Zongzi proudly said, "The demonic origin lock is a divine object created by our ancestors to restrain demonic arts. Although it is the only one in the world, but what is more precious than the demonic origin lock is the tens of thousands of years of research materials. Master blindly believes in the power of the demonic origin lock, but this disciple believes in the research results of countless sages' wisdom." Qi Xingfeng frowned, but did not say anything. Lu Zongzi continued, "This disciple has never stopped researching demonic cultivation and demonic breaking. Although the demonic slaying arrows that I created are far inferior to this demonic origin lock, but it has allowed me to find a way to deal with the demonic origin lock." Qi Xingfeng praised, "I really didn't misjudge you. Although master is extremely afraid of you, I can't help but admire you. At the same time, I am also proud of you. After all, you are my disciple." Lu Zongzi said, "Now that master is so fearless, I presume that this demonic origin lock will not be able to trap master." Qi Xingfeng coldly smiled. His body shook, and the light of a nether wheel flashed. There was a paw sound of metal, and the demonic origin lock was directly cut in half. He grabbed it with his hand and put it away. The entire space was silent. After Qi Xingfeng put away the demon aura lock, he seemed to have no intention of fighting anymore. He put away the ancient dust sword and put his hands behind his back. Lu Congzi saw that Qi Xingfeng had no intention of fighting anymore. He smiled and said, Master, what do you think of Yuanda? Do you still want to test my cultivation over the years? Qi Xingfeng said calmly, that's right. You can be considered to be extremely talented and a rare talent in the soul formation C realm. As for you, even such a person is willing to submit to you. It can be seen that your ability is strong, and I can already foresee it. Lu Congzi said respectfully, thank you for your recognition, Master. I am very pleased. Qi Xingfeng snorted, waved his sleeves, and turned around. Let's go. Li Yunxiao knew that the test between the master and disciple was over. They had recognized each other's strength, but this was only the prelude to the internal battle of the soul formation C. Suddenly, Yuanda's eyes fell on Li Yunxiao and he shouted, you are not allowed to leave. Li Yunxiao frowned. He felt the murderous intent and fighting intent from Yuanda. He knew that Yuanda wanted to take revenge for what happened in the ancient demon well, but he had no intention of fighting. He said, even if you are the vice president, you don't have the right to force an honorary elder to stay or leave. Did the rules of the soul formation C change? Yuanda said coldly, this is not an order to force you, but a personal grudge between you and me. It has nothing to do with the position of the soul formation C. Personal grudge? Li Yunxiao pretended to be stupid. What personal grudge do I have with Master Yuanda? Yuanda sneered. Gu Feiyang, you are the titled Emperor Wu and an honorary elder. Is there any point in pretending to be stupid? Li Yunxiao blushed and said, well, are you referring to the conflict in the ancient demon well? How will Master Yuanda solve it? When Qi Xingfeng heard the words ancient demon well, his expression suddenly changed. He then returned to normal and watched the fight between Yuanda and Li Yunxiao with interest. Yuanda said coldly, naturally, we'll settle it with force. We won't rest until one of us is dead. Fight to the death? Li Yunxiao was taken aback. His eyes turned cold as he said, Lord Yuanda wants to kill me? Yuanda snorted. If you can beg for mercy, I can consider letting you go. After all, you are also an honorary elder of the deity transformation C realm. I still have to show you some mercy. I see, Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I just want to ask, will the deity C care about this personal grudge? Li Yunxiao blinked his eyes and looked at Yuanda, then at Lu Congzi. Yuanda rushed to say, personal grudges should naturally be solved by oneself. Why would the deification C care about it? If every elder's personal matters had to be managed by the deification C, then would the deification C still be able to operate? Li Yunxiao said, if that's the case, then won't you help Yuanda? And won't you use the power of the deification C to help him? Lu Congzi thought for a while and said, I really don't want the two of you to fight, but if you must fight, I can't do anything about it. The power of the deification C naturally can't be used to deal with personal matters. Li Yunxiao nodded with a cold smile. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He said, if that's the case, then it couldn't be better. Lu Congzi heard this and frowned. He seemed to feel that something was wrong. Li Yunxiao said, as an honorary elder of the deification C realm, I naturally won't use public interests for personal gain. I can only ask some friends to help me settle this personal grudge. Chu Hongyan sneered. Her body flashed with sword intent. She also stared at Yuanda coldly. Yuanda was shocked and said, you want to fight 2 against 1? Gu Feiyang, you are the titled Emperor Wu. Do you still have any dignity as a warrior? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, my lord, you are wrong. It's not 2 against 1. He looked at Qi Xingfeng and said, my lord, you and I have a good relationship. Can you help me? Yuanda and Lu Congzi's expressions changed. Haha. Qi Xingfeng laughed and said, bullying this junior will damage this old man's reputation. Let Yuqing help you. Bo Yuqing had been silent with a gloomy face. He looked extremely sinister. But Li Yunxiao knew that it was because of the Agarine that his character and temperament became so gloomy. Bo Yuqing revealed a trace of a sinister smile and said, very willing. He took a few steps in the air and arrived in front of Li Yunxiao. He looked at Yuanda mockingly. Yuanda couldn't stand it anymore. Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing were easy to deal with. They were only in the realm of divine transcendence. He thought it would be easy to kill them. But Chu Hongyan was in the same realm as him. He had used up a lot of his primordial qi in the battle just now. He had no chance of winning against Chu Hongyan alone, let alone against the three of them. Yuanda's face was gloomy. After a while, he scolded angrily, "Fine, Gu Feiyong, you win. I will settle the score with you next time." He suddenly rolled up his sleeves and was about to leave angrily. "Next time? Milord Yuanda, you must have damaged your brain from practicing demonic arts. You want to leave after provoking me?" Li Yunxia's face darkened. He sneered and his eyes turned into blood moons. He shouted, "Tian Ke." Yuanda was shocked. The power of the eyes seemed to penetrate his body and see through him. It was a terrible feeling. He scolded, "If I want to leave, who can stop me?" His figure turned into a cloud of demonic qi and was about to disperse in the void. But the space shook a few times. Not only did the demonic qi not disperse, it condensed Yuanda's real body again. He couldn't escape. What? Yuanda's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he realize that Li Yunxiao's moon pupil had already locked down the void. No matter how he tried to shatter it, he would still be trapped in this world unless he could break the Sai technique first. "Close the door and beat the dog. Go." Li Yunxiao sneered. The three of them disappeared in a trance. Yuanda was shocked and angry. But in the moment of hesitation, a sword qi appeared in front of him and pierced his heart. The sword flashed with countless lights like stars. It was the purple night sword. Yuanda hurriedly took a step back and clapped his hands. Bang! His move collided with the purple night sword, creating a vortex. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sense of danger coming from behind him. He hastily pulled out a hand, grabbed a spear from the air, and stabbed it behind him. Bang! The spear stabbed into Bo Yuqing's sorrowful whale sword storm and dispersed the sword will. Lu Congzi's expression turned ugly. Yuanda was bound to lose, but he had no reason to do anything other than watch him get beaten. His eyelids suddenly twitched. He saw a small six-colored mountain appear in the sky above Yuanda and suddenly fall. His heart twitched. Although he didn't understand what was going on, his instincts told him that it was dangerous. He shouted, "Yuanda, be careful." Yuanda didn't need his warning to sense the danger. Once the small mountain appeared, the entire space twisted. All the angles were twisted as the mountain fell. "Hey! What is this?" Yuanda was shocked. The space was spinning at an unimaginable angle, almost tearing his body apart. One could imagine how abnormal the weight of the mountain was. Qi Xingfeng's heart was also violently shaken. He had naturally seen the power of this profound artifact before, but at that time, it was only a five-colored light. Now, it seemed to have been refined a step further, and its entire body was showing a six-colored light. Before the mountain fell on him, the pressure made him turn into a devil. Countless devil qi dispersed like smoke, and his whole body was completely deformed. Is that a divine artifact? This thought came to Yuanda's mind. Almost everyone in the world knew that Li Yunxiao had a divine artifact. But there was no time to think about it. If that thing hit him, he would probably be crippled even if he didn't die. "Ah!" he roared. The devil qi in his body suddenly rose to the extreme and crazily gushed out, like a burning black flame, covering his whole body. The spear suddenly retracted and swept in a circle in the air, shaking Chu Hongyan and Bo Yuqing away. Then, it forcibly tore apart the distorted space with great power and rushed out from under the pressure of the Tushita heavenly peak. Just as he took a step away from the pressure, a shocking bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It was like a lightning dragon coming from the nine heavens, mixed with a trace of purple, destroying heaven and earth. Rumble! The green thunder was hit on the top of Yuanda's head and poured into his body through his forehead. His devil body instantly swelled up and then exploded with a bang. Countless thunderbolts and black devil qi spread around like small snakes. One of the black lights flashed, and Yuanda's real body appeared thousands of feet away. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and his face was as pale as paper. He didn't dare to stay. As soon as he appeared, he turned into an escape light and flew away. Li Yunxiao watched him disappear into the void. The direction that Yuanda escaped was where the ancient demon well was. At the end of the crack, outside the boundary power of the devil realm, was the best place for him to recuperate. Ha, ha, wonderful, wonderful. Qi Xingfeng clapped his hands and laughed. He looked back at the gloomy Lu Congzi and said, "My dear disciple, what do you think of this battle?" Lu Congzi smiled awkwardly and said, "It was indeed wonderful. I wonder what kind of magical artifact Fei Yang used just now. It was so shocking." Li Yinxiao smiled and said, "It was just a little thing." Ha, ha, so it was just a little thing. Lu Congzi replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, but his gaze was extremely cold. Qi Xingfeng laughed and said, "Let's go." Ha, ha, I'm in a good mood. Let's drink and talk. Li Yinxiao smiled and said goodbye to Lu Congzi. He said, "Lord Yuande is too narrow-minded. I hope you can enlighten him. I'll take my leave first." He didn't dare to completely break off his relationship with Lu Congzi. Just now, Yuanda was looking for trouble, so he taught Lu Congzi a lesson. This was also a warning to Lu Congzi, telling him that if he dared to touch Yangdi, he would join forces with Qi Xingfeng, and the situation would be enough to overwhelm him, the chief surgeon. Lu Congzi's face was very gloomy. After watching them leave, he stood in the sky and didn't move. Xianxia and Lu Fian were also surprised. They had never seen Lu Congzi like this. In their minds, Lu Congzi was always indifferent, as if there was nothing in the world that he couldn't control. But now, he seemed to be out of control. In the boundless void, Qi Xingfeng and the others flew slowly. Li Yinxiao noticed that the black-robed man didn't say a word from start to finish. He didn't even emit any energy waves. He was like a shadow following behind Qi Xingfeng. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, it would be very hard to believe that this person existed. Li Yinxiao suddenly asked, "Are you going to the ancient demon well, sir?" They were not heading towards Art God Island, but the end of the sea. "Oh?" Qi Xingfeng sneered and said, "Is the so-called ancient demon well really that crack?" Li Yinxiao seemed to have understood something. He muttered, "Sir, the crack you speak of. Could it have existed hundreds of years ago?" Qi Xingfeng nodded and said, "I'm going to a crack in the abyss of heaven that leads to the devil realm. I've heard about the ancient demon well. I suspected that the crack expanded and was modified by Lu Congzi to form the so-called ancient demon well. Now that you mention it, it's most likely the case." Li Yinxiao was surprised and said, "The crack has existed for a long time. Why have I never heard of it?" Qi Xingfeng sneered and said, "I'm the only one who knows about it for hundreds of years." Later, Lu Congzi found out. One of the reasons he betrayed his master and killed his ancestors was to fight for this crack. Fight? Li Yinxiao said in a daze, could it be that he also cultivates a demonic art? But why is he opening the crack now for everyone to cultivate? Qi Xingfeng said with some fear, he naturally cultivates demonic arts, but he is very talented. Not only in demonic arts, but also in other martial arts. He is willing to open the crack because it is no longer useful to him. He looked at Li Yinxiao and said, "You are also a demonic arts cultivator. If you can cultivate in it, it will be very beneficial to you, especially," he thought of something, and his expression changed. He stopped in the air and stared at Li Yinxiao, saying word by word, "Especially that 6-pass demonic weapon." Li Yinxiao's heart stirred. He suddenly felt that there seemed to be a slight ripple of elemental energy on the shadow-like black-robed man's body. He didn't know if it was an illusion or if there really was a ripple. Qi Xingfeng's face was full of envy. He said, "I don't know how you did it, but it's hard to imagine that apart from the Monogatari, there's someone else in the world who can draw the 6-pass demonic weapon. You should understand the power of that thing better than me." Li Yinxiao didn't deny it and said, "That thing is indeed very strong, but the strength of the backlash is no small matter as well. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I wouldn't dare use it at all. Even if it does, the power it can unleash is extremely limited." Qi Xingfeng smiled bitterly. "Don't be discontented. That's the 6-pass demonic weapon. You might not understand the meaning behind it, but as long as you can unleash 10% or 20% of its power, you'll be invincible in this world." Li Yinxiao said, "Then do you know how to unleash the power of the demonic weapon to the greatest extent?" Qi Xingfeng said, "The only way is to continuously accumulate fiend essence and improve your own cultivation. There's no other way." If you can make good use of this ancient demon well, it'll be of great help. Li Yunxiao was quite tempted. He had just reached divine transcendence, and it was unlikely for him to improve his cultivation in a short period of time. Now that he had mastered the basics of Luding Liujia and refined the five-cloud mountain into the Tusida heavenly peak, the power of the suppression of Yuanda that he had used for the first time was indeed infinite. If he could make a breakthrough in his demonic skill, with the power of the Six Paths demonic weapon, he might be able to fight against the ruins of End. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He wished he could immediately fly into the ancient demon well. They soon arrived at the void. There was a huge bottomless black vortex that led straight to the demonic world. Several figures appeared in the void. They were the guards. When they saw Li Yunxiao, they hurriedly greeted him and said, "Greetings, Elder Yunxiao." Although Qi Xingfeng was the Grand Supreme Elder, the middle and lower levels of the divine transformation Xi did not know about this. Even if they did not take it to heart, let alone recognize him. Li Yunxiao said, "We want to go in." The guard revealed a troubled expression and said, "Elder Yunxiao can naturally enter, but these few must get Lord Yuanda's approval." Li Yunxiao said, "Lord Yuanda's approval? Did he go in as well?" The guard was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "I haven't seen Lord Yuanda." Li Yunxiao thought for a moment. With Yuanda's strength, they wouldn't be able to find out if he sneaked in directly. Moreover, he was seriously injured, so he probably wouldn't want his subordinates to see him. "If you haven't seen Yuanda, where can I find him? Don't waste our time. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility." After saying that, Li Yunxiao ignored the guards who tried to stop him and flew in. Qi Xingfeng and the others also followed behind. The guards wanted to stop them, but their bodies suddenly stopped as if they were frozen in place. They could not move at all. They could only move when they saw them disappear into the ancient demon's well. What happened just now? Was he bewitched? Haha, bewitched? That's a spatial pressure that can directly suppress an area. With our strength, we can only wait to be slaughtered. What should we do? We don't know the others at all. It's a big crime to break into the ancient demon's well. We can't escape punishment. Don't worry too much. Didn't Elder Yunxiao say that he will take full responsibility? I hope so. If something really happens, he won't shirk responsibility. The few guards discussed worriedly for a while, then their bodies gradually disappeared into the void. Several hours later, Li Yunxiao and the others appeared outside the boundary power of the Devil Realm. It was pitch black, but they were all top masters. Except for the fact that they could not see clearly inside the boundary power, their vision was not affected. Qi Xingfeng placed his hand outside the boundary power and gently felt the demonic aura surging out from it. He said, "The amount of demonic aura surging out has indeed increased a little, but after hundreds of years, it can be considered extremely normal." Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "I'm curious. Where did Yuanda go? Did he really not come here?" Qi Xingfeng sneered, "Who cares about him? Although that guy's strength isn't bad, he's only SOSO. He's not a threat." He turned around and looked at the black-clothed man. "Old friend, I'll have to trouble you this time. Now that the situation is settled, you can go back." The black robe fluttered in the air. Li Yunxiao thought he could see some flaws, but there was still no fluctuation of elemental qi. The man in black just raised his hand and made a sign with one hand. A dark light rippled out from his fingertips. Then, the black shadow slowly disappeared into the light without a trace. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He had been staring at the man with ingenious spell spirit eyes, but he could not figure out the man's identity. Not only that, it was unbelievable that the man had disappeared right under his nose. External incarnation? Chu Hongyan suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. Qi Xingfeng smiled and said, "The Palace Lord of Divine Cloud Palace really lives up to his name. It is the external incarnation technique." Chu Hongyan was stunned. This external incarnation can exist alone for such a long time. The world is so big and there are so many strong masters. I am just a frog in a well. Qi Xingfeng said, "Palace Master is too modest. My friend's background isn't small either. Lu Congzi has most likely guessed his identity, which is why he did not make a move." Otherwise, there would be many twists and turns. He was not willing to reveal the man's background, so Li Yinxiao and Chu Hongyan did not ask. Qi Xingfeng said, Palace Lord and Yuqing, do you feel uncomfortable here? This is the best place for demonic arts cultivators. You can return to Technique God Island first. Chu Hongyan said, Fei Yang, do you want to stay? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, this is indeed the best place for me to cultivate. Hongyan, if you are not willing to go to Technique God Island, you can enter the Boundary God Steel. Chu Hongyan said, alright, but there is no time to cultivate. How long will you be in seclusion? She was a little worried about Divine Cloud Palace. After all, they had been out for a long time. Li Yunxiao said, wait for Ultimate to find me. He had already transcended into sainthood. As long as Ultimate regained control of Ning Qiue, he would come for him. Chu Hongyan's expression froze. She immediately threw the matter of Divine Cloud Palace to the back of her mind and said, alright, I'll go with you. Li Yunxiao nodded. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he took out an iron-colored token, which was glowing with vibrant colors. The colorful lights flowed on the token like living creatures, forming various symbols. They flickered and then condensed into a coordinate symbol that was fixed on the token. Qi Xingfeng and Chu Hongyan exclaimed at the same time, the heavenly moat token. Li Yunxiao looked at the coordinate symbol and nodded, the northern celestial territory, Nephrite heaven, has finally responded. Chu Hongyan said, are we going or not? Li Yunxiao said, the opening this time is very important. I heard from Nanqiu that the world of immortality is about to open. What? The world of immortality. Qi Xingfeng and Chu Hongyan's expressions changed greatly, revealing all sorts of bewilderment. Qi Xingfeng said in a deep voice, since the world of immortality is about to open, we have to go. And not only will we go, I'm afraid all the experts in the world will go. There will be another battle. Chu Hongyan said in a daze, the world of immortality has always been a legend. Is there really immortality in there? Qi Xingfeng laughed, haha, how is that possible? Even the divine realm of 10 directions can't be immortal. As for what exactly is going on, we will naturally know when we go. Li Yunxiao said, the world of immortality has a long history. Is there no record of it in the collection of Divine Cloud Palace and Divine Cloud Sea? Chu Hongyan frowned, rumor has it that Gu Qingqing once went to look for the world of immortality, but the result was not the same. If it was in the past, she would add the word ancestor when addressing Gu Qingqing, but now there was no such respect. Gu Qingqing? Qi Xingfeng did not know that Gu Qingqing had already descended into Luo Yunsheng's body. He snorted, that bastard most likely died in Nephrite heaven. As for the world of immortality, I have seen some records. It is not a place of immortality, but a man-made place to become a god. A place to become a god? Man-made? The three of them were startled, and their gazes all landed on Qi Xingfeng. Qi Xingfeng said, since the world of immortality is about to open, and you and I are allies on the same front, there's no harm in telling you too. 100,000 years ago, after the demonic war, the path to godhood was completely closed. For 100,000 years, in order to step into that realm, countless experts have tried all kinds of methods, and the world of immortality is a space to become a god created by the feathers of the ancient heavenly phoenix. Chu Hongyan said, ancient heavenly phoenix? It is said that the heavenly phoenix has its own space ability, and can travel between realms at will. It is the king of all birds, and among the countless true spirits, it is second only to the true dragon. It is not impossible to use its feathers to create a space, but what about becoming a god? Qi Xingfeng rolled his eyes at her, how would I know? The opening of the world of immortality is probably the best opportunity. Chu Hongyan said, but to enter Nephrite heaven, we need the Heaven's Moat medallion from Heaven's Moat Horizon. Haha. Qi Xingfeng laughed heartily and said, Palace Lord is truly kind. At our level, why would we still need that token? Heaven's Moat Horizon would be the best, even if they don't give it, we still have to enter. Chu Hongyan frowned, but did not say anything. Li Yunxiao said, the coordinates of the northern immortal realm have appeared, but it will take some time for the entrance to fully open. He stared at the medallion, the color of the coordinates was waxy yellow, with only a bit of scarlet. Only when the entire coordinate turned scarlet, would it mark the opening of the entrance. Qi Xingfeng said, from the time the coordinates appear to the opening, it will take at least 3 months, at most half a year. During this time, we can cultivate our demonic arts, and strive to advance to the next level. Li Yunxiao, would you like to exchange a few pointers? Li Yunxiao had inherited a few demonic techniques from the demon master, while Qi Xingfeng was from the demon servant lineage and also possessed demonic techniques. The two of them were the most powerful demonic cultivators in the world. Li Yunxiao couldn't have asked for more. Chu Hongyan entered the Universe God Monument right away while Bo Yuqing returned to Technique God Island. Li Yunxiao and Qi Xingfeng sat opposite each other and started to communicate with each other. After all, the demonic art that Li Yunxiao had obtained was more orthodox, while Qi Xingfeng had obtained it after countless years of deliberation. There were some slight differences, but there were many changes. At the same time, he was also very curious about the situation of the demonic soldier of the Six Paths. As the two of them communicated, they immediately benefited a lot and were both delighted. Dozens of days later, both of them were immersed in the nourishment of the demonic qi. Li Yunxiao had been in a meditative state for a long time. He had completely shut off his 5 senses and 6 senses. His entire being was one with the environment. Every cell in his body opened up, inhaling and exhaling the demonic energy into his body. The demonic energy flowed through his meridians to his dantian and settled down. It felt as if he didn't exist at all. He was just a little devil that had been drifting in the demon world for countless years. He only knew how to absorb energy every day, and he didn't have any thoughts of his own. Who is it? Suddenly, Qi Xingfeng shouted sternly, pulling him out of that strange feeling. Li Yunxiao was dazed for a moment. He felt as if he was dreaming of Zhou Mengdai. It was so clear. He suddenly thought that perhaps it was the influence of the demon master's demonic aura in his body. Even the invincible demon master had started out as a devil and continued to grow. Perhaps what he had just comprehended was the memory that the demon master had sealed away countless years ago. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the darkness. His hateful eyes flashed with murderous intent as he stared at the two of them. Qi Xingfeng smiled and said, "I was wondering who it was. So it's Lord Yuanda. Strange, this place isn't big. Where has Lord Yuanda been hiding all this time?" The person who walked out of the darkness was Yuanda. Demonic aura surged around his body. It was obvious that he had recovered his strength in the past dozens of days. His whole body was full of energy, as if he was stronger than before. Li Yunxiao's brows furrowed slightly. With his mystical spirit eyes, he could clearly see that Yuanda's strength didn't seem to be stronger than before. In fact, he was indeed stronger than before. Yuanda said coldly, "Lord Qi Xingfeng, this is a private matter between me and Li Yunxiao. I hope you won't interfere." Li Yunxiao said, "What? Do you want to be beaten again? Lord Yuanda's Dao heart is really firm. Your skin is thicker than the city walls. No wonder you can become the vice president. I admire you." Qi Xingfeng chuckled and said, "Li Yunxiao is my friend. I can't stand by and watch you bully him." Yuanda's face flashed with anger. He pointed at Li Yunxiao and said, "Gu Feiyang, you're the titled Emperor Wu and an honorary elder. You don't even have the courage to fight me fairly?" Li Yunxiao sneered, "Lord, this isn't the first time you've tried to provoke me. Do you think you'll succeed the second time?" Yuanda said coldly, "Fine. Even if you don't have the Dao heart of a martial artist, are you going to ignore your own disciple? Yang Di?" Li Yunxiao was shocked. In his fury, demonic energy surged out from his body, producing the sound of wind and thunder. He shouted, "Yuanda, I've always respected you as a senior. How dare you be so shameless?" Yuanda sneered, "Don't get so worked up. Yang Di is fine now. He's just been sent out to carry out a mission. As long as you fight me fairly, I'll tell you his whereabouts regardless of the outcome." Previously, he had lost to Li Yunxiao here, which made him feel indignant and resentful. He still thought that he was careless and his body was destroyed by the purple lightning, allowing Li Yunxiao to take advantage of him. The humiliation of his defeat almost made him go mad. In the battle dozens of days ago, he was severely injured by a few people. This anger lingered in his heart and accumulated deeper and deeper. Li Yunxiao also understood Yuanda's situation. Yuanda wasn't a bad person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been respected second only to Lu Xongzi after so many years in the deity transformation sea. It was just that cultivating demonic arts affected his temperament. Now that he had a knot in his heart, he became more and more evil. After this battle, no matter the result, you have to tell me Yangdi's whereabouts. Okay, I'll keep my word. Yuanda was overjoyed. Endless battle intent shot out of his eyes. He wanted to wash away his shame. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn. He had indeed been lucky in the previous battle. If not for the purple lightning's sudden attack, it would have been extremely difficult for him to win. Moreover, Yuanda seemed to be stronger than before. Be careful, I'm going to attack. Yuanda shouted. He directly turned into a ball of demonic energy and rushed down. In the simplest and most violent way, a spear extended out of the demonic energy and stabbed down. Li Yunxiao said, Lord Qi Xingfeng, please hold the line for me. Qi Xingfeng laughed. Don't worry. With me here, I won't let him kill you. Haha. He also wanted to see Li Yunxiao's current strength, so he was happy to see it. Li Yunxiao made a hand seal with one hand. He raised his right hand high above his head and grabbed the spear. Under the pressure of the huge impact, the tip of the spear moved forward a few inches, directly touching the space between his eyebrows. His body also couldn't help but take a few steps back. With each step, circles of demonic patterns rippled out, dissipating the force. What? Qi Xingfeng and Yuanda were both shocked. Such a powerful impact, but the other party actually used his physical body to block it. Yuanda thought that he must have some kind of magical power. He didn't expect it to be pure physical strength. Instead, he was stunned. Li Yunxiao smiled ferociously. He grabbed the spear with both hands, lifted Yuanda up, and threw him away. His strength was great enough that Yuanda was like a stone that was thrown away. He spun several times in the air, but he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. In front of him was the power of the demon realm. If he crashed into it, he would be smashed to pieces on the spot. He was so scared that he hurriedly used the body-fixing technique to stabilize his body, and then he glided thousands of feet in the air. But just as he steadied himself, he saw a flash of green light. Li Yunxiao teleported up and turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. He made a hand seal, and the 3 seals combined into one and struck down. Boy, you dare to look down on me. Yuanda roared angrily. Even though he knew Li Yunxiao's identity, he was still enraged when he saw such a young man making such a brazen move. He also formed his palms and struck out at the same time. Kaboom! The palms collided, and the space around them shook violently. Circles of demonic essence and golden light surged, sweeping over the 2 people. Li Yunxiao gave a stuffy groan. His cultivation was weaker, so he had to rely on his mortal body to make up for the powerful pressure. He could only hear the sounds of his bones cracking and the sounds of his muscles twisting. But not only was the indestructible golden body extremely powerful, but it could also absorb damage and turn it into nourishment. He took 2 steps back and completely blocked Yuanda's palm. The 2 were in a stalemate. What? Yuanda's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, and they were as big as copper bells. Qi Xingfeng was also aghast. He could see that Li Yunxiao had opened the 7 gates of the divine body, and was only 1 step away from reaching the large success stage of the mortal body. But after a short period of emotional turmoil, he returned to normal. Although there was only 1 last step left, it was the most difficult step. It was like a heavenly abyss, and without a great lucky chance, it was impossible to cross it. The golden light and demonic essence on Li Yunxiao's body flickered at the same time, and his face became extremely fierce under the tremendous suppressive force. Endless demonic energy suddenly erupted from his body, instantly condensing into a true demon giant spirit behind him. The giant spirit's face was even more spirited than before. Under its angry gaze, its 5 fingers turned into a small mountain that pressed down on Yuanda. Huh! Yuanda also glared at it angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a black light that turned into a spear and pierced through the demonic palm. At the same time, he exerted more strength in his hands, almost putting all his strength into his palms. He wanted to completely defeat Li Yunxiao. Gu-gu-gu-gu. Li Yunxiao's body emitted a clear sound of bones bursting. His complexion changed greatly, and he hastily formed a 1-handed seal. Bang! His body exploded, turning into countless thunderbolts that scattered in all directions. Yuanda's palm hit nothing, but the demonic energy vibrated from his palm and chased after the thunderbolts, wanting to devour them all. All of a sudden, a purple thunderbolt flickered and dispersed the demonic essence that was chasing after him. Only then did Xianxia's true body appear. He formed a sword seal with one hand, and circles of icy malevolent heart flames flew out from his palm, turning into the sword/red. Untainted sword. It was the sword technique of the world sword. When it was swept out, the sword chi slashed down along with the dancing flames. Icy malevolent heart flames? Yuanda was shocked, but his body trembled with excitement. He shrieked, "Rainbow twin stones, you have the rainbow twin stones." Xianxia sneered and said, "What does it have to do with you that I have the rainbow twin stones?" As the sword swept forward, the devil chi in its path was burned away by the flames. After a brief moment of excitement, Yuanda suddenly shuddered as if he was afraid. He did not dare to take the attack head-on and hurriedly dodged. Qi Xingfeng's eyes were also wide open as he stared at the sword with a sluggish expression as if he could not believe it. Ho! As the sword swept across the sky, Yuanda used several movement techniques to evade all the flames. Rainbow Devil Sword. It's a sword forged from the rainbow twin stones. Yuanda suddenly felt the sword will, and his eyes turned scarlet as he stared at the sword like a hungry wolf seeing meat. Qi Xingfeng also trembled, his eyes bursting with light as he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. He was so excited that he trembled slightly. Xianxia cursed inwardly. Both of their expressions seemed to have revealed something that should not have been revealed. "Give it to me, give me the sword." After dodging several swords, Yuanda suddenly pounced over with a face as ferocious as a wild beast's, wanting to snatch the sword. "Get lost!" Xianxia angrily shouted. Immediately, his sword will rose, and 36 northern sky-chilling star swords flew out. Like stars in the sky, they slashed in front of him like a waterfall, blocking Yuanda. Then, he slashed down with a sword technique, and the sword realm opened up. 36 cold lights also refracted with silver light, like a cold moon shining down, sweeping away all the devil chi in its path. A huge sword talisman formed in the sky and suddenly turned into 10,000 swords that slashed down. Yuanda's current state was a little strange. He did not fear the million sword diagram at all, and still stared at the red sword decapitator. The ferocity in his eyes grew sharper and sharper, like a primordial beast. He roared, and his body swelled to twice its size. He suddenly punched at the sword talisman. Bang! The 10,000 swords exploded in the air. The sword talisman could not withstand the fist force, and cracks began to appear. Xianxia's expression froze, and the red sword decapitator sank in his hand. He desperately poured origin power and devil chi into it, and the entire sword was burned white by the baleful ice heart flame. Star-cutting sword. Countless sword wills flew up, and man and sword as one rushed into the myriad sword illustration, slashing at Yuanda. At this moment, Yuanda was trying his best to tear apart the sword realm with his hands. The 36 northern cold stars were sent flying, but he saw a terrifying sword coming towards him. He let out a loud roar and charged forward like a wild beast without any sort of technique. Chi. The sword easily pierced into his body and opened up a wound on his chest. Fresh blood mixed with demonic chi flowed out, and it was impossible to tell what color it was. Pa. Yuanda was seriously injured, but he didn't seem to notice. He grabbed Xianxia's arm with one hand and grabbed the hilt of the sword with the other, as if he didn't dare to touch the sword. He revealed a hideous smile. Xianxia exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" "Ha ha ha, crazy, I'm crazy. This is an aegis." Yuanda tried to snatch the sword with all his might, but Xianxia's physical strength was so strong that he couldn't move it at all. He kept shouting, "Give it to me, give it to me." Xianxia was scared by him. Yuanda's wound was still expanding under the burning of the ice fiend heart flame. If this continued, he might die. If Yuanda died at his hands, it would be very troublesome. He ignored the others tearing and formed a one-handed seal. The sword instantly turned into a white light and was absorbed into his body. In the end, it turned into a lotus pattern in his palm. Ah? My aegis? Seeing the sword disappear, Yuanda suddenly looked like he had lost his soul. He became extremely hideous and jumped forward, opening his mouth to bite at Li Yunxiao's head. Li Yunxiao jumped in fright. His entire arm was grabbed by the other, and he couldn't shake him off. He hurriedly used his left hand to slap Yuanda's head. With a pung, his head exploded, but there was a lot of demonic qi. There was no blood or flesh. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked. The demonic qi turned into more than a dozen evil spirits in the air and rushed down with strange screams. Another head grew out of Yuanda's broken neck, and it opened its mouth to bite him again. Is he still a human? Li Yunxiao was extremely shocked and frightened by the scene. The dozen evil spirits were much more powerful than the ones he had seen when he came to the ancient demon well for the first time. Go! Suddenly, Qi Xingfeng shouted. A beautiful jade appeared in the air and shot down thousands of green lights. Countless runes gushed out of the jade and pressed down on the evil spirits. Gua, gua, gua. The evil spirits made strange sounds. When they were shown by the green light, they immediately showed painful expressions. Then, the jade turned into an area of half an acre. All the demonic qi that came into contact with it was instantly dissipated. Li Yunxiao immediately felt that Yuanda's strength was greatly reduced by the green light. He hurriedly formed a seal with one hand and shot out the purple lightning, destroying Yuanda's arm. Then, he flashed away. Boom! The beautiful jade finally pressed down completely, and all the demonic qi dissipated in an instant. Yuanda also let out a miserable scream, as if he had been crushed to pieces. Finally, there was no sound. Qi Xingfeng frowned and reached out, and the jade flew back into his body. Li Yunxiao was shocked. This jade was Qi Xingfeng's trump card, the Imperial Treasure Scroll. He had seen it before, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Maybe Qi Xingfeng was limited by his own strength and couldn't use the Imperial Treasure Scroll to its fullest. Is he dead? Li Yunxiao asked worriedly. If Yuanda died, they would be in big trouble. If Lu Congzi lost his right-hand man, he would definitely use all his strength to fight against Qi Xingfeng. Qi Xingfeng shook his head and said, although I don't know how he escaped, he is indeed not dead. There is something strange about this place. Maybe there are secrets that we haven't discovered yet. Secrets? Li Yunxiao suddenly remembered that Yuanda's two appearances were inexplicable. This crack was not big, and he could use his divine sense to scan the entire place. Qi Xingfeng was on high alert for a while, but he didn't find Yuanda. He then turned to look at Li Yunxiao and asked seriously, is the sword in your hand made of neon stone? Li Yunxiao nodded. In fact, he knew that Qi Xingfeng already knew, but he asked cautiously just to make sure. I knew it. Qi Xingfeng's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be excited. He said, you brat, you schemed against me for the neon stone, and said that there were 2 pairs of neon stones missing. So one of them is in your hands. Li Yunxiao didn't know how to answer, so he explained the origin of the neon raw gemstone in full detail. What? True Dragon's secret treasure, neon stone? Qi Xingfeng screamed, and then he beat his chest and stamped his feet. He said angrily, those damn hidden aristocratic families, that damn Thousand Treasure Tower Merchant Alliance, they actually have such a divine item. My God, it's actually neon stone. How is this possible? His eyes were red, and he stared at Li Yunde with an increasingly ferocious gaze, just like Yuanda. Li Yunxiao was instantly vigilant, and he moved several hundred feet away in a flash. He said from afar, my lord, you have the devil in your heart. Qi Xingfeng was shocked, and he hurriedly formed a seal with one hand to slowly suppress the emotions in his heart. After a while, he finally caught his breath. Li Yunxiao said, it's just a neon stone. This thing is indeed powerful, but it's not enough to make you lose your mind, right? Qi Xingfeng looked at him deeply, and snorted. You don't know much about the Demon Lord, so you won't understand the importance of the neon stone. I didn't expect that other than the Demon Lord's body, there's still a neon stone in this world, and it's a neon stone. Could it be that the ancient true dragon once entered the demonic realm? A speculation formed in his mind, and then his expression became more and more shocked and complicated, as if he thought of a series of things. Li Yunxiao said, what did you think of, my lord? You can say it, and we can discuss it together. Qi Xingfeng pondered for a while and shook his head. I just had a flash of inspiration, and I didn't think of anything. Li Yunxiao knew that he was being perfunctory, but since he was unwilling to say it, he couldn't force him. He could only say, let's go, I'm afraid we can't continue to cultivate here, and I don't know when Yuanda will come out again. Go? Qi Xingfeng's eyes turned cold, and he said, there are actually secrets in this crack that I don't know. If I don't solve it, how can I leave with peace of mind? You have the neon stone, and your heart is inlaid with a neon stone. Moreover, you have the demon lord's devil aura, and you cultivate demonic arts, so you can be considered as someone who is extremely fated with the demonic realm. Why don't you stay with me and find out the truth? Li Yunxiao was also surprised by Yuanda's news, and he said, all right, I will go with you, my lord, so we can look after each other. Qi Xingfeng thought for a while and said, can you transfer the neon stone to me? You can name a price, maybe I can do it. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, I don't plan to sell it for now, but if I don't want it in the future, I will think of you, my lord. Sigh. Qi Xingfeng let out a long sigh, as if lamenting why he didn't have such good luck, and his eyes were full of envy and jealousy. Li Yunxiao didn't mention this matter anymore, and he started to observe by himself. Both of them were peak alchemists, and their divine sense was rarely seen in the world. Coupled with his mystical spirit eyes, it was almost impossible for Yuanda to hide. The two of them searched for a while, and almost searched every corner of the space, but still couldn't find a trace of him. Qi Xingfeng frowned and said, how is this possible? He disappeared and reappeared for no reason, could it be? Li Yunxiao also suddenly shouted, could it be? The two of them looked at each other, as if they had seen each other's answer, and looked towards the demonic boundary in shock. The only possibility now was that Yuanda had directly escaped into the boundary, but the possibility of this seemed even smaller than disappearing for no reason. Impossible, impossible. Qi Xingfeng shook his head repeatedly, and said, if he had the strength to escape into the demonic boundary and didn't die, he wouldn't have been defeated by us. Li Yunxiao rubbed his chin with one hand, and pondered, maybe he didn't rely on his strength to escape, and has some other secret skill that we don't know about? Qi Xingfeng's expression became solemn, and he stretched out his hand to lightly touch the boundary's power, only half an inch away from the boundary, not daring to get too close. You mean he has a secret skill that can open this demonic boundary? Haha, this deduction is even more terrifying than what we thought before. Qi Xingfeng still shook his head, not believing it. Li Yunxiao said, I don't believe it either, but he did disappear right under our noses. He also appeared suddenly without any warning. You are very experienced. Can you give us an explanation? Demonic qi kept gushing out of the boundary. The two of them felt very comfortable standing inside. Li Yunxiao, in particular, had been desperately absorbing the demonic essence during the previous battle, which had greatly benefited his body. Qi Xingfeng stretched out a finger and poked at the boundary. There was almost no sound, and the finger was crushed into ashes by the power of the boundary. After confirming that the power of the boundary could not be broken, Qi Xingfeng sighed and withdrew his hand. The surrounding demonic qi gathered and condensed into a finger again. Li Yunxiao said, if the power of the boundary is really unbreakable, then the problem lies in the passage. After all, Yuanda's ability to suddenly disappear only exists here. When he was beaten half to death in the abyss, he didn't disappear. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Qi Xingfeng waved his hand and the demonic essence lock appeared on his arm. It flew up and formed an array in the air. It spread out like a spider web and extended infinitely. Li Yunxiao saw that wherever the chain passed, the demonic qi avoided it as if it was very disgusted. Huh? Qi Xingfeng's eyes suddenly widened. He looked into the distance and saw that in the area covered by the demon essence lock, where the demonic energy had dissipated, there was a nebula that gradually appeared. It shined with black light, like a galaxy. A passage? Li Yunxiao was also surprised. There was another passage in the passage of the ancient demonic well. Humph, there is indeed a problem. Qi Xingfeng collected the chains that filled the sky and walked towards the passage. As the demonic essence lock was withdrawn, the demonic qi in the sky rolled over again and annihilated the passage. It could not be seen with the naked eye or divine sense. The two of them quickly walked to the passage. If they didn't know that there was a passage in front of them, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. Qi Xingfeng said, do you want to go in and have a look? Li Yunxiao said, let's go in. Since Yuanda can go in, we can too. Yes. Qi Xingfeng responded with a grunt. How could he be so cautious? How could he not be as courageous as the man in front of him? He couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He took the lead and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt an astonishing amount of demonic qi assaulting him. The density of the demonic qi was tens of times that of the outside world. Such a powerful demonic qi was hidden in the ancient demon well. The two of them were shocked and felt that something was wrong. Even the listening shepherd flute, who was in the universe divine monument, was alarmed. His solemn voice said, continue forward and investigate the source of this demonic aura. Suddenly, a few streaks of black light flashed in front of him, and the number increased abruptly. It was as if stars were shooting through the tunnel. The two of them fixed their eyes on it. Those black lights were all spears formed from devil qi, and they covered the entire space of the tunnel. Humph, he's indeed inside. Has Yuanda run out of tricks like this? Qi Xingfeng sneered. With a shake of his right hand, the ancient dust sword instantly slashed out, transforming into countless sword dragons that roared and destroyed all the black spears. At the same time, countless cracks appeared in the space of the tunnel. Let's go. After confirming that Yuanda was in front of them, the two of them sped up their escape skills and teleported thousands of miles in a flash. The crack was not long. Soon, they saw the boundary of the demon world. An astonishing amount of demonic qi gushed out from the wall of the boundary. That is, Li Yunxiao was shocked. What he saw in front of him almost blinded him. The boundary of the demon world was inlaid with hundreds of human faces. At a glance, they were so densely packed that it made one's scalp go numb. Ah! Qi Xingfeng also sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked by the scene. What is this? Those faces all had their eyes closed and were inlaid peacefully in the boundary. It was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Are these people still alive? Qi Xingfeng looked at them in a daze and said, how did they enter the boundary? He stretched out his hand and touched the boundary. As soon as he touched it, one of his fingers was directly crushed into ashes. The boundary power is not reduced. What is going on? Qi Xingfeng said in surprise. Around Li Yunxiao's demonic eyes, strange magatama shapes flashed, slowly sweeping across the faces of the people on the boundary wall. Unconsciously, cold sweat flowed down from his temples. He muttered to himself, how is this possible? How could this be? When Qi Xingfeng saw him in a daze, he asked hurriedly, what did you find? Li Yunxiao's lips turned pale. He said in a trembling voice, these faces didn't come from the realm of heaven martial arts, but, Qi Xingfeng frowned. His expression changed drastically. He said involuntarily, you mean? Li Yunxiao nodded with an ashen face. He said, these faces came from the demon world. In other words, they are all demons. It seems they want to break the wall and come out, but they are obstructed by the boundary power of the realm of heaven martial arts. That's why they are imprinted with faces. Qi Xingfeng was dumbfounded for a long while. Then, he gradually believed him. Those faces were indeed strange. Moreover, they could see protrusions around the faces. Those were the other parts of their bodies that were trying to break the wall. Ling Mudi's voice echoed. He said, the space here has changed. Those demons have been in the boundary wall for an unknown period of time, and now they have imprinted their faces. Li Yunxiao said through sound transmission, what should we do now? This scene confused him. He had never encountered such a situation before. He felt his scalp go numb. Ling Mudi said, don't worry too much. Although they have imprinted their faces, it will take them a long time to pass through the boundary power. Maybe you won't be able to see them in your lifetime. Is that true? Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. He said, phew, I was scared to death. Since that's the case, I won't care about it anymore. Ling Mudi said, that's just my guess. If the changes here continue, those demons will come out in the next second. Li Yunxiao was speechless. He said angrily, then what should we do? Ling Mudi said, don't worry. Find Yuanda first and ask him about the situation. He and Lu Zongzi must know something. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He thought to himself, how could I forget about Yuanda? He looked around. Yuanda was sitting cross-legged in the air beside the boundary wall not far away. He was treating his injuries and seemed to have ignored their arrival. When the two of them first arrived, they were shocked by the hundreds of faces and did not notice Yuanda's existence. Li Yinxiao looked over and said in a deep voice, Lord Yuanda, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Qi Xingfeng also came back to his senses. He looked at Yuanda with a complicated expression. His expression was also gloomy. Yuanda slowly opened his eyes. He did not put down the hand seal and continued to absorb the demon qi. He said, haven't the two of you seen it and made a judgment? Li Yinxiao did not expect him to be so calm. He could not help but feel a little strange. He said, oh? It seems that Lord Yuanda is used to this scene. When did the spatial crack appear? When did you discover it? Has there been any changes since then? Yuanda did not move. He was still making hand seals to absorb the demon qi. He seemed to have entered a meditative state and did not hear Li Yinxiao's words. The two of them waited for a while. Qi Xingfeng became impatient and shouted, Brat, I'm asking you a question. This shout contained a sound wave technique. Even the space trembled because of it. It was like an iron wall was crushing over. Yuanda finally stopped moving. He opened his eyes and slashed down with one hand, cutting the sound wave apart. Qi Xingfeng sneered. I thought you were dead. Yuanda's face was full of anger. He said, I saw the same thing as you. You ask me, but who should I ask? Li Yinxiao suddenly said, did you discover this crack or did Lu Congzi discover it? Yuanda frowned. After a while, he said, it was Lord Chief. Li Yinxiao said, since Lord Chief is promoting demonic cultivators, why don't you publicize this crack? After all, the demon qi here is dozens of times more than outside. If those demonic cultivators enter, the divine transformation sea will be able to create a large number of powerful martial artists in a short time. After Li Yinxiao finished speaking, his heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have thought of something and could not help but be shocked. Beside him, Qi Xingfeng also seemed to have thought of something. The two of them looked at each other in shock, as if confirming each other's thoughts. From the current reaction of these demonic cultivators, the demonic arts were not perfect. However, Lu Congzi was unscrupulously promoting it. The reason was very likely to create a large number of powerful martial artists. Just like Gong Yang Jingqi had the golden armored death warriors and Wei Qing had the ghost Azura, Lu Congzi might also want to build a secret force of demonic cultivators. Yuanda did not know what the two of them were thinking. He said, how would I know what Lord Chief is thinking? Qi Xingfeng's face was gloomy. He shouted, then when did you enter this crack? What was the state of these faces at that time? Yuanda glanced at those faces. His eyes flashed and he only said lightly, I forgot. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. I see you as an eyesore now. Qi Xingfeng was furious. He grabbed the ancient dust sword in his hand and walked over step by step. Since you don't know anything, I will find the answer myself. Li Yinxiao also teleported and appeared at the entrance of the passage. He blocked Yuanda's escape route and sneered, I still want to see Lord Yuanda perform a sudden disappearance. Killing intent shot out of Yuanda's eyes. He said coldly, you really want to fight here? Li Yinxiao crossed his arms in front of him and looked at him coldly. He said, it seems that Lord forced us. This crack has already changed. It is very likely to form something like the heaven-shaking mountain range. At that time, it will evolve into a passage between the two worlds. There will be endless troubles. As the vice president of the deity transformation sea, don't you have any awareness of the safety of the world? Yuanda's pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes shot out a fierce light. He stared at Li Yinxiao and said, you really know a lot. Li Yinxiao was about to say something, but he saw Yuanda suddenly jump up from where he was and directly rushed toward Qi Xingfeng. He grabbed a spear in his hand and stabbed it down. Qi Xingfeng sneered, you don't know what's good for you. Gu Qin raised a sword light and slashed at the spear. Bang! The sword light hit the spear and the demonic pattern scattered. Yuanda's body trembled a few times, but he was not cut apart by Qi Xingfeng's sword. He still held onto his spear and pressed it against the ancient dust sword. Demonic chi surged around his body. Huh? Your strength. Qi Xingfeng was shocked. Logically, Yuanda should not have been able to withstand his sword, not to mention that he was already injured. Li Yunxiao's demonic eyes flashed, and he said, "My lord, be careful. Yuanda is a bit strange." Qi Xingfeng didn't need him to say it, but he didn't take it to heart. He sneered, "In this world, other than the devil lord himself, is there anyone else who can surpass my master's lineage?" A demonic aura surged out of his body, forming 3 heads and 6 arms. One of them held the nether wheel and slashed in the air, a green light shot up, and Yuanda hurriedly retracted his spear, blocking in front of his body. But the slashing force was too strong. With a bang, the spear and his body were cut in half. Qi Xingfeng did not stop. He raised his sword, and several jade dragons coiled around it, slashing towards the 2 halves of the body. Boom, the jade dragons roared, and Yuanda's body exploded into dozens of demonic spirits. They let out strange cries and danced around. Qi Xingfeng frowned and said, "The demonic qi in his body actually condensed into demonic spirits. What is going on?" Li Yunxiao also felt that it was very strange. He had encountered it before. He wanted to ask listening Moody, but Moody did not say anything. He most likely did not know. Ga. The demonic spirits made strange noises, and flew around for a while. They gathered in front of him and fused together. Qi Xingfeng was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see what was going on. Soon, Yuanda's figure appeared again. His face was full of anger. Not only that, but there was a head and a pair of arms behind him. This, 2 heads and 4 arms? Li Yunxiao and Qi Xingfeng were stunned. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. It wasn't 2 heads and 4 arms. There was a person behind Yuanda's back. Like conjoined twins, that person had a head, hands, and feet. Everything was there, but their backs were only connected. "Kaka, did you meet an expert that you can't deal with? You still have to summon me out, he. The conjoined bodies behind Yuanda let out a cold and sinister laugh. Yuanda said angrily, "Humph, enough nonsense, hurry up and kill these 2 people. They are indeed not weak. One of them is at the returning nature realm, and the other is at the divine sovereign realm. No wonder they could force you to this state." The person behind him laughed strangely and said, "But since this lord has appeared, it is their doomsday." Yuanda's body turned, and that person appeared in front of him. His expression was cold and strange, and demonic chi roiled around his body, giving off an evil feeling. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. It was several inches long, and he stared at Qi Xingfeng. "You even know the true demon form. Could it be passed down by the arch?" Qi Xingfeng stood upright and said coldly, "Who are you?" This lord? You wouldn't know even if I told you, but my name will soon be known throughout the Sky Martial continent." That person was a little excited, and his eyes kept emitting black demonic light. Ling Mudi's voice suddenly sounded. "We're in big trouble. This person is a demon lord from the demon world." Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he cried out, "How is that possible? Did he break out of the wall?" Ling Mudi said, "It should be. Looks like the situation here is more complicated than I thought. I'm afraid it will become a second Tianxiao mountain range. I don't know what level of demon lord he is. If Qi Xingfeng is defeated too quickly, you should run quickly." Li Yunxiao was a little nervous. He said, "There are levels of demon lords too? This person doesn't look too strong. Otherwise, how could he be with Yuanda? He's probably restricted by the realm of heaven martial arts." Ling Mudi said, "Demon lords are the highest life forms in the demon world. They evolved from the evil spirits of the 10 directions black flame. They're creatures with full intelligence. But even demon lords have different levels of strength. The Monogatari who came to the realm of heaven martial arts was a peak existence in the demon world." "What you said makes sense. He must have used Yuanda's body to resist the suppression of the realm of heaven martial arts. If he was too strong, he would have adapted to the realm power long ago." Li Yunxiao suddenly felt a headache. The great divine evolution technique kept flashing in his mind. It seemed like some lost memories were slowly unraveling. He said in surprise, "I remember. There are demon lords in the Xianxia mountain range. Ling Mudi said, the heaven-shaking mountain range is a spatial crack. Over the years, there have been evil demons. Even the evil spirits of the 10 directions black flame have come out of the demon world. It's not strange for them to evolve into demon lords over time. But that place is sealed by countless experts. Even if a demon lord wants to come out, it's not easy. Li Yunxiao recalled the time when he was hiding in the consciousness of the phoenix. He had seen the phoenix fight with the evil spirits of the 10 directions black flame in the heaven-shaking mountain range. The real spirits existed much longer than the demon sealing war. It was obvious that demons had entered the heaven martial continent a long time ago. But 100,000 years ago, they encountered the lord of the demon world. He was the strongest demon lord. He almost destroyed the whole world. Qi Xingfeng said to the demon lord with a cold smile, your name is well known in the heaven martial continent. I'd like to hear your name. The demon lord said with a hideous smile, listen carefully. My name is Shi. You can call me Amo Shi or King Shi. Shi? Qi Xingfeng was shocked. He had a guess about Shi's identity. The meaning of the name seemed to confirm his guess. Li Yunxiao suddenly asked, what level of demon lord are you? Shi Jun's pupils shrank. His cold gaze looked over and almost penetrated Li Yunxiao's body. He shouted, who are you? You seem to know a lot about the matters of the demon world. Qi Xingfeng was also surprised. He said, what level of demon lord? What does that mean? Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly, the demon lord is the real top existence of the whole demon world. In the demon world, after absorbing the essence of the world's power for countless years, demonic qi can give birth to a spiritual consciousness. It can condense into a life form, which is the evil demon. The evil demon is the lowest level life form in the demon world. After swallowing each other for countless years, its power and intelligence can be improved further. It can become an existence equal to the divine realm of 10 directions in the heavenly martial arts realm. It is called the evil black flame evil soul. The evil black flame evil soul not only absorbs demonic qi to cultivate, but it also swallows evil demons. If it has a chance, it will swallow other evil black flame evil souls. If it continues cultivating like this, it will have a breakthrough in its power. Its intelligence will be fully developed and it will become a demon lord. Shi Jun listened to him quietly. His gaze became even colder. He said in a cold voice, where did you learn all this? Qi Xingfeng was shocked. He also felt it was strange. He didn't know how Li Yunxiao knew about it. He knew more than him about the inheritance of the demon servants. Li Yunxiao said, first, tell me what level of demon lord you are. It is said that the evil black flame evil soul must swallow more than 9 of its kind, or absorb demonic qi to reach the same level of power. Only then can it evolve into a demon lord. Even the lowest level of demon lord is equal to the divine realm of void. Divine realm of void. Qi Xingfeng was shocked. He immediately became extremely vigilant. His expression became grave. The lowest level? The regicide was infuriated and roared, you damned lowly creature. You dare to say that I am the lowest level demon lord? Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. He said with a smile, it seems like you are only at the first level. Shi Jun said in a cold voice, even if I am only at the first level, killing you is as easy as stepping on ants. Li Yunxiao said, is that so? If you were in the demon realm, you might be. But this is the realm of heaven martial arts. You are still being suppressed by the power of the realm. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to use Yuanda's body to resist the power of the realm. Shi Jun's expression changed greatly. He stared at Li Yunxiao fiercely. He said, most of what you said is correct. But there is one thing you are mistaken about. The power of a demon lord far surpasses that of your divine realm of void. In the chaotic universe, there is a basic level of power. All the realms in this universe follow this set of rules, and they have a corresponding relationship with each other. My power is indeed equivalent to the divine realm of void in the realm of heaven martial arts, but the level of the power of the demon realm is much higher than that of the realm of heaven martial arts. So, my power is indeed much higher than that of your divine realm of void. It seemed like it was the first time Ling Mudi had heard about this. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly understood. He kept saying, I see. I see, Jin continued, there is still a level between the 10 directions black flame evil spirits and the demon lords. They are half a step to the demon lords. They are equivalent to the divine realm of heaven martial arts, but they are stronger than the divine realm of heaven martial arts. Li Yinxiao said, so what? The difference is completely disappeared under the suppression of the power of the realm. You will still be beaten by us. D***it. Jin said angrily, you still don't understand? Even though my power is suppressed by the power of the realm, it is still comparable to your divine realm of void. But you two, one is only at the returning nature level, and the other is only at the divine realm of palm. How are you going to fight me? Li Yinxiao said with a smile, I have always believed in power. If you had the cultivation of the divine realm of void, you would have cut off their heads long ago. You wouldn't be here talking nonsense. Most likely you are not a match for me, so you are bragging to boost your courage. Die. Jin was furious. He left Qi Xingfeng behind and waved his hand. A beam of demonic energy shot out. It turned into a fan shape in the air and covered the whole passage. Li Yinxiao didn't dare to be careless. This attack was extremely dangerous, and it was enough to kill him. The Tushita heavenly mountain flew out of his palm and turned into a small mountain in front of him. It acted as a shield. Boom, the mountain was struck down and was sent back dozens of feet. Countless crushed stones were sent tumbling down, and the six-colored radiance was spinning. Li Yinxiao thought he was safe, but he was pushed back by the mountain in the air. The blood in his body surged, and golden light flashed on his body. Qi Xingfeng's expression changed drastically. He was well aware of how powerful the Tusita heavenly peak was. The fact that the king's slaying strike was able to shake the mountain was already shocking enough, he didn't dare to be careless. He shouted, let's work together and kill him. He raised his arm behind him and slashed with the nether wheel. The small capital nether wheel formation appeared in the sky and slashed down. King Regicide's figure flashed, leaving only an afterimage as it was sliced into pieces by the nether wheel. Qi Xingfeng didn't dare to stay in the same place. He teleported away and released the devil essence lock, which turned into a nebula and dispersed. Li Yinxiao also put away the Tusita heavenly mountain. He formed a hand seal and the northern sky cold star sword flew out and danced around him. Both of them were extremely vigilant, their divine sense and spirit eyes searching for King Regicide's figure. The demonic chi on the barrier of the realm surged out, like a hurricane being sucked into a demonic cloud, and was sucked dry. King Regicide's figure condensed and formed a strange hand seal with both hands. He shouted, destroy. An astonishing mass of demonic energy spread out and black light shrouded them. The entire space trembled as if it was about to collapse and distort. Li Yinxiao threw out the Tusita heavenly mountain again and shouted, come here. Qi Xingfeng teleported down and both of them hid behind the mountain. The demonic energy collided with the six-colored light and shattered rocks of various colors. But no matter how strong the demonic light was, it couldn't break through the six-colored earth barrier. The moment the Tusita heavenly mountain appeared, the entire chaotic space relaxed again. Just when the two of them heaved a sigh of relief, a chill suddenly came over them. King Regicide appeared in front of them like a ghost. His large hand turned into the size of a millstone and slapped towards Li Yinxiao. Obviously, the Tusita heavenly mountain had angered him and he wanted to kill Li Yinxiao first. Li Yinxiao formed a hand seal and the heavenly sword diagram flew around him to protect him. At the same time, his left hand clenched into a fist and there was a crackling sound of thunder as he condensed purple lightning. Boom! The heavenly sword diagram was deflected by the palm, but it also dissipated most of the force. Li Yinxiao didn't retreat but charged towards the palm and met it with his left hand. The purple lightning revolved in his palm and formed a small dragon that shot out. Bang! A hole was punched through the giant demonic palm, and the hole was constantly burned by lightning and fire, expanding the wound. More than half of the pressure from the palm energy dissipated, and Li Yinxiao transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot through the air, retreating hundreds of meters away. At this moment, Qi Xingfeng also threw out the Imperial Treasure Scroll. Countless runes flew into the air and turned into a white world that pressed down on the regicide. King Regicide's palm missed and he was injured. He flew into a rage and roared a few times before retracting his hand. He clenched his fist and punched the white light. Boom! The runes that filled the sky shook for a moment before shattering one after another. The imperial talisman became transparent, and a faint golden light appeared. It suppressed the demonic aura without dissipating, and directly shook it down. What? King Regicide's expression changed greatly, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. His fist was being crushed under the pressure of the precious scripture, turning into endless demonic energy. There were also hundreds of demonic fiends that were crying out. Xianxia's face darkened. He swung his ancient sword and countless jade dragons flew up, shattering the devilish chi. Bang! 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 Sounds of explosions could be heard everywhere. Demonic aura was everywhere, and the situation was extremely chaotic. Yuanda was startled and angry. He cursed behind him, "Didn't you say that? With your power, you were invincible in the heavenly martial arts realm? Why can't you even deal with two small fries?" "Shut up." King Regicide flew into a rage and shouted, "If I wasn't suppressed by the world's power, I would have already torn them to pieces." Yuanda sneered and said, "Losers always have many excuses." "Shut up, shut up." King Regicide roared again and again. His face distorted, he said, "Wait until I get used to the world's power. I will tear you to pieces first." Yuanda snorted coldly and said, "Wait until you survive this. I think you will most likely be killed by them this time." King Regicide was so angry that he almost fainted. He roared, "If you say one more word, I will kill you right now. At worst, I will just return to the demon realm." Yuanda immediately stopped speaking and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the sky and turned into hundreds and thousands of sword images. They fell like rain. Xianxia held a long sword in his hand and brandished it. 9 lotus flowers bloomed in front of him and burst out with dazzling light. Then, he slashed down with his sword. Sword slashes the stars. In an instant, countless sword lights lost their color and became dim. The 9 lotus flowers shrank toward the center and stuck to the sword aura. Then, they slashed down. That is. King Regicide looked as if someone had grabbed his neck. He lost his composure and screamed, "A rainbow stone. Oh my God, it's a rainbow stone." His whole body was in pain. His eyes were wide open and his face was full of fear. When that terrifying sword slashed down, he only came back to his senses when he was several meters away from his body. The Ice Fiend Heart Flame scorching light was something that other unique skills couldn't imitate. King Regicide stared at the 9 lotus flowers. His face lit up and he shouted, "It's really a rainbow stone. Haha, this is great. Rumble." While he was in ecstasy, he couldn't dodge in time. He was slashed by the sword aura and his body was split apart. Then, the 9 lotus flowers fused into one and bloomed in the air. A huge light shot out and completely swallowed King Regicide. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The flower of light kept ringing with the sound of wind and thunder. The crack space was also swallowed and burned everything. Xianxia's face was also pale. He looked at the power of that sword in horror. His palms were sweating and he asked, "Is he dead?" Xianxia's chest was heaving up and down. This sword consumed too much of his strength. He stared at the flower of light and said with a cold gaze, "Not dead yet, but soon." Xianxia's pupils shrank. He immediately raised ancient dust and slashed. One sword turned into millions of jade dragons that rushed into the flower of light like a tsunami. It stirred up the surroundings and made it cold. Rumble. Countless jade dragons swept in and immediately exploded the devouring power of the Ice Fiend Heart Flame. The entire crack tunnel was torn apart again and a new crack that was hundreds of meters long appeared. A black light rushed out from the explosion and fled towards the boundary wall of the Devil Realm at lightning speed. Xianxia's mystical magic spirit eyes flickered and his body flickered. He caught up to King Regicide and slammed his palm down. Purple lightning condensed in his palm and chased after King Regicide like a long nail. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud sounds, King Regicide's body slammed into the boundary wall of the Devil Realm. Yuanda's body was facing everyone. His chest was directly pierced by the purple lightning and blasted open a large hole. Ah! Yuanda seemed to be in great pain. His face contorted and he said angrily, "Damn it, you actually used me as a shield. You lowly minion, get out of my body." King Regicide did not say a word. His body stuck to the boundary wall and kept moving. Qi Xingfeng was about to make a move when Li Yunxiao stopped him and said, "Wait a minute." The two looked at King Regicide and were shocked to see that his body was already a third of the way into the boundary wall. Qi Xingfeng said in shock, "He's trying to escape." Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "Let him go. He's just one of the devil monarchs in this wall. There's no point in killing him. Let's observe how long it will take for him to come out again." Qi Xingfeng thought for a while and agreed with Li Yunxiao and watched quietly. More than half of King Regicide's body had already fused into the boundary wall. He turned around and stared at the two viciously, as though he wanted to engrave their faces into his mind. Finally, his gaze fell on the sword in Li Yunxiao's hand. He revealed a strange look of desire and licked it with his scarlet tongue. "Ah!" Yuanda suddenly roared in pain and said angrily, "Hurry, get out of my body." King Regicide's body had almost completely fused into the boundary wall. Yuanda's body also finally touched the boundary wall. There was no sound. They watched helplessly as he was crushed by the boundary power and turned into the most primitive demonic qi. The two's hearts shook. This visual effect was too shocking. A peak expert, the vice president of the Divine Transformation Sea, died silently just like that. There wasn't even a speck of dust left. After a long while, Qi Xingfeng snorted and said, "Those who play with fire will burn themselves." Li Yunxiao fell into deep thought and said, "Why is it that when the power of Yuanda touches the power of the world, one will instantly die? How did the Kingslayer come from the devil world? The faces on the walls are also continuously permeating the power of the world." Qi Xingfeng was stunned and said, "I didn't think about that. But we should be able to find information in the Divine Domain and Divine Transformation Sea. I'll go back and check. Also, that evil disciple probably knows something." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Lu Congzi definitely knows, and he definitely knows that King Regicide and Yuanda are stuck together. Maybe King Regicide came through the boundary power because of him." Qi Xingfeng's face was gloomy and he said coldly, "This evil disciple is really bold. He really dares to play. Where did he get the courage to think that he can control everything?" A cold light flashed in his eyes and he said, "Why don't you and I join forces and kill that evil disciple as well?" Li Yunxiao was shocked and hurriedly said, "We must not. Let's not talk about whether we can kill him together. Even if we can, the death of the Divine Transformation Sea Chief will definitely cause an uproar in the world. Maybe it will directly cause the Divine Transformation Sea to collapse." Qi Xingfeng flicked his sleeves unhappily and snorted, "You hesitate too much and worry too much. You're so wishy-washy." "Is that so?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. Qi Xingfeng said, "Now that Yuanda is dead, the evil disciple will find us sooner or later. Why don't we make the first move? I'm afraid we'll suffer if we act later." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Sir, you returned to the Divine Transformation Sea to deal with him anyway. Why are you afraid that he will come looking for you?" Qi Xingfeng revealed a worried expression and said, "I underestimated this evil disciple's strength. Just now in the abyss of heaven, if not for my old friend's avatar being here, I'm afraid he would have already attacked." Li Yunxiao said in shock, "Sir's friend he can actually deter Lu Congzi?" Qi Xingfeng said, "Perfected Lord Mengling." "What? It's him, no wonder." Li Yunxiao's expression changed several times. He had only heard of perfected Lord Mengling. He was the most mysterious person in the entire holy region. "Sir, are you afraid that Lu Congzi will directly use his trump card to fight after knowing that perfected Lord Mengling has left? If that's really the case, Bo Yuqing and I really won't be able to contend against him." Qi Xingfeng was worried. Originally, he came to the Divine Transformation Sea full of confidence. Now that he saw the situation in the crack, he immediately lost his confidence. He looked at Li Yunxiao with a pleading expression and said, "I know that there are many experts in your sacred artifact. If you help me, I'll most likely be able to contend against him." Li Yunxiao said with a bitter smile, "My lord, you think too highly of me. I don't know how many people like Regicide are in the realm of heaven martial arts. If there are more than 10 of them, I'm afraid the whole world won't be able to resist them." "Ah." Qi Xingfeng was startled. He said in surprise, more than 10? Don't scare me. Li Yunxiao said, since there is a demonic king who can break out of the realm, why can't there be a second or a third one? My lord, are you sure that regicide is the only one? Qi Xingfeng was shocked by Li Yunxiao's words, but it was quite possible. When these demonic kings appeared in the realm of heaven martial arts, the first thing they had to do was to overcome the pressure of the realm's power. Judging from Yuanda's situation, they seemed to possess the bodies of demonic cultivators to adapt to the realm's power. Their expressions changed at the same time, as if they had thought of something. They looked terrified. Qi Xingfeng said in a deep voice, tell me. He wanted to see whether Li Yunxiao had the same idea as him. Li Yunxiao swallowed his saliva and said, did Lu Congzi promote demonic techniques and increase the number of demonic cultivators in order to? A chill surged into their hearts at the same time. Qi Xingfeng's expression was very unsightly. Apparently, he had thought of the same thing. Ahem, Fei Yang and Master are indeed extremely intelligent. It's no wonder they're both my hidden troubles. An old voice sounded from the crack. Li Yunxiao and Qi Xingfeng both shivered. They felt goosebumps in their hearts and couldn't feel any warmth. They saw Lu Congzi standing quietly in the crack's passage. His face was serene, and his body was simple and unadorned. He also had the aura of a superior, which made people look up to him. Evil disciple. You really dared to do this. Do you want to be a sinner for all eternity? Qi Xingfeng scolded him angrily, his face livid. Lu Congzi said, Master, are you saying that I can leave my name for all eternity? Your disciple is very happy to receive such high praise from Master. Li Yunxiao asked sternly, Sir, why are you doing this? Could it be that you've also gone mad from practicing demonic arts? Lu Congzi smiled faintly and said, since it's a demonic art, it's natural that you've become a demon. Qi Xingfeng stood there in a daze, staring at Lu Congzi. After a long time, he sighed and said, My disciple, seal this place and send a large number of soldiers to guard it. I will take your junior brother and leave the divine transformation sea, never to return. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Qi Xingfeng's words were equivalent to admitting defeat and handing over the entire divine transformation ocean to Lu Congzi. But is this really good? If it was in the past, he would naturally be happy to see it, but now that he had a deep understanding of Lu Congzi, how could he hand over the deity transformation sea to such a person? I'd rather have Qi Xingfeng return to power. Lu Congzi smiled and said, Master is angry with disciple, do you want to not see disciple for the rest of your life? Also, if Master is willing to leave, what about junior brother? Is junior brother really willing to leave? Qi Xingfeng frowned and said, What do you mean? Lu Congzi smiled and did not answer. A figure slowly walked out from the passage behind him, and gradually revealed his face. It was Bo Yuqing. His face was expressionless, as if he was frozen. Qi Xingfeng was shocked and said, Yuqing, you. Bo Yuqing said numbly, if Master wants to leave, disciple will not follow Master. I will stay here to help senior brother and strive to establish a career together, to bring glory to Master. Qi Xingfeng was speechless. He looked at Lu Congzi angrily and said, Evil disciple. What did you do to him? Lu Congzi said, I didn't do anything, I just told junior brother everything that happened that year. Qi Xingfeng's expression changed and he said sternly, What? What nonsense are you making up? Lu Congzi was surprised and said, Master doesn't even know what happened, how do you know I'm making it up? Qi Xingfeng's face darkened and he turned to Bo Yuqing and said, I don't know what this evil disciple said to you, but don't let him provoke our relationship. Bo Yuqing said lightly, I didn't provoke anything. In fact, I understand what happened that year. With such an intelligent master and senior brother, it's normal for me to become your test subject. To be honest, my hatred for master and senior brother is not as strong as I thought. Qi Xingfeng was stunned and then he said nothing. Lu Congzi said, Master, you were tempted by the extreme body and wanted to use me as a human cauldron, but I saw through it. But I also wanted to know what the extreme body was, so I beat you at your own game and let junior brother take the place. The reason why we became enemies and took action in advance was not because I wanted to save junior brother or because I felt threatened, but because I accidentally found this crack. Qi Xingfeng and Bo Yuqing were shocked and moved. Bo Yuqing even struggled for a moment and then returned to normal. Qi Xingfeng gritted his teeth and said, I see, I've always thought it was strange. Even if you peeped at the extreming body, it seems that you took action a little too early. I thought you were not calm enough, or you felt my killing intent and lost your composure. Lu Zongzi smiled indifferently and said, I've always been aware of Master's killing intent, and I also knew that if the extreming body was cultivated, I would be the first to be killed, but I wasn't worried about that. Qi Xingfeng snorted angrily and said, You are indeed the person I fear, my good disciple. Lu Zongzi said, Master, you flatter me. Later, when Master died, Yuqing naturally fell into my hands. I didn't dare to disobey Master's last wish and was determined to complete the extreming body, so I let Yuqing continue. Bo Yuqing's face twitched and he said sadly, It's just that Master and senior brother used me, and I've always known it. However, whether it was when Master was around or when I was under senior brother's control, if I had shown even the slightest bit of unwillingness or seen through, would I still be alive now? Qi Xingfeng felt a little guilty, as if he had found out about it, and said, Master did feel guilty to you in the past. But now, I have no intention of harming you. You'd better follow me. You won't have a good end if you follow this evil disciple. Bo Yuqing didn't respond, but continued to say, I also felt a lot of problems in the cultivation of the extreming body, but I can overcome those problems, but I have never shown it. Once I show that I can adapt to the agarine and cultivate the extreming body, I'm afraid that will be the end of my life. So, the reason why I haven't been able to achieve the extreming body all this time is not because of the flaws in the cultivation method, but because I have always resisted it. Qi Xingfeng, Lu Zongzi, and even Li Yunxiao were stunned for a while, looking at him in a daze. What kind of helplessness and sorrow was this? He clearly had absolute talent and was able to cultivate the extreming godly body and step into the sage realm of the mortal body. But because of this kind of master and senior brother, the day he became a sage realm of the mortal body was the day he would die. Bo Yuqing looked at the two indifferently and said, So, I kept destroying my meridians to stop the fusion, until my body completely collapsed, and finally I showed resistance to the agarine, which was the real problem. But I was really happy at that time, because I could live without cultivating the extreming godly body. Qi Xingfeng's face was very ugly, and he lowered his head in shame. Lu Zongzi, on the other hand, was still calm. He suddenly laughed and said, TSK, junior brother, oh junior brother, I have always underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so scheming and patient. Haha, as expected of Master's disciple, as expected of me, Lu Zongzi's junior brother. Bo Yuqing said, So what if I have the scheming and patient? I can only drag out an ignoble existence under senior brother's great wisdom and strategy, and keep my life. Lu Zongzi praised, This is already very rare, at least you have deceived Master and me. Qi Xingfeng said, In that case, I won't say anything if you don't follow Master. But why do you follow this evil disciple? A trace of emotion flashed in Bo Yuqing's eyes, and he said, I'm not following him, I'm following myself. Before I cultivated the extreming godly body, it was the happiest time of my life. After that, I lived in fear every day, for fear that I would accidentally cultivate a godly body and it would be taken away by Master and senior brother. After that, I drifted in the East Sea, wholeheartedly seeking for a cure, hoping to cure the injuries left behind by destroying my own foundation for many years. Now, I want to be myself again, to be Bo Yuqing again. Qi Xingfeng seemed to understand something, and said, You are saying that you want to stay in this crevice to cultivate demonic arts? Bo Yuqing said firmly, That's right. For me who has the agarine, what else is more suitable than cultivating demonic arts? From today onwards, I want to start walking my own path, the path that belongs to me, Bo Yuqing, and not continue to live in your shadows and fear. Qi Xingfeng was silent, he already didn't know what to say, and could only let out a long sigh. Li Yunxiao was also quite moved, and said, I can understand your thinking, but if you stay here, do you think you can contend against Lu Zongzi? You will definitely fall into his hands again, and be controlled by him. Bo Yuqing shook his head, and said, No one can control me anymore. This crevice was created by senior brother, in return, I will be willing to do some things for him. But if I am not willing, he can't force me either. Li Yunxiao frowned, and said, Are you really so confident? Where does your confidence come from? Bo Yuqing said word by word, Because my body and foundation have basically been restored, as long as there is time, I will also be able to step into the extreme body, and achieve great success in the body. Qi Xingfeng's body trembled, although at this moment it was still very hard to believe, but from Bo Yuqing's resolute gaze, he could see that he was definitely not lying. The problem that generations of ancestors couldn't solve was actually solved by him easily, and for so many years, he suffered all kinds of humiliation, for fear of being found out. Li Yunxiao let out a long sigh, knowing that he could no longer persuade him, and said, "I wish you good luck after getting to know each other." Bo Yuqing grunted softly and didn't say anything else. Ha ha ha. Lu Congzi suddenly laughed, and said, "I didn't expect my junior brother to be so outstanding, and also so scheming and able to endure humiliation. I am really very happy. None of Master's disciples are easy to deal with." Qi Xingfeng said, "Yuqing, I've let you down in the past. Since you've chosen your own path, I won't force you. I'm happy for you." Bo Yuqing's face was calm and expressionless. Qi Xingfeng said, "I, Qi Xingfeng, am content to have two such outstanding disciples. However, this crack is a serious matter and I can't afford to have any illusions. It must be sealed as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only the soul formation ocean but the entire world will be dragged in." Lu Congzi smiled. "If the world is dragged in, there will be people to stop it. Master, why do you need to trouble yourself?" Not only did Qi Xingfeng's expression change, but even Li Yunxiao was furious. He scolded, "Master, you're the leader of the soul formation ocean, the leader of all spell refinement masters." Lu Congzi said, "So what?" Li Yunxiao's face was livid. His fingers clenched so tightly that it made a cracking sound. His anger was surging. "I don't understand. You're already respected by the world. You're at the peak of the world. Why are you still like this?" Lu Congzi's cloudy eyes suddenly became clear. It was as if he had become 10 years younger. "I can't become a god in this world. Then I'll become a demon." Li Yunxiao and Qi Xingfeng both trembled. Bo Yuqing also had a strange expression on his face. But more than that, he was excited. Ha ha ha. Qi Xingfeng laughed heartily and said, "If you have such spirit, then I won't say anything more." His eyes turned cold as he said, "Let me test your strength and see if it matches your ambition." Li Yunxiao's heart shook. He knew that Qi Xingfeng had made up his mind to fight Lu Congzi. He was the key. If he helped Qi Xingfeng, there was still a chance. Otherwise, with Lu Congzi's strength in the soul formation ocean, Qi Xingfeng would definitely lose. Lu Congzi nodded his head, then he looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "I wonder what Fei Yang thinks about the battle between my master and disciple. By the way, I remember that Luo Tian has been searching for Yang Di's whereabouts. He doesn't know that Yang Di has been sent out to carry out a mission. I've also forgotten to tell Fei Yang about this." Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. It was difficult for him to make a decision. Qi Xingfeng said in a low voice, "Li Yunxiao, if this rift continues to exist and develop, you should be very clear about the consequences." Lu Congzi said, "This crack has existed for countless years, and there are no consequences. Occasionally, 1 or 2 demon monarchs would break through the barrier and come here. This kind of thing has been common since ancient times, and there is nothing wrong with it. On the other hand, junior martial brother Fei Yang has a good relationship with the deity Transformation Sea. This friendship is hard to part with." Li Yunxiao shouted angrily, "Lu Congzi, you're threatening me." Lu Congzi said, "If you're not willing, there is no one in this world that can threaten you." Qi Xingfeng said in a low voice, "As long as you capture him, your disciple will naturally be saved. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to save your disciple, you will also be threatened by him for the rest of your life. You are a smart person. You won't make a mistake at this crucial moment, right?" Lu Congzi smiled and said, "Master is really bad. You have no love for your disciple at all. Fei Yang is not this kind of person." Li Yunxiao sighed and said, "Master, I'm sorry. I can't let go of my disciple." He revealed a determined expression and turned to walk towards the passage. Qi Xingfeng's expression became very ugly. His essence energy fluctuated around his body, and he could not calm his emotions. Fighting Lu Congzi alone was almost certain death. Haha, Master Fei Yang is indeed smart. Yang Di really has a good master. As his disciple, we are all very envious. Lu Congzi laughed and looked at Qi Xingfeng proudly. His eyes kept on turning cold. Suddenly, his laughter stopped. His body swayed, and he instantly retreated several hundred feet away. However, a ray of sword energy was still chasing after him like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Qi. That scorching white sword energy was caught by his hand. The blood that seeped out was immediately evaporated. Only a circle of dark blood appeared between his fingers. Gu Feiyong. You really don't care about your disciple's life? Lu Congzi roared in anger. His face twisted and his eyes were spitting fire. On the other side of the sword energy, lightning flashed, and Li Yunxiao's true body appeared. His expression was cold as he said, "When I confirmed that you wanted to use this spatial crack, I already made up my mind to kill you. Not only for Yang Di, but also for the people of this world." Haha, the people of this world? Who do you think you are? I am the leader of the Soul Formation Sea Realm. It seems that I am more qualified to represent this world than you. Lu Congzi laughed angrily. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "The people of this world never need to be represented by anyone. Even if they do, have you asked them?" Li Yunxiao was fierce on the outside, but he was actually more and more shocked. The sword energy in Lu Congzi's hand couldn't move at all. Not only that, but he also used his demonic energy to create circles of fiendish heart flame on the sword, but they were all blocked by Lu Congzi. There is something in this world that can resist the fiendish heart flame? His heart trembled violently as he realized that he was in big trouble. This battle would probably be more difficult than he had imagined. Haha, well said. Qi Xingfeng laughed loudly. His mood was at its peak. He raised the ancient dust sword and rushed forward. He shouted, "Master has not taught you properly for so many years, and I finally let you become a demon. I feel very guilty. Today, I will make up for the past and teach you how to be a person." The big sword emitted a scorching sword energy and slashed toward Lu Congzi's head. Humph. Lu Congzi snorted angrily. He finally let go of the sword energy in his hand and slapped the sword body. With a bang, a raging heart flame was ignited. Li Yunxiao felt the sword body sink. The rebounding force was transmitted to his arm, and he was forced to take a step back. After Lu Congzi shook off the red slash of the sword decapitator, he used his movement technique. His feet moved rapidly, leaving behind countless afterimages. However, his body did not move much. He just happened to move 30 feet to avoid the sword. Qi Xingfeng furrowed his brows and snorted as well. His sword swept out like a swimming dragon, enveloping the space around him. Lu Congzi still used his body movement technique. He dodged left and right and wandered in the gaps. Although it was a bit messy, everyone present was an expert. They could see that he was strolling leisurely and skillfully. Li Yunxiao frowned. Seeing that Lu Congzi seemed to be fearless, he knew that the situation was not good today. At the same time, he used his sword energy and flew forward. His mystical spirit eyes saw Lu Congzi's steps clearly and accurately deduced his next step. Lu Congzi's body suddenly stopped. He realized that if he moved his feet, he would directly send his chest forward for Li Yunxiao to stab. However, if he didn't move, he would be cut by Qi Xingfeng's sword. Feeling gloomy, he snorted coldly and forcefully twisted his body. He raised his leg and kicked sword decapitator red. Heart flame ripples appeared on the tip of his foot and the blade of the sword, and sword decapitator red's thrust missed its target. Li Yunxiao was secretly shocked. He was almost certain that Lu Congzi was not afraid of the ice fiend heart flame. However, he didn't know how he did it. After kicking the sword energy away, Lu Congzi quickly spread out his hands and drew a circle in the air. He caught Qi Xingfeng's big sword between his palms and pushed it forward. The body of the sword also moved in a circle. Qi Xingfeng unconsciously took a step and was thrown dozens of feet away with his sword. Li Yunxiao's expression became even uglier. Qi Xingfeng had not made a move from start to finish. He used a very delicate fighting method and did not use any extra strength. It required a certain level of control over martial techniques and strength to be able to do it. In other words, it was an extremely deep understanding of the heavenly Tao. You want to kill me, and you only use this kind of power? Could it be that Yuanda and Kingslayer did not let Feiyang and Master warm up enough? After Lu Congzi threw off the two, he flew back dozens of feet. He looked coldly and sneered. Li Yunxiao felt a chill in his heart and said, Yuanda died an unnatural death. Although he deserved it, he was on the same path as you. You actually did nothing to save him? Lu Congzi did not mind and said indifferently, life and death are decreed by fate. He only has this kind of strength and this kind of fate. Li Yunxiao said angrily, nonsense. He died an unnatural death today because he was in cahoots with you. Lu Congzi laughed loudly and scolded, Gu Feiyang, are you crazy? Yuanda was clearly killed by the two of you, and now you blame me for not saving him? Li Yunxiao was stunned. He rubbed his chin and said, I killed him because he deserved to die. You did not save him because you are not righteous. Nonsense. Lu Congzi scolded angrily and suddenly opened his hands. Countless golden rays flew around his fingertips and turned into countless sharp rays that shot over. Those sharp rays were silent and could only be seen with one's eyes. When the divine sense swept over, there was nothing there. Li Yunxiao was taken aback. He could see that those sharp rays contained flying nails. There were a total of 30 to 60 of them, and they were flying towards him and Qi Xingfeng respectively. To be able to directly conceal the essence energy ripple and do it so silently, it was definitely not an ordinary profound artifact. Li Yunxiao did not dare to be negligent. He held the Great Sorrow Twilight Mirror in his hand and shone it over. When the mirror light flashed, the 18 flying nails in front of him were clearly illuminated. Under the mirror light, the speed of the flying nails decreased. Li Yunxiao struck a seal on the treasure mirror. The mirror light instantly turned and split into 18 rays in front of him. It forcefully changed the direction of the flying nails and they all shot past his side. What, Great Sorrow Twilight Mirror? Lu Congzi was stunned for a moment and his face darkened. Qi Xingfeng waved his huge sword and slashed at those flying nails. He shouted, Shadowless devil nails are useless against me. Bang! 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 Those 18 long nails were all sent flying by the huge sword. Qi Xingfeng wielded his sword and sneered, if this is all you have, then I will really be disappointed. Lu Congzi smiled faintly and said, Disciple will strive not to disappoint master. He spread his 10 fingers and formed a seal in front of him. Qi Xingfeng wielded his huge sword and was about to slash over. Suddenly, the scenery in front of him changed. A huge pillar appeared, followed by a second, a third. Very soon, the surroundings were filled with huge pillars, trapping him inside. Li Yunxiao was also trapped. He kept the Great Sorrow Twilight Mirror and flew to Qi Xingfeng's side. He said, Formation? Qi Xingfeng's face was gloomy. He said, These iron pillars are the 36 shadowless devil nails. He shot these nails not to attack us but to form a formation. Li Yunxiao felt the huge pressure coming from those iron pillars. He said in shock, What formation is this? Qi Xingfeng said in a low voice, Such strong demonic qi, it's most likely related to demons. Let me see if I can break this formation. He raised his hand, and with a flash of green light, the minor capital dark wheel formation flew out. Kaboom! With a huge tremor, one of the iron pillars was cut in half, and a few others were also cut in half. Qi Xingfeng was overjoyed, looks like it's not that strong. But in an instant, his smile froze. The broken pillar spewed out a large amount of demonic qi, churning in the air and condensing into a giant demon. Its upper body was thick and powerful, and its lower body was like a snake. Li Yunxiao cried out involuntarily, Omniscient black flame evil soul. Although this evil soul was different from some of the ones he had seen before, one look was enough to tell that it was an omniscient evil soul. The other few pillars that were cut in half trembled, and soon, the cracks were torn open. The iron pillars were directly broken, and the evil souls crawled out. Qi Xingfeng's face paled, a total of 36 pillars, don't tell me there are 36 of them? Hee, there are 36 of them. Master's arithmetic was not in vain. Lu Congzi's voice was heard, and then a black ray landed on the broken iron pillar. This is the simplest 36 celestial dipper formation, the only difference is that I used the evil souls to condense this formation. I have never used it until now, and I have always wanted to find someone to test its power on. Today, I thank Master and Feiyang for helping me. He returned to his calm and in control appearance. He looked calm, and his eyes were filled with kindness, but the corner of his mouth held a trace of control, a cold smile. Cold sweat appeared on Li Yunxia's forehead. 36 evil souls, 36 divine transcendence experts. Motherf asterisk Ker, what kind of joke is this? Lu Congzi smiled. As the chief of the world's alchemists, I never joke. Qi Xingfeng said in a deep voice, don't be discouraged. Do you remember that the Kingslayer's strength dropped after being suppressed by the realm's power? These 36 evil souls definitely don't have divine transcendence power. Lu Congzi smiled. Master's analysis is reasonable, but do you know why I sealed them in the invisible nails? First, it's better to use them as hidden weapons, and second, it's made of azure Qilin gold. Li Yunxiao and Qi Xingfeng both furrowed their brows. The jade Qilin gold was indeed a rare and precious material. Its value was even higher than the northern sky cold star iron. However, they did not understand the meaning behind this. Lu Congzi looked at the two's doubtful expressions and smiled faintly. It seems like the two of you don't know much about the matter of crossing worlds. The jade Qilin gold's grade is extremely high. Although it's not a rank 10 item, it's far superior to ordinary rank 9 raw materials. It's used to seal the ferocious spirits and evil spirits so that they can adapt to the suppression of the heavenly martial arts realm's power. It's the same principle as the King Slayer, which was attached to Yuanda. These ferocious spirits and evil spirits have existed for a much longer time than the King Slayer. Qi Xingfeng snorted and said, are you trying to tell us that these ferocious souls have adapted to the rules of the heavenly martial arts realm and are very powerful and awesome? Are you trying to tell us that we will die without a doubt? Lu Congzi chuckled and nodded his head. Master, you're right. That's probably what you mean. Scram! Qi Xingfeng shouted angrily. The nether wheel spun, and a slash flew out. Qi! Lu Congzi's figure was directly cut into two, but it was only an afterimage. The upper half of his body still had a sneer on his face. The next moment, Lu Congzi's real body appeared on another iron pillar, his hands constantly forming hand seals. A large number of runes appeared on the remaining iron pillars. Then, like an iron cage with a gate opened, the ferocious beasts were released. The whole heavenly dipper formation was completely enveloped by demonic energy. A large number of ferocious spirits and evil spirits came out of the pillars. Qi Xingfeng approached Li Yunxiao and said in a low voice, are there 36 divine transcendents in your sacred artifact? Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He asked back, what do you think? Qi Xingfeng's temples were covered with cold sweat. He said embarrassedly, you're right. There might not be so many in the whole heavenly martial arts realm. But these ferocious spirits and evil spirits might not have adapted to the world's power as my traitorous disciple said. If they had adapted completely, they wouldn't have needed to be sealed in the green unicorn gold. Li Yunxiao said, you're right. But at least they have reached the peak of the martial arts path. Can your demonic origin lock be of any use? Qi Xingfeng said with a bitter smile, since that traitorous disciple figured out a way to break it, it probably won't be of any use. But we can try. There are too many ferocious spirits and evil spirits. How should we deal with them? Li Yunxiao said, you deal with 18, and I'll deal with 18. Qi Xingfeng's face darkened. He said, you're asking me to die. How many people in your sacred artifact can be of any use? Li Yunxiao thought for a while and asked, how many can you deal with? Qi Xingfeng thought for a while and extended his hand. He said, these ferocious spirits and evil spirits don't have divine transcendence power, but they shouldn't be too far off. I can at most pin down 8 of them. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He said angrily, 8? You mean I have to deal with 28 of them? Qi Xingfeng wiped his sweat and extended 2 fingers. He said, 2 more at most, no more. With his strength, it was already a little difficult for him to deal with 8. After all, these were all opponents in the divine realm of 10 directions. Although they were suppressed by the power of the world, the Tian Gang formation was also condensed by imitating the heavenly stars, and it itself had a certain power of the world. So, it would not be much weaker than the real transcendence and holiness. Li Yunxiao's face was still very ugly. Only Chu Hongyan, Che Yu, Beijing Nan, Ling Mudi, Xian Tian Bulldog, and Bin Sun could deal with the ferocious spirits and evil spirits in the Universe God Monument. These people could at most deal with 10 of them. How could he deal with the remaining 10? All the ferocious spirits and evil spirits came out from the iron pillars and stood in a certain order. Lu Zongzi grabbed with both hands and a few triangular flags of different colors appeared in front of him. It was the command flag. He smiled and said, "Have the two of you discussed it? I'm also looking forward to a miracle because I'm a little tired of the feeling that everything is under control." Ling Mudi's voice came from the Universe God Monument. He said, "The 12 divine beings killing formation that you performed earlier can trap some of them. After we kill the rest, we'll come and help you." Li Yunxiao said in shock, "Although that formation is strong, firstly, I have limited control over it. Secondly, it can't trap more than 10 divine transcendents and evil spirits, can it?" Ling Mudi said, "This is the only way now. The key to victory is how many you can trap." Li Yunxiao's palms were sweating. He rubbed his palms and said, "I'll try." Ling Mudi said, "Try to trap as many as possible. Qi Xingfeng, you should let 8 of them go. If he collapses, we'll be finished." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "All right." He said, "Lord Mudi, you should deal with 8 of them. After you kill them quickly, come and help me." Qi Xingfeng was stunned. Then he said happily, "All right. As long as you can resist the rest, I'll finish them as soon as possible." Lu Zongzi said with a smile, "Judging from your resolute faces, I guess you've already discussed this. Let's broaden my horizons." Ha ha ha. His face was full of sarcasm, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. In the whole realm of heaven martial arts, no one could defeat this heavenly dipper formation. He reached out his hand to touch the flags. They all seemed to be activated and shot out light. The eyes of all the evil spirits lit up, as if they had been ignited. Countless demonic energy surged. Then, their figures flickered and they rushed around the two of them. The evil spirits were so fast that the sky was full of afterimages. It was as if countless evil spirits were flying around. Qi Xingfeng shouted and immediately transformed into the 3-headed 6-armed avatar. He made hand signs with one hand and held the nether wheel in the other, the ancient dust in the other, the imperial treasured book in the other, the Malian divine pen in the other, and the demonic lock in the last. As soon as the Dharma Laksana true body appeared, all kinds of magical weapons attacked the evil spirits. At the same time, under the attack of the nether wheel, a path was created, and the evil energy lock was teleported. Immediately, a group of evil spirits chased after him. Li Yunxiao shouted. The universe god steel flashed between his eyebrows and shot out colorful light. Countless golden runes were flying around it. Li Yunxiao kept using the great realm divine skill. The power of the world was like a wheel. The evil spirits didn't dare to approach him. It was as if they were being suppressed. In an instant, the light from the universe god steel shone, illuminating the 36 iron pillars and the whole heavenly dipper formation. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Although the power of the world from the universe god steel was strong, it couldn't suppress the evil spirits. However, under the illumination of the world light, the evil spirits seemed to be greatly affected. They bared their teeth and showed their evil faces. They roared and pounced on him. Lu Zongzi, who was watching from afar, was also stunned. His pupils suddenly shrank, as if he couldn't believe it. Several lights rushed out of the universe god steel. It was Chu Hongyan and the others. They rushed toward the evil spirits. After Mudi appeared, he showed a rare look of joy. He said, "How could I forget? The universe god steel is a heaven saint artifact. It appeared with the creation of the realm of heaven martial arts. It contains the highest rules of the realm. It can directly suppress these demons." Li Yunxiao suddenly saw the light. He said happily, "Then we have a better chance of winning. The universe god steel. That's the universe god steel." Lu Zongzi suddenly screamed. His eyes almost popped out. He grabbed the air with both hands and shouted, "It's the universe god steel. Your saint artifact is the universe god steel. How is this possible? Give it to me. Give it to me. It should be mine." Li Yunxiao was speechless. He didn't want to pay attention to him. He waved his right hand. Suddenly, 12 lights shot out. Boom. Boom. Boom, every light fell on the space and made a loud sound. Then, it turned into a 15-meter-tall giant. Li Yunxiao quickly weaved signs with both hands. The 12 puppets also weaved signs with their hands. However, they seemed a bit clumsy. One of the puppets was lifelike and exquisite. It looked like a handsome man. The other 11 puppets were crudely made. They seemed like children's work. Puppet formation? Lu Zongzi recovered from his momentary loss of self-control. Those puppets didn't have a strong aura. Apart from the handsome man, the rest of them gave him a feeling of mediocrity. However, he instinctively became vigilant. After seeing the World God Monument, Lu Zongzi's murderous intent became even firmer. He knew a little about the World God Monument, so he was determined to get it. Under his strong desire, he became even calmer and more serious as he observed the 12 puppets. Then, he grabbed a few triangular flags in front of him and waved them a few times. Immediately, a ferocious soul flew out and attacked one of the puppets. Li Yunxiao formed seals with both hands and sneered, "All of you, come in." He changed the seals with his hands and the 12 puppets followed suit. A beam of enchantment light suddenly spread out and enveloped everyone. It even extended far away, including Lu Zongzi. Lu Zongzi frowned slightly. He was bold because of his skill. He did not dodge or evade. He felt the change in the enchantment power and found that it was not very strong. Only at this level? He sneered coldly. Although it was mockery, he did not let his guard down. Because at this moment, a puppet formation that could be used by Li Yunxiao would not be simple. But he could not see through it, which made him even more cautious. The ferocious soul that was attacking the puppet put its hands together and punched down. Boom. The puppet formed seals with one hand and a layer of protective white light appeared on its body. However, it was dispersed by the ferocious soul's punch. The huge fists landed on its head and countless cracks spread all over its body. Li Yunxiao was shocked and said, "That is," Lu Zongzi's pupils shrank and revealed a shocked expression. On the puppet's cracked head, blood seeped out and flowed down along the cracks. He was stunned and said, "A living person?" Although Li Yunxiao was also shocked, he knew that it could not be a living person. The patterns on the puppet's body cracked continuously and revealed the jade-like skin inside. Whoosh! The puppet raised its hand and actually brought out a wave of lightning. Its thumb and index finger stuck together and a formation appeared in its palm. Lightning flashed within it. Boom! A huge beam of light shot out from the puppet's palm and hit the ferocious soul, causing it to retreat dozens of feet. The evil spirit roared again and again. Its body was covered in lightning, and more than half of its demonic energy was dispersed. It cried out in pain. After the puppet's attack, she withdrew her hand and formed a hand seal in front of her. The cold light in her beautiful eyes disappeared. It was as if he didn't do anything. He just stood there quietly, letting the years pass by. The blood on his forehead quickly scabbed over. The entire formation was filled with all sorts of earth-shattering battles. No one paid attention to the details of the puppet. Only Li Yunxiao and Lu Zongzi frowned. They were shocked by how realistic the puppet was. At the same time, Lu Zongzi's expression turned ugly. The strength of this puppet far exceeded his expectations, and the other 11 puppets were most likely not weak either. He weaved his hands and launched dozens of hand seals at the same time, hitting the triangular flag in front of him. The flag light rolled and shone brightly. 11 ferocious souls flew out of the field. Together with the black one that was previously injured and covered in demonic energy, they attacked the surrounding puppets like giant flies. The pressure on Chu Hongyan and the others was immediately reduced. Qi Xingfeng had lured away 8, the puppet had lured away 12, and the remaining 16 were firmly held back by them. For a moment, the battle was extremely fierce. All kinds of terrifying attacks exploded continuously, rushing in all directions, but they were all suppressed by the formation, unable to be broken. The world god steel hung high in the air. The power of the world enveloped the formation. All the evil spirits were suppressed by the endless power of the world and became restless. The 12 ferocious souls attacked the puppets crazily. All the puppets' outer skin was broken, revealing their true appearances. Only then did Li Yunxiao realize that all of them were extremely beautiful. Moreover, there were 6 men and 6 women, each with different expressions. Although the 12 puppets withstood the attacks, it was only a one-on-one fight. The power of the formation had not been unleashed. Lu Congzi had also noticed this. He couldn't see through the spell formation, but considering the quality of the puppets, he could tell that it was definitely not ordinary. Presumably, it was some sort of ancient spell formation. If it could truly unleash its full power, then his own fiendish souls might not be able to deal with it. That was why he had sent out 12 fiendish souls to stall the 12 puppets. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment. He slowly formed a hand seal and disappeared into the air. Then, the sound of wind and thunder came from within the formation. The bodies of the 12 puppets glowed. Part of their power was absorbed by the formation and condensed in the air, turning into a huge blade. It shone brilliantly and slashed downwards. One of the ferocious souls in front of the puppets turned around hurriedly. He roared and punched back. Boom! The blade light pierced through the demonic energy. The ferocious soul's chest was immediately pierced and exploded, turning into countless demonic spirits. Gua gua gua, they flew in all directions. Lu Congzi's heart trembled. Although this was the first ferocious soul to be destroyed, it did not seem to be a good sign. After the huge blade killed the ferocious soul, it did not disappear. The puppet formed a hand seal with both hands and a large hand appeared on the hilt of the blade. Power constantly came from the formation and slowly condensed into an imposing figure. The figure's face could not be seen clearly. The imposing figure grabbed the blade light and stood in front of the puppet. It was as if the puppet was using the giant spirit technique. Feeling the surging power from the giant spirit, Lu Congzi's expression became ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "What formation is this?" Li Yunxiao coldly snorted and said, "A formation to take your life." The moment the gigantic spirit appeared, his confidence increased greatly. The so-called 12 devilish gods did not refer to the 12 puppets, but rather the devilish gods formed from the 12 puppets formation. Although this was the first time he had seen one, he was certain that it was the gigantic spirit in front of him. To be able to kill the ferocious souls with one blade, if there were 12 of them, not to mention these 36 ferocious souls, even Lu Congzi would be killed. All kinds of hand seals flew into the formation and disappeared in a flash. Li Yunxiao's heart was filled with excitement. Just thinking about the scene would be spectacular. However, the formation wavered for a moment. The hand seals that were sent in dissipated, but they had no effect. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He did not understand what the problem was. Lu Congzi saw all of his actions and immediately let out a sigh of relief. He shouted, "This seat will kill you first." He did not care about commanding the ferocious souls and let them fight on their own. His figure disappeared from behind the flags and appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. His right hand clenched into a fist and his left hand gently stroked in front of him. A dazzling golden light appeared in his palm and transformed into a golden mace. There were a total of 12 segments, and each segment had hundreds of runes on it. They were all linked together, and he swung the mace at Li Yunxiao's head. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Under the attack of the mace, all the rules in the surroundings were shattered. It was as if the world was collapsing and he could only be destroyed along with the mace. Impossible! He roared and raised his hand. A bolt of lightning appeared and the sky hammer appeared in his hand. It flickered with a hazy purple light and smashed towards the golden mace. Boom! The two profound artifacts fiercely collided. The purple and gold colors continuously swallowed each other and then exploded. Boom! Under the second attack, Li Yunxiao was instantly knocked back several hundred feet. He spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his head in shock. He saw that Lu Congzi had not retreated even half a step and was staring at him with a murderous look. There was even a hint of ridicule in his eyes. One of Li Yunxiao's arms was full of lightning. There were electric arcs jumping and flashing. The hand that was holding on to the hammer was trembling and slowly recovering from its numb state. You have the world deity steel, refined the purple lightning, countless experts helping you, and you have such a terrifying puppet formation. You are indeed someone that I value highly. Today, I will personally kill you. You can be considered to have died a worthy death. Lu Congzi had an arrogant expression and walked over with the golden mace in his hand. Every step was extremely slow, but it was fused with the power of rules. It shook Li Yunxiao's heart, causing his blood and qi to churn and be unable to calm down. It was as if there was a huge pot in his body that was continuously boiling his internal organs. It was extremely uncomfortable. His chest was so stuffy that it felt like it was going to explode. However, the space was sealed and he was suppressed to the point that he could not shout. Li Yunxiao's entire face was red. His hands formed a seal in front of him and he opened his mouth. A sound wave broke through the suppression and rushed over. Dragon roar Jiutian. A dragon roar seemed to have materialized and rushed into the boundless sky, shattering the heaven and earth frequency that Lu Congzi had adjusted. Li Yunxiao immediately felt his body relax and the feeling of being boiled disappeared. He could not help but spit out blood again. However, he did not dare to stay any longer. The moment he broke through the seal, he disappeared with a flash of lightning. The next moment, he appeared next to the divine baleful giant spirit and stood together with the puppet, staring at Lu Congzi with vigilance. At this moment, all kinds of killings were in full swing. Lu Congzi's expression was gloomy. He teleported to Chu Hongyan's side and struck with the golden mace. However, he glanced at Li Yunxiao from the corner of his eyes and revealed a mocking expression. He said, "I told you to hide. I will kill everyone around you one by one. Let's see if you can still hide." Chu Hongyan had killed 2 malevolent spirits and was fighting with the other malevolent spirits. Suddenly, she felt extreme danger and a chill surged in her heart. In a fluster, she was almost hit by the malevolent spirits and Lu Congzi's golden mace also struck. Despicable. Li Yunxiao arrived in an instant, his face full of anger. He slashed at the golden mace with his sword. Bang! Countless rays of light engulfed the two of them at the same time. Chu Hongyan screamed and rushed into the light. Just a few steps closer, she felt a burning sensation. Her skin stung and began to be carbonized. She was so shocked that she quickly retreated, not daring to go any closer. Within the light, there was like a huge lotus that formed its own heaven and earth. Only Li Yunxiao and Lu Congzi were being roasted by the ice baleful heart flame. The sword decapitation red and the golden mace collided and were inseparable. However, the hundreds of runes on the golden mace all flew out and circled around the mace, contending with the ice baleful heart flame. However, it was weakened with each step. It was obvious that it was not a match for the ice baleful heart flame. Although the ice baleful heart flame was released by Li Yunxiao, it was burning more and more fiercely. Malevolent spirits and malevolent spirits were constantly being killed and turned into countless malevolent spirits. When they came into contact with the ice baleful heart flame, they exploded instantly, like fuel for the fire. Lu Congzi's expression changed as he shouted, "Gu Feiyang, once the icy baleful heart flame spreads, the consequences will be unthinkable. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you have the rainbow demon sword. You'll also burn yourself playing with fire." Li Yunxiao grinned. "Oh? Master, you're scared too? The icy baleful heart flame didn't affect you at all. I thought you weren't afraid, but the fire isn't big enough." Lu Congzi glanced at the sword truncheon. The runes could no longer block the power of the heart flame. It wouldn't be long before it broke, and the truncheon would melt. He said angrily, "The icy baleful heart flame can burn everything, but my resistance to it is higher than yours. If you really want to hurt me, you'll be the first to die." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly. "So be it. It's worth it to die with the world's best refinement master." Not only did he not restrain himself, but he poured even more demonic energy into the sword. The light of the flame seemed to become more transparent. It was almost out of his control as it continued to devour the surrounding demonic energy to strengthen itself. He was naturally unwilling to die with Lu Congzi, but he didn't believe that Lu Congzi couldn't do anything about it. Outside the light, as the icy baleful heart flame continued to expand, the ferocious spirits all fled in fear. They surged in all directions, causing the intense battlefield to become chaotic. Many demonic spirits croaked and ran in all directions. They were either killed by Chu Hongyan and the others or devoured by the heart flame. "Feiyang." Chu Hongyan was shocked. The icy baleful heart flame was still devouring divine senses, so she couldn't investigate the situation inside. "Don't be distracted. The world god monument's light hasn't dimmed, so he's fine." Focus on killing the enemy. Chu Hongyan finally reacted. She looked at the world god monument in the air. The power of the world hadn't dimmed. It was like the sun shining down, giving people a sense of warmth. She quickly turned around and drew her sword. Her face was full of anger and coldness as she attacked the ferocious spirits again. Within the raging flames, Li Yunxiao and Lu Congzi's bodies were also constantly being engulfed in flames, burning their bodies. However, Li Yunxiao clearly had the upper hand, while Lu Congzi's strength was weakening day by day. It looked like he could not hold on any longer. You don't have the qualifications to die with me. Lu Congzi shouted angrily. Finally, he didn't dare to face the heart flame head-on. The sword truncheon's protective light had been burned away, and the truncheon was emitting a low hum. Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly trembled as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Lu Congzi's face seemed to have changed, becoming rigid. His skin had formed an earthy shell, one side was white, the other was black, like a Tai Chi fish mask covering his face, leaving only his eyes unchanged. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He looked over with his wondrous spell spirit eyes and saw that it was indeed a mask. It emitted a power that made his heart palpitate. The black and white colors of the Tai Chi fish seemed to be constantly spinning. He felt dizzy, as if his soul had been captured by the mask with just a glance. Not only that, but the mask gave him a very familiar feeling. The surroundings spread out around Lu Congzi, and the golden light on the mace shone brightly again. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he immediately understood why the opponent wasn't afraid of the fiendish ice heart flame. That mask was actually the rainbow twin stones. Since you know, you have no chance of survival. Lu Congzi's eyes turned cold, and the golden truncheon turned into a sheet of golden light that struck down. Li Yunxiao hurriedly chanted the great creation divine art to dispel the daze in his mind. He didn't dare to look at the rainbow twin stone mask anymore, and he raised his sword to block in front of him. Bam! A huge light burst out, and sword decapitator / crimson was pressed against Li Yunxiao's chest. A vast and mighty force crashed into Li Yunxiao's body, and even though his physical body was strong, he could not help but vomit blood as he was sent flying. What's going on? His mind was filled with shock. After Lu Congzi put on that mask, his strength seemed to increase by several times, and he couldn't block it at all. As he was sent flying, the flames around him started to weaken. Suddenly, a silver light swept across the sky like it was riding the wind and breaking the waves, and all the sea of fire was cut open. Li Yunxiao had just stabilized his body when he turned pale with fright. Under that silver light was another long truncheon. It was silver all over, and it was exactly the same as the golden truncheon, except that the color was different. Two words suddenly flashed across his mind, and he exclaimed, D2, Esher. But there was no time to think. That silver truncheon raised a raging wave and struck down from the sky. The entire Heaven Divine Fiend formation was trembling as if it was going to shatter the heaven and earth. Li Yunxiao's hands rapidly formed seals, and several hand seals were shot into the void. A spiritual light came from behind and blocked in front of Li Yunxiao. It was that giant divine fiend spirit. The formation light that filled the sky was like surging waves, and a large amount of spirit energy descended and poured into that giant divine fiend spirit's body. The enormous lightsaber was raised, and it was dazzling. It was like the sun shining down, and it clashed with the silver light. The giant divine fiend spirit fiercely slashed out with its saber, directly shattering the sky and slashing the silver truncheon world. Boundless light waves surged out in all directions. Lu Congzi was shocked and angry, and a trace of fear arose in his heart toward this giant divine fiend spirit's power. He teleported in the air and grabbed the silver truncheon that had been shaken away. Then, he flew down and raised both truncheons high to attack. A two-colored light, one gold and one silver, fell down from the clouds like a rainbow. Boom! The giant divine fiend spirit raised its saber again to resist. That saber finally shattered, turning into endless pure energy and returning to the great formation. The giant divine fiend spirit's body was suppressed by the power of the two truncheons, and it cracked like a mountain. In the end, with a bang, it also disappeared. Li Yunxiao's eyes were like torches. He saw that the puppet that had manifested the giant divine fiend spirit suddenly trembled and gave off a light shattering sound. Almost imperceptible cracks appeared on its body. He was very anxious, and he tried hard to recall everything about the puppet arts in his mind. He continuously shot out all kinds of spirit arts into the formation. The formation light flashed in the void, and a giant divine fiend spirit slowly formed in front of the other puppet. It was different from the previous one, but it was just as mighty. It held a light sword and stood there like a guardian. What? Everyone was shocked, and they didn't understand what was going on with the formation. Li Yunxiao himself was even more stunned. The hand seals that he performed were no different from before, but he couldn't condense two giant divine fiends at the same time. Otherwise, if the 12 divine fiends appeared at the same time, even if there were 2 more Lu Congzi, he would still die. However, if one of them died, another one would appear. That wouldn't be too bad. Li Yunxiao touched his chin and went into deep thought. However, there must be a key point that he didn't grasp, and he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. The person who was the most depressed and furious was Lu Congzi. These giant divine fiend spirits were extremely powerful, and if they kept appearing, he would definitely lose. He pointed 2 of his fingers in front of him, and the triangular command flags immediately flew up, forming rolling demonic clouds that connected together. They covered the sky and the sun, blocking out the world power of the universe from the universe divine steel. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked. The demonic clouds surged with the power of the heavenly dipper illumination, and they actually completely isolated the universe divine steel. After losing the suppression of the world power, those ferocious spirits instantly became irritable, and their power rose steadily. Ling Mudi exclaimed, quickly disperse the demonic clouds. The universe divine steel was too crucial in this battle. If they couldn't suppress these ferocious spirits and allow them to break through to the level of transcendence, they would all be in danger. Among the few people who participated in the battle, Ling Mudi, Bei Chen Nan, Xian Tian Fighting Bull, and Astral Gale Crocodile were considered to be in good condition. After all, they were close to immortality. However, Bin Sun, Chu Hongyan, and especially Qi Xingfeng, were already riddled with injuries, and it was a little difficult for them to fight alone. Qi Xingfeng was fighting 8 ferocious spirits alone, and he had already killed half of them. However, he was also heavily injured, and he was fighting while bathed in blood. At that moment, the demonic clouds covered the sky, and the remaining ferocious spirits were all freed from the suppression of the world power. Their power instantly increased explosively, and they directly beat the few people until they vomited blood. Li Yunxiao was also very anxious, and he couldn't be bothered to control the divine fiend formation anymore. Dozens of ancient Maha words flew out from his palm. The universe divine steel in the sky shone even brighter, and it turned into an immortal steel. It fell down like a mountain, and it was going to pierce through the demonic clouds. Suddenly, a ray of silver light attacked, and it was the silver annihilation world. Under this unparalleled power, the space was directly crushed, and Li Yunxiao only felt that his ears were filled with explosive sounds, and he almost lost his hearing. The others were also shocked, and they were stunned by Lu Congzi's attack. They had never seen his power after wearing the mask. Li Yunxiao couldn't care less, and he threw out the Tusita Sky Peak, and it turned into a huge mountain in front of him. Boom! The silver annihilation world hit the mountain, and circles of 6-colored light flew up. The mountain rumbled, and it rotated downwards, causing the space within the formation to distort continuously. The entire formation power of the divine fiend formation was destroyed. The 12 puppets seemed to have sensed something, and golden light flew out from their bodies. Even the puppet with cracks on it was still moving. The golden light surged into the barrier of the formation, and the space that was crushed by the Tusita Sky Peak returned to normal. The divine fiend giant spirit also seemed to have locked onto its target, and it swung its huge sword towards Lu Congzi. Bang! The golden annihilation the arch-butcher struck out with a hazy golden light, shattering the sword energy. At the same time, Lu Congzi formed a one-handed seal, and the silver annihilation world flew up and attacked the divine fiend giant spirit. Li Yunxiao was anxious, and he saw that the injuries of the others were worsening, especially Bin Sun, who was the weakest. He was constantly vomiting blood, and if it wasn't for his peerless divine body, he would have died long ago. He made up his mind, and he immediately used his demonic arts. The true devil image towered into the clouds, and it roared as it grabbed at the demonic clouds, wanting to tear them apart. Lu Congzi didn't bother with the divine fiend giant spirit anymore, and he turned to leave, and he attacked the true devil image with both his truncheons. As long as the demonic clouds covered the area and blocked the suppression of the realm power, victory was only a matter of time. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he formed a seal with both hands. The true devil image also transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, and as the seal was formed, the demonic energy in the sky surged. The 3 Dharma images had different expressions, but they were all glaring angrily, murderous, and sneering. Then the sky shook violently, and the 6 arms stretched out. Vaguely, weapons fell from the sky, and were caught in their hands. Saber, sword, axe, shield, book, lock, the Dharma image was solemn, and a sacred, vast power spread out. The whole world seemed to stand still for a moment. Even Li Yunxiao himself felt his heart tremble, as if he sensed something. His body couldn't help but tremble, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his face. Gulp. Lu Congzi's face was ghastly pale, and he swallowed hard. He felt his throat dry as if it was on fire. Although the 6 weapons were just phantoms, they carried boundless might, as if the power of a realm intimidated the demons. Qi Xingfeng also sensed the extraordinary power, and his whole body trembled. The evil spirits surrounding him all stopped and looked up in fear, as if they were about to kneel down and worship. Demonic weapon of 6 paths, Qi Xingfeng took a deep breath and looked up at the sky in shock. The true demon image had 3 heads and 6 arms. It held the weapon and spun, showing the majesty of the demon lord. He and Li Yunxiao had both seized the demon lord's demonic essence, so they could sense the demonic weapon of 6 paths even more strongly. The blood in their bodies surged with power, and they hurriedly made hand seals to absorb the surrounding demonic qi into their bodies, healing their injured bodies at a shocking speed. Li Yunxiao's hand seals changed as he shouted. The true demon image immediately stopped moving. 5 of its weapons gradually disappeared, leaving only a huge black chain in its hand. It was pitch black like blood, and it seemed to want to take one's life. A supreme technique flashed through Li Yunxiao's mind, and an image of the black chain sealing the sky and earth appeared in his mind. Qi Xingfeng's heart also trembled. He and Li Yunxiao sensed it at the same time, and they looked at each other and immediately understood. The appearance of the demonic weapon of 6 paths evoked the memories of the demonic essence in their bodies. Pow! Li Yunxiao made hand seals, and his body was immediately covered with demonic patterns. Countless runes filled a radius of 3 zhang around him and appeared in the air. The black chain in the true demon image's hand rattled and rotated like a nebula. All the demonic energy within the heavenly cycle world sensed it and surged madly into the iron chain. The ferocious souls wailed and wailed, wailing to the heavens and earth. Their bodies were torn apart, and countless evil spirits flew out. Lu Congzi's expression changed drastically. He felt the demonic qi in his body stirring, about to be absorbed by the chain. Silver Annihilation World stopped dozens of zhang away from the true demon image, and the Golden Ape Emperor Butcher in its hand groaned as if it was being suppressed. Not only inside the 12 Divine Fiends formation, but outside the formation, nebula vaguely appeared. Not far from the demonic world's boundary wall, demonic essence broke through the wall like dragons and rushed into the formation. The faces on the realm walls all revealed expressions of fear, releasing low and overcast howls, as if they were terrified. Bo Yuqing, who was at the entrance of the passageway, felt a chill run down his spine, not understanding what was going on. Li Yunxiao's face was ashen. This time, the power of the 6 paths demonic soldiers was extraordinary. It completely exceeded his expectations and understanding. Almost all the demonic qi in the surrounding space was absorbed. Perhaps it had sensed the existence of the demon world, or perhaps it had absorbed enough demon essence, but the pitch-black iron chain emitted a cheerful cry, as if it were laughing in a low voice. Li Yunxiao knew that he had reached his limit. Although the iron chain was still absorbing energy, if he continued, he would completely lose control. He was afraid that he would lose his life if he used this move. He decisively made a hand seal and cut off the suction force of the iron chain. Then, a move appeared in his mind. Awat Brahma, 3,000 worlds. The nebula chain moved at once, and only rustling sounds could be heard in the sky. Along with the movement of the chain, there were countless sounds of wind and thunder. It was as if tens of thousands of thunderbolts were attacking, wanting to destroy the world. The entire formation became dark, and the dark clouds that the Tiangang flags had turned into dissipated with a tremble under the drag of the chain. The Universe God Monument seemed to have sensed it and also emitted an intense light to resist the demonic power. The entire monument was like a lighthouse, standing tall and unmoving. No matter how the demon essence seethed, it still shone eternally. However, outside the Universe God Monument, all the power became extremely insignificant and was all annihilated in the demonic aura. The speed of the iron chain's drag became faster and faster. Then, it shuttled through the air like an arrow, and everywhere it passed by turned into nothingness. A large number of demons and ferocious spirits were crushed by the power of the iron chain, and the world collapsed. The 12 puppets stood there quietly. They were no longer alive, and the formation light had also been dispersed. The only divine fiend giant spirit had turned into a faint light, like a layer of mist that covered the puppet's body, resisting the pressure. Ling Mudi and the others had already gathered together, and they each unleashed their ultimate defensive skills, forming a barrier, and taking care of each other. The one furthest away from the true magic form was Bo Yuqing. Not only did he have a what, but the power of the 3,000 worlds surged violently, and the power that surged out from the demonic world's walls was like a roaring river, rushing into the iron chain. As the demonic aura surged out from the wall, countless demons and even ferocious spirits were drawn out. Bo Yuqing was almost scared out of his wits. He suddenly regained his senses, and immediately retreated to prevent himself from being affected. At that moment, in the 3,000 worlds, everyone was suffering unspeakably. Even Li Yunxiao felt that all the power in his body was being drawn out, and he gradually lost control of the true magic form. As the vortex grew bigger and bigger, he was also about to be engulfed. Ling Mudi's loud roar could be heard continuously, "Stop, quickly stop." It was not that he did not want to stop, but his power was weakening, and the true magic form's power was still increasing, as if it was being replenished endlessly. He had completely lost control. Suddenly, the World God Monument seemed to become brighter, and the entire fissure space twisted with the flickering light. Awat's 3,000 worlds' power seemed to be blocked. The power on the demonic world's wall seemed to have been cut off, and it instantly returned to normal. At the same time, the World God Monument continuously surged with majestic power, and finally descended from the sky, crushing everything. It was like a sharp sword stabbing into the heart of the chain nebula. Rumble. The sound of wind and thunder became even more violent, and Awat seemed to be affected. He kept swaying up and down, and countless runes rippled out, annihilating the sky. Everyone vomited a large mouthful of blood, and Li Yunxiao was no exception. The demonic aura in his body had long been depleted, and only his colored glass divine light and indestructible golden body were left. His body was covered in countless wounds, and he was already covered in blood. Fortunately, after the World God Monument took effect, Awat's power began to decrease, and the storm gradually calmed down. The true demon form also slowly faded in the air, and disappeared along with Awat. Lu Zongzi stood in the air, not moving at all. The dual maces in his hands had completely lost their luster. But that strange Tai Chi fish mask still had a soul-sucking glow. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he looked at Lu Zongzi. Caught off guard, they immediately saw through each other's state. Lu Zongzi's eyes revealed that he had definitely suffered serious injuries. After being seen through by Li Yunxiao, his gaze immediately turned sharp, and the divine light that he had not concealed before completely disappeared. Go! Li Yunxiao shouted, and the little bit of divine power that had accumulated in his body flowed through his meridians like sweet dew, cleansing his entire body. With this last bit of power, he performed a seal in the air, and put away the World God Monument, the Tusada Heavenly Peak, and Lu Ding and Lu Jia. Ling Mudi and the others immediately came to their senses. Although they were all seriously injured, they had lost the ability to fight. This was the Divine Transformation Sea, Lu Zongzi's base camp. If they stayed, they would definitely die. Under Li Yunxiao's command, everyone quickly flew in the direction of the passageway. Bin Sun was the most seriously injured, and he was lying on the heaven patrolling bull. Lu Zongzi's eyes burned with anger, but he had also been seriously injured by the 3,000 worlds. In his anger, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which flowed down the sides of the mask. Moreover, the mask had forcibly increased his power, and it clearly had a significant side effect. He screamed, threw away the dual maces, and held his head with both hands. Only after the mask disappeared did he recover a little. He anxiously watched as Li Yunxiao and the others left. The battle today had given him a lot of shock and fear. If he let them escape, they would definitely become a disaster, and it would be difficult to kill them again. Stop them, hurry up and stop them. Lu Congzi roared, staring at the passageway where Bo Yuqing was standing. The expressions of Qi Xingfeng, Li Yunxiao, and the others changed drastically. Bo Yuqing was unharmed, and he was a peak divine transcendence expert. He slowly pulled out his sword and blocked the entrance of the passageway. Qi Xingfeng said in a deep voice, Yuqing. The master and disciple looked at each other, and it seemed like 100 years had passed. The past turned over in their minds, and the scenes flashed before their eyes. Swoosh, the sword flashed, and it went straight for Qi Xingfeng's throat. Bo Yuqing's hand trembled slightly, and it stopped in the air. Qi Xingfeng looked at the sword and said, You have indeed walked your own path. I can't feel any elemental energy waves from your sword now, and your emotions can no longer affect your temperament. Right now, you are as cold as an agarine. Bo Yuqing finally couldn't hold back his emotions anymore, and he said with a trembling voice, If we were to choose again in this life, would we still be like this? Qi Xingfeng sighed, I have already realized my mistake. Of course, I won't. Swoosh, the sword slid across Qi Xingfeng's throat, drawing a little blood, but it only pierced the skin. You guys go. Bo Yuqing's face was ashen, and the veins on his neck tightened. It was obvious that he was struggling internally. No. Lu Congzi roared, Kill them, hurry up and kill them. Under the attack of anger, he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Without batting an eyelid, Bo Yuqing said indifferently, You can't order me around. I only know how to walk my own path. A complicated look flashed across Qi Xingfeng's eyes, and he said, Thank you. From now on, take care of yourself. Li Yunxiao and the rest filed in and flew into the passageway. Qi Xingfeng patted Bo Yuqing's shoulder and stepped into the tunnel. Suddenly, there was the sound of a sword slashing across, followed by a splatter of blood. Li Yunxiao and the rest shuddered, and they turned around. They saw that Qi Xingfeng's chest had been pierced by a sword from the back, and the blood flowed down the blade, dripping from the tip of the sword. Qi Xingfeng was stunned for a moment, and he lowered his head to look at the sword. He tried his best to turn his head back and said, Why? Large beads of sweat rolled down Bo Yuqing's face, and his eyes shot out a sharp light, and he said coldly, Because in this life, I can never choose again. The whole fissure was dead silent, and even Lu Congzi was stunned, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Only his wild laughter could be heard in the tunnel, and it seemed carefree, mocking, and helpless. Ha 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 ha. Qi Xingfeng also suddenly laughed, and his right hand made a grabbing motion, and the ancient dust sword appeared in his hand. The sword was simple and unadorned, and it had been through countless years. You are my disciple, and this ancient dust sword is an inheritance, and I will pass it to you today. Ha 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 ha. Qi Xingfeng's hand slowly let go of the big sword. He looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. There were tears in his eyes, and they fell down warmly. Bo Yuqing's hand trembled for a moment before returning to normal. He said, After this sword, all our grudges will be resolved, and I will no longer be your disciple. You can take back this sword. Qi Xingfeng's laughter stopped. He suddenly shook his body and broke the sword in his chest. He suddenly turned around and swung his sword. Bo Yuqing was shocked and wanted to defend himself. However, Qi Xingfeng was already close to him. He grabbed his hand and shoved the hilt of the sword into his hand. You have always been my outstanding disciple. I, Qi Xingfeng, have never been able to ask for anything in my life. Yet, I have cultivated 2 outstanding disciples. I can die without regrets. It is enough to be gratifying. A smile appeared on his face, but blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. Although he had finally achieved the saint physique, it was the end of his life. His physical body was already badly damaged from the previous battle. Now that his heart was pierced by Bo Yuqing, all his bodily functions were starting to collapse. There was nothing he could do. I will die in the end. What is the meaning of this life? His eyes revealed a trace of confusion. He looked at his 2 disciples and finally at Lu Congzi. Lu Zongzi frowned and said, "Honored master, rest assured. I have nothing to say to you. You don't have to look at me." Qi Xingfeng bitterly smiled, nodded, and said, "You are the person I fear the most, but right now, you are the person I am most at ease with. I believe that you will take care of yourself, and take care of your junior brother." Lu Zongzi waved his sleeve and said, "I will." Qi Xingfeng sighed. "I owe you in this life. If there is a next life, I hope we will meet again." Lu Zongzi was moved. "When we meet again, we will meet again. Don't worry, honored master." Qi Xingfeng revealed a smile. It was a smile of satisfaction and ease that he had never shown before. Although his physical body was destroyed and his heart was pierced, it would be difficult for him to die in a short period of time. He would only be left with more pain. Rather than prolong the pain, it was better to get it over with. He suddenly shook his body, directly severing his own meridians. His body finally fell down slowly, and he fell on Bo Yuqing's shoulder. Bo Yuqing tried his best to widen his eyes, not wanting the hot tears to fall. But no matter how sore his eyes were, the tears still flowed down his cheeks and dripped onto Qi Xingfeng's body. Li Yunxiao and the others saw all of this clearly, and they fell silent. Li Yunxiao bowed slightly, bidding farewell to Qi Xingfeng's body. It was as if he was giving his final respect to this former divine transformation sea warlock, an expert whose name shook the world. Or perhaps, he was giving his final farewell to his former life and death comrade. Chu Hongyan and the others also nodded slightly and bowed in the air. "Let's go." Li Yunxiao sighed and turned to leave with the rest of the group. Lu Zongzi roared angrily, "Stop them." Bo Yuqing was indifferent. He just stood there quietly, letting Qi Xingfeng's body lean on him, the master who once made him tremble in fear. The ancient dust sword did not have any temperature. It was held in his hand, simple and unadorned. Lu Zongzi watched as Li Yunxiao and the others left, and his anger gradually subsided. Since things had come to this, it was difficult to make up for it. Regret and anger would not help. He could only think about it at length. He looked back at the boundary wall of the demon realm, and his eyes could not help but light up. The faces imprinted on the boundary wall were much more protruding than before, and many of them had become clear. "Ha ha ha, a blessing in disguise." Lu Zongzi laughed loudly. He looked at the boundary wall and coldly said, "As long as these demon monarchs can break through the boundary wall, Gu Feiyang, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape my palm." Bo Yuqing was a little upset. He carried Qi Xingfeng's body and walked out. Lu Zongzi frowned and asked, "Where are you going?" Bo Yuqing said, "Find a place to bury master. After all, he was once a soul formation sea master and our master." "Oh, then go." Lu Zongzi waved his hand and said, "There is an agarine in his body. Don't forget to take it out." Bo Yuqing's body trembled slightly. He carried Qi Xingfeng's body and disappeared into the passage without looking back. Li Yunxiao and the others came out of the ancient demon well. Although they were injured and their yuan qi was very chaotic, the guards did not dare to stop them. They just looked at them in horror, not knowing what had happened. Chu Hongyan asked, "Where are we going now?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "I don't know. Let's leave the soul formation sea first." Chu Hongyan said, "The world is big, but if you completely offend the deity transformation sea, although it is not to say that there is no place for you to go, I am afraid that you will be in big trouble. Why don't you come with me to the Divine Firmament Palace to hide for a while and wait for the world of immortality to open?" Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, let's go to Divine Cloud Palace first." Everyone entered the Divine Steel and began to heal. Li Yunxiao quickly flew to the teleportation area and was about to open the teleportation formation to the northern region. Because Divine Cloud Palace had been closed for many years, the teleportation formation had also been closed for a long time. It had not been reconnected to other parts of the continent, so they could only choose the nearest teleportation point. The person in charge recognized Li Yunxiao. Although he was puzzled, he immediately did as he was told after taking out the honorary elder's token. "Ah? It's you. Don't go." Suddenly, there was a roar and a ray of light flew down. Li Yunxiao was shocked. How could the speed be so fast? Did he give the order to chase them already? Only when the figure appeared did they realize it was Elder Zirwei. As soon as he saw Li Yunxiao, it was as if he had a blood feud with Li Yunxiao. He pounced over and tried to grab Li Yunxiao's neck. "So it's Elder Zirwei," Li Yunxiao said indifferently. Although he had used up all his strength, it was still a piece of cake to deal with a formula elder. He directly pushed Zirwei away. "You! Quick! Show me Daoist puppet's notes." Zirwei did not care about his diary being cheated and the heart-refined puppet being stolen. As soon as he saw Li Yunxiao, he thought of the puppet master's diary. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "What a coincidence. The diary is not with me, but I am going to get it now. Why don't you come with me?" Zirwei was stunned and revealed a suspicious look. "You're not lying to me?" Li Yunxiao stopped smiling and said coldly, "It's up to you to go or not." The teleportation array had been activated, so he walked straight to the center. "Wait for me." Zirwei was anxious. He was afraid that the array would be activated and Li Yunxiao would leave. If that happened, he might never see him again, so he teleported over. The teleportation array was soon activated and the two gradually disappeared into the array light. After the battle at the ancient demon well, Lu Congzi did not make a big fuss, nor did he put Li Yunxiao on the wanted list. He didn't even take back his status as an honorary elder of the Soul Formation Sea. It was as if nothing had happened. The only change was that Bo Yuqing had become the vice president and Grand Elder Qi Xingfeng had never appeared again. After all, the Soul Formation Sea was a relatively loose organization. Everyone was busy with their own things every day. Many elders were in closed-door cultivation and research. It was normal for them to not see each other for decades. Therefore, there was no change in the Soul Formation Sea. It was still operating as usual. Li Yunxiao and Zirwei were soon teleported to a small city in the northern region. With his speed, as long as his strength recovered, it would only take a few hours to fly there. "Quick, go get the notes." As soon as they appeared in the city, Zirwei couldn't wait. Li Yunxiao took out Mu Chen's notes and handed them to him. "Elder Zirwei, take a look first." Zirwei excitedly took it with both hands and placed it on his forehead. He slowly scanned it with his divine sense. Hey, don't block the way. Get out of the way." The two of them were still in the teleportation area of the small city. The person in charge of the area suddenly became angry and shouted at the two of them. If it was any other time, a high and mighty Soul Formation Sea elder like Zirwei would have killed them on the spot. But this time, there was no reaction. It seemed that all his attention was focused on the jade slip and he was motionless. When Li Yunxiao saw that the person in charge was about to rush over and kill them, he took Zirwei to the side and walked toward the direction of the city. Behind them, the person in charge muttered discontentedly, "Where did these two big idiots teleport from? They are obviously idiots. Fortunately, they left quickly. Otherwise, I would have punched them in the balls." This voice naturally reached Li Yunxiao's ears. Zirwei was so focused on reading the jade slip that he didn't hear it. Li Yunxiao. He shook his head speechlessly and continued to lead Zirwei in the direction of Divine Firmament Palace. Several hours later, the two of them arrived at the gate of Divine Firmament Palace. Chu Hongyan came out of the World God Steel and led them forward. Zirwei had already finished reading the jade slip and fell into deep thought. He only knew to follow and didn't even notice that there was an extra person. It wasn't until they reached Snowfall Peak that he regained his senses. He said in a daze, where is this?" Chu Hongyan was also speechless at this kind of person. She shook her head and said to Li Yunxiao, "I will go deal with some matters first. I need to discuss the recent events with the many elders of the palace. You and Elder Zirwei can stay in the side palace for now." Immediately, several female disciples came forward to lead the way. They had seen Li Yunxiao before and knew his identity. They were surprised, afraid, and happy at the same time. They lowered their heads and blushed as they nervously stood in front of the two and said, "Please come with us." Li Yunxiao explained a little to Zirwei. Zirwei's mouth dropped open in shock. Divine Firmament Palace? Isn't Divine Firmament Palace not allowing men to enter? What is going on? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "This matter is complicated. Elder Zirwei shouldn't delve into it. Let's find a place to study the art of puppetry. I promise that Elder Zirwei's trip will not be in vain." Only then did Zirwei ponder and say, I have read the booklet. Although there are very few things recorded, it was quite enlightening. I am about to return to the deity transformation sea to verify it. Study with you? Haha, what right do you have to discuss the art of puppetry with me? Oh right, give me the heart-refined puppet. He suddenly revealed a fierce look and grabbed Li Yunxiao's arm, staring at him fiercely. Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and shook him off with a wave of his hand. He said, I will show you something. If you are willing to stay, then come. If not, then leave. I can't be bothered to send you off. Li Yunxiao raised his hand and Liu Ding and Liu Jia appeared in the air. However, he put them away in a flash. Zirue's eyesight was good enough for him to see it. That's, Zirue sucked in a breath of cold air. His entire face changed as he exclaimed, a complete heart-refined puppet array. Li Yunxiao said, yes, I encountered a lot of problems when I was cultivating it. That's why I brought you here from the Divine Transformation Sea. Otherwise, what right do you think you have to discuss it with me? Zirue was completely stunned. He couldn't help but look at Li Yunxiao again. He did not know Li Yunxiao's identity. In fact, he did not believe Li Yunxiao's self-reported identity as an honorary elder at all. However, Li Yunxiao was able to enter and exit the Divine Transformation Sea at will. He was even respected in this man's forbidden area in Divine Firmament Palace. He must be a famous figure. I was rude. Although Zirue didn't know much about the world, he was not stupid. After thinking it through, he immediately cupped his fists and became humble. Li Yunxiao smiled and made a hand gesture. Suddenly, a force lifted Zirue up. My words just now were offensive. Elder Zirue, please don't take it to heart. Li Yunxiao knew the temperament of these alchemists very well, so he didn't blame him. Zirue couldn't wait any longer. The two of them entered the side hall under the lead of the female disciple of Divine Firmament Palace and started studying it. Chu Hongyan wanted to discuss important matters several times, but she found that the side hall was always shrouded in a barrier and she couldn't enter. She could only look at it and sigh. A few months later, on the Snowfall Peak, a golden light suddenly shot into the sky and turned into a giant spirit holding a blade of light. The giant spirit emitted a monstrous murderous aura, which continued to spread and covered the entire mountain range. All the disciples of Divine Firmament Palace were alarmed. They all rushed into the sky and gathered at the Snowfall Peak. Chu Hongyan appeared in the air immediately and stared at the giant spirit. It was the one in the ancient demon well that day. It was exactly the same, but its expression was more lifelike and its aura was stronger. Following that, two more streaks of golden light rose one after the other, turning into giant spirits wielding swords and halberds. One had a delicate and pretty face, while the other had a ferocious expression, but both were vivid and lifelike. The three giant spirits stood at the peak of the mountain, overlooking the entire Divine Firmament Palace. Their posture was vast and arrogant. Snowfall Peak was already filled with people, and they all looked on in horror. If it were not for Chu Hongyan standing quietly in the sky, there would have been chaos. But even so, there were still all sorts of clamor and discussions, revealing the fear and uneasiness in everyone's hearts. Could these three be gods? That boundless baleful aura actually suppressed the entire mountain range. Under this pressure, even my blood and chi are surging. Those disciples under Emperor Wu probably wouldn't even be able to climb up Snowfall Peak. What a terrifying power this is. I'm afraid even the palace lord wouldn't be able to do it. It's said that Gu Feiyang lives in that side palace. Looking at the palace lord's indifferent expression, it's most likely that Gu Feiyang is cultivating some kind of heaven-defying divine ability. Are you talking about the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang, Li Yunxiao? Last time on Snowfall Peak, the 9 elders joined forces and used the vast Yang finger. But they were still no match for him. Looking at the situation now, I'm afraid the entire Divine Firmament Palace is no match for him. It's over. Divine Firmament Palace is full of beautiful disciples. Will they be ravaged and enslaved by him? You look so healthy. Don't think too much. I should be the one worried. What nonsense are you all talking about? I see that your eyes are full of stars. You don't look worried at all. You just want it to happen. Ah, so annoying. TSK, that's right. I'm not talking to you anymore. So shy. The elders were also on Snowfall Peak. While they were afraid of the giant spirit's pressure, they were also annoyed by the nonsense around them. Luo Chunra shouted angrily, "All of you, shut up." Only then did the peak quieten down. Luo Chunra flew up into the sky and greeted, "Palace Lord, this Gu Feiyang is unscrupulously using his supernatural power in Divine Firmament Palace. He is completely showing off his strength. He cannot be tolerated." Chu Hongyan furrowed her brows and immediately relaxed. She said, "Elder Chun Ro's words are extremely correct. This consort also agrees. I will order the elders to teach Gu Feiyang a lesson and make him restrain himself." Luo Chunra was puzzled at first. She thought she would be rolled her eyes, but she did not expect to be acknowledged. Only after listening to the end did she understand. She blushed and said, "I am no match for him." Chu Hongyan said indifferently, "Since you are no match for him, then why don't you retreat?" There was a hint of coldness in her words. Luo Chunro immediately felt a chill. She snorted angrily and turned to leave. But suddenly, her eyes lit up. An old woman was flying over. She quickly went up and greeted, "Greetings, Grand Elder Jihan." Chu Hongyan also turned around and went up to greet her. Mi Jihan looked at the giant spirit and said, "Do you know what kind of supernatural power this is?" Chu Hongyan quickly said, "It is a kind of formation supernatural power. It is said to be one of the 3 great ancient formations, the 12 divine fiends formation." Mi Jihan was shocked and said, "One of the 3 great formations. No wonder it has such power." Even I was alarmed. Luo Chunro hurriedly said, "Grand Elder, that Li Yunxiao did not take Divine Firmament Palace seriously at all. He used his supernatural power without any scruples and shocked many disciples in seclusion. It has a great impact on our sect. I was also in seclusion practicing the soft water technique. After being shocked by him, not only did my months of hard work go to waste, but it also affected my martial arts foundation. I almost went mad and lost my life. This time I don't know how many disciples were affected by his audacity." Chu Hongyan was infuriated when she heard that. She said coldly, "Elder Chun Ro's cultivation has improved a lot. You actually didn't die from shock. What a pleasant surprise. Divine Firmament Palace is lucky." Mi Jihan waved her hand calmly and said, "Got it." Luo Chunru was stunned and immediately heard the dissatisfaction in Mi Jihan's words. She did not dare to say anything more. At this moment, another 2 figures flew over. It was Ning Kuei and Ning Qiyun. They were also shocked. After asking about the reason, they were even more shocked. Ning Kuei said, "The energy waves from these 3 giant spirits are different. It seems that Yunxiao's control over the formation is not mature enough." Chu Hongyan said, "He is already stronger than when he was in the deity transformation sea. Back then, he could only make 1. As she spoke, the 3 giant spirits suddenly shattered and turned into countless golden sparks in the air. They fell like snowflakes and sprinkled over the whole mountain range. Wow, so beautiful. The scene was beautiful as if it was a dream. All the Divine Firmament Palace disciples opened their eyes wide and looked at the beautiful scenery with joy. Many reached out to catch the golden sparks. Suddenly, a hearty laughter rang out from the hall. "Ha ha ha, sorry to disturb you all, I apologize for offending you." 2 figures flashed and appeared in front of Chu Hongyan and the others. Li Yunxiao bowed to them one by one. Although Zirwei's face was stiff, he also nodded to them. Mi Jihan smiled. "Congratulations, Lord Feiyang. Your strength has increased again." Li Yunxiao smiled. "It's just a small trick. It's hard to enter a generous family." He was being humble, but Zirwei did not like it. He snorted angrily. "Small trick? Humph." Li Yunxiao was speechless. He immediately introduced Zirwei to everyone and said, "If it wasn't for Elder Zirwei's help, I would not have been able to control those puppets so easily." Zirwei snorted. "Control? You are still far from being able to control them completely." When everyone heard that he was an elder from the deification sea, they all felt deep veneration. They didn't take his cold and arrogant attitude to heart. The deification sea was full of people like this, and it was something that almost everyone in the world knew. Out of politeness, Mi Jihan exchanged a few words with him. Suddenly, a red cloud appeared in the sky. It approached from afar and arrived at the top of the mountain in an instant. An old man in embroidered robes walked down from the cloud. He stroked his beard and smiled. I came without an invitation. Please forgive me, Palace Master Hong Yen. Li Yunxiao was stunned. It was Nanqiu Yu. Chu Hongyan also recognized him and could guess who he was. She said happily, so it's Lord Nanqiu Yu. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. Nanqiu Yu smiled. So Mr. Yunxiao and Lord Ning Kuei are here too. I wanted to inform the sect just now, but I suddenly felt an unusual pressure in the mountain. It was very strong. I thought something had happened. So I rushed here without notifying you. I am sorry. Chu Hongyan smiled. Since you are here, please come in. Nanqiu Yu shook his head. Sigh, I am in a hurry. I will not chat. I heard that the Divine Cloud Palace has reappeared. I am here to give you the Heavenly Chasm Medallion and invite you to Nephrite Heaven. Chu Hongyan was delighted. Thank you, Lord. Nanqiu Yu said, since Lord Ning Kuei is here, I will give it to you as well. He waved his sleeves and 4 rays of light flew down. 3 landed in front of Chu Hongyan and 1 landed in front of Ning Kuei. The 2 of them took their medallions. Ning Kuei hurriedly said, Lord, this Heavenly Chasm Medallion is too little. Can you give me more? He wanted to get one for Ning Qiyun. Nanqiu Yu smiled. It's quite a lot. He did not wait for a reply. He cupped his fists and said, farewell. With that said, his body disappeared into the clouds in a flash of light. Chu Hongyan looked at the medallion in her hand. She turned and asked, Grand Elder, how should we distribute the 3 Heavenly Chasm medallions? Her words caught the attention of all the Divine Cloud Palace elders. They all looked over. The Northern Celestial Realm was the most mysterious place among the 4. It was said that it was left behind by an ancient spiritual mountain. Not only was the spiritual energy there astonishing, but there were also many ancient profound artifacts and cultivation techniques. If one could find them, it would be a great harvest. When Gu Feiyang obtained Tsutsumi, he became violent and his temper was erratic. He was deeply influenced by Tsutsumi. It was only after he obtained the heaven-peering technique in Nephrite Heaven that he suppressed Tsutsumi and made him his own. Cultivators who stood at the peak of the continent understood that besides hard work, opportunities were more important. Therefore, Nephrite Heaven's quota immediately attracted the attention of all the Divine Firmament Palace elders. More than 10 pairs of burning eyes focused on the 3 tokens. Mi Jihan replied, as the palace lord. Hong Yan naturally has to take one. As for the remaining 2, Luo Chunro licked her red lips and said carefully, Grand Elder's strength is unparalleled. She is the most experienced and powerful existence in the sect. Naturally, she also has to take one. Mi Jihan pondered for a moment, then said, I originally had no interest in Nephrite Heaven, but this concerns the opening of the realm of immortality. Chu Hongyan hurriedly said, Grand Elder naturally has to go. Mi Jihan did not decline, and said, then the last one. Luo Chunro hurriedly said, this one must be given to a virtuous and capable person, an elder who has contributed greatly to the Divine Firmament Palace and can convince the masses. Oh? Then who do you think is the most suitable, Elder Chunro? Chu Hongyan asked without batting an eyelid. Luo Chunro smiled awkwardly and said, I think Elder Gu Shanshan is not bad. It's just that she's a little too young, and her strength is a little too low. She can't really convince the masses, and she doesn't contribute much to the sect. Chu Hongyan said, if that's the case, then Elder Gu Shanshan. Ah? No. Luo Chunro's expression changed drastically. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, no longer caring about her reputation, and hurriedly said, if we let Elder Gu Shanshan go, how can we convince the masses? Chu Hongyan's expression darkened, and she scolded, Gu Shanshan was recommended by you, and you're also the one who said no. Elder Chunro, are you messing with me? Luo Chunro was embarrassed, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead. She knew that Chu Hongyan was making things difficult for her. She must have been displeased by her targeting Gu Feiyang just now. She could not express the bitterness in her heart. If she had known that Nanqiu Yu would come at this time to deliver the Divine Chasm Medallion, she would not have stood out to offend Gu Feiyang even if she was beaten to death. In terms of experience and strength, even if she was not on par with her, she was at least a strong competitor. But now that she had offended Chu Hongyan, it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, she shifted her resentment to Li Yunxiao. It was all this man's fault, and she wished she could skin him alive. Mi Jihan said, "This is a serious matter. Let's not come to a conclusion yet. Let's gather everyone to discuss this." Chu Hongyan then said, "Grand Elder is right. This Heaven Chasm medallion was going to cause quite a commotion." Li Yunxiao suddenly transmitted a message over, "Actually, the number of Heavenly Chasm medallions isn't a problem. Don't forget that I have the World Deity Monument in my hands. It wouldn't be a problem even if I were to bring the entire Divine Firmament Palace in." Chu Hongyan was overjoyed. She looked back at him and blinked her beautiful eyes. Li Yunxiao's mind was shaken by her gaze. He smiled bitterly, not knowing whether it was bitter or lust. Luo Chunru heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the token had been distributed. She began to think about how she could get her hands on that token. Nanqiu Yu's appearance caused the entire mountain peak to fall silent, as if everyone had their own thoughts. Li Yunxiao said, "Elder Zirwei is going back to the Soul Formation Sea. Hongyan, send a few masters to protect him." Chu Hongyan nodded and immediately made the arrangements. Zirwei pondered for a moment before saying, "I've also benefited greatly from this research. I was planning to go into seclusion after returning to the Soul Formation Sea. However, I've suddenly changed my mind. I want to make a trip to the Mu clan." Li Yunxiao was startled, but he immediately understood Zirwei's intentions. He said, "I do have the coordinates of the Mu clan's Tongtian Island, but I hope Elder Zirwei can keep the matter of Luding Liujia a secret for me." Luding Liujia was one of the 3 great puppetry techniques of the Mu clan. If it was discovered that he had it, even Mu Zhuang wouldn't be able to sit still and would definitely come knocking on his door. Zirwei said, "Don't worry. Since you've reminded me, I will keep it a secret." Li Yunxiao smiled, "If there's anything else, I hope you won't be stingy in teaching me." Zirwei's face reddened. Without another word, he left Snowfall Peak under the lead of the Divine Firmament Palace's masters. Li Yunxiao took out his Heavenly Chasm medallion. The color of the coordinates on it had mostly turned scarlet. Only when it turned completely red would the real coordinates be revealed. There's still about a month before the coordinates are confirmed. I plan to continue my seclusion. However, there's one thing I need you to do, Han Yan. What is it? Speak. Luo Chunru was extremely depressed. The Divine Firmament Palace was now like Li Yunxiao's sect. However, when she thought about the Heavenly Chasm medallion, she held back her anger. Li Yunxiao pondered and said, "After the battle at Mount Pentacloud, the sanctuary suffered a great loss. I don't know how it's doing now. I hope I can get some information. Also, I hope you can find a way to pass on Qi Xingfeng's death to perfected Lord Meng Ling," Chu Hongyan said. "It's easy to get information. Moreover, the Star Moon House has sent back a lot of news recently. I'll get someone to organize it and send it to you later. As for Qi Xingfeng's death, perfected Lord Meng Ling is said to be in seclusion in the Divine Capital. I'm afraid it'll be hard to meet him." Li Yunxiao's face turned cold. "Humph, is that bastard really in seclusion? Then how did Qi Xingfeng find him? Also, I don't believe he doesn't know anything about what happened to Gong Yangxingqi." Chu Hongyan was silent. "If that's the case, I'll go there myself. Maybe I'll have a higher chance of meeting him." Mi Jihan suddenly said, "Is it that old man Meng? Let me go. I've met that old man a few times. My chances of meeting him should be higher than yours." Luo Chunru was shocked. "You can't. Grand Elder, you're of high status. How can you personally go to the sanctuary for an outsider? It's not just an insult to your status. If word gets out, the entire Divine Firmament Palace will be shamed." Actually, she was more anxious because if Mi Jihan left, their chances of getting the Heavenly Chasm medallion would be even slimmer. On the other hand, if Chu Hongyan went, she would have a 90% chance of getting it. Mi Jihan frowned. Anger was written all over her face. "Don't talk nonsense. Feiyang is a friend of the Divine Firmament Palace. Why can't I do something for a friend? Besides, I haven't been out for so many years. Why can't I go to the sanctuary to find an old friend and have a cup of tea? Why are you the only one making a fuss here? Don't say anything. Luo Chunru quickly lowered her head. Seeing that Mi Jihan was angry, she didn't dare to say another word. Chu Hongyan also felt that something was wrong. Grand Elder, let me go. Mi Jihan interrupted her. This is just a small matter. There's no need for the Divine Firmament Palace Lord to go personally. Besides, the world is in a mess now. It's necessary for me to go to the sanctuary and catch up with an old friend. Chu Hongyan said, then be careful. Mi Jihan said, I'll leave the ownership of the Heavenly Chasm medallion to you. I'll go now. She casually picked the two elders and went down Snowfall Peak. Luo Chunru's face darkened. How could Chu Hongyan not know what she was thinking? If Li Yunxiao didn't have the world deity steel, he would never give her the medallion. But now, it didn't matter. Elder Chunru. She called out softly. What's the matter? Luo Chunru's face was very ugly. She seemed to know that she didn't have a share of the medallion. Chu Hongyan played with the medallion in her hand. She transmitted, I've thought about it. I feel that Elder Chunru is the most qualified to get it. What? Luo Chunru shook her head. She thought she heard wrong. Her eyes widened. Chu Hongyan smiled. We'll discuss this later. Although she didn't like Luo Chunru, she was indeed one of the higher-ups of the Divine Firmament Palace. She was also one of the mainstays of the Divine Firmament Palace. At this time of chaos, using a useless Heavenly Chasm medallion to unite her was a good choice. Although Luo Chunru didn't understand what was going on, she knew there was hope. She said excitedly, yes. Li Yunxiao smiled and gave her a praising look. After that, Chu Hongyan made some arrangements. Everyone left Snowfall Peak. Only the two of them were left on the peak, looking at the sea of clouds. Li Yunxiao sighed. Sometimes, I really want to stop and be like a crane among the clouds, watching flowers bloom and wilt, the ebb and flow of the tide. Chu Hongyan smiled and leaned on his side. That's good. As long as you're willing, I'll watch the fresh grass with you. I'll listen to the fallen petals and let the vicissitudes of life pass by. Li Yunxiao looked out. Under the sea of clouds, there were endless mountains and rivers. To think that Qi Shengfeng was famous all over the world. He dominated his generation. His corporeal body became a sage, but he still couldn't escape death. The cause of the past, the effect of today. When will it end? Wang Baxiong too, why don't you and I be a celestial couple, free and unfettered? Chu Hongyan's heart fluttered. Leaning on Li Yunxiao, she said, I hope that this moment can last forever. Li Yunxiao pulled her into his arms and looked at Mount Amei. At this moment, the mountain wind was slightly cold, carrying a distinct fragrance. Only the two of them were left in each other's arms in the vast world. Li Yunxiao said, life in this world is like a mayfly in the world, a grain in the vast ocean. Like a goose treading on the snow, leaving behind its claws. I don't want to be a tyrant or a hero. I just want to have a firm Tao heart and move forward. This Tao, I'll hold your hand and walk to the end together. Chu Hongyan's heart warmed. She said softly, I really envy Li Huaqi and Shui Chenzi. They can throw away everything and go to the ends of the earth. Li Yunxiao smiled. With heaven and earth as a furnace, even if they want to be free and unfettered, can they really be free and unfettered? If the world is in chaos, the demon race will rise and the passage to the demon world will open. Everyone will be smelted in this world. No one can escape this fate. Chu Hongyan's expression became serious. She nodded and said, what Fei Yang said is very true. We will work hard to rectify this world. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although we are strong, we are still overestimating ourselves when it comes to rectifying the world. I originally hoped that the sanctuary and the deity transformation sea could stabilize the world. I didn't expect that they would become the center of the vortex. This is really unexpected. I'm afraid no one knows where this world will go. Chu Hongyan suddenly said, since the two holy lands are unreliable, why don't we form an alliance with other forces and form an existence that can contend against the two holy lands? This way, we can also become a heaven-stabilizing stone in the future. Maybe it will play a huge role. Li Yunxiao was stunned. He then fell into deep thought. He had always been alone and had never thought of founding a sect. Now that Chu Hongyan suggested it, he felt that it was a good idea. But there were too many things to do when it came to establishing a sect, which was not in line with his character. He immediately shook his head. Chu Hongyan naturally knew his character. She smiled, "I'm not asking you to establish a sect. My idea is to unite some sects and form an alliance, just like the Merchant Alliance. At that time, Fei Yang will be the leader and command the world." Li Yunxiao said, "If it's just an alliance, it's possible. But commanding the world is not feasible. I wonder how we can start with an alliance." Chu Hongyan pondered. She held her chin with one hand and strolled on the mountain peak. The sea of clouds refracted light and reflected the two of them. It was like a poem or a painting. Li Yunxiao also began to think about various possibilities. Chu Hongyan said, "The world is still led by the two Holy Lands and the 7 sections. It's impossible for the two Holy Lands to ally with us. Among the 7 sects, the head of the Tian Ling Long family is an old friend of yours. It's the easiest force to rope in." Li Yunxiao blushed and felt a little uncomfortable. He thought of Fei and I and their friendship in the past. He wondered how she was now. Chu Hongyan looked at him and smiled coldly, immediately waking him up from his memories. Chu Hongyan looked at his funny appearance and couldn't help but laugh. In order to prevent him from being embarrassed, I pretended that nothing had happened and continued calmly, "Although Red Moon City is under Wei Qing's control, Ning Kuei and Ning Qiyun are on our side. We have a chance to take it back. Furthermore, Wei Qing is fighting with Gong Yangxingqi now, so he probably has no time to be distracted. If we help Ning Kuei and his daughter with all our strength, we have a great chance of winning." Li Yunxiao thought of Luo Qingyun. He had some friendship with him. He even agreed to have a fair fight with him to fulfill his martial heart. But he hadn't seen him for a long time. He didn't know how he was now. Chu Hongyan continued, "Of the 2 sects in the West region, the Spirit Devourer sect's fate has come to an end. The Myriad Star Valley will definitely annex it. The entire West region's forces will be reshuffled. We can get in touch with Tian Xingzi." Li Yunxiao said, "Now the sanctuary can't even take care of itself. Its control over the world sects has dropped to the extreme. It's indeed a good chance for us to rope in various forces. I can make a trip to Scarlet Moon City and Myriad Stars Valley. I might even go back to the southern region." He suddenly thought of the southern region. Although it was a desolate place, there was a devil lord sealed beneath it. This made him feel that it was not a simple place. It won't take much time to unite the entire southern region. It would be best if Fei Yang could personally go to Scarlet Moon City and Myriad Star Valley, but the southern region, Chu Hongyan couldn't help laughing. Obviously, she didn't think it was necessary, but she still said, "Go ahead if you think it's appropriate." A look of reminiscence flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. That year, when he had left through the Heavenly Jewel Sect's teleportation array, he had never returned. He wondered if everyone was all right. Li Yunxiao said with a stern look, "Even though the eastern, western, and southern regions are weak, their territories are vast, and they aren't any smaller than the northern region. If we can form an alliance with them, we will occupy 3/4 of the entire heavenly martial arts realm. We can also test the Saber Sword sect, one of the 7 great sections. As for the Baiming Palace, I have a deep grudge against them. I'm afraid it won't work out." Chu Hongyan's eyes shone brightly. It seemed like a brand new world structure had become clear in her mind. She murmured, "With the Divine Cloud Palace and the Long family as the cornerstone, we can radiate to the eastern, western, and southern regions. If this structure is successful, we can completely replace the 2 Holy Lands and become the world's #1 alliance." Li Yunxiao said, "I'm afraid that the 2 Holy Lands won't just sit and wait. After all, they have always been the leaders, and they command the world. If we form an alliance, we will definitely be suppressed. Moreover, this structure is too wide, and it will be difficult for us to take care of each other." Chu Hongyan said, "The 2 Holy Lands have gradually lost the support of the people because of what they have done in the past. It will be difficult for them to lead the masses. As for taking care of each other, we can expand the teleportation channels to strengthen the connection between each other. This can alleviate the shortage." Besides the continent's factions, there are also those overseas sects and merchant alliances. They can't be ignored. Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, I know a little about the overseas sections. We can try to form an alliance, but the possibility is not high. After all, apart from the Heaven's Moat Cliffs, the main forces of the overseas sects were divided into the Heaven and Earth alliances. The Heaven Alliance was interested in the continent's disputes, but it was controlled by Little Red and De. The Earth Alliance's venerable was Gong Xianxia. This person's schemes were deep, and his methods were fierce. How is the Merchant Alliance now? Li Yunxiao asked. When he returned from overseas, Wan Qian had obtained the support of many overseas factions, and it was enough to contend against Ding Shan. Chu Hongyan said, there has indeed been a huge change in the Merchant Alliance. Wan Qian suddenly became strong, and he fought many battles with Ding Shan. But Ding Shan seems to have obtained the support of a certain faction. Now, he and Wan Qian are facing each other in the north and the south, each occupying half of the continent. A certain faction? Li Yunxiao said in surprise, to be able to support him against Wan Qian, it can't be a small faction. He knew very well how strong Wan Qian's power was. Although it was not stable or reliable, it was enough to sweep away all the factions except the two Holy Lands. Chu Hongyan said, I can't be sure at the moment, but it's most likely the sanctuary. Now that the sanctuary's control over the world is weak, and Wei Qing and Gong Yangxingqi are both modifying the slaughter weapons, they need a large amount of resources. Ding Shan is in cahoots with them. Li Yunxiao said, Ding Shan is too scheming. Wan Qian has such a strong power, and if we can't defeat him in one move, I'm afraid Wan Qian's fate will really be exhausted. Because the longer he drags on, the more scattered his power will be, and the higher the price he will have to pay. I'm actually more optimistic about Ding Shan's direction in the Merchant Alliance, but we can't work with Ding Shan. Our power can't be wasted on the Merchant Alliance's internal strife. Then, let's wait for the winner to be decided, and then we'll go talk to Wan Qian about the alliance. Chu Hongyan said, I have the same intention. Now that Wan Qian is in high spirits, I'm afraid his attitude is too high, and it won't be easy to form an alliance. Even if we have an alliance, we will still be required to participate in the Merchant Alliance's internal strife. Now, although the Star Moon Temple and the Gold Money Gang are loyal to Ding Shan in name, they are still watching. We can first rope in the Gold Money Gang. With the current situation of the Merchant Alliance, the Gold Money Gang will be very happy to form an alliance with us. Li Yunxiao said, even in the Sacred Region and Deity Transformation Sea, not everyone is our enemy. In this chaotic world, we can rope in all the forces that are willing to protect themselves. If the situation can be formed, the world will definitely submit to us, and at that time, it will be enough to destroy the demons and seal the demons. He first thought of Yuan Gaohan, who would definitely stand on his side. Then, it was very likely that Tian Zhaozi would also form an alliance, and many elders in the Deity Transformation Sea could also try to rope in. Chu Hongyan said, that's right. Should we make a trip to Tianling and discuss this with that beauty? Li Yunxiao's scalp went numb. He didn't know what would happen if the two of them met, but he still braced himself and said, since the alliance is based on the Divine Cloud Palace and the Tianling Long family, we naturally have to meet and talk. Chu Hongyan said, okay, I'll go make the arrangements, we'll leave now. Both of them were quick-witted people, and Chu Hongyan immediately gathered many elders to discuss the establishment of the alliance. All the elders were shocked, but no one objected. After all, the two sacred lands were in chaos, and the seven sects had also undergone great changes. If the Divine Cloud Palace could find other powerful forces to form an alliance now, it would be a good thing. Luo Chunru was still thinking about the Heaven Chasm medallion, and not only did she not object, she was the first to support it, which made the other elders' jaws drop. Chu Hongyan didn't give the Heaven Chasm medallion to her now, but only made a promise. This way, she could temporarily control Luo Chunru. Luo Chunru said, the alliance of the large sect still needs the palace lord to personally take care of it. As for the other smaller forces, let the elders handle it. Chu Hongyan said, Elder Chunru has always been in charge of the affairs of the palace, and she has always been well organized. I am very assured. During the time I'm not here, I'll have to trouble the elders. The next day, Chu Hongyan opened the teleportation formation to the Long family, and disappeared from the divine cloud palace with Li Yunxiao. Several hours later, the two of them walked out of the void in the territory of the Tianling Long family. After identifying the direction, they quickly flew over. After a short while, the two of them stopped and looked down in surprise. Within a few thousand miles of the heaven chasm, there were swamps, mountains, and some wastelands. They were originally spiritual mountains and rivers that nurtured demonic beasts, so it was normal for some powerful demonic beasts to be active. But at this moment, there was a huge wave of demonic beasts, hundreds and thousands of them were rushing towards the heaven chasm, and new demonic beasts were constantly joining in. The scene was spectacular, and there was no lack of powerful ninth-rank demonic beasts. What's going on? Chu Hongyan was shocked. It's a little strange, let's go ahead and take a look. Not only were there beasts galloping, there were also large numbers of birds soaring in the sky, but they didn't fly very high, far below them. The two of them flashed, and turned into rainbow light, like rainbows descending from the sky. In an instant, they had traveled hundreds of miles, and the scene in front of them shocked them even more. The towering heaven chasm could be seen in the distance, and the surrounding 100 miles were densely packed with demonic beasts, at least hundreds of thousands of them. Just the scene was enough to make one's scalp go numb, not to mention the monstrous demonic aura that rushed directly towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said in shock, demonic beasts besieging the heaven chasm? How could this be? Chu Hongyan also turned pale, and anyone who saw such a scene would be afraid. The defensive barrier of the heaven chasm had already been opened to the limit, blocking all the demonic beasts outside. But under the continuous attacks, the space of the barrier kept shaking, and it would not last long. Li Yunxiao looked carefully, and saw that there were all kinds of demonic beasts, and there were many that he did not recognize. They seemed to be rushing over in an organized way, and many low-level demonic beasts were directly trampled to death. Huh? Suddenly, he was stunned, and his pupils shrank. In the midst of the demonic beasts, about 10 miles away from the heaven chasm, there were actually a few humans fighting with the demonic beasts in a formation. Furthermore, he knew one of them. The beasts seemed to have no intention of fighting with them. Most of them only attacked them when they passed by. Otherwise, the few of them would have been trampled into meat paste. Even so, they were already spent and could not hold on for much longer. We're really going to die here this time. As a martial artist, I'm really unwilling to die in the hands of the beasts. A man in a black robe smiled bitterly in the formation. His body was covered in blood. He had consumed all the elixirs he brought. Previously, he wanted to hold on and wait for reinforcements. However, all he could see were demonic beasts. It was impossible for anyone to come and rescue them. Trying to break out of the encirclement by themselves was a fool's dream. There's nothing to be unwilling about. How many people have seen such a majestic scene before? So be it. The earthen pot never leaves the well. It's inevitable for a general to die in battle. A burly man had a calm expression as if he had seen through life and death. There were a few large holes on his body that were continuously oozing blood. It was a shocking sight. Another person said, Lord Yuzhua is right. On the path of cultivation, who doesn't tie their necks to their pockets? It's our fate to be surrounded today. Why don't we give it our all and kill a few more demonic beasts to reduce the burden on Sky Ridge? Yuzhua's pupils shrunk and shot out rays of light. He shouted, all right, withdraw the defense over there. Let's see who can kill the most. At least we won't have wasted our lives. There were a total of 7 of them. Only 5 of them had formed the defense formation. 2 of them were too heavily injured and were lying in the center of the formation. The 2 of them raised their hands with difficulty and waved. You guys go kill the demonic beasts. Don't worry about us. The man in the black robe laughed and said, then I'm sorry. Retreat. He shouted and the defense formation was instantly destroyed. The dozen demonic beasts that were surrounding them suddenly pounced. The 5 of them were unafraid of death. They held their profound weapons in front of them and slashed at the demonic beasts. The strength of their aura and the sharpness of their eyes shocked the dozen demonic beasts. One of the single-horned demonic beasts was instantly beheaded and rolled far away. The demonic beasts felt fear in their hearts. They couldn't help but want to retreat, but the ground was filled with demonic beasts galloping about. Demonic chi overflowed into the heavens, and the dozen or so demonic beasts once again erupted with ferocity and charged over. The black-robed man smiled bitterly and said, "Damn it, the score is won. What about you guys?" The other four were all depressed. Not being able to kill the demonic beast in one move, their aura had fallen to the extreme. In addition to the heavy injuries on their bodies, the two of them collapsed on the spot. Xianxia let out a long sigh. He looked back at the sky ridge in the distance and said, "Everyone, farewell." The other 6 people were also silent. They didn't even have the thought of raising their profound armaments. Looking at those demonic beasts pouncing over, they all closed their eyes. Suddenly, a scorching hot liquid sprayed over their bodies. It was scalding and warm. The few of them opened their eyes one by one, revealing shock, which was soon followed by ecstasy. Unknowingly, a few tens of icy cold treasured swords had been inserted into the ground in the surroundings, and they emitted terrifying sword insight that condensed into a world that enveloped the 7 of them within it. The dozen or so demonic beasts that attacked them were all turned into corpses, and blood flowed all over the ground. "Who is it? I wonder which lord has come. We thank you for saving our lives." Xianxia was overjoyed. He hurriedly looked towards the sky and thanked loudly. The other 6 people were also overjoyed. With a flash of light, the 2 of them appeared in the sword world. Xianxia smiled and said, "Lord Xianxia, how have you been?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. When he looked over, he was immediately shocked. He bowed and said, "So it's young Master Xianxia." A huge wave surged in his heart. He didn't expect that the person who made a move would be Xianxia. Back then, when the East Domain Fairyland opened, it was the first time he came into contact with Xianxia. The 2 of them had interacted many times in the Fairyland, and could be said to be neither friend nor foe. They didn't have any friendship, but they didn't become enemies either. Later on, Xianxia's reputation flourished and spread throughout the world. Many of his deeds were even more miraculous, and he held an attitude of half-believing and half-doubting. Later on, when the Long family underwent a huge change and Fei and I became the patriarch, it was said that this person contributed a lot. Xianxia had always found it very difficult to connect the Xianxia of all those years ago with the Xianxia who was renowned throughout the world. At this moment, when he saw Xianxia, the aura that was difficult to capture and the carefree attitude immediately allowed him to understand that the 2 Xianxia were indeed the same person, and he was no longer the Amon of the past. After a short moment of contemplation, the other 6 people also came to a realization and hurriedly went forward to greet him. Xianxia waved his hand. Instantly, a wave of energy rippled out like water ripples and helped them stand upright. Only then did he say, "What's going on?" Xianxia pondered for a moment. He revealed a troubled expression and looked at his companions. The black-robed man said, "I've heard that young Master Xianxia has a close relationship with the patriarch. There's no need to hide this matter." Only then did Xianxia say, "Sigh, this matter originated from an experiment." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have thought of something, and his face immediately darkened. Xianxia said, "After Patriarch Fei and I inherited the position, he allowed Xianxia to carry out the development and research of the bloodline. In a short period of time, the strength of the entire Long family increased greatly, but it caused irreparable harm to even more martial artists." The 7 people all revealed expressions of love and fear. Xianxia continued, "Those who succeed in condensing their bloodline will have their strength increase explosively in a short period of time, while those who fail will have their future ruined, and will never be able to improve again. If it's serious, their strength will fall, and they will never be able to rise again." A sullen expression appeared on Xianxia's face, and he reprimanded, "Fei and I is really messing around. Such a matter of the heavenly Tao must be accompanied by a huge risk. Isn't she too eager for quick success?" The expressions of the 7 people changed slightly. Hearing him reprimand the patriarch, displeasure flashed across their faces. However, after all, they had received a life-saving favor from him, and their strength was too far apart, so they did not dare to show it. Xianxia said, "This has nothing to do with the patriarch. Everyone who accepted the experiment was willing. The patriarch and Master Xianxia have never forced anyone." Xianxia laughed coldly, To be able to increase one's strength explosively without any effort, the temptation to human nature is obvious. How many people can resist the greed in their hearts? Xianxia was also a little unhappy, and said, "We are all adults, we must be responsible for our own actions. As long as no one forces us, we should bear the consequences ourselves." The other 6 people also nodded in agreement, supporting Xianxia. Seeing that, Xianxia no longer expressed his opinion, and allowed him to continue. Xianxia said, "Later on, Master Chu Mujia found a way to allow the defeated to regain the power of their bloodline, which is to use the blood of demonic beasts to refine a type of blood essence." The black-robed man said, "This is undoubtedly a huge piece of good news. It has an extremely important effect on the entire Long family and even the world." Xianxia's expression did not change, and said, "Oh, then did you succeed?" Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Of course it's a success. It's just that the failure rate of refining that kind of blood essence is too high, and it requires an extremely large number of demonic beasts, so the entire Long family started to move out to capture the demonic beasts." Xianxia said in shock, "So you're saying, these demonic beasts are here for revenge?" Xianxia shook his head, "I don't know if it's revenge, but in the beginning, a large number of demonic beasts were captured. Later on, they felt that it was too troublesome, so they used a plant called the demon-luring grass and refined its essence. At this point, the faces of the 7 of them became ugly, filled with fear." Xianxia and Chu Hongyan immediately understood. The 2 of them looked at each other, never thinking that it would be like this. Xianxia mocked, "Isn't that perfect? These demonic beasts are enough." Chu Mujia must be overjoyed. The 7 of them did not say a word when they heard the ridicule. Chu Hongyan said, "Since you've caused such a big trouble, then why does the essence of the demon-luring grass continue to go?" Xianxia laughed bitterly, "I've already cut it off to prevent the smell from spreading, but who knew that the effect would be too great, covering a radius of several hundred kilometers. At the beginning, there weren't so many demonic beasts, and the few of us came out to investigate the situation, but we didn't expect to be trapped." Chu Hongyan said, "This is indeed troublesome. I can see that there are at least hundreds of thousands of these demonic beasts regardless of their level. All the demonic beasts I've seen in my life are not even 1,000th of this. Feiyang, do you have a way?" Xianxia always felt that Chu Mujia's human body research was too evil. He was angry in his heart, and snorted, "What else can I do? Let's just let Chu Mujia have a good time." Chu Hongyan knew that he was angry, so she stopped asking and said, "Let's not care about this for now, let's go to the Sky Ridge to meet Fei and I first." Xianxia was shocked, "No. Right now, the Sky Ridge's defense is fully activated, blocking the millions of demonic beasts outside. It's impossible for us to enter." Chu Hongyan said, "Then what should we do? Do we have to wait for these demonic beasts to leave? How long will that take?" Xianxia said, "We most likely have to wait for all the demon attraction grass's fragrance to dissipate. That thing is colorless and odorless, only demonic beasts can sense it, no one knows how long it will take." At this moment, more and more demonic beasts surrounded the sword array. They kept attacking the sword array, but they couldn't shake it in the slightest. Xianxia pointed a hand seal, and instantly, countless sword shadows appeared outside the sword array, killing dozens of demonic beasts in an instant. "Let's go through the sky, directly tear a hole in the mountain barrier array, it should be fine." With a flash of green light, it immediately enveloped everyone, turned into light, and shot into the sky. Xianxia and the others were shocked. "You want to tear the mountain barrier array?" Xianxia couldn't be bothered with them, and in a few flashes, he arrived in front of the Sky Ridge. Below him, demonic aura surged, and there were also hundreds and thousands of flying beasts circling, attacking the mountain barrier array. Chu Hongyan said worriedly, "The situation seems to be more serious than we thought. Do we really have to tear the mountain barrier array? I'm afraid that it will instantly collapse after we tear it open." Xianxia's face was also gloomy, he was a little hesitant. Chu Hongyan said, "If we want to deal with these demonic beasts, it's not impossible, Feiyang, the move that you used at Mount 5 Cloud." Xianxia's eyes shot out a sharp light. He said, "You mean the cool spinning yo-yo of all ages?" Hearing the name, Chu Hongyan's face was instantly filled with black lines. She nodded, "Yes." Xianxia shook his head, "This move is too murderous, it goes against the harmony of heaven." That day at Mount Five Cloud, it attracted the heavenly punishment. I don't want to use it again unless it's absolutely necessary. If he used the cool spinning yo-yo of all ages here, he was afraid that these hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts would all be turned into ashes, and not a single blade of grass would grow in the next 100 years around the sky ridge. Chu Hongyan was put in a difficult position. Then what should we do? She didn't know what to do. Li Yunxiao said, there's another way that should work. Yuzhua and the others were all stunned when they heard this. Their entire Long family was helpless and could only activate the formation to hide. How could these two people think of a few methods? The seven of them looked at each other in disbelief. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from Li Yunxiao's body. A powerful aura spread out, causing the expressions of the seven of them to change greatly. Chu Hongyan had heard about Zhenryu from Li Yunxiao, so she knew that the man in front of her was Yu. Yu and Li Yunxiao were telepathically connected and immediately understood what he meant. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You mean Long Wei?" Li Yunxiao said, "Exactly. It's just that there are too many of these demonic beasts. I'm afraid that just dragon might isn't enough. Do you remember the move Ruinxiang used to suppress everyone in Songyang City?" Yu's eyes flashed and he said, "Understood." Forming a seal with both hands in front of him, his 10 fingers spread out, as though a dragon head was holding a dragon pearl in its mouth. Surging dragon might exploded from Yu's body, like a boulder smashing into the water, causing ripples to surge towards the ground. Sigh of the true dragon. Dragon might rain down on the ground like a vast ocean. The entire sky twisted as if there were 10,000 dragons galloping about. Yuzhua and the other 6 were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and their expressions changed drastically. Those who were seriously injured felt a buzzing sound in their heads and fainted on the spot, vomiting blood. Li Yunxiao patted them, and instantly, a defensive barrier enveloped them, shielding them from the draconic might. The horde of demonic beasts below let out earth-shattering wails. All sorts of miserable cries rang out as they prostrated themselves. Under the suppression of this dragon might, all the demonic chi disappeared. At a glance, there were only demonic beasts crawling on the ground, shivering. The pressure on the heavenly ridge's protective formation lessened, and it returned to its original state. For a moment, the sky quieted down, leaving only the trembling of the demonic beasts on the ground. The scene was extremely shocking. Then, Li Yunxiao opened his mouth and exhaled. A dragon's roar shook Jiutian and turned into countless sound waves that scattered onto the ground. Yu retracted his draconic might, and rumbling sounds rang out. The entire ground shook, and hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts fled in all directions. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the ground was a mess, covered with the footprints of demonic beasts. Apart from a few thousand that had been trampled to death, there was not a single living beast. This scene caused Yuzhua and the others to be dumbfounded. It was as if they were dreaming. They all patted their own heads to confirm whether this was real or not. Li Yunxiao said, "Let's go." Only then did they come back to their senses. A green light immediately enveloped them and flew towards the mountain guarding Grand Array. Who is outside? The mountain guarding Grand Array also discovered the situation with the demonic beasts. Dozens of light rays flew over, and the person in the lead was someone Li Yunxiao had seen before. It was an elder called Shikongqing. Shikongqing immediately recognized Li Yunxiao, Yuzhua, and the others. He exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Yunxiao?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "That's me. I hope you can open the mountain guarding Grand Array and let us in." Shikongqing was shocked, but it was an indisputable fact that the hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts had retreated. He hurriedly ordered for the mountain guarding Grand Array to be withdrawn and invited Li Yunxiao and the others inside. Very soon, someone reported that the demonic beast tide had retreated. The entire heavenly ridge was filled with all kinds of discussions, especially those outer disciples and their families who lived on the mountainside. They all heaved a sigh of relief. If the mountain guarding Grand Array had been breached, they, who were weaker, would definitely be the first to suffer. Yuzhua and the others were immediately taken to be treated, while Li Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan followed Shikongqing to Heavenly Ridge. Shikongqing was secretly shocked. Although Chu Hongyan had a veil covering her face, it could not hide her peerless beauty. He naturally knew of the relationship between Li Yunxiao and Fei Yan'ai. The daffodil that he brought last time was sparkling and translucent, untainted by even a speck of dust. She was also a peerless beauty, but this time, the person who came along seemed to be even more beautiful than the daffodil. Xianxia was instantly worried. Xianxia was the master of the dragon clan after all. If she were to follow the same husband with another woman, it would definitely have an extremely bad impact on the dragon clan's prestige. Husband. The few of them had just stepped onto the mountain peak. Before they even reached the dragon hall, they heard the melodious sound of a silver bell. Then, with a flash of red light, it transformed into the form of a heavenly phoenix and transformed into a human again. A slender, elegant, and radiant woman appeared. Her long dress was like fire, embroidered with hundreds of butterflies and flowers. There was a red feather on her chest, which was bright and moving. Once Xianxia appeared, she could not help but want to go up and kiss her. However, she suddenly noticed Chu Hongyan at the side, and her heart could not help but tremble. Chu Hongyan gave her the feeling that she was elegant and noble. Although her face was covered with a veil, she was peerless, making her feel inferior. Husband, this is, Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and she was extremely shocked. Husband? TSK, this name. Feiyang, is your surname husband? Chu Hongyan's expression changed. Her eyes were like water, and there was a cold smile on her face. Cold sweat broke out on Xianxia's forehead, and he said embarrassedly, "This is because Xianxia is used to calling me that." "Oh, so it is because you are used to calling me that." Only then did Chu Hongyan smile sweetly. She went forward to hold Xianxia's hand and looked at her carefully. She said, "This must be the master of the dragon clan, Feiyang's confidant, Xianxia? You are indeed a dragon among men. I have heard him mention you many times. Hee, sister, you really know how to make me happy." Although she did not know the identity of the person in front of her, Xianxia already knew that she must be a love rival, and an extremely powerful one. Not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of appearance and posture, she far surpassed her. A sense of crisis welled up in her heart. The more she felt this way, the brighter the smile on her face became. No wonder my husband hasn't come to the Tianling for so long. So it is because he has a fairy-like sister accompanying him. If it was me, I also wouldn't want to go anywhere. Chu Hongyan smiled lightly, and said, "Sister, you are thinking too much. He has been saying that he wants to come every day. See, I can't even stop him. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts can't stop him from coming to see you." Although Xianxia knew that she was talking nonsense, she was wild with joy in her heart. Xianxia's face was full of black lines. He knew that if the two of them continued to talk nonsense, there would be no end to it. He hurriedly said, "What nonsense are you two talking about? Don't forget the reason why we are here." Chu Hongyan rolled her eyes at him, and said, "Isn't the reason why we are here to see Sister Xianxia? What other reason is there? Why don't I remember?" Xianxia knew that she was jealous at this moment. He could only stand at the side in a daze, not knowing how to end the situation. Xianxia was also frowning as he watched. Xianxia giggled, and said, "Quickly follow me into the dragon hall. This time, it is all thanks to my husband and sister's timely arrival that the Long clan was saved from danger. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." She pulled Chu Hongyan into the hall, but in her heart, hundreds of thoughts were running through her mind. She knew that she had met a truly strong enemy. Previously, whether it was Ding Ling Luo Yunsheng, or Narcissus, although one was smart and quick-witted, she was not strong enough. One was virtuous and honest, and it was not easy to get into a dispute. The last one was even more simple-minded, and could be coaxed with a few bags. But now, Chu Hongyan made her feel even more pressured. Whether it was her unfathomable strength, her luxurious temperament, or the peerless beauty that was revealed under the veil, they all made her heart palpitate. Chu Hongyan's eyes were still smiling, and her expression did not change. "Elder Xianxia, quickly get someone to prepare some wine. I want to receive my husband and this fairy sister." Xianxia gave Xianxia a look, and he immediately retreated with a heart full of worries. "Sister, this must be your first time in Tianling, right? I must bring you around to see the fun things in Tianling. It's rare for you to be so thoughtful. This time, I came to Tianling for no reason, and I just wanted to see you." Cough, cough. Xianxia coughed heavily, and said, Hong Yan, where's your memory? Don't forget about the alliance. Oh, look at me, how could I forget such an important thing? This is because I was too stunned by Sister Fei and you can't blame me. Chu Hongyan smiled, then returned to the guest seat, and sat down beside Li Yunxiao. Fei and also laughed a few times, but it was not so natural. The pressure in her heart increased, and she felt that she was completely suppressed by this woman. Li Yunxiao said, since you have forgotten, let me tell you. He then told her everything he had discussed with Chu Hongyan. Fei and was shocked, but what surprised her even more was that this woman was the most beautiful woman in the world, the leader of the godly cloud palace, Chu Hongyan. Immediately, the competitive spirit in his heart disappeared, replaced by a sense of apprehension. He thought to himself that he had to work harder to avoid being despised by Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao did not know what she was thinking. Seeing her deep in thought, he thought she was thinking about the alliance. Fei and what do you think? Oh, of course it's great. Sister Hong Yan is the most beautiful woman in the world, and I have admired you for a long time. It is my honor to meet you today. Li Yunxiao, he wiped off his cold sweat, and said embarrassedly, I was talking about the alliance. Why were you distracted? Chu Hongyan covered her face and laughed, of course it's because I saw my husband, Fei Yong. That's why Sister and I was distracted. Hearing the words, my husband, Fei Yong, Fei and I blushed, and said, of course the alliance is great, and I have no objections. But with the Long family's rules, we still have to go through the elders, but I think there should be no problem. Li Yunxiao said, that's good. First, we will build a fixed teleportation channel between the Heaven Ridge and the Godly Cloud Palace. This way, we can make up for the distance between the two places. Fixed teleportation channel? Fei and I muttered. The so-called fixed teleportation channel was specially used to travel between the two places, and could not go anywhere else. The advantage of this was that it was more stable and faster, and with the channel fixed, the cost of each teleportation would be less. However, once the fixed teleportation passageway was established, there would be no restrictions on traveling between the two places. The members of Divine Firmament Palace would be able to pass through the passageway at any time, and they would not be able to stop them. If something were to happen, it would be extremely risky. Chu Hongyan smiled, it seems that the fixed teleportation channel is very difficult for you. Then it's fine not to build it. Fei and I was startled, and hurriedly said, yes, of course. I'm just thinking about where in the Tianling should the channel be built. Right now, she only wanted to perform well in front of Li Yunxiao. If she didn't support such a big thing, she would be completely defeated by Chu Hongyan, and there would be no hope for a comeback. Li Yunxiao said, a fixed transmission channel is very important, and must be built in a place guarded by Rong Yi. Furthermore, the matter of forming an alliance is too important. The two sects are the foundation. I suggest that in addition to the open communication, we should also build a fixed channel in the dark, in case of emergencies. Fei and I praised first, my husband is right, it should be so. Chu Hongyan looked at her, and lightly smiled, then let's do it like this, the alliance has been decided, we should take our leave. Fei and she suddenly stood up, and said in shock, you are leaving? Chu Hongyan said, why, sister, is there anything else? Fei Ni's heart was stifled, she originally wanted to be intimate with Li Yunxiao for a few days, and keep him for a few more days. But now that Chu Hongyan was here, she didn't know what to say, and said blankly, that, about the alliance, don't we need to discuss it in detail? Chu Hongyan smiled, I will send the elders to discuss the details, there is no need for us to do it ourselves. Li Yunxiao thought for a while, and said, Fei and the blood refining is a wrong path, we must not let the Long family get too involved, I'm afraid, humph. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, and Li Yunxiao's words were interrupted. A gust of wind blew in from outside, and a figure appeared directly in front of him, and said coldly, Li Yunxiao, I knew you would blame me for destroying my research. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, I can't blame you, I just hope you can restrain yourself, after all, it is not the right path. Humph, tell me, what is the right path? Chu Mujia stared angrily, and said, you are also an alchemist, and you actually think that the human body research is evil, you are even more despicable than outsiders. Li Yunxiao said embarrassedly, there is no good or evil in the Tao itself. Only people have it. How many lives have been lost because of your research? You're already evil. Haha, childish. Chumujia reprimanded, what kind of great research result doesn't come with sacrifice? Some alchemists even sacrificed themselves. Why can't I use some beasts? Li Yunxiao said, I won't argue with you on this matter. People of different paths cannot make plans together, as long as you don't bring the Long family into the abyss. Haha, abyss? Chumujia said sarcastically, with my help, the Long family's strength has increased by several folds. I'm afraid that apart from the two holy lands, the Long family will be the leader. Li Yunxiao frowned and stopped arguing. Chumujia stared at him coldly and looked him up and down. A green light flashed in his eyes as he said in shock, transcend the mortal world and enter the divine realm? You've already broken through that shackle? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I was lucky. Sigh. Chumujia let out a long sigh and shook his head, this is the disadvantage of the ultimate body. Although it can quickly change one's physique and increase one's strength, it is difficult to reach the peak. I don't know if there is any hope in this life. Originally, I had modified my ultimate body a little and wanted to find you to test it out, but now it seems that there is no need. Li Yunxiao's initial hatred had turned into some sympathy, and comforted him, with master's wisdom, there will definitely be a way. Chumujia was still in high spirits a moment ago, but now he was a little dejected. He shook his head slightly and did not say anything. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Master, you don't have to worry too much about it. Other than talent and hard work, opportunities are also very important. Recently, the immortal realm has opened, are you interested? Chumujia frowned, Nanqiu you came before, but the heavenly chasm token is very limited. He turned his gaze and looked coldly at Fei and I. Fei and I revealed a difficult expression and turned his head. Nanqiu you only left 3 heavenly chasm tokens, which were not enough. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Master, you are really forgetful. Don't you remember that I have a sacred weapon in my hands? Chumujia and Fei and I were both shocked, and their eyes immediately lit up. Li Yunxiao said, Fei and I, make the arrangements. When the time comes, how many people from the Long family will go to my world divine steel and go together? Fei and I was overjoyed and clapped his hands, my husband still has a way. These 3 heavenly chasm tokens are giving me a headache. Li Yunxiao said, I still have to go to the Saber Sword sect, Myriad Star Valley and Crimson Moon City to discuss the alliance, so I won't stay for long. Fei Ni's face was full of disappointment as he looked at Li Yunxiao sadly and said, can't you stay for a few more days? The alliance doesn't need a few more days. Chu Hongyan smiled, it's precisely because it's an important matter that we have to fight for it day and night. We can't waste any time. Fei and I felt a sense of helplessness in her heart. The pressure Chu Hongyan gave her was too great. She seemed to have lost her footing and was unable to resist at all. Since that's the case, then my husband must be careful. Fei and I will always be waiting for you at the Heavenly Ridge. She smiled gently in return, giving Li Yunxiao a sweet feeling. Li Yunxiao also felt that the atmosphere was not right and hurriedly said, I'll have to trouble you at the Heavenly Ridge. Fei and I giggled, the Heavenly Ridge is Fei Ni's home, of course. Let me send my husband and sister on their way. After saying that, she walked down and directly hooked her arm around Li Yunxiao's and walked out. Chu Hongyan was startled. Seeing how unrestrained she was, her expression immediately turned ugly. Li Yunxiao only felt that his back was drenched in sweat. He struggled a little but was unable to free himself from Fei Ni's hand. His whole arm was pressed against her soft chest and he felt very comfortable. Husband Fei Yang, when you saw Sister Fei and I, you were so infatuated that you don't even know how to walk. Do you still need someone to help you? Let me help you too. Chu Hongyan did not say anything and also went up to wrap her arm around Li Yunxiao's right hand. The 3 of them stuck together tightly and walked side by side. Li Yunxiao's face was full of black lines. He wanted to break free but found that both sides were wrapped tightly and could not budge at all. When they left the main hall, they were immediately seen by many disciples of the Long family. They were all dumbfounded. Most of them were gazes of anger and hatred. Fei and I was the goddess in many men's hearts. Now, she was actually entangled with the same man. With another absolute beauty, The appearance of this scene caused the glass hearts of the entire sky ridge to shatter to the ground. Li Yunxiao also felt the endless anger and killing intent. Those gazes burned his skin until it was stinging. He hated that his divine sense was too strong. Even if he closed his eyes and did not look, he could still feel the movements of everyone around him. Who is that toad? I want to kill him. Don't stop me, don't stop me. Impossible, I must have seen wrongly. Heavens, it can't be. God, you lied to me. My eyes have been blinded. How is this possible? It must be an illusion. This can't be real. All kinds of wails and roars came from all directions. Li Yunxiao was drenched in sweat as if he was being roasted under the scorching sun. His entire body was drenched. My husband is sweating a lot. Let me help my husband wipe it. Fei and I took out a fragrant handkerchief and was about to wipe it for him. Li Yunxiao finally could not bear it anymore. He shook his arms and pushed the two of them away. He said angrily, "That's enough. What are you doing?" The two of them snorted coldly and turned around without saying a word. Li Yunxiao's heart immediately softened, and he said softly, "Fei and I, you can just send me here. I will go with Han Yan first. When the eternal life realm opens, we will meet again." Fei Ni's eyes turned slightly red, and said, "I also want to follow by my husband's side." Li Yunxiao sighed, "The matters of the Long family are far more complicated than those of the Divine Cloud Palace. As the patriarch, your prestige has yet to be established, so you cannot leave. When the world is at peace, I will definitely bring you with me." "Alright, it's a deal." Fei and I immediately became happy and smiled through his tears. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's a deal." Very quickly, the two of them passed through the Sky Ridge's teleportation formation and left in the direction of the Blade Sword sect. The northern region Heaven City was located at the foot of two mountain ranges. It covered an area of 100 miles and was one of the main cities of the northern region. Within the Heaven City, one could see two peaks towering into the clouds and standing tall on the ground. It was thin and steep, like a heavenly sword piercing into the earth. It was the Sword Peak. There was a mountain with a wide back and thick rocks. It was like a heavenly blade pointing at the blue dome of heaven. This was the Saber Ridge. The Saber Ridge of the Sword Peak was the place where the Saber Sword sect was founded. It had a long history and could be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago. The geographical location of Heaven City was built along the mountains, spreading out in all directions along the mountain range. The entire city was like the skirt of a sword peak and a knife ridge, spreading out below the waist. Every year, Heaven City would give a lot of offerings to the Blade and Sword sect, but under the protection of the Blade and Sword sect, it would become the most stable and peaceful city in the Sky Martial continent. After arriving at Heaven City, Li Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan went straight to the Sword Mountain. Other than the uncanny workmanship of the terrain, it was also because half of the people in this sect practiced the saber and the other half practiced the sword. The current sect master, Chen Duantian, was an expert in the sword, so the Sword Peak became the current main peak of the saber and sword sect. "Halt, this is the entrance of the saber and sword sect. You are not allowed to enter as you please." At the entrance of the mountain, a disciple of the saber and sword sect immediately stopped the two of them. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already chased them away. However, Li Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan's temperament was extraordinary, causing the disciples to not dare to slight them. Li Yunxiao said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to send a message. Li Yunxiao has come to pay a visit to your sect leader." "What? Sect leader?" The disciples were shocked and became even more careful. One of them asked, "Do you have a visiting card?" Li Yunxiao said, "I came in a hurry, so I didn't prepare a visiting card." The disciple shook his head and said, "That's troublesome. After all, the Saber and Sword sect is a famous sect. It's difficult to pass through without a visiting card." Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His body swayed and Yu immediately appeared beside him. He looked at the Sword Peak that towered into the clouds with a puzzled expression. "Huh?" The disciples were startled by the sudden appearance of another person. They retreated a few steps in fear and took out their swords to be on guard. Yu's eyes were filled with doubt as he stared at the mountain peak and said, "You're in a trance, intermittent, is it?" Li Yunxiao said, "What did you sense?" Is it the peculiar shape of the mountain? Yu said, the terrain of this mountain is indeed strange, but there's nothing to look into. It's most likely the two divine weapons that were left behind here all those years ago, and after experiencing the passage of time, it evolved into this terrain. This evolution is already irreversible. Xianxia said with a smile, I think so too. Back then, I even studied it secretly for a while and wanted to create a divine weapon, but I failed in the end. Chu Hongyan said, what did Lord Yu sense that made you so confused? Yu looked at Xianxia and said, the world sword. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then exclaimed, you mean Wu Desheng? Yu nodded and said, there are a total of 4 world swords. There's one in the East Ocean, and I have 2 with me. Wu Desheng took one from the true dragon mystical treasure. The faint fluctuation I'm sensing at this moment should be the true self-formless that Wu Desheng has. Xianxia said in a deep voice, what are we waiting for then? Let's go. I want to see who this person is. The 3 of them immediately turned into a ray of light and headed towards the sword peak. They were too fast, and the disciples did not react at all. They thought that they had disappeared into thin air, and their faces turned pale with fright. The sword peak was majestic, and the sword hall stood at the top of the mountain, radiating light and exuding a sense of majesty. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out from within the palace. The sound waves circled around the clouds and flew towards a certain space. Who is it? Since you're here, don't you want to show yourself? The sentence was said with more than 10 words, and at this moment, it exploded in the sky and turned into a circle of hurricanes. Haha! The space was suddenly torn apart, and a fat figure jumped out. He pulled the blue sky with both hands, and a mirror of light appeared in his palms, dissipating all the power of the sound waves. The man walked down from the sky casually, and every step he took created ripples. After 7 steps, he arrived at the front of the hall. With a chuckle, he lifted his foot and stepped inside. Suddenly, a beam of sword chi slashed through the air, and a huge sword chi broke through the door mercilessly. Ouch! The fat man twisted his body and agilely spun around a few times, unexpectedly evading the sword chi. Then, he continued walking into the hall with a smile on his face. No more energy swords were unleashed. There were several people sitting cross-legged in a circle, all of them performing incantation gestures. All of them looked up at the newcomer. Who are you? One of the old men with a curly beard shouted angrily, how dare you trespass the sword peak? Since when has there been such a daring person in the world? He extinguished the seal, clapped his hands, and stood up from the circle, glaring angrily. I am Wu Desheng, I have something to discuss with your sect leader. May I ask which one of you is Duan Tianchen? The fat man stretched his waist lazily and yawned a few times, as if he had not woken up yet. Humph, since you have something to discuss, don't you know any manners? The old man sneered, I think you're here to cause trouble on purpose. Wu Desheng blinked his eyes, and his gaze gradually turned cold. With a fake smile, he said, "'Cause trouble? Just treat it as me causing trouble. What can you do to me? If you have the guts, hit me, hit me, hit me." He twisted his waist and clapped his hands as he danced. Die! The old man with a curly beard roared. The sword hall was the most sacred place in the saber sword sect. It was a place specially used to cultivate and comprehend the way of the sword. Who would dare to be so impudent? A sword aura condensed once again, and the elder with a curly beard instantly flew in front of Wu Desheng. The sword aura followed him like a shadow, slashing down from the sky. Hee hee, a child's toy, you dare to show off? Wu Desheng sneered, and with a clap of his hands, he struck out with his palms. The power of his palms landed on the sword, shattering it. What? The old man was shocked, and immediately felt the pressure coming from Wu Desheng's body. He used his movement technique to retreat in the air. You want to leave now? How can it be so easy? Wu Desheng sneered, and with a grab of his 5 fingers, like an azure dragon sucking in water, he grabbed the old man with a curly beard. No matter how he struggled in the air, he was unable to escape. Everyone was shocked, and they all came out of the circle. They all glared angrily, and their hands formed seals as they prepared to make a move. One of them had a proud expression, his ice blue embroidered clothes were spotless, and he had the aura of a grandmaster. His slender fingers were like swords as he placed them behind his back. He looked coldly at Wu Desheng and said, "Put him down, I'll talk to you." Wu Desheng narrowed his eyes and looked at him for a while, then giggled, "Chen Duan Tian? Hee, then I'll spare his dog life for your sake." Bam! The old man was instantly bounced away like a marble, directly smashing into the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The rest of the elders were furious and were about to rush forward to attack. Chen Duantian stopped them and said, "All of you, step back." Although the elders were unwilling, they didn't dare to disobey him, so they could only wave their sleeves angrily. Wu Desheng said with a smile, "Hee, that's a smart move. It can minimize casualties." Chen Duantian said, "You're Wu Desheng, right? When did such a person appear in the realm of heaven martial arts? I've never heard of him." Wu Desheng laughed and said, "Haha, the world is changing every day, and it's changing all the time. If you don't pay attention, you'll be buried in dust." Chen Duantian smiled calmly, cupped his fists, and said, "I've learned a lot. Since you came here, what do you want to talk to me about? Just say it." Wu Desheng's eyes shone, and he said, "Is there something under the knife-ridged sword peak?" Chen Duantian's expression changed, and his gentle and refined manner disappeared. He shouted sharply, "Who are you?" The rest of the elders were dumbfounded, and they looked at each other in confusion. But they all understood that there was something under the knife-ridged sword peak, and he was right. That was why the faction leader had lost his composure. "Haha, that's right." Wu Desheng clapped his hands and said with a smile, "I've been looking for you for a long time. I came here to negotiate with faction leader Duan Tian to get the thing under the knife-ridged sword peak for me." Chen Duan Tian stared at him for a while, then he laughed and said, "Haha, arrogant. It's impossible to get that thing out. Otherwise, it wouldn't be under the knife-ridged sword peak. Even if I could get it out, why would I give it to you? Who do you think you are?" He put two fingers together and pointed at Wu Desheng. Suddenly, a strong killing intent condensed at the tip of his finger, ready to be released. The whole sword palace started shaking, and a vast spiritual energy was sucked into his fingertip. Chen Duantian's murderous aura was rising, and his eyes were ice-cold. He sneered arrogantly. Yo, are you going to fight?" Wu Desheng tilted his head and said with a smile, "If you attack with your sword, I can guarantee that the sword palace will be destroyed. Do you believe me?" Chen Duantian was unmoved, and he walked forward. The finger sword in his hand was still pointed at Wu Desheng, and he said, "I believe that you will be the first to disappear. Hee, looks like you won't consider my suggestion if we don't fight." Wu Desheng smiled, and his figure became blurry, elongating in an instant, and he flew out of the palace. Chen Duantian took a step forward, and like a shadow, he was out of the sword palace. The sun shone on the green forest, and the grass and flowers were fragrant. The world was vast. Chen Duantian no longer hesitated, and a small sword slowly condensed at his fingertip, and he pointed. Boom! Countless forces gathered at one point, and the entire void was pierced. The power was like the gathering of the sun, and it shot through everything. Although Wu Desheng was still laughing, he didn't dare to underestimate Chen Duantian in his heart. He used a few different techniques, and then he put his hands together, and pointed with his index finger. There seemed to be something in front of his index finger, and it was pale gold. It turned into a sword, and it slashed down. Boom! The sword broke the finger force, but it was also knocked back, and Wu Desheng grabbed it. The sword vibrated violently, and countless runes swayed on the sword, filling the sky. Chen Duantian frowned. Not only did the sword merge with Wu Desheng, but it also merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. It was very natural. "What sword is that?" he asked in shock. Wu Desheng touched the sword with his left hand and praised, "It was the sword of the true dragon. It was shattered in a battle, and it turned into 4 swords that scattered on the ground." Chen Duantian was also a sword Dao expert, so he had naturally heard of this. He said in shock, "The world sword?" Wu Desheng flicked the sword, and it made a soothing sound. He seemed to be enjoying listening to it, and said, "A quarter of the world sword," and the later generations called it the true self-formless. "True self-formless," Chen Duantian murmured. He put his hands behind his back and stood quietly in the sky, as if he was recalling the sword sound. Since you've heard the sword sound, it's time to express your stance, Wu Desheng said. I haven't heard such an ethereal sword sound in a long time. Very good, very good. Chen Duantian said leisurely, in return, I'll let you watch a sword dance. As soon as he moved, countless swords clanged, and the entire sword peak was lit up. Wu Desheng's expression changed slightly, and he retreated with his sword, only to find that the surroundings had been shrouded by the sword realm. Countless swords of all kinds appeared in the air and danced continuously. Sword dance with the wind emblem. Chen Duantian's cold voice was heard, and there was a hint of excitement and anticipation in his voice. He could not be seen in the void, and there were only countless swords dancing in the air, like autumn leaves that were swept all over the sky with the wind. Wu Desheng swept his sword in a circle, and suddenly, 2 figures appeared, then 3, 4. There were a total of 9 figures, each holding a sword with one hand and performing a sword dance. The 9 swords battle with the wind emblem. Countless sword shadows rained down, emitting bang-bang sounds of intense battle that lingered on without end. The entire void could only see the sword dance and Wu Desheng's 9 clones, which almost merged into one. Countless sword chi and sword light filled the sky. All the elders on the sword peak were dumbfounded and shocked. The 2 sword intents collided and evolved into thousands of patterns that were mysterious and profound. Thousands of them were like red mist, and tens of thousands of them were like colorful clouds. Not only were there all kinds of phenomena in the sword, but there were also the roars of dragons and tigers, and the cries of cranes and apes. To be able to use such a deadly weapon in such an elegant manner, in the entire world, there was only this move, sword dance with the wind emblem. The whole sword dance lasted for 10 minutes before it gradually weakened, and Chen Duantian's figure appeared 1,000 feet ahead of him. Wu Desheng's forehead was covered with sweat, and his face was pale. His 9 clones merged into one, and he stood there with a sword in his hand. His eyes were ice cold. The elders were shocked, and they kept gasping. They couldn't believe that Wu Desheng had survived that attack, and he wasn't injured at all. He was just in a sorry state. Chen Duantian was also surprised, and his face became unprecedentedly serious. He raised his hand and grabbed at the air. Light blue specks of light appeared around his palm, and they fluttered in the wind. Then, the specks of light turned into sword shadows, and they gathered in his palm. They turned into a light blue sword, and it emitted a dazzling light. Wu Desheng didn't say anything, and his expression changed several times. He seemed to be hesitating, and he said, Is there really no room for negotiation? I'm willing to give you a treasure that's not weaker than that thing. Chen Duantian sneered, Since you know what it is, you should know that there's no equivalent thing in this world. Wu Desheng said, It depends on the person. If you think it's valuable, it's priceless. If you think it's not, it's worthless. Chen Duantian said, I'm sorry, but it's priceless to the saber sword sect. While they were in a stalemate, 3 rays of light streaked across the sky, and they attracted everyone's attention. They turned into 2 men and 1 woman. Chen Duantian was surprised. Those 3 people's origin energy rippled, and their auras weren't any weaker than his. He had never seen them before, and he didn't know them. Since when did the realm of heaven martial arts have so many experts? Was it really as Wu Desheng said? The world was changing with each passing day, and he couldn't keep up with the times. His gaze fell on Chu Hongyan. Although her face was covered by a veil, it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Chen Duantian suddenly recalled something, and he said in surprise, The Palace Lord of the Divine Cloud Palace? Chu Hongyan said with a smile, Long time no see. How are you, Lord Duantian? Chen Duantian was surprised, and he said, It's really you. He glanced at Li Yunxiao and Che Yu, and said, These 2 are. Wu Desheng grinned and said, Li Yunxiao, we really are fated. Chen Duantian's heart trembled as he studied Li Yunxiao. Now that Li Yunxiao's name had spread far and wide, there were all kinds of rumors about him. Naturally, he knew about this person. Now that he was with Chu Hongyan, he was most likely the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang. He couldn't help but exclaim, Piju and Emperor Wu? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, It has been more than 20 years since we parted that year. Sir, you are still as elegant as ever. Duantian cupped his fists and said, as expected of Lord Pijuan. It's really amazing that you could reappear in this world. Li Yunxiao said, the details are very complicated and difficult to explain. When Wu Desheng saw that the two of them were chatting and that Li Yunxiao was ignoring him, he said angrily, Li Yunxiao. I'm talking to you. Oh, Li Yunxiao said, what did you say? Wu Desheng was so angry that his face turned green. He said coldly, I said you and I are really fated. Oh, Li Yunxiao said again and then stopped talking. Wu Desheng finally came to life. He shouted angrily, how dare you look down on me? Li Yunxiao said lazily, of course not. But it's not a good thing to be fated. I don't want to be fated with you. By the way, is the true dragon's tooth in the dragon teeth manor in your hands? The true dragon's tooth? Chen Duantian was shocked. He looked at Wu Desheng in shock and asked, you have the true dragon's tooth? Wu Desheng smiled and said proudly, so what if I do? So what if I don't? Li Yunxiao said, if you do, you can leave the true dragon's tooth and the treasures you obtained in the true dragon's secret chamber. Wu Desheng said, what if I don't? Li Yunxiao said, if you don't, I'll have to take you down and search your soul. Wu Desheng frowned and said, why are you so sure that I have the true dragon's secret chamber? Didn't you guys rob the secret chamber? Yu said coldly, rob? Humph, if I haven't seen the sword in your hand, it should be the formless true self, right? Wu Desheng blinked his eyes and looked at Yu. Then, he said, you're the most powerful descendant of the dragon I've ever seen. Not only that, but I can also sense the aura of the other two fragments. Did you come here to give me a gift? Haha, can you bear the responsibility of giving you a gift? Yu laughed wildly. His eyes became cold. He left Li Yunxiao's side and teleported in front of Wu Desheng. Then, he surrounded Wu Desheng and said, this time, we have to skin this guy and study him carefully. We should really take Chumujia with us. I'm sure he likes to do this. Wu Desheng glanced at them and said, it seems it's impossible to get that thing today. But I already know it'll be mine sooner or later. So, I'll take my leave today. Haha. His body swayed and he was about to disappear. Leave? The realm of heaven martial arts doesn't lack humorous people. You can tell all kinds of jokes so well. Yu said mockingly. A sword energy swept across the sky. It was like thousands of green mountains and shadows of mountains. It compressed Wu Desheng into a single point. However, the shadow wasn't affected at all. Instead, it showed a strange expression and was about to disappear. What? Yu, Li Yunxiao, Chu Hongyan, Duan Tian, and Chu Hongyan were all shocked. The sword energy was so strong, and it contained the power of the dragon field. But it couldn't suppress this man. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned blood red. Everything he saw was covered with a bloody light. Divine skill, celestial deficiency. Wu Desheng's fading body stopped in the air. He was locked by the power of his eyes. Anger and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Tsutsumi? Heh, he's coming back from the dead. Wu Desheng raised his hand and made hand signs in the air. Runes appeared on his body and started to revolve around him. Then, a universe light plate appeared in front of him. It dispelled all the shackles. Then, he flashed and disappeared. What? The four people were shocked again, especially Li Yunxiao and Yu. They realized that the divine skill, celestial deficiency, couldn't suppress Wu Desheng. They couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Chu Hongyan asked doubtfully, Universe light plate? Li Yunxiao's face was solemn. He said, it's the universe light plate and the world sword. It seems that he really obtained the true dragon's secret treasure. Not only that, he can actually refine these two items and use them as he wishes. He's really not simple. Chu Hongyan said, I didn't expect him to have a divine item like the universe light plate. Next time, I'll pay more attention and won't let him escape. I hope so. Li Yunxiao knew that it wasn't that simple. Wu Desheng probably had many more secrets. However, since he chose to escape, he should know that he was no match for him. He said, Lord Duan Tian, why did Wu Desheng come to the Sword Mountain? Chen Duan Tian frowned and thought for a while. He said, this is a secret of our sect. I can't say. Li Yunxiao said, how can something that Wu Desheng knows be a secret? Since it's inconvenient for you, we can't force you. We came to the Saber Sword sect for another matter. I hope that we can discuss it in detail. Chen Duantian immediately made an inviting gesture and said, Lord Pejuan and Palace Mistress Hongyan's presence at the Sword Mountain has brought light to our humble sect. Please come in. Only then did the elders of the Saber Sword sect recover from their shock. They went up to pay their respects and invited the three of them into the hall. Alliance? When Li Yinxiao explained the purpose of his visit, Chen Duantian and the elders were stunned. They then fell into deep thought. Li Yinxiao said, I'm sure everyone knows about the Five-Cloud Mountain. The sacred region suffered a great loss, and the demon race rose up. The demon Desolate and Mo are both experts who have entered the void extreme divine realm. No one in the world can match them. The two sacred lands can no longer lead the masses. We have to find our own way out. Chen Duantian said, this is a serious matter. I'm afraid I won't be able to agree to it in a short period of time. If we rashly form an alliance, I'm afraid that the sacred region will directly send people to question us. Li Yinxiao said, although the sacred region is the leader of the world in name, they do not have the right to interfere with the sections. What does our alliance have to do with the sacred region? Chen Duantian said, even so, if we really form an alliance, I'm afraid we will completely break off our relationship with the sacred region, and even the deity transformation sea. Has Lord Pejuan thought about the consequences? Li Yinxiao said, of course I have thought about it. The internal affairs of the sacred region and the deity transformation sea are far more complicated than what you know. I will not hide anything from you. This alliance is more aimed at the sacred region and the deity transformation sea, and it is to form a power that is sufficient to contend against them. The elders of the Saber Sword sect began to discuss among themselves, their expressions grave. One of the elders said, forgive me for asking, but if we form an alliance, who will be the alliance leader? There will always be someone to manage the big and small matters. Li Yinxiao said, for now, there is no alliance leader. I will lead everyone to form an alliance first. If the matter succeeds, everyone will jointly elect the alliance leader, just like the merchant alliance. The elder asked, how will the election be done? Li Yinxiao said, I don't know yet, but everyone can think of a way together. The elder said leisurely, in my opinion, if the sect leader can be the alliance leader, this alliance can be formed. If not, then there is no need to form an alliance. The rest of the elders all agreed, all of them agreeing with this idea. Chu Hongyan said unhappily, what place does it have for me to decide on Chen Duantian as the alliance leader? What place does it have for Fei Yang? How can we convince the other alliance members? The elder said, this is also a difficult place. However, Lord Fei Yang and Palace Mistress Hongyan have been working hard on this matter, so we should think of a way to do it. Furthermore, with the sect leader's prestige and strength, how can he not be the alliance leader? Chu Hongyan laughed coldly, since you are so capable, why don't you let everyone think of a way to elect him? Why are you worried that you won't be able to do it? The elder snorted coldly, we just want to be sure. I'm sorry, I can't give you that, and I don't have the right to. Li Yinxiao said, the purpose of the alliance is to unite and help the world. If you are infatuated with power, then there is no need to form this alliance. Sorry for disturbing you, I will take my leave now. Li Yinxiao cupped his hands and turned to leave. Chu Hongyan and Che Yu followed behind, obviously not on good terms. Chen Duantian hurriedly said, the three of you, please stop. I was just spouting nonsense just now, don't take it to heart. I will definitely consider the matter of the alliance carefully. Li Yinxiao looked back and said, now that the Divine Firmament Palace and the Long family have formed an alliance, if Lord Duantian is interested, you can directly send a message to the Divine Firmament Palace or the Long family. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't say much. Farewell. Without waiting for Duantian to urge them to stay, the three of them turned into streaks of light and left. The group of elders in the Sword Hall immediately started discussing loudly. Most of them were dissatisfied and all sorts of complaints could be heard. Who does he think he is? He's so arrogant. In my opinion, Li Yinxiao only wants to be the alliance leader. Who does he think he is? He wants to rule the world. Who doesn't know that Chu Hongyan and Fei Yan'ai are his old lovers? With the support of the Divine Firmament Palace and the Long family, he will definitely become the alliance leader. This alliance cannot be formed, otherwise our saber sword sect will be swallowed up. However, this method of alliance is not bad. The current world is in chaos, why don't we form a faction and find a few other sects to join forces? We will definitely be able to stand tall. This matter is easy to say. There's not much meaning in finding some second-rate sections. If we are also part of the 7 great sects, this alliance leader will definitely cause disputes. All sorts of discussions entered Chen Duantian's ears, causing him to feel a wave of frustration. He shouted, "All of you, stop." The entire sword hall quietened down, and all eyes were on him. An elder mustered up his courage and said, "Sect leader seems to be restless, could it be that he is troubled by this matter? At most, we won't form an alliance and just pretend that they never came. There's no need to worry." That's right, that's right. The rest of the people also agreed. Chen Duantian sighed and said, "If Gu Feiyang and Chu Hongyan had come 2 hours earlier, then the alliance would not have been led by the saber sword sect. I would have definitely rejected it. But now..." Sigh, another long sigh sounded out. When the elders heard it, they felt pressured. They all looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what was going on. They had been in the saber sword sect for so many years, but they had never seen Chen Duantian in such a dejected state. An elder frowned and said, "Could it be that Wu Desheng?" Only then did everyone remember about Wu Desheng. They asked in shock, "Who exactly is that Wu Desheng? Our sect's intelligence network has never seen this person's name. What exactly is the thing under the sword peak that Wu Desheng mentioned? Why have we never heard of anything under the sword peak?" Duan Tianshan said, "Everyone thinks that the spiritual qi on the Blade Ridge sword peak has evolved from the mountains and the 2 divine weapons that fell here. That's not wrong, but there's something suppressed under the 2 peaks. It's a dragon horn from the true dragon." Bang! The sword hall suddenly quietened down, and only after a long while did all sorts of commotion could be heard. An elder exclaimed in shock, "The remains of a true dragon? How could this thing still exist in this world?" Chen Duantian shook his head and said, "For countless years, every sect leader had their own speculations, but they were only speculations. No one knew why there was a dragon horn down there. Maybe it was cut down by these 2 divine weapons. The problem now is that the true dragon horn is indeed at the foot of the mountain." The elders couldn't react for a long time before saying, "How did Wu Desheng know about such a confidential matter?" Chen Duantian said, "I also want to know about this, but the most important thing is to protect the dragon horn. Although I don't think that Wu Desheng can take it, I've been feeling uneasy recently. I thought it was because I was stuck at a bottleneck in my cultivation, but now it seems to be related to this matter." An elder said that Wu Desheng's strength is at most on par with the sect leader. "We have the geographical advantage, so why should we be afraid of him?" Haha, well said, it really makes my blood boil. Wu Desheng's voice suddenly sounded in the sword hall. In the center of the hall, countless golden runes flew up and turned into a light disk. Wu Desheng sat cross-legged on it, his hands forming seals with a face full of smiles. All the voices in the hall stopped, and everyone rose up, surrounding him in a formation. Chen Duantian also grabbed with his 5 fingers, and the light blue sword emitted a cold light, pointing straight at Wu Desheng. All the killing intent locked onto him, and the atmosphere in the hall was suppressed to the extreme. Is the saber sword sect so unfriendly? If you want to fight, you've already fought. Let's talk business. Wu Desheng retracted his smile. Chen Duantian said coldly, "The important matter is, please leave. The saber sword sect does not allow outsiders to behave atrociously, not to mention stealing the things left behind by our ancestors." Left behind by our ancestors? Haha. Wu Desheng laughed wildly, "Since you know that is the horn of a true dragon, then it should be the ancestor of the dragon bloodline. What does it have to do with you humans? Chen Duantian, don't blame me for not giving you a choice. I have many treasures in my hands, take a look and choose one to exchange." He waved his hand, and immediately, a ribbon appeared in the air. There were more than 10 treasures embedded on it, and it emitted a strong spiritual pressure. All the elders' eyes widened, and they stared at the treasures, unable to move their eyes away. A few of them thought hard, as if there were records of it in the legends, but they couldn't remember. They were so anxious that they scratched their heads. Chen Duantian was also stunned. He calmed down and looked at the treasures one by one, and was even more shocked. Heavens! That's the treasure sand Rui. Silver feather bottle. That's the silver feather bottle. Two elders shouted out. They were abnormally excited, and their eyes were spitting out a greedy light. Although they couldn't recognize the other treasures, they were probably at the same level. Everyone's hearts were burning with passion. There were more than 10 of them. Wu Desheng looked at everyone's gaze proudly, and said, quickly choose. I have always been a fair trade. In terms of value, every single one of these treasures is not below the dragon horn. One of the elders suddenly stood up, and said excitedly, Sect leader, this person must stay. Kill him, and these treasures will be ours. Chen Duantian was still pointing his sword at Wu Desheng, and he was struggling in his heart. He would never agree to exchange for the dragon horn, unless the other party took out a saint artifact. Maybe he could consider it again. The value of the treasures in front of him was too tempting, and he was conflicted on whether to kill and rob. Wu Desheng looked at him with a sneer, and suddenly said, Since I dared to take out these treasures, I naturally won't be afraid of you. Master, it's better to be smart. Chen Duantian was shocked, and he suddenly came to a realization. Cold sweat flowed down his back, and he kept the sword in his hand, and said, Go, I won't exchange for the dragon horn. Humph, it's not up to you whether to exchange or not. Wu Desheng's face darkened, and he immediately kept the treasures in the air. He turned into a ray of light, and rushed out of the sword hall, towards the center of the Saber Ridge sword peak. Chen Duantian was shocked, and he shouted, Don't go. More than 10 rays of light flew out, and chased after him. Suddenly, he realized that Wu Desheng had stopped in front, and was looking ahead with a gloomy face. A few 100 feet in front of him, Li Yunxiao and the other two stood with their arms crossed, and looked at him with a smile. Chen Duantian and the others were shocked, and they didn't bother to greet Li Yunxiao, and quickly surrounded Wu Desheng. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, Wu Desheng, you said before that we are fated, and I believe it now. Wu Desheng's face darkened, and he said, You knew that I was coming back, and you deliberately waited here for me? Li Yunxiao said, Although I don't know what you want to do, since you didn't achieve your goal, you will definitely come back. Not to mention, you have the universe light disk, and it is too convenient to come back. So I thought, why don't I try my luck, and see what the fate between us is like? Qiyu sneered, Let's see how you can escape this time, the universe light disk is useless. Wu Desheng's face was ashen, and he was silent for a while before he said, All right, I admit defeat. But it is too difficult for you to make me stay, right? Why don't we forget it, and go our separate ways, and go home to find our own mothers? No. An elder shouted, Want to leave, leave behind the treasures on you first. Wu Desheng turned his face, and his murderous gaze shot over, immediately frightening the elder to the point that his face turned pale, and he took a few steps back. Wu Desheng sneered, and raised his middle finger mockingly. Chen Duantian said in a deep voice, The treasure is yours, we will not take it. However, please do not have any more ideas about the Saber Sword sect. As long as you make an oath, you can retreat safely. Qiyu snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. Wu Desheng laughed a few times, and said, All right, I swear. Everyone was stunned, they did not expect him to be so straightforward. Wu Desheng raised one hand to the sky, and swore, I, Big Brother Wu, swear that I will definitely obtain the dragon horn under the Saber Ridge sword peak in this lifetime, or else I will die a horrible death. You. Die. Chen Duantian was enraged, the blue sword in his hand instantly pierced forward, aiming for the center of the other party's eyebrows. He even dared to make an oath, it seemed like the idea of making the other party give up was too childish. What? Dragon horn? Qiyu was also shocked, and looked down in confusion. Wu Desheng laughed wildly, and with an extremely conceited expression, he glanced at the crowd in disdain. The true self formless instantly pierced out, colliding with the blue sword, causing circles of sword light to spread out. The elders of the Saber Sword sect were all affected by the sword light and flew back 100 feet. In the mountain ridge, the two of them fought, both of them using extremely ruthless moves, causing sword chi to crisscross, the heavens and the earth to crack. Qiyu frowned deeply, and said, "Little Li, what do you think of his sword Dao?" Li Yunxiao's expression was also solemn. He did not look away from the beginning, and said, "Strong, very strong." Not only does he have an extremely deep comprehension of sword intent, his battle techniques are also extremely strong. Who exactly is this person? Chu Hongyan said, "Chen Duan Tian's sword force is sharp, like this majestic mountain ridge. It is extremely dangerous, but I can see that he is impatient. If he does not fight for a long time, he will probably lose first." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "That's right, Chen Duan Tian's heart is a little impatient. He will lose first if he loses. This time, keep a close eye on him, we definitely can't let him escape." The three of them were all on guard. Li Yunxiao's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and he looked at a hazy world. At the same time, the sword Death/Red flew out, and without any warning, it pierced forward. Wu Desheng's expression changed greatly, that Tsutsumi's power directly sealed the circulation of his origin energy. Although it was only for an instant, it was fatal. Chen Duan Tian was overjoyed. He immediately grabbed this opportunity, and also pierced towards Wu Desheng's throat. Suddenly, a golden light appeared, and golden scales started to condense on the surface of Wu Desheng's body, covering his body like armor. Clang! The azure sword stabbed into the scales, causing a circle of golden light to vibrate. The light was transmitted to every single scale, and the scales on the entire body shone resplendently, dazzling everyone. Chen Duantian was shocked. His sword had indeed stabbed into the scales, but it seemed to have been absorbed by the scales, and the sword chi was dispersed throughout the body. In just a split second, Wu Desheng broke free from the shackles of Tsutsumi. He slapped the sword with his palm, and an ear-piercing clang sound rang out. His body turned into a shadow as he moved horizontally. It was the true Dragon Dharma body. Chi! Li Yunxiao's sword missed, and he suddenly swept across the air, creating many lotus flowers as he chased after Wu Desheng. Wu Desheng didn't panic. He leaped back, but the sword in his hand slashed lightly. Chi! The 7 lotus flowers were all cut in half, but they didn't explode. They only burned in the air and didn't extinguish for a long time. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He had never heard of someone being able to cut the ice baleful heart flame. Wu Desheng's figure swayed, and he teleported hundreds of meters away. He threw out the universe light disk, and countless golden runes flew up, tearing open a passage. Suddenly, tens of thousands of sword shadows fell and turned into a sea of swords, destroying those runes with a ping-pong sound. Chu Hongyan pierced through the void. Under her sword, the earth baleful chi condensed, and countless rules revolved around the sword body. She slashed at the universe light disk. Wu Desheng was anxious and quickly put away the universe light disk. His figure kept dodging in the air, avoiding that sword. He was graceful, and he took hundreds of steps in an instant, containing the rules of the heavenly Tao. At a glance, all the afterimages overlapped, and it actually looked like a golden dragon. However, Chu Hongyan's sword intent was too strong, and it kept hitting the dragon. Even if he dodged a large amount of sword chi, there were still many slashes on the golden scales, making pung-pung sounds and sending out countless golden lights. "Since we are so fated, don't leave today. Stay and have a chat." Under Li Yunxiao's sword art, countless sword shadows flew out and turned into the myriad sword diagram. The clouds in the sky rolled, and there were actually stars flickering. At the same time, the purple cloud sword also sensed the sword intent of the picture of 10,000 swords. The 72 gems flickered one by one, and sword intent surged out from the mountains and rivers of the earth, resonating with the heavenly stars. This time around, Wu Desheng's expression really changed. The terrifying sword chi swept out and everything in the world was about to be destroyed by this sword formation. Chen Duantian and the elder of the saber sword sect also retreated in shock. They watched from afar, completely shocked by the sword formation. Suddenly, Chieyu shuddered and said in horror, "That's..." The 2 dragon eyes instantly widened as they stared blankly at the million sword illustration. Wu Desheng's body swayed, and he turned into a golden dragon in the sword formation. His entire body was covered in scales, and he looked extremely majestic. Li Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan's hearts trembled violently. After the dragon appeared, its body swayed, and a dragon domain appeared, along with clouds and mist. The 5 claws clawed at the sea of swords, striking the shockwaves of the sword formation, causing a deafening explosion. Ong! A dragon's roar rang out, shaking Jiutian. The golden claws continuously slammed into the sword wave, and every strike would shatter a little. In an instant, after hundreds of claws were slashed out, a golden light finally opened up a crack in the sword formation. How could Li Yunxiao let him go? His figure moved and entered the formation. The sword Death/Red brought with it a scorching flame light as it slashed towards the dragon head. The two lantern-sized eyes of the golden dragon shot out boundless hatred. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of green light, which collided with the sword chi and produced a loud sound. Boundless flames spread out, and many of them landed on the dragon's body, burning the golden scales black. Ong! The golden dragon roared in pain a few times, then turned around and drilled into the crack. Then, with a swing of the dragon's tail, the universe light disc was thrown out, emitting a chi-chi sound, and runes gushed out like a fountain. The surrounding space instantly became chaotic, and the rules were completely broken. All the sword intent was devoured by the storm. The golden dragon's figure also disappeared into the crack, completely disappearing without a trace. Only the universe light disc was still wreaking havoc. Not good, this Xian artifact is going to explode. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He was the closest to the universe light disc and could feel the terrifying tearing force of space. The indestructible golden body flickered unsteadily, and was about to be completely devoured. Feiyong. Chu Hongyan was shocked. The space within a radius of several hundred miles was completely messed up, and the rules were completely destroyed by the universe light disc. Even the Saber Ridge sword peak became dazed, as though it was about to be twisted. The buildings of the Saber Sword sect on the two mountain ridges were completely destroyed. Countless disciples flew up from the mountain like ants, wailing in fear and disappearing into the air. What was even worse was that they were directly torn apart by the power of space and turned into a pool of blood. Li Yunxiao was the closest to the universe light disc. He used all his strength to resist the devouring and tearing force of the space, and his heart was filled with shock and despair. The universe light disc had activated all of its power, and before Wu Desheng left, he had already completely abandoned this item. Hurry up and leave. Li Yunxiao shouted at Chu Hongyan, who was trying her best to come over. Leave. No, I'm not leaving. Chu Hongyan clenched her teeth and held onto her sword. Relying on the sword intent to stabilize her body in the storm, she gradually moved forward. Li Yunxiao was anxious and angry. If Chu Hongyan was a few hundred feet closer, she would probably be like him, unable to break free. He steeled his heart and suddenly raised his sword. Countless starlight flickered in the storm as he suddenly stabbed out. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out as the sword Death/Red struck the universe light disc, exploding with boundless radiance. Boom! It was as though the world had collapsed. The universe light disc instantly exploded and then disappeared into an endless black hole. Li Yunxiao was also directly swallowed inside. The black hole instantly expanded to a radius of 10 feet. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen, and it led to the endless universe. Chu Hongyan let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was mournful and sorrowful, but it was useless. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the black hole in the sky. They were all stunned. Following the disappearance of the universe light disc, the spatial distortion returned to normal. The Saber Ridge sword peak had shifted, and a large number of Saber Sword sect disciples stood in the distance in shock, not knowing what was going on. Gulp. After a long time, the sound of the elders swallowing their saliva could be heard, as though they could not believe it. The handsome and tall mountain range had completely changed its appearance. It was a mess, and only the shape of the saber and sword could still be distinguished. Even Heaven City was affected. A large number of houses turned into ashes, and there were countless casualties. The black hole in the sky was like a disk that was fixed there. There was not a single trace of energy fluctuation, as though it was a dead object that would not be extinguished for a long time. Chu Hongyan stared blankly for a long time and was stunned there. She could not recover until Che came over and comforted her. Don't worry, Shaoli won't die. He has gone through many storms, and it's not the first time he has been swallowed by this black hole. But Chu Hongyan still found it hard to accept the fact that Li Yunxiao had been swallowed. This black hole might lead directly to the void of the universe, and there's a possibility that he will never be able to return. Yu frowned. Even so, he has the world god steel on him, which is the brand of this world. The possibility of him being washed away is much lower than staying in this world. Chu Hongyan's body trembled slightly, and her face turned pale. She did not dare to imagine. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "What is that?" Everyone looked down and saw that there was a warm jade-like light emitting from the Saber Ridge Sword Peak, covering half of the mountain range. The light was exquisite and translucent, and there was something inside that was as clear as jade. Dragon horn! Yu roared, and his body trembled. His eyes shot out a sharp light, and he rushed down. Chen Duantian's expression also changed, and he rushed down, shouting angrily, "Stop! That belongs to my saber and sword sect, don't even think about peeking at it." Yu snorted coldly, and said, "It clearly belongs to my dragons, and you actually said it belongs to your saber and sword sect. Do you still have the face?" He could not be bothered with Chen Duantian. The spiritual energy emitted from the dragon horn was definitely the horn of a real dragon. Any dragons would go crazy, let alone him. His doppelganger flashed a few times, and he rushed into the light, grabbing the dragon horn. Just as he stretched out his hand, he was attacked by a vast dragon's might. The blood in his body trembled, and he suddenly retracted his hand. Chen Duantian took the opportunity to pass him, and he grabbed the dragon horn in ecstasy. "Haha, what dragon's descendant? The treasure will choose its own master, you thief." Just as he finished speaking, the green light turned into a barrier and struck Chen Duantian's hand. His body trembled violently as if he had been electrocuted, and he hurriedly retracted his hand. However, the barrier did not seem to be willing to let him go, and it was shaken away. Bang! Chen Duantian was shaken out of the green light, and he flew hundreds of feet away. A smear of blood fell from the sky, and he had already suffered internal injuries. Everyone in the sky was stunned, and the elders who were about to rush down hurriedly stopped. Chu Hongyan was still immersed in the confusion of Xianxia's disappearance. She looked at the treasure indifferently, and only stared blankly. "Haha." Yu laughed, and he looked at Chen Duantian with disdain. His body began to change little by little, and in an instant, he turned into a dragon, and he stretched out his 5 claws to grab the horn carefully. The dragon horn seemed to tremble slightly, and circles of green light rippled out, rolling over Yu's dragon body. Yu trembled a few times, and then he stabilized himself. He continued to stretch out his hand, and finally, he held the dragon horn in his hand. "Haha." Yu laughed excitedly, but after a few laughs, the dragon horn burst out with a fierce, dazzling light. It was as if a sun had been born in the mountain range, and it was so dazzling that it could not be seen clearly. Chu Hongyan came to her senses, and she looked at it in surprise. Even her divine sense was blocked by the power, and she could not see the details. The strong light lasted for 10 minutes, and finally, it gradually weakened. When all the light disappeared, they saw a huge karst cave in the middle of the mountain range, where the dragon horn had been trapped. Everyone swept the cave with their divine sense, but the cave was empty, and there was no sign of Yu. "This? Where is he?" Everyone was stunned. Xianxia had just disappeared, and now another one had disappeared. Chen Duantian looked at the empty karst cave, and his face was gloomy. He said coldly, "Palace Master Hongyan, I hope you can give me an explanation." "Explanation?" Chu Hongyan was stunned for a moment, and then a sneer appeared in her eyes. She combed her hair and said indifferently, "Divine Firmament Palace welcomes you at any time to ask for an explanation." After saying that, she turned into a stream of light and left without looking back, leaving the people of Sword Blade sect looking at each other. Xianxia was engulfed by the universe light disk's explosive power. He instantly fell into the boundless void, and the horrible spiritual pressure from the universe light disk heavily injured him. His indestructible golden body was broken, and he almost fainted. Suddenly, a golden light shot out of his body. It turned into Noah's boat and took him in. Xianxia was seriously injured. He saw Yifan standing at the bow of the boat, facing forward. He couldn't see his face. "You came out of seclusion?" Xianxia asked. Yifan didn't reply. He just stood there calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. Xianxia frowned. He didn't know what kind of state Yifan was in. Since Yifan didn't reply, he didn't ask. He sat cross-legged on the boat and started to adjust his breathing. After an unknown period of time, he slowly entered a meditative state and entered a state where he forgot himself. The boat of promise traveled for a long time. In the end, it flashed and disappeared into the boundless night. At some point, Li Yunxiao came back to himself from his meditative state. He slowly opened his eyes and saw nothing but darkness, which gave him a strange feeling. This place wasn't an empty universe, but it was boundless. He was still on Noah's boat, but Yifan had disappeared. While he was hesitating, Noah's boat turned into a golden light and flashed into his body. Li Yunxiao was surprised. He found that Yifan was still in seclusion in the universe god steel, as if he hadn't moved at all. He didn't have time to think about what had just happened. He started to observe the surroundings carefully. Is this still the realm of heaven martial arts? I can't feel the rules of the realm at all. He was startled. Could it be that I've already left the heavenly martial arts realm and entered another spacetime? If that was the case, he would be in big trouble. It was almost impossible for him to return to the realm of heaven martial arts. Suddenly, a chilly wind blew in front of him. It was soft but strong. It blew over Li Yunxiao's body and evaporated the moisture on his skin. His skin instantly became dry. Astral wind? Li Yunxiao was astounded. Although that astral wind wasn't as strong as the one that had sealed the Demon King in outer space that year, which had turned him into a spirit crocodile, it was still extremely corrosive. Even with his current god body, he had lost a lot of water. A ring of astral wind also appeared around his body, gradually transforming into a crocodile. His eyes emitted a bright light, and he looked around like a hunting dog, as if he was looking for the source of the astral wind. Suddenly, the crocodile opened its mouth wide and pounced into the distance. Li Yunxiao's robes fluttered slightly, and another gust of astral wind blew over. Before it could even get close, it was directly swallowed by the crocodile. After that, the light in its eyes became even brighter, as if it was very satisfied, and it even let out a roar. Li Yunxiao laughed and scolded, "You're having a good time. Who knows how many of these astral winds there are in this place? It seems like this space has been sealed for a very long time to produce these things that have accumulated over the years. If I leave the heavenly martial arts realm, I don't know when I'll be able to return." He wasn't willing to give up, and he continued flying forward, hoping to find some clues. After several hours, he flew for tens of thousands of miles, but he still couldn't see the end of the space. The crocodile had already eaten 4 or 5 astral winds, and it was happily roaring and wagging its tail. Li Yunxiao's heart sank more and more. It seemed like he had really been swallowed into an unknown space. Suddenly, another gust of chilly wind blew over, and the crocodile happily pounced over. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed out, and the crocodile was unexpectedly blown away by the astral wind. Soon after, 2 more astral winds flew over, and they took human forms in the air. In addition to the previous one, there were 3 people in total. The 3 people's expressions were gloomy, and their bodies were covered in black. Only their faces were pale, and they looked at Li Yunxiao and the crocodile with astonished expressions, as if they were dumbfounded. As for Li Yunxiao, he was overjoyed. He had unexpectedly managed to see people, and regardless of whether they were enemies or friends, it was far better than being exiled in the boundless void. "Who are you?" He was the first to ask, and his face was full of anticipation. The 3 people were dumbfounded for a long time, and suddenly, their expressions became ferocious. Other than their heads, their entire bodies were covered in black gas, and there was chilly wind blowing under their feet. They pounced towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he instantly cried out, "Demonic Qi!" The 3 people's bodies were rolling, and the black gas was undoubtedly demonic Qi. Although he was shocked, he was still overjoyed. The greatest fear of humans came from the unknown. Although demonic Qi was troublesome, it was not a problem for him. Moreover, although the 3 people were not demonic Qi, they had not reached the level of the 10 evil spirits, and it was very easy to deal with them. Bang! 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 Li Yunxiao slapped his palm over, and instantly, the 3 people's bodies exploded, turning into the purest demonic Qi. 3 astral winds blew out from within, and spiraled into the sky. The crocodile had been watching closely. Once it saw the astral winds, it pounced over. Its body disintegrated in the air, turning into an even bigger hurricane, and swallowed the 3 astral winds. Then, it changed back into its crocodile form, wagging its tail as it crawled to Li Yunxiao's feet. A monster formed by the astral winds and demonic qi. What is this place? If it is the demonic world, there is no demonic qi at all. Moreover, there is a large amount of astral winds. It must be a space that has been sealed for a long time, and it has been condensed over time. Li Yunxiao looked around, and he became confused again. The surroundings were exactly the same, and he could not tell the direction. The 3 monsters just now obviously did not have any intelligence. At that moment, he hoped to meet something with intelligence, or at least it would be able to know the current situation. Fly to the front right. Suddenly, the listening Moody's voice came from the Universe God Monument. Li Yunxiao was delighted, and he said in surprise, "Sir, you know this place?" The listening Moody said, "I have a guess, but I am not sure. I have to further confirm it." After he spoke, a white light shone on Li Yunxiao's body, and the listening Moody appeared on the heaven patrolling bull. Li Yunxiao asked hurriedly, "Sir, do you know whether this place is still in the realm of heaven martial arts?" The listening Moody said, "I am not sure. If the demonic qi came from the realm of demons, then even if this place is not the realm of heaven martial arts, it should not be too far away. It should not be difficult to go back." When he saw that Li Yunxiao did not understand, he explained, "The demonic qi might come from the realm of demons and spread everywhere, but it should not be too far away. At most, it will gather in a small space around the realm of demons, or in the realm of heaven martial arts, which is very close to it." Li Yunxiao suddenly understood, and he said, "I understand. Even if this place is not the realm of heaven martial arts, it must be a small space around the realm of demons." The listening Moody nodded and said, "Yes, and if my guess is correct, this place should still be in the realm of heaven martial arts." Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they were still in the realm of heaven martial arts or not far away, he would be at ease. Then, the man, the cow, and the crocodile flew toward the right. On their way, they were attacked by monsters several times, but they were all beings without spiritual awareness, so they were easily crushed. After several hours, a scene appeared in front of him. The world seemed to have become flat, like a compressed oval. Countless astral winds and demonic qi were surging intensely in the oval, forming a whirlpool. At the center of the whirlpool, silver light spots appeared, and they shone like stars in the night sky. The astral winds and demonic qi seemed to have come from the center of the silver light spots. Li Yunxiao was surprised, and he asked, "What is this place?" Listening Moody's expression changed, and he murmured, "It is the will of heaven, the will of heaven?" "Sir, what is this?" Li Yunxiao asked in confusion. However, Li Yunxiao had never seen Moody look so serious when he looked at his expression. Listening Moody looked at the eye of the whirlpool with a complicated expression. After a long while, he said, "This is the demon sealing land of the southern field." "Ah?" Li Yunxiao exclaimed, as if he could not believe it. He also looked at the whirlpool in a daze. No matter how much he activated his mystical spirit eyes, he could not see through it at all. Could it be? Could it be that below, Ling Moody said, Demon Lord Pu was indeed sealed in this place. However, the seal that was set up back then was not child's play. It was an absolute array that was set up using the power of an entire realm and all the nomological laws in all directions. Now, it seems that the power of the array formation is too strong, and it has evolved on its own. I can't understand the current situation. The array formation evolved on its own. Li Yunxiao was completely stunned. All living things had spirits, but that referred to things with physical bodies. Things like array formations were just condensed rules, so how could they have spirits? Then what should we do now? He asked in a daze. Listening Moody shook his head and said, "To be honest, I don't know either. What I see now is very different from the setup back then. The array spirit must have changed a lot on its own. Our every move should be under the watch of the array spirit. If only we could communicate with it." Li Yunxiao said, "Communicate with the array spirit? How can we communicate with it?" Listening Moody smiled bitterly and said, "We just have to convey our intentions. As for whether it is willing to communicate, it depends on its intentions. You have to know that we are in the array formation now, which means we are in its body. Li Yunxiao immediately said loudly, "Is Lord Array Spirit here?" "I am Li Yunxiao, and I barged in unintentionally. Please forgive me and let us leave." The surroundings were silent, and there was no response. He shouted a few more times, but no one answered. Listening Muddy said, "It's not impossible to force the Array Spirit out." Li Yunxiao said, "You mean to break the Array formation?" Listening Muddy shook his head and said, "This Array formation is far stronger than you can imagine." "How can it be broken so easily?" "This is the Array that seals the Demon Lord. No matter what the Array Spirit thinks, it was born to seal the Demon Lord, so it carries an extremely strong mission and responsibility. Even if it turns into a spirit, it can't be erased. As long as we enter this whirlpool and touch the center of the seal, it will definitely appear to stop us." Li Yunxiao licked his dry lips and said worriedly, "If we touch the eye of the seal, will there be any changes?" Listening Muddy said, "Worrying is unnecessary. Without the permission of the Array Spirit, it is impossible to leave this place. Do you want to stay here for the rest of your life?" Li Yunxiao knew that this Array formation was powerful. It condensed the rules of a realm, and just thinking about it made his scalp go numb. Even if he cultivated until his death, he would not have the ability to break the Array formation. Moreover, this Array formation could not be broken. Now, the only thing he could hope for was that the Array Spirit would let them go. Thinking of this, Li Yunxiao and the others gathered their courage and walked toward the eye of the whirlpool. An even stronger gale and demonic aura rolled out, blowing on them and spinning back and forth. This power could not harm them at all. The crocodile also became cautious and did not dare to devour the gale at this time. They walked into the eye of the formation, and nothing happened. After some hesitation, Ling Muddy said, "Let's go down and take a look." They immediately flew down into the eye of the formation. It was like a bottomless abyss. Li Yunxiao's wondrous spell spirit eyes could see the surroundings clearly. This so-called eye of the formation was like a whirlwind. The lower they went, the stronger the gale and demonic aura. An hour later, they saw a piece of land. It was like a barren mountain range, and it was full of strange-shaped rocks and some strange trees. It was black like the surroundings. Ling Muddy was shocked. How can this be? They stepped on the land, and it was not an illusion. It felt solid. Li Yunxiao's wondrous spell spirit eyes flickered. He looked around and said, "From above, this land looks like an island floating in the night. It's tens of thousands of acres wide." Ling Muddy said, "It's been 100,000 years, and anything can happen. The only thing we can be sure of is that the seal is still there, and it's much weaker." Li Yunxiao said, "Sir, what should we do now?" Ling Muddy said, "Why did a land appear and seal it into 2 layers of space? These are all very unexpected changes. Let's get to the bottom of the situation first. We have to be careful of why the formation spirit is hiding." "Be careful of the formation spirit?" Li Yunxiao was slightly shocked. He seemed to have a bad feeling. Ling Muddy said, "This land isn't big. Let's spend some time to explore it." 2 people, a cow, and a crocodile immediately started running on the land. Other than some black trees, there was a small amount of moss climbing on the rocks. However, these moss were very strange, and they emitted a faint green light in the night. Suddenly, a gust of chilly wind blew over and landed on the moss in front of him. It turned into a lizard-like demonic beast and stretched out its long black tongue. Immediately, the moss on the stone surface was swept away and swallowed into its stomach. Then, it turned into a chilly wind and disappeared from the stone wall. This scene was witnessed by Muddy and Li Yunxiao. Ling Muddy said, "The environment here is quite special, and the monsters born here have combined the characteristics of demons and demonic beasts. They must have been influenced by both the heavenly martial arts realm and the demon Lord Pu." Suddenly, specks of pale yellow light appeared in front of him, like stars in the night sky. The 2 of them stopped and watched coldly. That faintly colored light was a type of extremely tiny flying insect. They had carapaces and looked like caterpillars, but their backs were covered in black patterns. Moreover, Li Yunxiao recognized that black pattern. It was a type of nomological symbol that he had seen appear when the demon lord formed hand seals. Ling Muddy said, "These things are born with demonic energy. I can't tell their level. Be careful." Li Yunxiao's demonic eyes flickered. He said, "Don't worry. Each of them has the power of a martial emperor. However, their carapaces are very hard. I'm afraid it will be difficult to break them." He took a step forward and raised his hand. Then, with a large amount of lightning, he clenched his fist. Crackle, he grabbed the heavenly hammer and smashed it forward. Rumble, countless lightning bolts surged out like a tide. The lightning bolts contained countless golden symbols, and they engulfed all the beetles. Bang! Bang! The beetles exploded in the world of thunder. They were all smashed to pieces in an instant. None of them survived. Li Yunxiao took back the lightning and shouted, "That's not good." His move had created a great disturbance, and it seemed many creatures had been alarmed. Many powerful auras came from all directions. Moody also sensed it. He said, "Nothing bad. Let's see what's inside the seal." However, after a while, the two of them looked terrible. There were hundreds and thousands of monsters surrounding them. The sky was filled with flying insects. Not only that, but there were also many insects crawling on the ground. They surrounded the two of them. The crocodiles let out low growls. They seemed to be afraid and moved closer to the two of them. Moody's expression turned ugly. He said in a deep voice, "There are so many creatures. What's going on inside the seal?" The ground not far away from them cracked. The rock layer cracked, and oval purple flowers came out. They bloomed in the air and revealed their ferocious teeth at the two of them. Hundreds of flowers appeared, all of them shaking their heads, saliva flowing out of their mouths. Li Yunxiao said warily, "Compared to the number of these creatures, I'm more concerned about whether they were really alarmed and came here. Did they surround us and not attack?" Ling Moody exclaimed, "You mean to say that they are part of an organization?" After these creatures appeared, they surrounded the two of them. Demonic chi surged around them, and they emitted violent auras. However, they were quiet like virgins. Li Yunxiao said, "Obviously, but I don't know if their leader is the formation spirit." Formation spirit? A soft voice came from behind the countless monsters. "Who are you? How did you get in?" The monsters instantly parted to make a path. A few thousand feet away, a man wrapped in a black robe stood there quietly. His eyes were like an eagle's as he stared at the two of them. His face was especially pale due to being in the dark all year round. Li Yunxiao and Moody were surprised and delighted. There were intelligent creatures. Although they didn't know if they were human, demon, or demon, they finally had some clues. Ling Moody asked, "Who are you? Why are you in this seal?" "Seal?" The black-robed man was shocked and shouted, "You came from the outside?" The two of them furrowed their brows and carefully pondered the meaning of this sentence. They looked at each other and immediately understood what the other was thinking. This black-robed man was most likely born in this seal, so he was the person inside. There were only 3 types of power in this seal. The first was the astral winds that had been accumulated over time, the second was the demonic aura that leaked out from the demon lord, and the third was the sealing power of the array itself. Most of the creatures here were born from the convergence of these 3 types of power. It could be considered an independent small world. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "Are you the leader of this place?" The black-robed man shouted, "You haven't answered my question." Li Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, "We did come from the outside." The black-robed man's body trembled, and he said in a trembling voice, "How did you come in? Is there a way to get out?" Li Yunxiao was stunned. He said in a daze, "Do you also have a way to get out?" "I wanted to ask you how to get out." The black-robed man stretched out a long and withered finger and said angrily, "You lied to me. Since you can come in, you can naturally get out. Tell me how to get out." He moved and floated over like a black shadow. The demons instantly became agitated and all of them pressed toward the center. The hundreds of strange purple flowers suddenly leaped up, and the roots under the flowers became extremely long. They were like big mouths that bit toward the two of them. Other than the black-robed man, these creatures' levels were not high, but there were so many of them that it was frightening. Once they moved, their momentum was great. Li Yunxiao flipped his hands, and countless lightning bolts appeared between his fingers. They formed a net and shot out. In an instant, a green light flashed, and a lightning net spread out in front of him, covering an area of 10 feet. Pa! Pa! A few purple flowers landed on the lightning net and were instantly shaken away, making strange sounds. Then, those that came down wave after wave were all shaken by the lightning. Some of them were even shaken to pieces, and their petals the size of banana leaves floated everywhere. The broken petals fell to the ground and were directly swallowed by the soil. Soon, a new one grew out, and it was bright and glistening. The soil kept rolling, and a large number of ants crawled over. They were the size of soybeans, and their pitch-black bodies protruded with scarlet teeth. The heaven-patrolling bull stomped its front hooves, and with a bang, the earth trembled and the soil rolled. Countless light nets spread out from under its feet, and a large number of ants were shaken to death. The sky was filled with buzzing sounds. The flying insects drilled through the gaps in the lightning net, and in an instant, hundreds of them flew in. The crocodile roared, and its body turned into a giant spirit, smashing down with its palm. Countless crescent-shaped wind blades appeared in its palm, and it directly swept over. Pft, pft. The hundreds of flying insects exploded under the wind blades, but they still came in wave after wave, and even more swarmed over. Following that, the monsters also attacked, and their strength was much stronger than the insects and flowers. Countless palm strikes created layers of turbulent air waves, and the waves hit the lightning net, causing a large number of electric arcs. Moody shouted, "To capture the bandits, first capture the leader." Li Yunxiao suddenly retracted the lightning net and slashed out with his sword. Sword Chi flew through the air, sweeping everything in its path. In an instant, it slashed out a path, and in the midst of the chaotic crowd of monsters, it headed straight for the black-robed man. Then, with a flash of lightning, he teleported over and slashed down with the sword decapitation red. The black-robed man's face became even paler. The power of that sword was not something he could block, and he was scared silly on the spot. Previously, he could tell that these two people were not simple, so he sent a group of subordinates to attack them. He wanted to mix in and launch a sneak attack, but he did not know how the other party was able to find his hiding place so quickly. Li Yunxiao's sword stopped a few inches in front of the black-robed man, and he shouted, "Stop!" The black-robed man slowly came to his senses, and he let out a long whistle. Immediately, all the monsters stopped attacking, and they became quiet. Li Yunxiao's sword slowly descended, and rested on the black-robed man's shoulder, almost touching his neck. Waves of coldness caused the black-robed man to break out in a cold sweat. Li Yunxiao said, "This makes it much more convenient to talk. I ask, and you answer. If I'm not satisfied, you don't have to answer anymore, understand?" The black-robed man's forehead was full of sweat, and his face became even paler, and he hurriedly nodded. Li Yunxiao said, "Who are you, and why are you here?" The black-robed man rolled his eyes, and said, "My name is Pu Luo, and I was born here." "If not here, then where?" Li Yunxiao's sword trembled slightly, and a bloody wound immediately appeared on Pu Luo's neck, but the blood that seeped out was golden. Golden blood? Li Yunxiao's heart shook, but he calmly reprimanded, "Answer what I ask you, don't talk nonsense with me." "Yes, yes." Pu Luo's face was pale with fright. He felt that every breath he took was filled with sharp sword energy. Not only did his neck hurt, but his heart and lungs also hurt. Li Yunxiao continued to ask, "Since your surname is Pu, are you a clone of Demon Lord Pu? And the leader of this place?" Pu Luo's eyes flashed with shock, but he didn't dare to act recklessly. He honestly said, "I'm not a clone, but all the demons here were born from Lord Pu's overflowing demonic energy. I can be considered the leader of this level." Li Yunxiao was stunned. "All the demons, this level? How many demons are there, and how many levels?" Ling Mudi also frowned. Pu Luo said, "There are a total of 33 levels here, and each level has a large number of creatures. The lower you go, the stronger they are, because the lowest level is where Lord Pu is sealed." 33 levels? Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi both cried out in shock, both of them dumbfounded. How much power was needed to create 33 levels of space? It was equivalent to splitting the heavens and earth. Pu Luo looked at their shocked expressions and felt a little strange, but under the pressure of the sword energy, he didn't dare to ask. Li Yunxiao continued to ask, "These 33 levels all have leaders like you?" Pu Luo said, "Yes, the lower you go, the stronger the demonic energy and astral winds, and the more benefits you can get from cultivating there. The power of the seal is also very helpful for cultivation. So, all the powerful beings are unwilling to come up, and try their best to go down. Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi were both shocked. This Pu Luo wasn't strong, but who knew what level of existence they would meet in the 33 levels? Both of them also thought of one thing at the same time, and that was that the 33 layers of space created by the sealing power must have become extremely weak. The demon lord overflowed with a shocking amount of devil qi, and most likely did not have much power left. Ling Mudi sighed and said, whether it's the emperor or the general, it seems that it will be difficult for them to return to their former selves. In the end, the one who defeated the demon lord wasn't us, but time itself. Li Yunxiao remained silent. The devil lord had descended on him twice, and the power he displayed was only at the level of DE. It turned out that he had already lost his devil aura. He continued to ask, now that we want to leave this sealed land, is there any way? Pu Luo stared blankly for a moment, then said, so you really don't know how to leave? He immediately became dejected and lamented, if I knew how to leave this place, would I still stay here in fear? You're worried? Li Yunxiao frowned. Aren't you the leader of this floor? What's there to be afraid of? Pu Luo said bitterly, this is the 32nd level of space. You should have come from the 33rd level, right? To us, that level is practically a land of exile. There are no cultivation resources there. And this 32nd level can only grow these low-level creatures. Although there are many of them, they're useless. I used to live in the 11th level for a long time, and I was doing alright. Later on, I was plotted against, and only escaped after being heavily injured. He spoke through gritted teeth, and his eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. Li Yunxiao was speechless. Where there were people, there would be martial arts. Even this sealed land was no exception. Ling Mudi asked, what's the lowest level you've been to? Pu Luo said, I've been to the 5th level. At that time I was summoned by Master Pu Li to fight with Master Pu Shu. That battle was truly earth-shattering. A large number of experts died, and the devil qi was also devoured and divided by others. I also survived that battle, and ate a lot of other people's devil qi. That's why I have my current cultivation, and Master Pu Li gave me the status of the 11th level's manager. Unfortunately, I was plotted against and ambushed. Both of them frowned. Not only did this place give birth to a large number of living creatures, but they also formed cliques and formed many forces. It was simply unimaginable. Li Yunxiao said, then is the current manager of the 5th level called Pu Li? Pu Luo shook his head and explained, from the 6th level onwards, each level has a manager. Some manage a level alone, and some have several people manage a level. But from the 2nd to the 5th level, there are 3 managers, namely Pu Li, Pu Shu, and Pu Zai. For countless years, for the control of the first few levels, there have been countless fights, and the managers have changed for many generations. Finally, the 3 of them reached an agreement to jointly manage the lower levels, and only then did they avoid disputes. Ling Mudi asked doubtfully, then do you know that there's a formation spirit in the 33rd level? Formation spirit? Pu Luo shook his head, I don't know, but rumor has it that there's an even more powerful ruler in the 2nd level. It's just that insignificant people like us can't even come into contact with it, so we don't know if it's true or not. If there is, perhaps it's the formation spirit you're talking about. Li Yunxiao said, looks like we have to go to the 2nd level to find out more about the seal and formation. Pu Luo was startled, and looked at the 2 in shock, although you 2 are strong, you're definitely not a match for the 3 lords. Not to mention the 2nd level, even the 3rd level would be difficult for you. Ling Mudi said, the 3rd level? Don't the 3 lords live in the 2nd level closest to the devil lord? Pu Luo shook his head, most of the 3 lords live in the 3rd level, and only very rarely go to the 2nd level. After all, the 2nd level is too close to Master Pu, and no one knows what dangers there might be. Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi looked at each other. They were almost sure that there was an even more powerful being in the 2nd level. Let's go to the 2nd level to find the true ruler of the 33rd level. Ling Mudi looked at Pu Luo, made a hand gesture, and said, please lead the way. Lead the way? Pu Luo was startled, and begged for mercy. "My lords, please spare me. I only dare to call the wind and summon the rain in this 32nd level, and act like a tyrant. If we go to the 5th level, I'm just a small fry. I haven't even been to the 4th level, how can I lead the two of you? My lords, please find someone else." Li Yunxiao said, "Then let's go to the 5th level first. Don't try to play any tricks, or I'll kill you like killing an ant." Pu Luo's expression was a bit ugly, but sneaking into the 5th level, as long as he was careful, it wouldn't be easy to be discovered. He rolled his eyes and said, "It's not a problem for me to bring the two of you to the 5th floor, but I hope that the two of you can help me. I have an enemy on the 11th floor, and I hope that the two of you can help me kill that enemy." Li Yunxiao slightly tilted his sword, and pressed it against Pu Luo's neck. A line of golden blood flowed down, and he said coldly, "The benefit of letting you lead the way is that I can save your life, and you're asking for something else?" Pu Luo's face was pale with fright, and he hurriedly said, I don't dare, I'll lead the two lords down first." Li Yunxiao stared at the golden blood, and said, "Do all the creatures here have golden blood?" Pu Luo shook his head, "Not necessarily, all those with golden blood have purer devil essence, and can be considered Lord Pu's direct disciple." He showed a proud expression. Li Yunxiao said, "I understand, let's go." He put away his sword, and let Pu Luo lead the way. Pu Luo instantly felt the pressure disappear, and he heaved a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to act rashly, and led the two of them flying in front. They didn't meet any other creatures on the 32nd level. After all, Pu Luo was the master of a level, and no creature dared to come near. Several hours later, they finally saw a nebula-like whirlpool, and they flew in. The feeling of the 31st level was obviously much more oppressive than the 30th level, and the devil chi and astral winds inside were also stronger. Their journey was peaceful, and occasionally they would meet some stupid monsters, but they were all killed by Pu Luo, and the devil chi was swallowed by him. Furthermore, the space below seemed to be getting smaller, and the entire space of the 33rd level seemed to be conical, with the top being the largest, and if they went down to the 2nd level, it would probably be the smallest, which was in line with the theory that the space had evolved from the seal. The lower they went, the stronger the creatures they met, but the number of creatures kept decreasing, unlike the level that Pu Luo controlled, where tens of thousands of creatures were gathered together. Several days later, they finally snuck into the 11th level, the place that Pu Luo originally controlled. His eyes were filled with a gloomy expression. They continued to fly, and suddenly, 4 beams of light appeared in front of them. In a flash, they arrived in front of them, and shouted, "Who is it? Stop!" Along the way, they met many creatures that blocked their way, but there were still very few intelligent creatures. Although the 4 people in front of them looked strange, and one of them even had a pair of wings on his back, it was obvious that they all had intelligence. Pu Luo sneered, "You 4 watchdogs, why don't you recognize me?" The 4 people were shocked, and the monster with a single horn at the front cried out, Pu Luo." Another person cried out, "Weren't you banished from the 11th level, and never to return?" Pu Luo said coldly, "Never to return? Humph, when I return, it will be the day that Pu Tu dies." The 4 people were all shocked, and suddenly turned around to leave. With their strength, they were no match for Pu Luo. "Want to leave? Haha." Pu Luo laughed wildly, and with a shake of his right hand, a long spear appeared, and flew out. One of them was caught off guard, and in a panic, he grabbed the spear with both hands, but he couldn't block it, and with a chi sound, the devil spear pierced through his heart. Haha. Pu Luo's eyes were filled with the anger and joy of revenge. He opened his mouth, which was as big as a round table, and swallowed that person. His stomach bulged, and he touched it with his hand, then digested it and returned to normal. The other 3 people were even more shocked, and fled with all their might. In the blink of an eye, they had flown hundreds of feet away. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Pu Luo hurriedly turned around, and said, "My 2 lords, we must not let them escape. Otherwise, if Pu Tu knows that we are here, he will definitely send an army to stop us, and then we will be in trouble." Li Yunxiao stared at him gloomily, and said in a cold voice, "You brought us here on purpose, didn't you?" A wave of murderous aura materialized, locking Pu Luo in place like a strong wind. If he moved even a little, he would be ground into minced meat. Pu Luo shuddered in fear and said shakily, "No, no. His face was as white as paper. His flickering eyes showed that he was lying. Li Yunxiao snorted heavily. His eyes flashed and the murderous aura cut into Pu Luo's shoulder, cutting off his arm. Ah! Pu Luo screamed in pain. His forehead was covered in cold sweat but he didn't dare to move. His teeth chattered as he watched in fear. Li Yunxiao retracted his murderous aura and said coldly, "This is a small punishment. If there's a next time, I'll cut off your head." Yes, thank you for your mercy, my lord." Pu Luo nodded. With his empty arm there, he didn't dare to heal it. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned blood red as he gazed into the distance. The three who were running away froze as the space changed. The three flew for half a day and suddenly found that the space changed. They were back where they started. Their faces paled as they knew they had encountered a powerful cultivator and couldn't escape. Pu Luo was also dumbstruck as he watched. His heart was filled with a chill. He had indeed brought Li Yunxiao and the others here on purpose to provoke these four. He let a few of them go so they could inform him. Seeing that the three had flown thousands of feet away, he knew they were definitely going to escape. He then pretended to ask for help from Li Yunxiao. Who knew this person was so powerful? He could twist space and shrink thousands of feet away, bringing the three back to where they started. The three and Pu Luo were petrified. They froze on the spot and didn't know what to do. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "If you want to kill, then hurry up and do it." Pu Luo's body shook and he immediately came back to his senses. He shouted and swept the devil spear towards the three. With his strength, he could kill the four. He let them go on purpose just now. Now he didn't dare to act rashly. Although he only had one arm left, he still had more than half of his strength. The three were already in despair. They had no will to fight. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, they were killed by Pu Luo. After swallowing, the broken arm recovered a lot. "Let's go," Li Yunxiao said coldly. Pu Luo shuddered. He didn't dare to play any more tricks, and hurriedly brought the few people and flew towards the whirlpool on the 11th floor. After that, the road was very smooth, and there were very few obstacles. He didn't know if it was because there were fewer creatures, or if the Pu Luo had become obedient. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the 5th level. A shocking amount of demonic qi surged out. It was no weaker than the ancient demon well, which surprised everyone. Pu Luo stopped and said, "I can't go down there as I please. Starting from the 5th floor, I'll be under the control of the three lords. If I go down without permission, it'll be disrespectful to the three lords, enough to be sentenced to death." Li Yunxiao stared at the whirlpool. His divine sense couldn't reach the bottom at all. "If we go down by ourselves, how can we find the entrance to the 4th layer?" Pu Luo said, "I still know the location of the entrance to the 4th floor. I will tell you the specific direction, but I did not enter the 4th floor." His glabella flashed as he converted the coordinates he knew into a divine thought and flicked it towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao scanned with his divine sense and basically understood the location. He said, "If that's the case, you can go. But if you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences." Pu Luo's expression was a bit strange. He said, "The coordinates I gave you are real, but I'm not worried that you will come back to cause trouble for me. If you go to the 2nd floor, you will definitely be killed by the three lords. I'm sure of this." Li Yunxiao was about to say something, but he suddenly frowned and looked behind him. He saw a large amount of black light flashing, and soon, dozens of figures appeared and surrounded them. Those figures revealed their faces. They were all humanoid with the characteristics of the demon clan. Their bodies were black, and some were even covered in scales. Only a few were beasts or birds. All of them emitted a powerful aura. Pu Luo's expression changed drastically. He said in horror, Lord Pu Chi." His voice was trembling with fear, and his face was ashen. "Humph, Pu Luo, do you still recognize me?" A rumbling sound came from the front. A black chariot came from afar, and 2 men stood on it. The one in front stood with his hands behind his back, and his face was cold and arrogant. The man behind him stood humbly at the side. His lips were curled into a sneer, and he looked at them mockingly, as if he was looking at dead people. Pu Luo was shocked, and he cried out, "Pu Tu! So it's you, you bastard! His eyes were filled with anger, and he stared at the sneering man. He wanted to pounce on him and eat him alive. Putu sneered, haha, Pu Luo, you're really daring. How dare you bring unknown people into the 5th floor? If the 3 lords find out, they will definitely grind your bones to dust. Pu Luo's face was filled with despair. He clenched his teeth and said, even if I'm grinded to dust by the 3 lords, I will definitely kill you. The demonic energy on his body fluctuated violently, and was extremely unstable. The man in front of Putu said coldly, why bother the 3 lords with such a small matter? I'll just kill the flies and ants. What I find strange is, where did these people come from? The man's gaze fell on Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi, and then swept across the heaven patrolling bull and crocodile. He was deeply puzzled. Putu bowed and said, my lord, you're right. There's no need to alarm the 3 lords just to kill a small fry like Pu Luo. As for these people, I've never seen them before. I don't know where they came from. These people killed 4 of my subordinates, and they're very strong. I didn't dare to act recklessly, so I followed them all the way here. But I didn't expect them to be so daring, and want to sneak into the 5th floor. I'm afraid they have some earth-shattering conspiracy to harm the 3 lords. Pu Luo roared angrily, Putu, you despicable man, how dare you slander me? Humph, slander? I saw you trying to sneak into the 5th floor with my own eyes. You even gave the coordinates of the entrance to the 4th floor to these people. How can you deny it? Putu sneered, not only me, Lord Puchi saw it too. Puchi nodded and said, Putu's words are true. You've already committed a crime punishable by death. Kill yourself to preserve some integrity, or let me take your lowly life. Pu Luo's face paled, and he took a few steps back in fear, hiding behind Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said, since you'll die if you stay, then follow us to the 5th floor. Maybe you'll have a chance to live. Pu Luo's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with conflict. Enter the 5th floor? Do you think I'm just a decoration? Puchi snorted, and his anger rose to the tip of his eyebrows. He shouted, take them all down, kill anyone who resists. The dozens of subordinates immediately rushed over. There were also a few strange flying beasts in the sky. They looked like monkeys, but they had wings. They suddenly dove down, and their mouths made squeaking sounds. Li Yunxiao didn't panic, and a bell flew out from his palm. He picked up the heaven hammer and struck it. Dang! An ancient sound vibrated, and the sound waves swept out like ocean waves. Among them, there were thunder rumbling, like the roars of sea beasts, and the beating of war drums. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound wave struck all the flying monkeys, and all of them were covered in electricity, causing them to scream in pain. Dang! Dang! Several more bell sounds rang out, and time seemed to stop. Only this ancient sound was left in the world, and it stirred people's hearts. The faces of those demons and monsters all changed greatly, and they hurriedly covered their ears, and blood seeped out from their ears. Dang! Another hammer fell, and the sound of the bell was short and rapid. However, the lightning penetrated the body of the bell and shot out, shooting into the body of a tall monster, and with a bang, it exploded into minced meat. Li Yunxiao struck the bell to suppress the group of demons, and at the same time, he formed a one-handed seal. A ring of lightning appeared on the seal, and it kept accumulating power. The color of the ring of lightning gradually changed from light green to navy blue, and its power increased rapidly. Even the space was deformed under the pressure of the lightning. Stop! Puchi was shocked, and his eyeballs almost popped out. The destructive power of that ring of lightning was strong enough to kill all of his subordinates, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Who were these people? How could they be so strong? He couldn't help but be angry, and he looked at Putu and said angrily, you actually brought me to deal with such experts, you deserve to die. Putu was also quite frightened, and at this moment, he felt Puchi's killing intent, and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, Sir, I also don't know. You don't know? Humph, then use your life to make up for your ignorance. Killing intent flashed in Puchi's eyes, and he instantly attacked. Although Putu was already on guard, the difference in strength between the two was too great, and his defense was directly shattered. His heart was pierced by Puchi's 5 fingers, and it was crushed on the spot. After killing Pu Tu, Pu Chi looked at the flashing cyan lightning and the continuous ringing of the bell, which caused his blood to surge. He hurriedly said, "Friend, this is all a misunderstanding. Please stop." Li Yunxiao didn't care about him, and he raised his left hand high, and the lightning star ring continued to expand, and the entire world fell into a sea of lightning and hell. Lightning world. Boom. Dozens of demonic creatures were instantly swallowed by the lightning star ring, and they directly exploded hundreds of feet away, and the world turned from darkness to green. Pu Chi's chariot was also smashed. Although he wasn't injured by that attack, he understood that he was no match for the person in front of him, and he suddenly turned around to escape. Since he had already killed, how could Li Yunxiao let him escape? A huge figure suddenly appeared in front of the lightning world, and its whole body was covered in lightning. It clenched its fist and punched down, and that punch was like a thunder dragon from the ninth heaven falling to the ground. These demonic creatures were born from the sealed land, and they had never seen lightning in their lives. That shocking power, and the attribute of extreme yang, just happened to be able to restrain them. Pu Chi was immediately scared out of his wits, and his body rapidly expanded. He waved his fists, and a wave of fist light covered the sky, trying to block that vast punch. Boom! The lightning fist collided with the sky full of black fist shadows, and the sky suddenly exploded, and the vast green fist power struck down, shaking the inside, and completely swallowing Pu Chi. Li Yunxiao withdrew his hand seal, and the ancient bell and hammer were both put away. Only then did the sky full of lightning dissipate, and darkness returned. However, this darkness was abnormally quiet, and it was full of people just a moment ago, but now it was deathly still. Pu Luo was completely stunned, and he stood rooted to the ground with his mouth wide open. Under the lightning world, not only were the corpses and bones of those demonic creatures gone, even the demonic qi was swept away, and a large amount of overwhelming extreme yang qi spread in the air. Pu Luo's face was even paler than before, and it took a while for the blood to return to his face, and he looked slightly better. He knew that Li Yunxiao was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Lord Pu Chi, who was second only to the three lords, couldn't even block one move from this person. "Let's go." Li Yunxiao said lightly, "These people are all dead. The three lords will definitely blame this on you. If you don't follow us, you will die. If you follow us, you might be able to live." Pu Luo knew that he was telling the truth. He nodded and said, "Okay, I hope the two of you can save my life." He immediately took the lead and flew into the whirlpool. He didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Li Yunxiao, Ling Mudi, and the others also entered and flew down from the whirlpool. At the same time, somewhere in the sealed land, 9 copper lamps were lit. They were burning with a weak light the size of soybeans. The copper lamps were arranged according to some kind of array. An old man was sitting inside. His face was stiff and full of wrinkles. He looked like a corpse, as if he hadn't moved for hundreds of years. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and looked extremely shocked. The beam lights flickered and danced, illuminating a figure. "Dynasty bell. It's my dynasty bell." The old man was a little excited, and his body trembled. His skin, which was as pale as a corpse, suddenly became moist. All the wrinkles began to relax, and blood could clearly be seen flowing in his blood vessels. "Who entered this sealed land and even brought my imperial bell?" After a while, the old man's face changed completely. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. His skin was like jade, and his face was rosy. The old man's figure flashed and disappeared into the 9 copper lamps. The beam lights also went out. After Li Yunxiao and the others entered the entrance of the 5th floor, they clearly felt that the demonic qi was much thicker than before. It was almost comparable to the ancient devil's well. Pu Luo said, "From this floor onward, the three lords will pay attention to you. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to several days on the 6th floor. Anyone who can be rewarded by the three lords will be allowed to cultivate here. That is a great honor and fortune. Back then, I fought for Lord Pu Li. After the three lords reconciled, I was given the right to cultivate on the 5th floor for 3 years. That is why I have my current strength and can manage the 11th floor." Speaking of this, he suddenly thought of Pu Tuesday, thinking that Pu Tu was already dead. All his hatred disappeared. If he could survive this, he might be able to return to the 11th floor and take over again. However, when he thought about how he had offended the three lords, he knew that it would be difficult for him to survive. Thus, he hoped that following these two would give him a chance at survival. "We're almost there, be careful. There are guards at the entrance," Pu Luo said in a deep voice, his eyes looking forward. There was a faint pressure coming from the exit. Li Yunxiao said, "A total of 4 people, their strength is equivalent to a 6-star intermediate Emperor Wu, even weaker than that Pu Qi." Pu Luo was speechless. Pu Qi was in existence second only to the three lords, but in his eyes, he was so unbearable. He didn't know what kind of realm Emperor Wu was at, but the fact that Li Yunxiao could sense the other party's cultivation was really shocking. Ling Mudi said, "We still don't know who the real owner of the sealed land is. Try not to kill anymore. Let's charge through." "All right." Li Yunxiao's body turned into a bolt of lightning that enveloped everyone. In a flash, they had crossed 3,000 meters and charged out of the exit. What was that? There were indeed 4 guards at the exit. Their vision blurred, and they saw a green light flash past. When they looked again, they had already disappeared without a trace. "Just now, that was," one of them said in shock, "it can't be a conveying light, can it?" Another person was shocked and scolded, "What's with your eyes? It should be an energy beam. How can there be such a fast conveying light in this world?" Just now, there seemed to be a tremor on the 6th floor. This beam of green light might be related to that tremor. One of them said in shock, "The power of the tremor can penetrate the whirlpool and reach the 5th floor. What exactly happened up there?" The last person said, "Don't worry about it. Pu Qi is in charge of the matters up there. If even he can't handle it, there's nothing we can do. Just guard this place well. Don't worry about anything else. Otherwise, the hard-earned chance to guard will be gone." Yes, yes, yes. No wonder Big Brother has been guarding the 5th floor for more than 100 years and hasn't been removed. The others have been replaced every 3 or 4 years. So there's a reason. I'm so envious. Humph, I don't have any other skills. I just don't care if it's none of my business. This way, not only can I stay on the 5th floor for a few more years, but I can also live longer. The few guards chatted for a while, then shut up and continued to meditate and cultivate. The thunder evasion flew for thousands of feet, out of the detection range of the few guards before stopping. Li Yunxiao retracted the lightning around his body and restrained his aura. The surroundings suddenly became dark, and even vital power waves could not be sensed from his body. Pu Luo was shocked. He looked at the person in front of him in a new light. Perhaps he could really find a chance to survive by following them. He continued to explain, "Although the 5th floor is controlled by the 3 lords, there are very few cultivators here. Most of them are allocated to creatures of other floors who have made contributions. Also, this floor has an extremely important function, and that is a place for duels. Any creature that wants to engage in a life-and-death duel can apply to enter." The density of devil qi in the 5th floor was already comparable to that of the ancient devil's well. When Li Yunxiao swept out with his divine sense, he discovered that some extremely dense devil qi was sticking together like clouds, continuously condensing. It seemed to possess the characteristics of the lowest level of creatures, like the embryonic form of devil qi. Pu Luo suddenly opened his mouth wide and fiercely bit down on a ball of concentrated devil qi in front of him, swallowing it in one gulp. Hee, these things are great supplements. It's impossible to have them in the 5th floor and above. He licked his lips and explained to Li Yunxiao and the others, a little embarrassed. The crocodile was also swallowing the astral winds along the way, happily eating. Its flickering eyes became sharper, and its strength seemed to have increased significantly. Li Yunxiao patted the crocodile's head and said, "Don't waste time, there should be better things down there." Although he was talking to the crocodile, Pu Luo's body trembled as if he was being reprimanded. He didn't dare to eat the devil qi anymore, and quickly fled into the distance. A few hours later, a huge piece of land appeared in front of him. Not only were there wastelands and mountain ranges, but they actually saw rivers and lakes for the first time. Gusts of chilly wind blew on those lakes, and as the water rippled, powerful auras seeped out from time to time. It's the Upper Yin Lake, the only lake in the 5th floor and above. I don't know if there's more down there. There's a monster called Upper Yin in this lake, and that's how it got its name, Pu Luo explained. The few of them flew close to the lake's surface. Li Yunxiao suddenly stopped and said, "What's that Upper Yin thing?" Pu Luo shook his head and said, "I've never seen it either. It's said that it has a fish head and a human body, and can control aquatic creatures. It's extremely huge." Li Yunxiao said, "Then can this thing be hidden in the astral winds?" Pu Luo was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "I don't know about that. Since this demon is a creature of the water, it shouldn't be able to, right?" Li Yunxiao put two of his fingers together and drew a line in front of him. Instantly, the fog on the lake's surface was cut open, and the astral winds in all directions dispersed like a curtain being lifted. Screech! Pu Luo jumped in fright. A huge fish head appeared in front of them, and its eyeballs were staring at them. Screech! Upper Yin, it's the monster Upper Yin! Pu Luo cried out involuntarily. That fish head was really too big, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly turned around and fled. However, that fish-headed monster opened its mouth and sucked in. Instantly, wind and waves surged in the lake, and a large amount of air was sucked into its stomach. Pu Luo was affected by the suction force, and he tumbled a few times in the air, then flew backwards as well. "My lord, save me, save me!" Li Yunxiao and Muddy, as well as the crocodile and the heaven-patrolling bull, were all standing where they were, safe and sound. No matter how the air tore at them, it couldn't shake them in the slightest. The crocodile suddenly darted out, and directly turned into a gust of astral wind. It wrapped around Pu Luo, dragged him down from the side of the Upper Yin's mouth, and flew back to Li Yunxiao's side. He was so frightened that he couldn't stop trembling. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, my lord, thank you, friend." He didn't know how to address the crocodile, but it had saved his life, so he could only call it a friend. The crocodile was intelligent. Its eyeballs turned to look at him, then turned back to stare in front of it. When Upper Yin saw that the meat in its mouth had flown away, it let out a few strange cries. With a paw sound, it clasped its hands in front of its body, causing countless splashes of water. The splashes of water all stopped in the air, and formed into water droplets, which shot out fiercely. "Eh?" Li Yunxiao revealed a shocked expression. Those water droplets actually grew wings in the air. They were actually a type of transparent insect, and they were as lethal as marbles. Heaven and earth water elemental. Li Yunxiao's hands formed a circle in front of his body, and a circle of water light spread out. The water elemental energy that filled the sky transformed into a barrier, and all the insects that came into contact with the water were immediately stuck. On the water elemental barrier, elemental energy was emitted from Li Yunxiao's palms, and ripples spread out. All the insects struggled with all their might, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free. Upper Yin's fish eyes widened, and it suddenly turned its head downwards, wanting to return to the lake. Ling Muddy said, "Although this thing looks demonic, it's still quite intelligent. It knows that it's no match for us, so it wants to escape. Let it go." Li Yunxiao nodded, and elemental energy surged out of his hands. The water elemental barrier exploded, and with a paw sound, countless splashes of water splashed out. All the insects died, and a large number of them fell into the water. That monster Upper Yin didn't dare to show its head again, and the journey was peaceful. The few of them quickly flew over the lake, and entered the sky above the mountain range. There were many powerful auras coming up from below, and as far as the eye could see, they could see sparkling green light, and moss everywhere. It was very exuberant. Ling Muddy said, "I can understand why the power of the seal evolved 33 layers of space, but it's very difficult to evolve such a huge continent without the origin of Earth. Now that I think about it, there were indeed several powerful Earth attribute treasures that were destroyed back then. Perhaps it was the fragments of those treasures that evolved into the continent." Pu Luo didn't understand, and pointed ahead. "The entrance to the 4th layer is in the center of this continent. There's an abyss that leads straight down, but it's heavily guarded, so it's very difficult to go down. But with the abilities of the two sirs, it naturally won't be a problem." Li Yunxiao said, "You think too highly of us. Among those guards, there's an extremely powerful person, and he's already discovered us." "What?" Pu Luo was shocked. They were still thousands of miles away from the abyss. Though the guards were elites of the 5th level, it was still impossible for them to lock onto the enemy from thousands of miles away. He had his suspicions. Though he didn't believe it, he believed in Xianxia's strength and judgment. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the center of a mountain range. Below them was a huge abyss. Demonic energy and chilly wind constantly gushed out, bottomless. On one side of the abyss, on top of a mountain peak, a group of people stood quietly. They all had strange and disgusting expressions. Their powerful auras were not released. They looked at them coldly, as if waiting for their arrival. At the very front was a throne. A man with 2 horns on his head sat lazily on it. His hands were crossed in front of him, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Master Pu Shu. Pu Luo suddenly saw the man. He was so scared he almost fell. His face was completely pale. The man raised his head. His cold eyes swept past Xianxia and the others. Finally, his eyes landed on Pu Luo. I remember you are one of Pu Li's subordinates? Pu Luo was terrified. He trembled. Yes, master. Pu Shu waved his hand. Don't be nervous. I know you were forced by these people. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Pu Luo was stunned. How could he be so reasonable? He almost thought he heard wrong. Thank you, master. Pu Shu looked satisfied. He then looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. Are you two from the 33 heavens? Xianxia looked at the man in front of him. He was taller and stronger than normal people. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. He was extremely intelligent. He exuded the aura of a superior. Though his face was calm, his eyes were filled with unconcealable arrogance. All the divine senses that swept over were swallowed by the darkness in front of him. But with the help of wondrous spell spirit eyes, this man's strength was most likely extraordinary. Yes. Xianxia answered unhurriedly. Pu Shu's expression changed. He slammed his right palm on the armrest. His fingers crushed the stone armrest. He could not hide the shock and excitement in his heart. The demonic creatures behind him were also shocked, and all sorts of uproars sounded as they whispered to each other. The two of you are really from the outside world. May I ask how it came about? Pu Shu's eyes lit up and he stood up excitedly, unable to control himself. Xianxia did not hide anything and said that he was swept into the spatial turbulence during the explosion of a spatial profound artifact. When he woke up, he was already here. Spatial profound weapon? Turbulence? Pu Shu was stunned for a moment, his face full of disappointment. He shouted, So, you only entered by accident? He sat back on the throne in disappointment, and said in a daze, Then you also don't know the way to leave? Xianxia said without batting an eyelid, This is also the reason why I'm here. You've all stayed in this sealed area for a long time. Don't tell me there's no way to leave? Pu Shu sneered, then snorted, and said, If we could leave, who would want to stay in this godforsaken place? Xianxia became silent. In all fairness, the cultivation resources here were not bad, but they were only limited to the lower levels. Moreover, they were all occupied by the strong. However, the space for everyone to move around was too small. It was indeed a little hard to accept staying in a place like this for the rest of their lives. Ling Mudi suddenly said, Do you know where the formation spirit is? Formation spirit? Pu Shu sneered and said, How can you be sure that there will be a formation spirit here? Ling Mudi said, The formation space evolved 33 levels. If there is no formation spirit causing trouble, how can it be realized? Pu Shu sighed and said, If there really is a formation spirit, then that would be great. Everyone, please follow me. Ling Mudi was stunned and said, To where? Pu Shu sneered and said, Don't you want to go to the lowest level? The lowest level is where Lord Pu Shu is sealed. No one can go there. I'll bring you to the second level. Ling Mudi said, All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Pu Luo was a little stunned. He didn't expect the matter that he was worried about to be solved so easily. It seemed that Pu Shu didn't have any ill intentions towards them. Pu Shu and the other devils flew into the abyss and led the way. Xianxia, Pu Luo, and the others followed closely behind. Entering the fourth level, even Pu Luo was very nervous and apprehensive. Even he had never been to this level before. His eyes constantly looked around. Because after entering the fourth level, everyone's divine sense was greatly suppressed. Li Yunxiao felt that the power of his divine sense had weakened by 70 to 80%. He could only detect a very short distance. But he wasn't worried. If even his divine sense was so strong, there was no need to talk about the others. Pu Shu turned around and looked at him and said, within the 33 levels, the power possessed by each level is different. Not only is it reflected in the acquisition of energy, but it is also related to the rules and comprehension. Take Pu Luo for example. No matter how he cultivates, if he can't enter the fourth level, he will be stuck at this level for the rest of his life. It will be difficult for him to advance further. Pu Luo was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He was stunned on the spot, but he knew that Pu Shu wouldn't lie to him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow in his heart. It turned out that all his years of hard work had been in vain. The key to advancement lay in the location. Li Yunxiao said, then where does my lord usually cultivate? Has he also reached a bottleneck that he can't break through and needs to go down another level? Pu Shu laughed and said, haha, go down another level? I naturally cultivate on the second level. If I go down another level, hee hee. Li Yunxiao seemed to hear something and asked, how about going down another level? Pu Shu said, you'll know in a moment. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Soon, everyone arrived at a whirlpool. The demonic energy and astral winds inside were like a tsunami that surged towards everyone. Pu Shu said, be careful here. From the fourth level onwards, the passage downwards becomes very dangerous. After saying this, he led his subordinates and dived into the whirlpool. Soon, they disappeared. Hearing Mu Di saw that Li Yunxiao didn't move and asked in confusion, what, is there something wrong? Li Yunxiao said, the suppression on divine sense here is too strong. I can't explain it clearly. I can only see some danger, but it's nothing to us. Hearing Mu Di said, then let's go down. Pu Shu has already gone down, so there shouldn't be any danger. The few of them dived down and discovered that there were demonic beings in the whirlpool. They cried out strangely and bit towards them. These demonic beings naturally wouldn't harm Li Yunxiao, but his feet suddenly stopped. He actually stepped on hard ground. Looking down, his feet were like metal plates. There was a suction force that kept increasing, firmly sucking him into the ground. Not only him, but the others were the same. It was as if their weight had increased by tens of thousands of times. The bones in their bodies were about to be crushed, and they couldn't even lift their feet. The crocodile struggled and turned into astral winds, spinning on the ground. It could only rise a few meters into the air. After a few breaths, it turned back into its crocodile form. It swayed left and right, but it couldn't break free. Hearing Mu Di said in shock, not good, we're trapped. Pu Luo's entire body was sprawled on the ground, letting out painful moans. His flesh and bones were all compressed together. Li Yunxiao frowned. He felt that there were many powerful auras in the surroundings, all floating in the air. He didn't understand why they were fine. Hee hee, don't you think it's strange? Pu Shu's voice traveled over. Then, he appeared in front of them, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Li Yunxiao said honestly, it's a little strange. Why do you want to deal with us, and why aren't you affected by this place? I hope you can explain. Pu Shu laughed lightly and said, actually, it's very simple. First, since you guys were swept in by the space storm, it means that you definitely can't get out. Since you can't get out, it means that you'll have to stay in the 33 heavens for the rest of your lives. In the end, you'll definitely have to fight with us for the resources in the lower levels. In other words, we'll be enemies sooner or later. Li Yunxiao said, I understand. It's just that you're thinking too far ahead. I'll definitely be able to get out. He didn't know where he got his confidence from, but when he said it, Pu Shu was stunned. It was as if it was true. Haha, that sounds like it's true. Pu Shu laughed wildly and said, if you want to get out of this place, it's not that there's no way. The simplest way is to break this formation. But can you do it? Break this formation. Li Yunxiao was silent for a moment. Not to mention that he couldn't do it, even if he could, he wouldn't do it. Pushu laughed coldly and said, since you can't do it, then what's the point of talking about getting out? In the end, won't you still have to fight with us? The resources in the 33 heavens are really too scarce. There's no more room for you guys to demand. Li Yunxiao said, I'll think of a way to get out. Haha, the ignorant are fearless. Pushu sneered. Clearly, he didn't want to say any more. He waved his hand and shouted, kill. Those subordinates immediately rushed over. Every one of them had a sinister smile on their faces. Powerful auras exploded from their bodies. Li Yunxiao was shocked and hurriedly said, you haven't answered my second question. Why are we the only ones who are restricted here? Pushu laughed and said, would I be so stupid as to tell you guys? His eyes were filled with killing intent and ridicule. At this moment, many figures appeared from the surrounding darkness again, gradually appearing in front of Li Yunxiao. Those figures were divided into two factions, coming out from the left and right. When they got closer, they could feel powerful auras. One of them said, these people are just SOSO. Pushu, you're too sensitive. Pushu snorted coldly and said, sensitive? Don't overestimate yourself. Although our strength can dominate the 33 heavens, we're not familiar with the beings from the outside world. Who knows what kind of divine abilities and martial skills they have? We have to be careful. Moreover, they came to the 5th level unscathed. We have to be cautious. Another person said, being able to smoothly reach the 5th level is only because that traitor led the way. Pushu said unhappily, less nonsense. Since we've already started fighting, then let's attack together. Don't give them any chance. Chance? Haha, the three of us are attacking together. With this 100,000 times gravity, you're talking about a chance? Haha. One person sneered. Li Yunxiao's heart shook. He knew that the 3 overlords of the 33 heavens were all here. The people on both sides gradually revealed themselves. There were 20 to 30 people on each side, and they were all black like the surroundings. Pu Luo said with a trembling voice, Pu. Master Pu Li. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was unknown whether it was because of the 100,000 times gravity, or because he was frightened by his superior. A tall figure on the left sneered, Master Pu Luo, I don't know you. Don't try to claim connections at this time. Pu Luo, the person on the right said coldly, why are you still talking to them? Just activate the little Hongmeng Earth tablet and send them to the next world. Pu Shu and Pu Li shouted at the same time, all right. The person on the right was Pu Zai. He made a hand sign with one hand, and at the same time, threw out a jade tablet, which turned into countless runes. Pu Shu and Pu Li also threw out a jade tablet at the same time, but the colors were different. There were red, green, and purple lights, which gathered in the sky and turned into a white light fog. Inside the fog, there were large amounts of runes. The place where Li Yunxiao and the others stood also became brighter. Pillars of light shot into the sky, connected to the white fog, as if it was a prison. Ah! Pu Luo let out a tragic cry. All the bones in his body were broken, and his muscles were crushed. The gravity on the earth tablet was still increasing. Pu Zai and the other two had cold expressions on their faces, the corners of their mouths curled into a mocking smile. They looked like they were about to catch a turtle in a jar, waiting to see the few of them being crushed by the gravity. Ling Mudi frowned and stared at his feet for a while. He said, it really is a fragment of the Hongmeng Earth tablet. Is it the remains of a few powerful treasures? Li Yunxiao's body glowed with a golden light. Even the indestructible golden body felt uncomfortable under this pressure, let alone the others. The crocodile almost couldn't maintain its form. It vaguely turned into the shape of a wind and spun on the earth tablet. Li Yunxiao shouted, be careful. He raised his hand, and the Tusada heavenly peak flew up, emitting 6 colors of light. Just as it flew up into the sky, it suddenly sank down and smashed towards the earth tablet. The Tusada heavenly peak condensed 6 kinds of earth elements, and its weight was immeasurable. Now, it became 100,000 times heavier. As soon as this mountain appeared, Pu Zai and the other two immediately felt something strange and a bad feeling emerged in their hearts. However, before they could even react, the Tusada heavenly peak began to descend, and before the six-colored light could even touch it, the land medallion shattered into countless fragments. Hoo-hoo! The Xian artifact shattered into powder and exploded on the group of devils. Everyone was caught off guard and were completely unprepared. The powder splashed all over their bodies, causing them great pain. Ah! Many of the monsters grimaced in pain and cried out incessantly. By this point, the Tusida Heavenly Peak had expanded to 10 times its original size, and the surrounding space was constantly rotating around it. How could this be? Li Yunxiao was also shocked by the incredible weight that was building up around the Tusida Heavenly Peak. It was almost as if the entire peak had been compressed together into a single point of extreme weight, which was like a black hole that was constantly devouring everything around it. Ling Mudi shouted, "Be careful! The weight of the Tusida Heavenly Peak has increased by more than 10 times, and this layer of space can't bear it anymore. It's going to collapse." Space collapsing? Pu Zai and the others were dumbfounded. They did not understand what space collapsing meant, but judging from the current situation, it was definitely not a good thing. Although the Hongmeng Earth Medallion could increase the weight by 100,000 times, or even more, it had to be within the rules of this layer. The Tusida Heavenly Peak was affected by the Earth Medallion, and its gravity instantly increased by more than 10 times, completely crushing the rules of space. The entire Earth Medallion and the first layer could not bear it anymore, and instantly exploded. The entire space of the fourth layer, with the Tusida Heavenly Peak as the center, shrank rapidly, announcing the complete destruction of the first layer. Not only was the fourth layer destroyed, but even the upper and lower layers, as well as the third and fifth layers, were moving towards the center and gradually fusing into one. Li Yunxiao also noticed this change. After the fourth layer had completely shrunk into the black hole created by the Tusida Heavenly Peak, an extremely narrow horizontal plane appeared in the original position of the fourth layer. It was not a single plane, but the difference in the density of the demonic chi in the third and fifth layers was so great that it formed two distinct worlds. The plane spreading up and down meant that the two spaces had officially begun to fuse. Not only Pu Zai and the others, even Li Yunxiao and Ling Mudi were a little stunned by this change. No one knew how heavy the Tusida Heavenly Peak was, but to be able to completely erase a layer of space by increasing its weight by 10 times in an instant, such a powerful force could even shatter a Void Divine Realm expert into pieces. Only after the fourth layer was completely erased did the distorting power around the Tusida Heavenly Peak disappear. Li Yunxiao patted the Tusida Heavenly Peak and kept it. Then, lightning surged from his body, and he formed a thunder seal with both hands. The thunder star ring spread out from the surroundings, enveloping the entire area. He was like a thunder god descending to the world, holding a hammer with one hand and staring coldly at the group of demons. Pu Zai and the others trembled, and only then did they recover from the shock. They could not help but feel the surging sea of lightning, which was like a wantonly ocean of the power of a world, and they could not help but be shocked. "Your Excellency, please wait." Pu Shu was the first to call out. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said embarrassedly, "We were presumptuous before. Your Excellency actually has such a shocking profound weapon, perhaps you can really get out. As long as there is hope to get out, you and I are no longer enemies, but friends." "Friends? You wanted to kill us just now, how can we become friends so easily? The three of you, each take one move from me. If you don't die, then you are qualified to talk about being friends with me." As soon as Li Yunxiao finished speaking, he formed a thunder seal, and his figure became blurred. Pu Shu and the others were shocked and angry. They did not expect that in the eyes of the other party, they were so weak that he actually wanted to kill them with one move. That kind of humiliation and anger was even worse than shock. "Fine, I want to see how you can defeat us with one move. Do you think a lunatic from the outside world can look down on people like this?" Pu Shu shouted angrily, and saw a flash of green light. Li Yunxiao, who had disappeared, appeared in front of him, and struck out with a thunder palm. Originally, he thought that the other party would definitely take advantage of the situation after making a promise of one move and suddenly disappearing. He did not expect that the other party would make a move so openly, completely not putting him in his eyes. Wah wah. Pu Shu was extremely angry, and a large amount of devil energy surged out of his body, and directly formed a seal. Under Xianxia's thunder seal, the purple thunder shot out like a sharp sword, piercing through the devil seal, shaking into Pushu's body and exploding. Pung! 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 In this gloomy 33 heavens, there had never been such a thing as thunder, let alone the world-extinguishing purple thunder. Pushu's hands first exploded, and both of his arms broke into pieces. Then, a large hole was blasted in his chest, and he screamed in pain. A large amount of devil energy surged out of his body, like a deflated balloon. A mass of black energy enveloped his entire body, and a large amount of devil cries came from within. Soldier disintegration. Puli and Puzai were shocked, and their faces instantly turned pale. Pushu's current state was that of soldier disintegration. The devil energy that he had accumulated through thousands of hardships was crazily leaking out. Even if he did not die, his strength would drop. Both of their hearts fell into an abyss, and they felt cold. They knew that they had met an unprecedented expert. What made them even more afraid was that after the attack, Xianxia's cold gaze swept across them, and he disappeared again. The two of them were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated, and dispersed their devil energy, protecting the surrounding area of 300 feet. Puli grabbed with both hands, and a devil blade flipped out. There were more than 10 devil heads on the blade, and all of them opened their mouths, spitting out devil energy. As he waved the blade, it turned into a sea of blade shadows that flickered around his body. Puzai put his palms together, and a bottle appeared from the top of his head, hanging 30 feet high. That bottle had a large amount of runes drawn on it, and at this moment, it was as if they had come alive, flying out from the bottle. Both of them were ready for battle, and they appeared in their strongest state. Suddenly, a white lotus flower appeared in the sky above Puzai. It was half an acre in size, and the white lotus was like fire, dazzling in the dark night outside the pavilion as it slowly descended. Puzai's heart shook, and he knew that Xianxia had come. He shouted loudly, and raised his hand high up. That bottle seemed to have lost its support, and directly fell down. It was caught by both hands, and suddenly shone upwards. The mouth of the bottle faced that lotus flower, and Puzai shouted, "Absorb." The lotus flower instantly trembled, as if it had encountered a storm. The petals swayed in the wind, and one by one, they all flew into that bottle. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as the petals were about to fly into the bottle, they suddenly turned into devil fiends. The petals that filled the sky became devil, and like a torrential rain, they flew down from the sky, and the space was directly set on fire. Boom! Boom! After those white devil fiends flew down, they all exploded, and the sound came one after another. They turned into a sea of fire, and swallowed Puzai. Ah! Puzai's scream also sounded, and his whole body was burning up. That bottle even exploded in the fire. Save me, save me! Puzai screamed in pain, and ran towards Puli, wailing, "Save me!" Puli's face turned white, and boundless fear surged in his heart. The devil blade swayed, and a large amount of devil energy flew out, while he himself held the blade and turned to escape. Just 2 moves, and one person was killed, and it was hard to say if the other person could survive. This terrifying scene broke through the inner force that Puli's heart could withstand. How could he dare to take on the attack, and he was so scared that he directly fled. Xianxia appeared in the sky, and just as he was about to give chase, he suddenly became sluggish. He saw that the escaping Puli's body suddenly flew up, as if someone had grabbed him and thrown him over. Puli's body somersaulted a few times in the air, and directly stopped in front of Xianxia. He held the blade and stood up in a sorry state, and looked around in fear, as if there were terrifying monsters on both sides. Xianxia, on the other hand, completely ignored him, and his devil eyes flashed as he looked forward. A astral wind flashed past and blew past him. That Puzai's body also flew up, and a large amount of devil energy burst out, peeling the ice fiend heart flame from his body, and he also started to enter the state of soldier disintegration. The astral wind blew in front of them. And gradually an old man's figure appeared from within. The old man wore a grey robe, and his hair and beard were all white, but his face was rosy, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. "Lord, Lord!" When Puli saw the old man, he instantly trembled in fear, and hurriedly went forward to pay his respects, and actually knelt down in front of everyone. The old man waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew past, lifting Puli up. At the same time, two waves of devil chi gushed out from his body, wrapping around Pu Zai and Pu Shu, interrupting their dismemberment process. They quietly floated in the air, nourished by the devil chi. The appearance of the old man shocked all the demonic creatures. They only knew that the three controllers were the strongest existences in the 33 heavens, but they never knew that there was such a mysterious expert like the old man. Even Lord Pu Li had to kneel down in front of him. The demonic creatures were all stunned on the spot. Pu Li's sharp gaze swept across, and he shouted, "Quickly greet Lord Shibei." "Greetings, Lord Shibei." Under Pu Li's pressure, the demonic creatures hurriedly went forward to greet him, and directly knelt down. The old man turned a deaf ear to these existences, as if they were nothing in his eyes. He only looked at Li Yunxiao and the others, and finally stopped at the heaven patrolling bull. His pupils shrank, and a bright light burst out. "Heaven patrolling bull, where did this thing come from?" Lord Shibei immediately said the name of the heaven patrolling bull, and waves of ripples appeared in his eyes, flickering with tricolored divine lights. "Moo!" The heaven patrolling bull raised its head and called out. Its huge body swayed a few times, and its tail swayed up and down. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he turned to look at Ling Mudi, only to see that his eyes were closed, and his face was as cold as God-tempered steel, without any expression. But Li Yunxiao could see the fluctuations of emotions in Ling Mudi's heart. He closed his eyes, not wanting to reveal his own emotions. Immediately, he had some guesses about Lord Shibei's origin, and Li Yunxiao said, "Since you know this heaven-patrolling bull, and you are in this sealed land, could it be that you are also a remnant of the demon-sealing war?" Lord Shibei's body trembled slightly, and the ripples in his eyes dissipated, becoming clear again. He stared at Li Yunxiao, and said, "Since you know the sealed land, and have come here, you must be a fated person. Is the imperial bell with you?" Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He had rung the bell to exorcise the demon. Could it be that the bell had been heard by this person? He saw that Ling Mudi's eyes were still closed and he didn't say anything. He didn't know what he was thinking. Since this person in front of him was an elder from the demon-sealing war, he was a friend and not an enemy. He answered honestly, "That's right." Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and a golden light flew up, turning into a dynasty bell in the sky. Suddenly, the golden light on the imperial bell shone brightly. The runes carved on the walls of the bell suddenly came alive. They appeared in the air and revolved around the body of the bell. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The bell had never been so lively before. It was so lively that it almost went out of his control. He quickly reached out to grab the bell. Dang! The ancient bell rang automatically, and the sound waves rippled downwards, causing his hand to pause. Soon after, the ancient bell spun twice in the air and flew directly towards Shibei, landing in his hand. Lord Shibei's eyes were filled with nostalgia and excitement as he gently stroked the body of the clock. The ancient bell let out an excited chime, and the flute did not stop. It was a scene of joy. Li Yunxiao frowned. He immediately understood the reason. In this world, the only person who could control the imperial bell better than him was the original owner of the ancient bell. So Lord is the owner of this bell. A trace of reluctance flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. However, since the bell had fallen into the hands of the other party, it would be difficult to return it. Furthermore, Xian weapons had spirits. As long as the owner was not dead, it would be difficult for others to subdue it. The imperial bell had been in his hands for a period of time, but he still couldn't completely control it. Lord Shibei stroked the bell for a while, but he didn't put it away. He only held it in his palm and said, "I am indeed the owner of this bell. I didn't expect to see it again in this lifetime. It is really regrettable." Lord Shibei was obviously in a good mood. His face was glowing as he stroked his beard and smiled. "This is all thanks to you." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly in his heart. He cupped his fists and said, "Lord, are you the owner of the 33 heavens?" The smile on Lord Shibei's face disappeared, and he became solemn. He said, "I wanted to ask you, how did you enter the 33 heavens?" Because of the other party's identity, Li Yunxiao didn't hold back. He told him everything about how the universe light disk shattered, how he was swept in by the power of space, and how he rode Noah's Ark to enter this place. Universe light disk, Noah's Ark? Lord Shibei muttered to himself. I have heard of that universe light disk. Its full name was Cosmic Aurora Disk. It had the great power to control time and space. It was said to be the possession of the ancient True Dragon. I didn't expect it to split and eventually be destroyed. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. The explosion of the universe light disk opened a space passage, and then used the power of Noah's Ark to travel here. The combination of the two treasures and Xian weapons brought us here. Lord, do you have a way to get out? Lord Shibei said, if I could leave, I wouldn't have been trapped here for 100,000 years. However, the heavenly Tao has its own rules. Since you appeared here, it might be a chance to leave. The Xian weapon you smashed on the 5th floor was the Tusida Heavenly Peak, right? Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and a mini Tusida Heavenly Peak appeared in his palm. It emitted a strong 6-colored light and disappeared in a flash. Lord Shibei was pleasantly surprised. It really is the Tusida Heavenly Peak, and it has merged with 6 kinds of Earth origin sources. With the Heaven Patrol Bull by your side, you must have obtained the inheritance of the Northern Region King, Listening Moody. Li Yunxiao thought that the Listening Moody was right behind him. Unfortunately, things remained the same, people changed, and they didn't know each other. Lord Shibei said, a floor of the 33 heavens was smashed, and it might be a chance to open the seal. Come with me. Open the seal? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He hurriedly said, if the seal is opened, won't the Demon Lord reappear? Lord Shibei said, the Demon Lord of today is not the same as before. Come with me. After the 3rd and 5th floor merged, not only did the space of the 2 floors completely deform, but the whole 33 heavens also changed, and the change was happening subtly. Li Yunxiao and the others followed Lord Shibei and flew into the distance. Puli also followed behind Lord Shibei. The demons were still kneeling there, not daring to move. Pu Shu and Pu Zai were still lying in the air, surrounded and nourished by devil qi. Obviously, Lord Shibei did not want the two to die. Soon, everyone arrived at the entrance of the 2nd floor. The nebula whirlpool was floating in the air, rotating slowly. Everyone flew down and felt that their feet were blocked by a force. It was very hard, and they could touch it, but they couldn't see it. Li Yunxiao lifted his foot and stomped it a few times, making a pung-pung sound. He said in surprise, what kind of barrier is this? It actually gives people such a hard feeling. Lord Shibei smiled. Try to break it. Li Yunxiao put 2 of his fingers together and casually pointed in the air. Suddenly, a sword aura slashed down. With a pung sound, sparks appeared, but it couldn't break the seal. It didn't even leave a trace. Li Yunxiao was surprised, and he frowned as he pondered. Lord Shibei suddenly turned around and looked at Listening Moody. He said doubtfully, this puppet body is made of divine smelted steel, but it's very new. Could it be that the sky of the outside world has lost the rules of the 10 directions? Could it still be made of divine smelted steel? Li Yunxiao said, it's indeed very difficult, but I also worked hard to gather all the materials. Lord Shibei nodded and said, it's been hard on you. He didn't ask any more questions and continued, among the many materials, divine smelted steel is indeed the hardest metal that can be made in this world. And the barrier that seals the entrance of the 2nd floor is a steel barrier created by formation power. It borrowed the name of divine smelted steel, and it's implied to be the hardest barrier. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, if it's so hard, how can we break it? Wouldn't it be troublesome to go back and forth between the 2nd and 3rd floor every time? Lord Shibei said, there's no other way. We can only use force to break it. But it will only last for a breath's time, and then it will automatically recover. Follow me closely and immediately go down when I break this barrier. He looked at the ancient bell in his hand and lovingly stroked it. He was overjoyed and said, with this bell, it will be easier to break the barrier. Lord Shibei raised his right hand, and the imperial bell immediately flew up and emitted endless golden light. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and inserted it into the bell. The body of the bell suddenly shook, and many afterimages appeared on the left and right, dazzling everyone's eyes. They didn't hear the bell ring, but they saw the barrier under their feet start to crack. Clang! The body of the bell trembled for a few breaths before a sound entered everyone's ears. The sound was endless and never stopped. Everyone's eardrums went deaf, and they could only hear the ringing in their ears. They could no longer hear anything. Bang! The steel barrier under their feet instantly shattered and turned into countless crystal-like fragments. However, they didn't have a physical form and were formed by pure energy. They flickered in the vortex. Lord Shibei shouted, "Let's go!" That voice directly shook everyone's heart, and in the blink of an eye, everyone rushed down. Then, those flickering energy crystals condensed again. From shattering to recovering, it really only took a breath's time. The second floor wasn't as dark as the top floor. Instead, there were all kinds of colorful lights flowing in front of them. At a glance, it was much brighter. Moreover, the demonic chi didn't fill the entire space. Instead, it was in the form of lumps that floated in the space like clouds. Some of them floated to the vortex and were directly sucked in, dispersing and covering thousands of miles. After Puli entered the second floor, he seemed somewhat excited. He looked at the floating demonic chi, and his eyes lit up. However, he didn't dare to act on his own. He did his best to restrain the desire in his heart and just licked his lips. Li Yinxiao looked back at the steel spirit formation and asked in confusion, how is it possible to provide such powerful spirit formation power? Could it be the rules of the 33 heavens? Lord Shibei looked at him and said with a smile, what do you think the rules of the 33 heavens are, or who created them? Li Yinxiao said without hesitation, the formation spirit. Lord Shibei was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, you are indeed smart to be able to think of the formation spirit. You are right. The so-called rules of the 33 heavens are actually the formation spirit's power. However, after 100,000 years of evolution, it has become somewhat complicated. Li Yinxiao hurriedly said, is there really a formation spirit? Lord Shibei said, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. This is also the reason why I let you come to the second floor. Perhaps this is the opportunity to break the seal and leave. The crowd followed Lord Shibei and flew forward. The whole second layer was filled with strange energies in the form of clouds. They were distinguished by different colors. The black demonic clouds and the clouds formed by astral winds were quite simple. The other energies were much more complicated. There were at least 2 or 3 kinds, and at most 7 or 8 kinds gathered together. It was quite beautiful. However, when Li Yinxiao's divine awareness swept through those clouds, he was shocked. They contained a terrifying power. Even he was shocked. Lord Shibei avoided those clouds on purpose. He didn't want to attract trouble. After a while, continents started appearing in front of them. They were all very small. The smaller ones were several hundred meters wide, while the bigger ones were several thousand hectares. Lord Shibei stopped on a mountain range on a continent. He looked into the distance and said, Li Yinxiao, do you see those colorful lights? Li Yinxiao looked into the distance. In the sky several dozen miles away, there were dozens of colors spreading out in a ring shape. They were colorful and beautiful. Those rings were like stars embedded together. They were magnificent and beautiful. They covered a part of the sky. That is, Li Yinxiao was surprised. He said in surprise, the center of the 33 heavens formation. There were 33 rings of colorful lights, including the one in the center. They radiated outward and formed a magnificent celestial phenomenon. Lord Shibei said, that's right. This is the sealing formation. The white light in the center leads to the first layer of the demon lord's sealed space. Look at those rings of light carefully. The fourth one is getting weaker, but it hasn't been extinguished. Li Yinxiao pondered for a while and said, the 33 heavens were created by those rings of light. Now, the space is changing. It's affecting the rings of light, but it hasn't caused any substantial change, because it's related to the origin and the end. Lord Shibei praised, you managed to see the crux of the matter at a glance. Not bad. Those rings of light are like seeds. Even if the space is extinguished, as long as it has enough time and power, it can regenerate. But now, the rings of light are affected by the spatial annihilation, and they're getting weaker. Maybe it's the best time to destroy them. Destroy them? Li Yinxiao said in great alarm, if it is broken, the entire seal will be completely destroyed. Not only will the demon lord be born, but all the monsters in the 33 heavens will also swarm toward the heavenly martial arts realm. Shibei glanced at him indifferently and said, if we don't shatter these rings of light, how can we leave this place? I've been imprisoned here for 100,000 years. Do you want to end up like me? Moreover, the demon lord had been sealed for 100,000 years, and his power had been greatly drained. He was no longer the threat he had been in the past. It can be said that this seal has completed its mission, and it's time to undo it. Seeing that Li Yunxiao was hesitating, Lord Shibei smiled and said, "You have inherited the inheritance of the listening Moody, so it's normal for you to be wary of the Devil Master back then. However, I have been with the Devil Master for 100,000 years, so I know him best. Pu's strength has already been reduced by 90%. Even the few of us can easily kill him. Also, unlocking the seal is related to something very important." Li Yunxiao asked, "What is it?" Lord Shibei's eyes flickered as he said seriously, "The 10 Directions rules will return to the heavenly martial arts realm." Li Yunxiao was startled. He cried out involuntarily, "The 10 Directions rules can be restored in the heavenly martial arts realm?" He was extremely shocked. If this was true, then the world's structure in the past 100,000 years would undergo earth-shaking changes, and the heavenly martial arts realm would return to the divine realm it had been 100,000 years ago. Lord Shibei nodded and said, "Of course. However, it will be difficult to restore the world's structure 100,000 years ago without a long period of evolution. Because many of the 10 Directions rules have been drained in the past 100,000 years, the 33 heavens, as well as all kinds of living beings, celestial phenomena, mists, and so on, are consuming the 10 Directions rules. But, as long as the existing 10 Directions rules are returned to the heavenly martial arts realm, as time passes, it will return to the past sooner or later. Otherwise, the heavenly martial arts realm, which has lost the divine realm rules, will slowly decline, and in the end, it will be destroyed." Upon hearing this, Li Yunxiao was dumbfounded. Li Yundi was also startled, and he was lost in his thoughts. Lord Shibei glanced at him and said, "You have already broken through the shackles of the martial path, but you are still not a divine realm expert. As long as the seal of this place is broken, you will instantly reach the pure divine realm, and your lifespan will be extended by several hundred years. In the future, you will have even greater achievements." Li Yunxiao swallowed his saliva with great difficulty to moisten his dry throat. He felt like this matter was very important, and he couldn't make up his mind. "Don't hesitate. Follow me." Lord Shibei waved his hand, and everyone was enveloped by a golden radiance. They flew toward the ring of light. After a short while, they appeared in front of the ring of light. A powerful formation's power was emitted from the front, and Li Yunxiao felt like he was a small boat in a vast ocean, and he could be overturned at any moment. Lord Shibei said, "Don't worry about this formation's power. This is the pillar of the 33 heavens, and it is formed by the 10 Directions rules. If he controls this formation's power to attack us, the 33 heavens will be destroyed, and the seal will be broken." Li Yunxiao was surprised, and he said, "Him? You are talking about? Could it be the formation spirit?" Lord Shibei nodded and said, "It is the formation spirit. The formation spirit is the biggest obstacle to us breaking the seal. After all, this formation is his main body, so how could he let us break it? Moreover, the formation spirit was influenced by the people who had set up the formation in the past, and he is determined to seal the demon master. He won't break it on his own." Li Yunxiao muttered to himself irresolutely for a while, and he seemed to have made a decision. He said, "Then, how can we break the seal?" The 10 Directions rules didn't just affect the survival of a realm, as well as the future development of the heavenly martial arts realm, it was also directly related to their lifespans. How long they could walk on the divine path depended on how long their bodies could live. Moreover, the demon master's power was fading away. Whether it was when he had been possessed in the Red Moon City or when he had fought against De, the power he had displayed had been very limited. Even if he managed to break free, it would be impossible for him to recover his former strength. Regardless of whether it was De or Pu, they might have already become a thing of the past due to the elapse of time. Delight flickered in Lord Shibei's eyes, and he said hurriedly, "Use the Tusita heavenly peak to smash this ring of light, and break it layer by layer. Although it can't be done in one go, I can use the Imperial Bell to cooperate with you, and we can slowly wear down the seal." "Okay, let me try first." Li Yunxiao threw out the Tusita heavenly peak, and it turned into a 6-colored radiance, which fiercely attacked the ring of light. It was like a stone thrown into a vast sea of light. Rumble, boundless rays of light burst forth from all around the mountain peak. Beams of light shot up into the sky and transformed into countless symbols in the sky. It was as if the sky was filled with stars. Then, they turned into a drizzle and fell back into the ring of light, causing ripples in the air. However, only the outermost ring of light was affected, and the inner 32 layers didn't move at all. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows. Even the Tusida heavenly peak didn't seem to have any effect on it, so it was probably too difficult to break the seal. Ha, ha, good, good. Lord Shibei suddenly burst into laughter. It seemed like he was very satisfied with the result, and his eyes lit up. Li Yunxiao had a puzzled look on his face, and he reached out to grab the Tusida heavenly peak. Suddenly, a huge hand of light reached out from the outermost ring of light, and its 5 fingers grabbed down like a mountain, covering the Tusida heavenly peak. The 5 fingers of the hand of light were filled with all kinds of runes, and the palm emitted rays of golden light, locking down the Tusida heavenly peak. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he was shocked to find that he had lost connection with the Tusida heavenly peak. Dang! Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang, and Lord Shibei suddenly threw out the imperial bell. It swayed left and right in the air, and the sound waves lingered in the air. The runes on the hand of light were immediately dispersed by the sound, and the golden light in the palm also shook unsteadily. Li Yunxiao instantly sensed the Tusida heavenly peak, and he immediately made a hand seal. The 6-colored light surged out from the mountain peak, and shot onto the golden light. In an instant, the size of the mountain increased by several times, and the hand of light directly expanded. Dang! The imperial bell leisurely flew over, and when it collided with the hand of light, countless rays of golden light burst out. The Tusida heavenly peak took advantage of the momentum, and like a bamboo shoot, it burst open the palm of the hand of light, exploding into countless runes. Retreat! Lord Shibei lightly shouted, and hurriedly recalled the imperial bell. The Tusida heavenly peak also flew out of the ring of light, and returned to Li Yunxiao's palm. The countless runes on the ring of light revolved in the air, and once again condensed into an arm, which was several times the size of the previous arm, and directly swatted at the two. Don't fight it head-on, let's go. Lord Shibei waved his sleeves, and suddenly, a ray of light enveloped everyone, and they abruptly flew several thousand feet away. The huge palm struck empty air, and the surrounding space rumbled like thunder, and then automatically dissipated. Lord Shibei said, "Hee, how do you feel?" Li Yunxiao frowned, and said, "That seal is very strong, I'm afraid it will be difficult to break in a short time." Lord Shibei looked at him with a smile, and leisurely said, "Of course it will be difficult. If it was easy, this old man wouldn't have been trapped for 100,000 years, but now, I have at least a 50% chance of breaking it." 50%, Li Yunxiao wasn't so optimistic, and he didn't know what Lord Shibei was thinking. Lord Shibei leisurely said, "Don't forget, this old man isn't the only expert in the 33 heavens." Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, and suddenly reacted, and said in surprise, "You mean Demon Lord Pu?" Lord Shibei looked at him, and nodded, "Yes, Pu also hopes to escape. As long as we work together with him, we can delay the formation spirit, or even destroy it, and directly destroy the seal." Li Yunxiao couldn't help but touch his chest, and he felt a burst of coldness. For some reason, he didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong. Lord Shibei said, "You don't need to worry, we are only cooperating with Pu for a short time. Once the seal is broken, we will go our separate ways, and at that time, we can directly kill him." Li Yunxiao said, "Directly kill him? Isn't Lord thinking too simply?" Lord Shibei said, "I know you are worried, but don't worry. This old man has been trapped here for 100,000 years, and no one understands Pu's current state better than me. If he breaks out of the seal, he won't have much strength left." Li Yunxiao said, "Then how do we contact Pu?" Lord Shibei mysteriously smiled, and said, "I have my ways." Lord Shibei walked to the front of the formation light and grabbed forward with his 5 fingers. Specks of golden light gathered from all directions and condensed into a golden token with runes engraved on it. Then, he threw it forward. The golden token turned into a stream of light and flew into the white light at the center with a flicker, disappearing from sight. Li Yunxiao was startled. "Won't the formation spirit destroy it if we use the jade token to send a sound transmission?" Hee. Lord Shibei laughed. I don't know if the formation spirit is too conceited or too stupid. It never stops me from communicating with Pooh, but it doesn't allow anyone to take a step into the formation ring. Soon, a black light flew out from the center of the formation ring and landed in Lord Shibei's hand. His divine sense swept out and immediately grabbed and destroyed the black light. He laughed loudly. Li Yunxiao's heart inexplicably tightened. The connection between him and Demon Lord Pooh seemed to have been triggered again. He could faintly feel the restlessness under the white light seal. Lord Shibei said, Demon Lord just sent a sound transmission saying that the formation spirit has been greatly affected by the changes in the 33 heavens. As long as we work together, we can directly eliminate the formation spirit and slowly wear down the formation light. You are indeed my blessing. The heavens are always right. It seems that the heavens are still good to me. He glanced at Shepherd Flute, Heaven Patrolling Bull, and Crocodile. He chuckled. Shepherd Flute's Heaven Patrolling Bull, Refined Steel Puppet, and a Astral Wind transformation can also be of great help. Let's attack together. After saying that, his skin became much smoother and more spirited. His body seemed to have become slightly fatter. With a flick of his gray sleeve, the imperial bell flew out and swayed on the formation light. The inscriptions on the bell appeared one by one and circled around the ancient bell like a set of bells. As it shook, for clangs rang out incessantly. Li Yunxiao's body and mind shook. When the bell rang, his divine sense was affected, and his mind seemed to become sluggish. However, it was only for an instant before he regained his clarity. After cultivating the great divine evolution technique, although his divine sense might not be comparable to those peak formula path powerhouses, the strength of his soul was stronger than theirs. Being able to affect his mind was already extremely shocking and unexpected. Calm your mind and focus. Lord Shibei was afraid that the sound of the bell would take away his soul. He hastily shouted in a deep voice. Then, he continuously struck with his palms, striking out with all kinds of hand seals on the bell. After images were left behind, and the entire space above the ceiling formation light was disrupted by the ripples. The 33 rings of light also began to ripple. In the blink of an eye, the huge hand of light from before suddenly rushed up and grabbed at the ancient bell. Master Shibei shouted, "Go!" His figure flashed as he dashed forward. His hands grabbed a bull-sized mallet that had golden runes flickering on its surface. Then, he smashed it against the ancient bell. Li Yunxiao felt a piercing pain in his eyes from the golden light, and he was startled. It turned out that the dynasty bell came in a set, and there was also a bell mallet. When the two were combined, a terrifying might was emitted. Clang, the imperial bell trembled, and sound waves rained down. The array spirit's hand was bathed in the sound waves, and it paused for a moment. Ripples also appeared on the arm, and it exploded with a bang, turning into jade-like light spots that fell back into the array. Haha. Lord Shibei laughed wildly and said excitedly, "It's indeed not as strong as before. Li Yunxiao, hurry up and smash it with the Tusita Sky Peak." Li Yunxiao once again took out the Tusita Sky Peak, and it turned into a small mountain that smashed into the array light. Rumble, the mountain smashed into one of the rings of the array light, and ripples of light appeared. Good. Good job. That's it. Clang. Dang, Lord Shibei smashed the bell with all his might, and a large amount of sound waves turned into rain and sprinkled down. Suddenly, the array light began to sparkle, and the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Countless spirit lights turned into silver threads that flew out like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Clang. Clang. Clang, Lord Shibei swung his golden mallet, and a large amount of silver threads were knocked away. However, the dynasty bell and the Tusita Sky Peak were entangled by countless silver threads, and the threads were stretched taut, trying to drag them into the array light. Not good. Lord Shibei's golden mallet knocked on the bell, causing it to sway left and right. Many of the silver threads broke off like hair threads. However, a silver light shot up from below and tied the two Xian artifacts even tighter. Li Yunxiao's figure flashed, and he teleported to the top of the Tusita Sky Peak. He performed a sword art, and 7 baleful ice heart flames appeared around the sword decapitation red, and slashed at the silver threads. Chi! Chi! The entire mountain was engulfed in flames, and all the silver threads were cut off. In an instant, the Tusita sky peak shrunk to the size of a palm, and he kept it back into his body. Lord Shibei was shocked, and he was overjoyed. I forgot that you still have the baleful ice heart flames. Come and help me. Not only the dynasty bell, but also his golden mallet and body were covered in silver threads. The more he struggled, the more chaotic it became. Li Yunxiao extended his sword, and 7 lotus flowers flew out. Roar, a crystal-clear giant beast suddenly rushed out from the array light, and it was the dragon head with the tortoise body. It opened its mouth and spat. Whoosh! Whoosh, white water poured out and rushed towards the 7 lotus flowers. With one sweep, it was like a flood. Although it couldn't extinguish the baleful ice heart flames, it washed away the lotus flowers. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Is this the true form of the array spirit? The dragon turtle roared again, and its body suddenly grew several times bigger. The world turned into a vast ocean, and everyone was swept into the water. Lord Shibei shouted with all his might, "Be careful, don't get swept into the water, or you won't be able to get out." The power of the ocean seemed to be condensed from the power of the 4 seas, and it kept crashing into everyone's bodies. Puli and the Sky Patrol Bull couldn't hold on anymore. Puli shouted, "Lord, save me." Then, the Sky Patrol Bull and the Listening Shepherd's flute also couldn't hold on any longer, and they were about to fall into the whirlpool. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He had the Tusita Sky Peak, which could freeze the space around him, and the water couldn't move. However, seeing that the Sky Patrol Bull and the Listening Shepherd's flute had disappeared, he hurriedly made a hand seal and used a sword to forcefully cut a path in his hand, and he flew down. "Don't go down!" Lord Shibei shouted at the top of his lungs, and his eyes were wide open. However, Li Yunxiao didn't care. The crystal dragon turtle turned around and stared at Lord Shibei with its red eyes. It opened its mouth and shot out countless silver threads. The silver threads shot into the water and wrapped around Lord Shibei and the imperial bell, dragging them down. Lord Shibei was sweating profusely, and he tried his best to resist. However, his body was still slowly sinking, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Finally, with a splash sound, his entire body was swept away by the ocean, and he lost control and immediately fell down. Splash! Splash! The sky full of water roared for a moment, and it gradually calmed down. The water level in the space kept dropping, and all of it flowed into the dragon turtle's mouth. Soon, it drank all the water, and the 33 array lights appeared again. The crystal dragon turtle slowly flew in the air for a while, and then disappeared. When it reappeared, it was in a dusky sky, and below it was an endless land of mountains and rivers. It was deathly silent, and there wasn't a trace of life. There was only chilly wind. The dragon turtle's scarlet eyes looked down. On a rock stratum, Li Yunxiao and the others were looking around in shock. Lord Shibei's face was pale, and he seemed to be in a daze. He muttered, it's over this time." Li Yunxiao asked, "Where is this?" Lord Shibei seemed to have suffered a great blow, and he stood there in a daze, not uttering a word. Puli looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "This is Lord Puli's sealed land, the first layer of the 33 heavens." The first layer. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he immediately spread his divine sense. Everything within a radius of a few hundred miles was within his perception range. Other than the chilly wind, there was also a terrifying devil chi in the ground, and even the rock stratum was dyed pitch black. "Ha ha ha, you didn't think that we would meet again one day, right? Lord Shibei." The ground trembled, and the terrifying devil chi seeped out from the ground. It was like an ocean of devil chi that enveloped everyone. Li Yunxiao hurriedly made hand signs, and his body was covered with demonic marks. He allowed the devil chi to rush towards him, and he absorbed a lot of it. This change stunned Puli, and he looked at him strangely. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with fear towards the demon lord. A large amount of devil chi gathered in the sky, and soon, a figure was condensed, and he looked down with a cold expression. The demon lord Puli looked dignified, and he looked like the clone of an emperor. However, he had the aura of a superior, and it was as if all living beings were bowing down to him. Puli couldn't help but tremble, and he finally knelt down, prostrating on the ground. Li Yunxiao also felt the suppression of the devil chi. He made hand signs, and the demonic marks on his body disappeared, and he transformed into the indestructible golden body. Rays of light shot out in all directions, and only then did he manage to resist the suppression. Hee. Pu Li's gaze swept across, and it seemed as if he didn't know Li Yunxiao. His gaze fell on Lord Shibei, and he said, "You brat, you have been hiding outside for 100,000 years, hiding like a walking corpse, but in exchange, you are sealed together with me. Ha ha ha, isn't it interesting?" Lord Shibei was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at Pu Li and roared, "It's all because of you, you untrustworthy thing. Didn't we agree to attack together?" Pu Li sneered, and said, "Attack together? How can I attack if I can't get out?" Lord Shibei's face turned red, and it was as if all the blood in his body had rushed up. He roared, "Now that I have come down, you can't get out in this lifetime." Pu Li laughed, and said, "Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter if I can't get out. Anyway, I have been here for 100,000 years, and I have gotten used to it. But you have turned yourself into a corpse for 100,000 years to resist the erosion of time. Every year, you can only resurrect for 2 hours. You have struggled to survive until now, but you ended up being sealed together with me. Can you tell me how big the shadow in your heart is?" Wah, wah, wah. Lord Shibei was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out, and his ruddy skin was about to split open. The sky above his head was affected by his emotions, and circles of vortexes appeared. A terrifying power surged out, and his eyes were spewing fire. "Lord, please don't be angry." Li Yunxiao was shocked. Lord Shibei's current appearance was too frightening. Previously, he had felt that it was strange. Since Lord Shibei was the person who sealed the demon, how could he still be alive until now? Every year, he could only resurrect for 2 hours, and the rest of the time, he would remain in a corpse state, which could minimize the erosion of time. In this way, he had only lived for a total of more than 20 years in 100,000 years. This kind of life was worse than death, but in the end, he ended up like this. Anyone would go crazy. "Don't be angry, esteemed Shibei," Li Yunxiao shouted. Esteemed Shibei looked like he was about to go berserk. "Since the formation spirit is damaged, as long as we work together, we have a high chance of escaping." Red light flashed across esteemed Shibei's face. The whirlpool above his head was like messy hair. It was like the elemental energy in his body was almost out of control. With Li Yunxiao's shout, the irritable emotions were immediately suppressed. The whirlpool gradually converged and dissipated in the sky. Esteemed Shibei gradually regained his senses. He looked at the dragon turtle in the distance with a cold glint in his eyes. "You're right. If we work together, we might be able to kill this dragon turtle and escape." Pu sneered. "Don't be too optimistic. I have fought with this dragon turtle countless times, and I was beaten up every time. I have gotten used to being beaten up for the past 100,000 years." Li Yunxiao's forehead was full of black lines. It was rare to hear such words from a demon master who had dominated the world. It seemed that Pu was indeed quite different from an emperor. Although he was cold and aloof, he didn't have that kind of evil aura. Esteemed Shibei put his palms together and slowly regulated his elemental energy. "Everyone, adjust your state. We will send that formation spirit to heaven together later." His skin expanded and contracted. When it expanded, it looked like it was swollen. When it contracted, it looked like a dried corpse. His bony bones were exposed, and he breathed in and out white aura. That wasn't ordinary elemental energy, it was bright spirit power. This was the first time Li Yunxiao felt the existence of bright spirit power in someone else. It was much stronger than the small ball of bright spirit power in his body. He silently sat down cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the dragon turtle in the sky had disappeared. It seemed to have abandoned them after abandoning them. Pu said, "This formation spirit is only guarding the seal to prevent me from escaping. As long as we don't rush forward, it won't meddle in other people's business." Esteemed Shibei also finished regulating his breathing. He stared at the 33 layers of formation light in the sky for a while and said, "Li Yunxiao, use Tisada Sky Peak to blast that dragon turtle out." Li Yunxiao frowned. He didn't like such a commanding tone, but he couldn't care less at this moment. 6-colored light flashed, transforming into a towering mountain that soared into the heavens. Boom! The peak directly stabbed into the formation light, stirring up ripples. Then, countless silver threads flew out from within, and just like before, they wrapped around the Tushita heavenly peak and dragged it inside. Furthermore, a dragon head could be seen within the formation light, and those silver lines were spat out from its mouth. Its crimson eyes stared downward, as if it was observing everyone's movements. Shibei Shangren immediately shouted, "Attack!" He took the lead and disappeared on the spot. A ray of golden light rushed into the vault of heaven and transformed into his true form not far away from the dragon turtle. He picked up the golden mallet and smashed it towards the dragon's head. Without waiting for a response, Li Yunxiao teleported to the top of the Tushita heavenly peak, where he unleashed a fiery lotus that burned away all of the silver threads. The dragon turtle's head swayed slightly, and its entire body strangely disappeared from its original spot. Esteemed Shibei's hammer hit nothing but air. When the two of them were thousands of feet apart, Demon Master Pu suddenly appeared out of thin air and grabbed at the void. Pa! His 5 fingers seemed to have pierced into something, and with a forceful tug, the dragon turtle was slowly pulled out. Pu's 5 fingers pierced deep into the dragon turtle's face and covered its mouth tightly. He laughed maniacally and said, "Haha, you damned turtle, to think that you would have such a day." The dragon turtle did not show any signs of pain. When it tried to open its mouth but realized that it could not, it shook its head, and its crimson eyes instantly turned scarlet. Then, 2 rays of red light shot out and hit Pu's body. Pu! Pu! 2 ear-piercing sounds could be heard, and 2 holes appeared on Pu's body as if they had pierced through a wall of sand. However, there was no blood. "Haha, go and die." Pu laughed a few times. The two of them had fought for 100,000 years, and they already knew each other well. Pu's 5 fingers clenched tightly, and with a bang, the dragon turtle's entire head and body exploded at the same time, turning into countless crystals. Pu's hands quickly formed seals, and he drew a hexagonal mark, which he pressed forward. Monstrous demonic aura surged out from the mark, and in an instant, hundreds of demonic auras formed, crazily devouring those crystals. The whole sky was filled with the gua-gua sounds of demonic auras, causing Li Yunxiao and Lord Shibei to be dumbstruck. Suddenly, some of the demonic auras stopped, as if they were under the body-fixing spell. Their sinister faces became lifeless, and the color of their bodies also started to turn light blue, and with a bang, they shattered. A gust of wind blew, and countless light blue crystal powder flew out from the hundreds of demonic auras, swirling in the air, and forming the body of a man. "Humph, if you want to condense again, I'm afraid it won't be so easy." Pu raised his right hand, and his index finger suddenly pointed at the body, and a beam of light shot out. Bang! The head of the crystallized man was penetrated, and with the hole in his head as the center, cracks started to appear. Then, there was another ear-piercing sound. In an instant, Pu pointed out hundreds of fingers, and all of them landed on the body of the crystallized man. They were all the major acupoints of the human body. Bang! 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 The crystallized man was instantly turned into a hornet's nest, and his entire body cracked. With a bang, he exploded, and once again turned into countless powder. "Haha, nice, you also have a day like this?" Pu laughed wildly, and with a wave of his hand, a sky full of demonic auras appeared, and they ferociously flew over to devour the powder. Suddenly, the 33 layers of formation light brightened, and a ring of formation light descended. Everywhere it passed, the demonic aura was dispersed, and it was vast. Boom! The formation light landed on the countless demonic auras, and they were completely crushed. And under the protection of the formation light, the light blue powder flew up, and finally condensed into the figure of a man. His entire body was crystal clear, and it was as exquisite as jade. The man raised his hand, and the formation light shrunk, and gathered at the tip of his finger. It was like a ring, and it directly pointed down, as if it was a response to Pu's countless finger lights. Boom! The ring of light suddenly enlarged, and it crushed through space as it flew towards the body of the demon lord. Pu's smile disappeared, and he began to become serious. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and his body immediately turned into a ball of demonic aura. With a flash, he disappeared in front of the formation light. Seeing this, the formation spirit stretched out its 5 fingers, and the formation light immediately stopped. It turned in the air, turned into a light purple bracelet, and flew back. The bracelet was the same color as the formation light, and it quietly stood there, waiting for the demon lord to appear. "What are you still standing there for? Aren't we going to attack together?" Pooh suddenly appeared beside Li Yunxiao and the others, and said, "This is the final form of the formation spirit. The dragon turtle from before was just a kind of appearance that he likes to evolve. The ring in his hand is condensed by the formation light, and there are a total of 33 rings. When the formation rings appear together, it is his strongest state." 33 rings. Li Yunxiao and Lord Shibei cried out involuntarily in shock. Pooh nodded, and said, "What else do you think? If it was a small fry, would I still be suppressed for 100,000 years? If his formation rings are destroyed, then the corresponding space will also lose its foundation, and it will gradually disappear." Lord Shibei's face became gloomy, and he said coldly, "No matter how difficult it is, we have to go, or else we will die here." He glanced at Pooh Li, and said, "You go, too." Pooh Li hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir." He took out his saber, and waited solemnly. Pooh said, "As long as we cooperate well, we still have a chance to leave." He glanced at Li Yunxiao, intentionally or unintentionally. Li Yunxiao was startled, and he didn't understand what Pooh meant. Normally, when two people met, it wouldn't be so calm, as if they were strangers. Li Yunxiao thought, "Is he afraid of Lord Shibei?" He glanced at Listening Flute behind him, and when he saw that Listening Flute didn't react, he couldn't help but have a deeper guess. Listening Flute and Lord Shibei must know each other. They were comrades from 100,000 years ago, and when they met, they pretended to be mindless puppets. There must be something fishy about this. Lord Shibei said, "You have fought with him the most, so you should know how to fight." Pooh said, "This great sealing formation is condensed by the 10 rules of the heavenly martial arts realm, and its formation light can suppress almost everything, so it doesn't have any special weakness. But 100,000 years have passed, and most of its power has been lost, so it has evolved into 33 heavens. Moreover, Li Yunxiao smashed the 4th layer, and I can clearly feel that the formation spirit's power has weakened greatly. But, even so, it will be difficult for us to resist it. Let's stall the formation spirit, while Li Yunxiao continues to use the earth element profound artifact and the ice fiend heart flame to bombard the 1st layer's core formation light. This is the most likely way to break the seal." Lord Shibei immediately said, "Okay, then we will try our best to stall for time, so that we won't have to risk our lives." After they discussed it for a while, they dispersed and used their escape techniques to fly toward the formation spirit. Lord Shibei weaved a spell with one hand, and the Imperial Dynasty's ancient bell became 10 acres large, and it covered the formation spirit. Li Yunxiao held the Tushita Heavenly Mountain with one hand, and teleported to the 1st layer of formation light, then threw the Tushita Heavenly Mountain onto it. The small mountain tumbled in the air, and with each tumble, it became several times bigger, and finally turned into a giant mountain. 6 earth element lights converged into a line, and towered into the core formation light. Boom! The 6 light beams converged, stirring the 1st layer of formation light like waves, and layers of ripples spread to the other 32 layers. The formation spirit's body trembled, and it raised its head to look at the core formation light. Its crystal-clear facial features were indistinguishable, but a hint of surprise could be seen between its brows. It raised its fist and punched out, and the ripples surged on the Imperial Dynasty's bell, emitting a crisp ancient sound. At the same time, its figure retreated and disappeared into thin air. Li Yunxiao suddenly sensed danger, and just as he was about to teleport, he found that the space had been shackled, and a light purple halo was attacking him. He was startled, and his figure flashed, sticking to the Tushita Heavenly Mountain, and fled along the mountain like a dragon. Boom! The light purple halo hit the Tushita Heavenly Mountain, and the light beam became unstable, and separated from the core formation light, once again turning into 6 light beams. The formation spirit didn't chase after it, and instead, weaved a spell with one hand, and raised it above its head. From the 33 heavens, 3 more halos descended, each several hundred acres large, and shot toward the Tushita Heavenly Mountain. Suddenly, Demon Lord Pooh appeared behind it, and with a ball of demonic light in his 5 fingers, he attacked the formation spirit's head. The light on the formation spirit's body flickered, intertwining and flickering under the illumination of the demonic light. Its body swayed slightly, and its right hand formed a seal. A faint purple formation ring flew over and wrapped itself around its arm, flashing with countless golden runes as it fiercely attacked. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion as the two-colored light devoured each other. The two stood in place without taking a step back, using their bodies to resist the aftershocks of the impact. Black demonic chi gushed out of Pu's body like black flames, dissipating behind him. He didn't use his full strength in this attack. The two had fought for 100,000 years and knew each other like the back of their hands. It was almost impossible to kill the formation spirit, unless he could return to his peak 100,000 years ago. Therefore, his goal was only to restrain the opponent and free up Xianxia's hands. Under the impact, the purple formation ring on the formation spirit's fist trembled incessantly. Not far away, 3 formation rings fell one after another, covering 100 acres and binding the light of the Tushita heavenly peak. As if the sky was pressing down, the entire mountain emitted a loud rumble. Xianxia also felt extremely uncomfortable under the suppression. His body flashed with golden light as he quickly formed a seal with both hands, directly driving the mountain toward the 3 formation rings. Rumble! 6 colored light seeped out from the center of the formation ring and scattered into the sky, turning into a hazy yellow light as if it was extending into the earth. The entire space within the 3 formation rings distorted. Originally, the formation rings wanted to restrain the Tushita heavenly peak, but now they were counterattacked and separated into 3 circles that revolved around the Tushita heavenly peak. The formation spirit looked back, and the crystal on its body flashed with azure light. Under the suppression of Pu, it directly split into a clone that teleported in front of Xianxia and punched out. Bang! The space instantly exploded. The fist aura was like a copper hammer, and one could already feel the pressure from dozens of feet away. Golden light flickered on its body, and its 5 viscera and 6 bowels felt as if they were being squeezed together, about to be torn to pieces. Shocked, Xianxia opened his mouth wide, but found it difficult to breathe, and he couldn't even make a sound. Suddenly, a golden light fell from the sky, and with a dang sound, all the pressure from the fist aura disappeared. The imperial bell fell and covered the clone of the formation spirit inside. With a flash, Lord Shibei appeared in front of the bell. He raised his golden hammer and struck it down. Clang! Clang! The inscriptions on the bell shook, and the ancient sound spread out slightly. Even more sound waves surged within the bell, and the space shook along with the sound of the bell. Suddenly, a shattering sound came from within the bell. A large number of blue light spots flew out from the mouth of the bell. They were all beetles the size of a thumb. Upon closer inspection, they had human-like faces and turtle-like shells. Each of them was a single crystalline body. They flapped their wings and rushed toward Lord Shibei and Xianxia. This formation spirit was practically undying and indestructible, just like an element. No matter how it split, it could condense into a new form. Moreover, it was tens of thousands of times stronger than ordinary elements. Bang! 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 Xianxia took out the sword Decapitator Red and created an airtight barrier in front of him. The sword Decapitator Red could send dozens of beetles flying with each strike, but it could not kill them. The surroundings were filled with noisy sounds of collision. However, the Ice Fiend Heart Flame was contained within the sword, and it was like a wall of swords and fire. The beetles could not break through in a short time. Lord Shibei's expression changed, and he used the imperial bell to cover himself. The beetles all hit the bell, and the ping-ping-pang-pang sound was ear-piercing. The large number of beetles saw that the 2 of them could not defeat the beetles in a short time, and they once again split up to attack Mudi and the others. The moment they came into contact with the beetles, they were immediately defeated. The barrier light formed by the heaven patrolling bull was instantly broken, and a large number of beetles crawled on its body. They let out chi-chi-chi-chi sounds, and the surface of the divine bell was bitten into densely packed small pits. The Jiutian Dulu de Luo ring flew out from the neck of the heaven patrolling bull and revolved around its body. The red light continuously swept across its body and struck the beetles. It could eliminate some of them, but the effect was not great. Mudi also waved his fists, and shook off a large number of beetles. However, there were still some that fell from his body, and they used their small teeth to bite his body. Fortunately, the divine refined steel was abnormally strong, and he did not feel any pain. The crocodile's condition could be considered the best. It directly turned into astral winds to deal with the beetles, and it was difficult to injure its body. Only Puli's face was pale, and cold sweat flowed down like a waterfall. His battle blade danced in an airtight manner, but it was still pierced through. Those beetles directly rushed into his body, and with poo-poo-poo sounds, they disappeared. Ah! Puli's painful voice continuously came out of his mouth. The blade light was instantly disintegrated, and hundreds of beetles flew into his body. Soon after, some crawled out of his mouth, and some even broke out of his throat. He was immediately unable to speak, and could only desperately wave his hands. Very quickly, those beetles that drilled into his body seemed to have eaten his internal organs, and all broke out of his skin. With a ping sound, Puli's body directly collapsed, and turned into countless devilish fiends that flew in the air. Those beetles once again pounced on the devilish fiends, and a large number of devilish fiends were directly bitten to death, and turned into the purest devilish energy, which scattered in the air. In the blink of an eye, a true immortal realm expert did not even have a corpse left. Listening Moody frowned as he watched. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked into the distance. Within the sea of fire of Xianxia's sword, lightning would occasionally burst out, as if there was an additional figure. Crazy cool. Eternal autumn. Two familiar voices sounded. Suddenly, the sword light retracted, and the lightning transformed into a boundary, flickering with blinding light. Within the boundary, a cloud of green poisonous gas spread like a plant, and also gave out the same paw-paw sound as the lightning. Spinning yo-yo. Li Yunxiao and Bei Zhennan combined their moves, and with a rumble, the terrifying power of the lightning poison rushed out, and instantly covered an area of several thousand zhang. All the beetles turned green, and their bodies flashed with lightning, but they still flew in the thunder world, and rushed towards the two of them. Although the attack power did not decrease, under Li Yunxiao's mystical spiritual eyes, he could clearly see that the green poison had seeped into the beetles, and the lightning had also spread out, causing some damage. Tian Ke! Li Yunxiao shouted. His eyes turned blood red, and the power of the divine skill was unleashed. Everywhere he looked, the power of the lightning seemed to multiply, and it destroyed the crystal structure of the beetles. At the same time, he transformed into the 3 heads and 6 arms, and the northern cold star swords flew out, forming a formation in the sky, and the sword will spread out, protecting the surroundings. Moreover, the great sorrow twilight cloud mirror was also thrown out, forming a mirror formation. Countless mirror lights shot out, turning into an exquisite and colorful formation, and all the beetles were trapped inside. But in just a moment, the mirror formation suddenly broke, and the colorful formation disappeared, and the surface of the mirror became dim. The million sword diagram flickered, and it was full of beetles biting it. Even the 36 northern cold star swords were crawling with beetles, gnawing on the swords. He and Bei Zhennan's hands were covered in cold sweat. Puli's death was right in front of them, and this way of death was too horrifying. Both of them shuddered. Mo Pu's expression became very serious, and he shouted, "Demonic weapon!" Li Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he thought of the demonic weapon Tiesua Awan Fansha. If he could use the 3,000 worlds, he should be able to swallow these beetles. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate anymore, and suddenly used the true demon form. The Dharma idol giant spirit also transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, and each made a seal. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. Under this sealed sky, he actually could not feel the existence of the 6 paths demonic weapons, and only had a vague connection, but he could not grasp it. In the distance, Demon Master Mo's eyes shone brightly, and he shouted, "Demonic aura flash!" His hands made a seal, and endless demonic light burst out, shaking off the formation spirit in front of him. Then, demonic chi rose to the sky, and he disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Demon Master Mo appeared in front of the true demon giant spirit, and directly rushed in, merging with the true demon giant spirit. What? Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and at this moment, he realized that the giant spirit had come to life on its own, and was out of his control. The 3-faced demon opened his eyes at the same time, and both of them had a cold, mocking look on their faces, and their eyes flashed with excitement. "Pooh, you!" Li Yunxiao was shocked. He knew that the true demon giant spirit was already under Demon Master Mo's control, but he did not understand what this meant. Ha ha ha. The three mouse laughed wildly at the same time, and Emopu had completely merged with the true demon form. He spread his 6 arms, and shouted, "Demonic weapons!" A pitch-black nebula appeared around the Dharma idol, and a terrifying power seemed to cross worlds, and the whole sealed space trembled. The imperial bell suddenly burst out with a strong light, and from inside came the sound of a golden hammer, shaking away the countless insects. Lord Shibei appeared from inside, and looked at the true demon form in shock, especially the terrifying power coming from the nebula, and cried out, 6 past demonic weapons. How can this be? The true demon form sneered, looked coldly at Lord Shibei, and said with a mocking tone, "What, is it strange?" Western Domain King Bei Jinghong. Lord Shibei's body trembled, and his eyes burst out with a bright light. He had not heard this name for 100,000 years. All the insects suddenly stopped, and flew towards the formation spirit, merging into its body. All the crystals fused into one again, but there were many green spots on the formation spirit's body. It was the 7 illusion green nightmare poison. Although its body was poisoned, it did not seem to have any effect. After the formation spirit recovered its body, it formed a seal with both hands, and from the sealing formation light in the sky, dozens of colorful lights descended, all condensing into rings. The 3 rings suppressed by the Tusada heavenly peak also flew through the sky, and all returned to its side. 33 rings of different colors covered its whole body, neck, legs, arms, waist, and fingers. One of the white rings was formed by the true core seal, and it was held in its hand as a weapon. It seemed that Demon Master Mo's changes caused it to be on high alert, and it displayed all its power, waiting for the battle. Bei Jinghong looked at the rotating nebula in fear, and each of its 6 arms held a demonic weapon, and just its existence made people feel great pressure. Emopu looked at him coldly, and sneered, "Bei Jinghong, for the past 100,000 years, you have been thinking about how to devour me, and obtain all my power. But it's a pity that fate makes fools of people. Thank you for bringing me Li Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao? Bei Jinghong was shocked. "You know each other? How is this possible?" Pu sneered. "Nothing is impossible. You just don't want to believe it. Let me tell you something that will drive you crazy. When the realm of heaven martial arts was born, the heavenly saint artifact, the universe divine steel, was in Li Yunxiao's hands." "Ah?" Bei Jinghong was stunned. Then, his body trembled and he said, "The universe divine steel. Li Yunxiao, the universe divine steel is in your hands?" Only then did he notice the person next to Li Yunxiao. His pupils shrank and he said in shock, "Bei Jingnan." Bei Jingnan was dressed in white. His eyebrows were like swords, and his face was like jade. "Greetings, Lord Bei Jinghong, the king of the western region," Bei Jingnan said respectfully. Bei Jingnan said respectfully with a calm expression. Bei Jinghong's face turned pale. He stared at Li Yunxiao and extended his hand. He said, "Give me the universe divine steel." Li Yunxiao remained calm. He cupped his fists and said, "I didn't expect Lord Shibei to be the king of the western region. Since you know about the universe divine steel, you should know that the divine steel has a spirit and will choose its own master. What's the use of giving it to you?" Bei Jinghong snorted. He clenched his teeth and said, "If you don't give it to me, how will you know that the universe divine steel won't choose me? In terms of strength, origin, and contribution to the realm of heaven martial arts, I'm far superior to you. I'm more qualified to have the universe divine steel. Give it to me now." He couldn't control his emotions anymore. Evil energy spread from his body. Divine intent power surged out of his extended hand and turned into rolling clouds. Seeing that Li Yunxiao didn't reply, he didn't have the patience to wait. A white light flashed and he teleported in front of Li Yunxiao. He extended his hand and grabbed him. "Be careful." Bei Jingnan moved. A white light appeared. The 1,000 Worlds Imperial sword pierced forward. Bang! Bei Jinghong's 5 fingers grabbed onto the blade of the sword, causing it to shatter into countless corpse puppets that flew away. The force exploded and sent Bei Zenon flying. Li Yunxiao was already prepared. Even if Bei Jingnan didn't make a move, Bei Jinghong's claw wouldn't be able to touch him. He turned into a bolt of lightning and retreated a few hundred feet away. He shouted, "Lord Bei Jinghong, what are you doing? Bei Jinghong's strength was unfathomable. If they were to fight, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Therefore, he formed a seal with one hand and clawed at the sky. The Tusada heavenly peak, which had been hovering there for so long, suddenly twisted and warped, then descended to a height of about 1/3 of a meter, hovering over Li Yunxiao's palm. Bei Jinghong sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. He stretched out his hand and said coldly, "What are you doing?" Naturally, it was to collect my world deity stele. Give it to me. Li Yunxiao laughed furiously, your world god monument? My lord has been living like a tortoise for 100,000 years, and his face has become a tortoise shell. Courting death. Bei Jinghong's figure flickered and he appeared in front of Li Yunxiao once again, his golden mallet striking out. Rumble. The space where Li Yunxiao stood was shattered by the mallet, and a whirlpool was formed, sucking in all the light. However, Li Yunxiao was prepared. He only left behind an afterimage, and his real body appeared a few hundred feet away. He scolded furiously, Bei Jinghong, don't forget that the demon master and the formation spirit are still here. Do you want to be imprisoned here forever? Haha, after I kill you and take back the world god monument, I will be able to kill the formation spirit and the demon master, then get out of here. Bei Jinghong's eyes were filled with malice and murderous intent. The golden light on his face flickered here and there, as if he was completely possessed. Li Yunxiao sneered, aren't you overestimating the world god monument? If it had such power, the demon sealing war back then wouldn't have affected this world. Bei Jinghong shouted fiercely, back then was back then, now is now. Give me the world god monument now. He seemed to have gone mad. His face became hideous, and he dashed over. The demon master and the formation spirit were by his side, but they didn't care. There was only madness in their eyes, and they stared at Li Yunxiao without blinking. The golden mallet was like a cudgel, and it extended to a length of 8 feet. Murderous intent was emitted from the cudgel, and it struck fiercely. A patch of golden light instantly lit up the sky, and it sealed the entire space, making it impossible for Li Yunxiao to dodge. Mo Pu and the formation spirit were facing each other not too far away, and they didn't seem to be very interested in the fight between the two. Mo Pu had 3 heads and 6 arms. One of his Dharma bodies looked at the formation spirit coldly, another one looked at Bei Jinghong and Li Yunxiao, and the corner of his mouth curled up in ridicule. The last Dharma body closed its eyes slightly, and its expression was solemn, as if it was mumbling something. The 6 arms were still surrounded by swirling demonic aura, and the shadows of weapons flickered. They emitted vast power, and it was solemn and dignified. The formation spirit stood there motionlessly, as if it was fixed in place. Its whole body was covered with formation rings, and more than 30 kinds of colorful halos spread out, looking magnificent. It only stared at Mo Pu, as if no one else could enter his eyes. In the distant patch of golden light, the cudgel suddenly struck down. Although Li Yunxiao was startled, he didn't panic. With a cold look on his face, he formed hand signs with one hand. The Tushita heavenly mountain flew out from his palm, and it expanded in the wind, as if it was a barrier in front of him. Then, he turned into a blue light, and with a flash, he turned into lightning, and surrounded the mountain. Rumble. The golden cudgel struck the mountain, and a large amount of rocks and lightning were shaken up. Countless lightning bolts, like small snakes, moved along the golden cudgel, and wanted to attack Bei Jinghong. However, they were blocked by the divine E-force 3 inches away, and couldn't get close to him. Haha, insignificant skill. You aren't even in the divine realm, so what right do you have to have the universe god steal? Die. Bei Jinghong shouted loudly, and formed hand signs with one hand, and pointed at the lightning on the golden cudgel. His eyes flickered, and he had already realized that the lightning was formed by Li Yunxiao's main body. The 5-element spiritual body could do whatever they wanted in the current heavenly martial arts realm, but in front of him, it was just SOSO. Suddenly, the lightning on the golden cudgel converged, and turned into a big hand. It formed hand signs, and lightning flickered, and it pointed at Bei Jinghong. That is, Bei Jinghong's eyelids twitched, and he saw that the 2 fingers on the thunder seal were stuck together, and suddenly separated, like a monster opening its mouth, and spitting out a purple lightning. Bang! This is... Bei Jinghong was shocked, but it was too late. The purple lightning turned into a small snake, and broke through his seal, and hit his 5 fingers. Bang! The palm that formed the hand signs was full of blood, and the lightning traveled up his arm. His whole arm was numb, and his veins were bulging. Purple Mansion world-destroying divine thunder. That's impossible. Bei Jinghong still couldn't believe it, and his eyes were full of shock. But the only thing that could pierce through his divine force and directly injure his main body was the prime clear Purple Mansion world-destroying divine thunder. Not only do you have the universe God Steel, but you also have the Purple Mansion divine thunder. Looks like I really can't let you live. Bei Jinghong's arm was numb, but his killing intent rose. His right hand struck out with the divine force, and the lightning on the golden cudgel was shaken off. Then, he raised the cudgel and hit the lightning. After the green lightning was separated from the golden cudgel, it turned into Li Yunxiao's real body. When he saw the golden cudgel coming down, he flashed and turned into lightning again, directly hiding in the Tusida heavenly peak behind him. Boom! The golden cudgel hit the Tusida heavenly peak again, and a large amount of soil and rocks were shaken out, shooting into the void. The six-colored elemental light flickered a few times, and the Tusida heavenly peak suddenly grew in the wind, becoming 100 zhang tall, and still growing. The mountain wall was like a bronze wall, pressing down on Bei Jinghong. He knew how powerful this profound artifact was, and he didn't dare to be careless. In a flash, he flew into the six-colored light, and stood on a huge rock. With the golden cudgel in hand, he released his divine sense. But the power of the earth was too strong, and it directly absorbed his divine sense. He couldn't detect anything at all. Bei Jinghong frowned. At this moment, the Tusida heavenly peak was already 1,000 zhang tall, even bigger than a small mountain. He couldn't find Li Yunxiao hiding inside. Come out, come out! He shouted angrily, and waved the golden cudgel around. Bang, bang, bang! 2 large rocks and dust flew up, but the mountain was empty, and there was no response. If you have the ability, you can hide inside for the rest of your life. Bei Jinghong roared angrily, and flew out after saying this. In a flash, he directly flashed to the void, and looked down. After the Tusida heavenly peak expanded by a few thousand times, it looked no different from an ordinary mountain. It slowly descended from the sky, and landed on the pitch-black ground, sinking 100 zhang into the ground. Bei Jinghong could only see the six-colored hazy elemental light from high up in the sky, and he couldn't see any trace of Li Yunxiao. But in this mountain, the clouds were too deep to be seen. Fine, since you are hiding from me, don't blame me for being unjust. Bei Jinghong waited for a while, and his patience ran out. He threw out the imperial bell, and the golden cudgel struck it. Dang! Dang! The bell sounded hurriedly, and it was like the annoyance in his heart. Countless sound waves struck the Tusida heavenly peak, and a large amount of rocks and soil collapsed. The entire mountain was shaken, and dust flew everywhere. But after a quarter of an hour, there was still no sign of Li Yunxiao. So noisy! The sound of the bell finally attracted Mo Pu's dissatisfaction, and he scolded. One of his Dharma idols revealed an angry expression, and he opened his mouth, and his lips formed a strange shape. Then, a long roar came out from within. Woo, woo! The sound waves pierced through the sky, and interweaved with the sound of the imperial bell, forming a cacophony. It was as if 1,000 weapons were hitting the body of the bell, and golden light was produced from the impact. Bei Jinghong said angrily, "Pu, you." Mo Pu's Dharma idol sneered, "Quiet down. What's yours is yours, and what's not yours is not yours in the end. The Heavenly Tao's decision, you have to believe it, and you have to believe it even if you don't want to believe it. Li Yunxiao is the one with the mandate of heaven, and you are not." The alchemy book floated above his palm, and he raised his index finger and shook it a few times. The corner of his mouth curled up, and it was full of mockery. Shut up. I am the one with the mandate of heaven. Bei Jinghong pointed at Mo Pu angrily, and shouted, "If I didn't have the mandate of heaven, how could I have survived for 100,000 years? Just this point alone is enough to prove that the mandate of heaven is mine." Che. Mo Pu's face was full of disdain, and he said leisurely, "You are right about this point, but your mandate of heaven, or rather, your mission for 100,000 years, is to bring Li Yunxiao to this place. Now that your mission is over, and the mandate of heaven is over, just accept your fate." Shut your stinky mouth. Accept my fate? Accept what fate? You are the ones who should accept your fate. Bei Jinghong's figure flashed, and he disappeared together with the imperial bell. He directly teleported above the Devil Lord, and with a slap on the body of the bell, countless runic lights scattered, and the huge ancient bell turned into half a hectare in size, and fell down, wanting to suppress Mo Pu. Give me all of your power. Obtaining the strongest power is the destiny that I, Bei Jinghong, deserve. Not only was the dynasty bell shining with golden light, but there were also demonic patterns dancing on it. Bei Jinghong's skin was covered with black patterns, just like when Li Yunxiao was circulating his demonic technique. Childish. Mo Pu sneered and said, what you couldn't get in the past 100,000 years, you still can't get it now. He clenched his fist, and the illusory weapon suddenly became solid. A terrifying power spread out from the weapon, and a demonic ring appeared, expanding to hundreds of feet. Dang, dang. Under the impact of the vast might, the imperial bell continuously vibrated and vibrated. The demonic lord shook his wrist, and the Ahan bone-chopping knife slashed towards the direction of the huge bell. Kaboom! A ravine appeared in the sky, and the entire 33 heavens array light shook. Bang! The pitch-black saber ray landed on the bell, and immediately destroyed half of the golden light. The dynasty bell spun violently, and the inscriptions on the bell flashed. Bei Jinghong's face was dark, and his eyes were filled with madness. He had completely lost his mind, and directly teleported down, and the golden mallet slammed on the bell. Dang! A blurry golden light spread out, and slightly resisted the saber ray. Oh? Mo Pu's eyelids twitched, and the corner of his mouth rose. He sneered and said, useless. His wrist pressed down, and the Ahan bone-chopping knife let out a sound of a mystic artifact. It was as if it had returned to the ancient times, when the world was created. Bang! The golden light on the dynasty bell was instantly broken, and the saber ray landed on the body of the bell, and it exploded. The mystic artifact was destroyed, and the terrifying demonic saber's power did not decrease, and it continued to charge forward. Bei Jinghong was shocked, and the madness in his eyes seemed to have been splashed with cold water. He immediately sobered up, and hurriedly swept the golden mallet in front of him. Kaboom! The golden mallet took a hit, and suddenly broke, and his entire body was swallowed by the demonic light. After the Agama bone-cleaving knife destroyed Bei Jinghong's body, it slashed into the 33 heavens array light. A wave of demonic chi surged, causing the sky to shake. Humph, I'll let you go for now. Once I kill the array spirit, I'll consider whether to kill you or turn you into a slave. Mo Pu sneered and loosened his grip on the blade, changing back into a seal. The raising bone cleaver floated above the seal and became illusory again. A few hundred zhang away from the gully that was created by the saber, Bei Jinghong's figure suddenly appeared in the air. His face was extremely pale, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood was actually golden. Impossible. If you could use the 6 paths demonic weapon, you wouldn't have waited until today. Bei Jinghong's aura plummeted, as if he had lost all of his blood essence. He became thin, his wrinkled skin sticking to his bones, and his cheekbones sunk in. Mo Pu said sarcastically, have you forgotten what I just said? Thank you for bringing Li Yunxiao here. Do you know how he managed to cultivate the true demon form? Bei Jinghong's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. He said hoarsely, could it be, hee hee, it's that idiot D's avatar. Mo Pu laughed loudly with one hand, and said fiercely, haha, I didn't think that after 100,000 years, I would still be able to retrieve a portion of the demon essence. Back then, the Monogatari had been split into two because of his thoughts of righteousness and evil. Now, the two thoughts had become one again. There was no righteousness or evil, just the purest power. Under the boundary of the 33 heavens, I indeed can't sense the existence of the 6 paths demonic weapon. However, the D-avatar in Li Yunxiao's body can sense the demonic weapon at will. After I obtained this portion of the demon essence, not only can I control the demonic weapon at will, but that long-lost power has also returned. The former king of the western region, are you in despair? Mo Pu laughed madly, and the 3 Dharma images revealed a mocking expression. They looked coldly at Bei Jinghong as if they were looking at the decaying past. PFFF. Bei Jinghong was dealt a heavy blow, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. As if he had a final burst of energy, his face turned red, and his skinny body started to tremble. On the Tusada heavenly peak, the six-colored light changed like clouds, and Li Yunxiao suddenly appeared. As if riding on the clouds, he stared at Mo Pu with a gloomy expression, and said coldly, "Obtained? You stole my demon essence, and you're not going to return it?" "Return it?" Mo Pu opened his mouth wide, and he couldn't help but laugh wildly. "Ha ha ha, my stomach hurts from laughing." His smile gradually froze, and he sneered coldly, "Return your sister?" A cold light shot out of Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly. Mo Pu sneered, "Don't look at me like that, I'm just returning it to its rightful owner." "You're not bad. After I kill the formation spirit, I can make you my servant, and you can lead all the slaves." Li Yunxiao crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said coldly, "Let's talk about that after you really kill the formation spirit. Be careful, or I'll shoot an arrow from the side." Mo Pu sneered, "You, who have lost your demon essence, can't control the world god steel completely, and I think you're even worse than Bei Jinghong. Since you're not willing to become my servant, then forget it. I originally wanted you to hand over the sword in your hand, but it seems like I have to take it myself." Li Yunxiao snorted, and he couldn't be bothered to talk to him anymore. Although he had lost a large amount of demon essence, he wasn't too angry. This might be the only chance to defeat the formation spirit and break out of the seal. As for the demon essence that he had lost, he could always find a chance to get it back. Even if he couldn't, he could make it up by cultivating in places like the ancient demon well or the Tiansha mountain. Now that Bei Jinghong was seriously injured, he was no longer a threat to him. Hence, he made a hand seal and kept the Tusada heavenly peak. He returned to Bei Chunan's side, but he realized that Ling Mudi was nowhere to be seen. Li Yunxiao was slightly shocked, and he quickly looked up, only to see Ling Mudi's silhouette appear behind Bei Jinghong silently. Bei Jinghong sneered and said, "Even if you want to hit me when I'm down, you don't dare to face me directly, but send a puppet to sneak up on me? Pfft, such a person has the mandate of heaven? Does he even deserve to have the world god steal?" He had already discovered Ling Mudi's traces, and he sneered as he turned around and slapped him. Even though it was a god-tempered steel puppet, he didn't take it seriously. When he turned around, his body suddenly trembled, and his eyes widened. He saw a silver whip lashing down, with a few shadows and some runes. Ah! Soul-reversing whip. He recognized the weapon at once, and was instantly scared out of his wits. He shouted, "How is this possible?" But he didn't have time to think, and he couldn't dodge it. He suddenly turned his palm into a fist, and infused all his strength into it. Boom! That fist landed on the soul-reversing whip, and countless rays of silver light appeared. The soul-reversing whip was sent flying, and the fist landed on Ling Mudi's body. The god-tempered steel body was pushed back, and there was a fist mark on his chest. Pfft! Although Ling Mudi was pushed back, it seemed like Bei Jinghong was injured. His face was full of fear, and he shouted, "Soul-reversing whip, it really is the soul-reversing whip. You are not a puppet." That whip landed on his hand, and directly injured his soul. At this moment, there were still silver runes flashing on his fist bone. He felt a little dazed, and his ruddy face quickly turned pale. Bei Jinghong's head was full of cold sweat, and he said with a trembling voice, "Who are you?" Ling Mudi waved his hand, and the soul-reversing whip flew back to him. He held it in his hand, and finally said, "Since you have already guessed it, you just don't believe it." Ah! Bei Jinghong took a deep breath, and he was so scared that he took a few steps back. He said, "Impossible, how can you still be alive?" Ling Mudi said indifferently, "If you can live, why can't I?" Bei Jinghong calmed himself down, and said, "Didn't you suppress the rainbow stone, and let the black tortoise star palace flow into the void? Did you go back on your words?" Ling Mudi said, "Am I someone who goes back on my words? I won't tell you about the process. Now, I only want to ask you, where is the tablet spirit of the world god monument?" Bei Jinghong's expression changed, and he only regained his composure after a while. He laughed loudly, "Ling Mudi, you have already lost your physical body, and you are living in a puppet's body. Are you still thinking about the world god monument?" Ling Mudi did not care about his mockery, and said indifferently, "Since you already know that I have lost my physical body, it is impossible for me to refine the world god monument. Why would you have evil thoughts?" Bei Jinghong said coldly, What does the whereabouts of the tablet spirit have to do with you? Do you want to help that kid? Ling Mudi said, the world god monument will choose its own master. Since it has chosen Li Yunxiao, I will naturally help him. As for you, your obsession is too strong, it is impossible for you to refine the world god monument. Shut up. Bei Jinghong roared angrily, why can't I? Why? Which part of me is inferior to that brat? Why can't I get the world god monument? Ling Mudi, we fought together back then, are you willing to help me? As long as I get the world god monument, I will definitely think of a way to reconstruct your physical body. His eyes were filled with desire, and he looked at Ling Mudi expectantly. Ling Mudi raised the soul-defying whip and walked over, saying, since you are so stubborn, I can only destroy your soul, and then search for it myself. Bei Jinghong's body trembled, as if he could not believe it. You want to search my soul? The soul-defying whip surged with silver light, and it struck down from the sky. It was Ling Mudi's best answer. Rumble. Bei Jinghong did not dare to take it head-on, and he hurriedly retreated. He gritted his teeth and said, why? You want to search my soul so viciously? Ling Mudi was not anxious, and he continued to walk towards Bei Jinghong. Bei Jinghong was already heavily injured, and it would be hard for him to turn the situation around. The longer he dragged it out, the better it would be for him. Because you are already a malignant tumor of this era, what's the point of keeping you alive? Ling Mudi still had that cold expression, and he said indifferently. Malignant tumor? Haha, you said I am a malignant tumor. If not for me back then, could you have killed the demon master? This world might have been destroyed long ago. Bei Jinghong roared, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Ling Mudi nodded and said, you did put in a lot of effort. But even 100,000 years ago, you were not a good person. It was just that the demon sealing war involved too many people, and everyone had a responsibility. You put in effort for the world, and that was equivalent to putting in effort for yourself. But I never expected you to sneak into the seal, and wanted to seize the power of the demon master. Luckily, you did not succeed. Even now, I still shudder when I think about it. Bei Jinghong gritted his teeth and said angrily, I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and burn the bridge after crossing it. Ling Mudi, you will not have a good ending. Ling Mudi's brows couldn't help but twitch as he said, Bei Jinghong, you're also a formidable person. How could you say such childish words? Are you unwilling to accept your failure? If you don't want to die like this, tell me the whereabouts of the tablet spirit, and I can let you stay. Humph, what a joke. Bei Jinghong laughed sinisterly. A puppet without a body wants to keep me, ha ha ha. Even if I am injured, I am not someone you can deal with now. Large amounts of demonic energy surged out of his body, turning him into a devil. He opened his mouth and a golden wheel flew out. He grabbed it and held it in front of him. A treasure tree was engraved on the golden wheel, blooming in the wind. Ling Mudi frowned and did not say anything. He just stood there quietly with the soul-defying whip. The heaven-searching bull stepped on the ground and flew to Ling Mudi's side to face Bei Jinghong. Mo Pu's eyes narrowed as he stared at the golden wheel. He said coldly, I didn't expect my magic tree golden wheel to be in your hands. You really hit it well. Bei Jinghong snorted. This magic tree golden wheel has always been dormant in my dantian. I used demonic energy to refine it for 100,000 years, and it has long lost its connection to you. It is completely under my control, so how can it be hidden? Mo Pu nodded. When I crossed worlds to come here, I had 3 sage weapons in my Dharma idol. The ancient god battlefield, the magic tree golden wheel, and the yin-yang dual chi bottle were all lost, but I don't need them anymore. These 3 sage weapons were originally his personal weapons. Although they were very powerful, they could not compare to the 6 paths demonic weapon. Back then, he had only brought them with him as a habit to deal with ordinary experts. Now that his strength had fallen, he could naturally use the 6 paths demonic weapon to kill anything that stood in his way. Li Yunxiao said impatiently, if you want to kill the formation spirit, then hurry up and do it. What are you waiting for? I am still waiting to get out. Although Bei Jinghong had the golden wheel of the Dharma tree, after being hit by Ah Han's bone-chopping knife and soul-reversing whip, it was obvious that his injuries were severe and he was no longer a threat. Their only worry now was whether or not Mo Pu could kill the formation spirit. If he couldn't, everyone would be trapped in the seal, and everything would be for naught. There was nothing to think about. Listening Moody also saw this point. The key to everything was still the battle between Mo Pu and the Array Spirit. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to attack Bei Jinghong. He only raised the soul-defying whip from time to time to intimidate Bei Jinghong so that he could not heal his injuries in peace. This made Bei Jinghong furious, but he could not do anything about it. Mo Pu sneered, "You want me to fight alone and let you reap the benefits without doing anything?" Li Yunxiao said, "What else? Who asked us to be weak and powerless? Moreover, now that you've taken my demon essence, that can be considered as me contributing. If you don't want to fight alone, then return my demon essence to me and I'll fight him." Tisk. Mo Pu sneered and said, "Scram to the side and watch carefully. After I kill this formation spirit and take revenge for 100,000 years, I'll deal with you guys." He was not afraid that Li Yunxiao and the others would run away. As long as they did not cause trouble, it would be a blessing. Moreover, experts who could step into the divine path would not be reckless. A cold light flashed in Mo Pu's eyes. He finally made his move. He clenched the arm that he had used to kill Bei Jinghong and condensed the bestowing bone-chopping knife again. He slashed at the formation spirit. The two of them had fought for 100,000 years. Mo Pu knew the strength of the formation spirit like the back of his hand. Although he was confident that he could kill the formation spirit and escape, it was not something that could be won in tens or hundreds of moves. Therefore, he was not anxious. He only slashed out tentatively. After all, he had not used the demon weapon for 100,000 years. He had only barely used it on the 2 times he had descended on Li Yunxiao. Dang! The formation spirit did not dodge. Instead, it crossed its arms in front of its body and used its arms that were covered with the formation rings to block the attack. The formation rings shook from the attack. Colorful lights flickered, and the formation spirit's body was forced back more than 30 meters. Other than Mo Pu, everyone's expression changed. It was rare to see someone who could resist the bestowing bone-chopping knife so easily. Mo Pu grunted and did not care. His true body flashed and appeared in front of the formation spirit. The Mo Luan treasure on his other arm shone brightly. The 12 fortune wheels on it were all unsealed. Like a pagoda piercing through the clouds, it let out the cries of thousands of birds and slashed forward. The formation spirit grabbed the white rings with both hands and released them in front of its body. They turned into a barrier that extended more than 30 meters. Boom! The Mo Luan treasure slashed on the white rings. The 12 fortune wheels spun rapidly, and the sky was filled with demon talismans. The center of the white rings was like a water mirror with a faint white light. At this moment, it was stirred by the clouds and rain, and the water was sparkling. The formation spirit's eyes shrank. The water vapor in the white rings kept on separating, and the sharp tip of the Luan treasure gradually pierced out. He put his hands together and formed a seal. The formation ring on his right arm flew out and turned into 5 colorful birds. There were a total of 5 birds, and they passed through the barrier. Mo Pu's expression darkened. With a shout, the bestowing bone-chopping knife flew and slashed at the 5 colorful birds. Bang! 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 5 knife shadows appeared and slashed at the colorful birds. Every slash produced golden light and talismans. The 5 colorful birds immediately turned back into the formation ring and disappeared in a flash. When they appeared again, they were already on Mo Pu's body. One of the rings locked onto the hand that held the knife, another locked onto the arm that held the knife, and the last one directly flew onto the Dharma idol. It turned into a tight hoop and locked onto the Dharma idol's forehead. The arm that grabbed the Mo Luan treasure also had 2 formation rings on it, and it was completely locked. Mo Pu was shocked. He felt that the Dharma idol had a splitting headache. Its 2 arms were as heavy as Mount Tai, and it couldn't lift them up. It only wanted to sink down. Green light flowed on the formation spirit's body. Its hands quickly formed seals and struck the center of the barrier. The entire barrier shrunk to a diameter of 3 meters, and it slammed down. Boom! The demon talismans on the Mo Luan treasure exploded continuously, and the entire sword was pushed back. The power of the white formation ring was vast and mighty like a chariot. Mo Pu's 2 arms drooped down, and one of the Dharma idol's face was filled with pain. He turned his body slightly, and a black light flashed on one of his arms. A pitch-black iron token appeared in front of him. It was full of cracks, and it looked like a tortoise shell. Boom! The formation ring struck the shield, and a huge spiritual pressure was produced. The entire space shook, and it seemed like it was about to be crushed. Xianxia was incomparably shocked. The vast power fluctuated in the air, and it made his blood boil. He could clearly feel the blood in his body surging, and it was getting hotter and hotter. That shield was on Xianxia. Back when he was fighting against the Heaven Alliance overseas, Mopu had descended and used it, and it had left an impression in Xianxia's mind. But at this moment, what was affecting him and making his blood boil was not the power of the demon weapon, but the fluctuations emitted by the white formation ring. It was as if there was a flash of inspiration in his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. This feeling, Xianxia's heart was filled with anxiety. It was as if something important was slipping away, but he couldn't grasp it. It made him extremely anxious. Calm your heart and focus. Comprehend it well. This is the 10-directional law. Suddenly, Ling Mudi's voice came from afar. His eyes flickered with a strange light, and he looked at Xianxia's state. He saw that Xianxia's whole body had become red, and his pores were all open. It was so bright that it seemed as if blood was dripping out. Xianxia's body shivered, and he suddenly came to a realization. It turned out that this specious feeling, which was important but couldn't be grasped, was actually the divine realm law, which had disappeared for 100,000 years in the realm of heaven martial arts, and which countless martial artists had dreamed of. As soon as he understood it, all of his acupoints became clear. He had crossed the peak of the martial path in both of his lives, and he had stayed in the divine transcending realm for too long. Finally, he felt a slight change. The small mass of divine power in his dantian had started boiling, and it had turned into a trickle that nourished his whole body. Wherever it passed, his skin and hair all changed. Bei Jinghong's face turned ashen. When he saw the change in Xianxia's body, he knew that it was a sign that he was about to enter the divine realm. Leaping from the martial path to the divine path was an extremely dangerous hurdle, and many people would die if they weren't careful. Bei Jinghong was praying in his heart, and he hoped that Xianxia would die on the spot. That would save him a lot of trouble. However, things didn't go as he wished. Xianxia's condition was getting better and better, and from time to time, lightning would burst out of his body, emitting crackling sounds, and flicker before disappearing. The golden wheel of the magical tree in his hand suddenly moved, and the tree engraved on the wheel suddenly became full of life, and it seemed as if it was swaying under the golden light of the sun. You'd better not do anything stupid. Listening Mudi had always been vigilant against Bei Jinghong, and when he discovered that his gaze was fixed on Xianxia, he became even more vigilant. The opposing soul whip extended with the wind, and it turned into a silver sword. The heaven patrolling bull also shook its head and mooed, and the red light on its neck flickered. Bei Jinghong's expression changed several times, and his eyes were filled with complex emotions. The golden wheel slightly swayed a few times, and it finally stopped, and its light dimmed. He let out a long sigh in his heart. Clearly, he had given up on making a move at this time. On one hand, there were the listening shepherd flute, sky patrolling bull, north stream south, and crocodile. He might not be able to succeed even if the four of them worked together. On the other hand, he was in the process of stepping into the divine path and condensing the rules of 10 directions. If he was not careful, he might explode and die. The huge impact would also cause him fatal injuries. The two ministers decided to stay put and wait for the situation to change. Moreover, when the formation spirit's white halo struck on Xianxia, the ripples of the laws of all directions were extremely beneficial to his injuries, like bathing in sunlight. Ling Mudi's eyes flickered with a bright light. He said, if we can get out of this battle, the 10 rules will return to the earth, and the whole heavenly martial arts realm will have a brand new look. It will continue for billions of years. Humph, what does this have to do with you? Bei Jinghong said coldly, it's just a puppet, why are you pretending to be a saint? No matter how long the heavenly martial arts realm exists, you won't be able to see it. Ling Mudi shook his head. A selfish person like you wouldn't understand such a thing. Bei Jinghong sneered, haha, yes, I am selfish, but so what? 100,000 years ago, those who weren't selfish died long ago, but I am still alive. Only by being alive can there be hope, and only by being alive can I climb to a higher peak. Being alive is the hard truth. He became slightly agitated, and he looked at Ling Mudi mockingly. His eyes were filled with disdain. Ling Mudi said calmly, "It's good to be alive, but what's the meaning of living? Our comrades are all dead. Even if you and I are still alive, in 100,000 years, or even longer, can you bear the torment of loneliness?" Bei Jinghong's face twitched, and fear flashed in his eyes. But he still clenched his teeth and said, "As long as there's hope, I can bear it. Just like my 100,000 years of tortoise breathing, didn't I still survive? Why don't you just die if you're talking about living like that?" Ling Mudi said, "If you could choose again, would you still be willing to live like this for 100,000 years? Maybe it's been too long, and it's just a habit for you to live. As for me, because I still have a meaning of living, I won't die in vain." Bei Jinghong couldn't help but shiver. Ling Mudi's words terrified him. It seemed like 100,000 years of perseverance was a terrifying experience. If he could choose again, would he choose again? He was bewildered, but he quickly came back to himself. No matter what, 100,000 years had passed. That terrifying thing wouldn't happen again. Meaning? Everyone's understanding of meaning is different. You're not me, so how can you know that I don't have meaning? Bei Jinghong mocked him. What's the meaning of not dying? Maybe it's just an excuse for you to be afraid of death. TSK, frankly speaking, it's good to be alive. Ling Mudi said, "Of course it's good to be alive, but you can't live for the sake of living. I don't know whether your understanding of meaning is meaningful or not, so you have to ask yourself. As for my current meaning." His eyes flickered as he said, "And the reason why I'm still here is because I've been here for 100,000 years, to help Li Yunxiao end the demon-sealing war that has lasted for 100,000 years." Bei Jinghong was dumbfounded. He said, "Put an end to it?" He looked at Mo Pu and said after a while, "Has the gate to the demon realm opened?" Ling Mudi said, "Not yet, but many parts of the two realms have merged. I'm afraid it won't take long for the gate to the demon realm to open. If we can't release the rules here and create a large number of God realm experts, the realm of heaven martial arts won't be able to resist if a large number of demon kings invade." Bei Jinghong suddenly grinned hideously. "Ling Mudi, if you really care about the world, you should help me kill the demon king and let me absorb his power. Then you should help me get the world god steel. Then I can lead the world to fight against the demon realm." "Haha, I'm the one who's destined." Ling Mudi said, "People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. If you are really destined, you can naturally kill Mo Pu this time around and snatch the world god's monument. If you can't, I hope you can recognize yourself. This tribulation is the greatest test of your so-called mandate of heaven." Bei Jinghong said furiously, "I am severely injured now. If you don't help me, how am I going to kill the demon master and snatch the world god's steel?" Ling Mudi sneered and said mockingly, "That's your own business. With the mandate of heaven, what are you afraid of?" Bei Jinghong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It was as if his chest had been smashed by a hammer. Although the two of them were chatting happily, they were still on guard against each other. They were comrades from 100,000 years ago, so they knew each other well. They knew each other wasn't simple, so they didn't dare to be careless. Li Yunxiao calmed down after Ling Mudi's advice. He sat cross-legged in the void far away and comprehended the power of the rules. Bei Chunnan stood with his sword in hand, guarding him. The crocodile's eyes were red, and they were glowing with vigilance. It lay next to Li Yunxiao and looked around cautiously. Mo Pu was careless, so one of his Dharma idol and arms was sealed by the formation spirit. He was at a disadvantage. Luckily, Xianxia blocked the white rings. The whole sealed space was squeezed by the spiritual pressure, and it was like two different worlds. He quickly let go of the demon weapon with his hands on the rings. He weaved his fingers and put them together, one above and one below, in front of him. The face of the tightly bound Fa Xiang also calmed down as it muttered to itself. The 5 rings started to span under the attack of the demon qi. They emitted colorful lights to fight against the demon qi. Seeing that it couldn't suppress the demon qi for a long time, the formation spirit retracted his hands. He weaved his right hand and waved his left hand. Another 5 rings flew out of his hands and turned into 5 colorful dragons. They circled and turned into a few feet long, trying to bind the opponent. Dream on! Emopu shouted angrily. He raised his arm, and a bronze battle axe appeared in his hand. He swept it out. Boom! The 5 colorful dragons were dispersed and turned back into the rings. They disappeared in a flash. Will the same move always work? Emopu's Dharma idol was cold. He waved one of his arms and clenched his fist. A black chain landed in his hand and turned into a nebula that surrounded his body. Bang! 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 The sounds of the rings being hit were heard. The 5 rings appeared and were pierced by the chain. They kept shaking up and down, trying to fly away. The chain made a rattling sound. The formation spirit's eyes narrowed. Emopu revealed a ferocious look and grabbed on Xianxia. Boom! Boom! The spiritual pressure between Xianxia and the white rings exploded. The terrifying power turned into a vortex and swallowed both of them. In the distance, Xianxia's face turned red. He suddenly let out a cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of the 10 directions law was too unstable. Moreover, under the intense battle between the two, the energy fluctuations were too strong. It directly affected his blood and qi, causing his internal organs to be damaged. Ha ha ha. Bei Jinghong was originally shocked by the terrifying explosion. Now that he saw Li Yunxiao spit out blood and failed to advance, he couldn't help but laugh in ecstasy. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. He didn't hide it at all. Ha ha ha, Ling Mudi, is this the mandate of heaven that you spoke of? Bei Jinghong sneered. Failing to advance to the divine Tao, even if you don't die, your cultivation will fall. The mandate of heaven that you support will end here. Ling Mudi was also shocked and anxious. However, he didn't dare to go too far away from Bei Jinghong in case he suddenly attacked. He could only watch from afar and use his divine sense to sense it. After Li Yunxiao spat out blood, his red body returned to normal. He continued to form hand seals with one hand and sat cross-legged in meditation. Bei Jinghong frowned and sneered. Failing to advance at such an important stage means that your future is ruined. There's no possibility of advancing anymore. You're already like this, but you can still pretend to be so calm. TSK, you're really worthy of being protected by the mandate of heaven. Ha ha ha. Ling Mudi was slightly surprised. Li Yunxiao didn't look like he was pretending. He really continued to meditate. He could feel the elemental energy fluctuations from his body. They were constantly getting stronger. Obviously, he was accumulating energy to continue his breakthrough. How is this possible? Ling Mudi also felt that it was unbelievable. Bei Jinghong was right. The martial Tao and the divine Tao were 2 completely different levels. Once you fail to advance, you would basically be crippled for life. But looking at Li Yunxiao, he seemed to be fine. Could it be? Ling Mudi suddenly thought of a possibility, but he wasn't too sure. The whirlpool created by Xianxia and the white array ring did not dissipate. Waves of energy surged out, continuously affecting the elemental energy fluctuations in Li Yunxiao's body. Although he had not advanced successfully, his body had clearly undergone some changes after being cleansed by the bright spirit energy. The omnidirectional law also followed the impact and crashed onto his body like a wave. It continuously converted the elemental energy in his body into the bright spirit energy. After a few circulations, it returned to his dantian and settled down. How is this possible? Bei Jinghong also felt the changes in Li Yunxiao's body. His eyes widened like copper bells. He shook his head violently, unable to believe what he was seeing. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's expression was calm. His skin became as smooth as jade and emitted a white glow. Then, there was a 5-colored glaze that flickered incessantly on his body. Dawn Wind Remnant's radiant glass body. Bei Jinghong cried out involuntarily. He said in shock, no wonder he was fine after failing to break through. It's just the radiant glass body. It shouldn't be like this. Li Yunxiao's current appearance was completely the appearance of a successful advancement. It was just that he was stabilizing his cultivation level and building the foundation of the Godway. At this moment, his dantian had a completely different appearance. It seemed to have expanded by more than 10 times, like a universe. The amount of bright spirit energy it could contain had also increased by more than 10 times. No wonder the God realm can extend one's lifespan and allow one to ascend to higher realms. So the Dantian has a qualitative change. This is an effect that cannot be achieved no matter how one cultivates. Even if one transcends mortality and enters sainthood, it will definitely not be comparable to the true God realm. Li Yunxiao thought to himself. Not only was it a qualitative difference in strength, it was also a comparison of the capacity of the Dantian. The true God realm completely surpassed transcendence and sainthood. Really succeeded. Bei Jinghong stood there in a daze. He was completely dumbfounded. Could it be, that he is really destined? Ling Mudi also heaved a sigh of relief. He said, he has the Dawn Wind Remnant's radiant glass body, so it might have played an important role in the breakthrough. But more importantly, he is in the divine transcendence realm. What happened just now shouldn't be classified as a breakthrough, but a transformation. Transformation? Bei Jinghong was dumbfounded. He looked confused. He didn't know the current situation of the realm of heaven martial arts, and he also didn't know about the divine transcendence and reaching the peak after the martial way. Ling Mudi briefly explained the situation of the realm of heaven martial arts and briefly described the two realms. Bei Jinghong was dumbfounded. He said, no wonder. It turns out he has already reached the true God realm. It's just that he didn't have the 10 directions rules to transform his origin energy and open his Dantian. No wonder he could try again even though he failed. Ling Mudi said, Li Yunxiao has become the first person to enter the God realm in the last 100,000 years. Now you believe in his destiny. Do you still want to take the divine steel? At our level, we have to revere the way of heaven. Do you really want to go against the way of heaven? Bei Jinghong's whole body trembled, and cold sweat appeared on his temples. He looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated expression. End of chapter 1918. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.